I'm not ducking around.
All I can see is lights, the time of my life. With good vibes tonight and everybody alright. We gon' get it tonight, I'm fresh on my flight. We at the top floor, I'm loving these new heights. It's time to go crazy, man, I just might risk it all today in love with this life. It's tempting out here, it's in everything you like. It's hard out here when everything's in sight. I'm having too much fun, I just really want more. Feel like I'm about to lose all control. We just really getting started, I'ma be me. You do this regardless, we only live once. Let's do this the hardest, this last time was big. And this is the largest, I'm having fun. We just getting started. We just getting started.
All right then, folks, Copenhagen Major, it is upon us, the PGL Copenhagen Major, and the first for Counter-Strike 2. Yes, a new chapter in Counter-Strike, but it is still Counter-Strike, and we are looking to be breaking it all down, bringing you all the action. My name is Machine, I am joined by Chaddy B, and what on earth is going to happen today? We will see. You can find me on Twitter at MachineGG, and ready to play, SPUNJ, find him on Twitter as well if you fancy, or X.
Wow.
You see that?
He's been practicing.
I did. I've had a lot of time to think about this.
Yeah, well, no one's going to duck with you, Alex.
No, don't duck with me. Okay?
Well, we're not ducking around here today, everybody. This is this is what it's all about.
Yeah.
The ducks fly together. A few Mighty Ducks references in there. The flying V, the knuckle puck.
Get it in.
Hopefully a few of those today. Need some special moves I want to see.
Okay.
It's the first, as you mentioned, CS2 Major, but this is an opportunity. The game now has been simmering. Things have been changing. We've got a couple of new dynamics coming into play. The smokes, of course. I want to see if we get any more innovation.
I think it's a safe assumption that there'll be a couple of, I know it's a bit of a meme in the competitive esport world, but
I like memes.
Saving strats for the major. People joke. I know you hated that. He hated that already. I can see it in his face. But I'm saying, I reckon, some teams have been cooking. And in this part of the tournament especially, where you look, you will see. If we bring up the teams in attendance here, we had one hell of a crazy RMR, right?
You reckon there's more chefs in the opening stage or the elimination stage?
I would argue that the teams in this stage of the tournament are more likely to have been forced out of necessity to cook.
So a few chef hats here. Now, a couple of big names on the screen immediately leaping off the page, the likes of Heroic and Furia, obviously bigger in the organizational department. And then you've got some of the smaller, Cloud9 as well, right? Can't be forgetting about them. But then you've got some smaller names which are definitely picking up some wind, one of them being the Mongols. A lot of people excited about them and what they're going to be bringing to the table. They've definitely been able to, let's say, get the respect of their peers. There's been a lot of tweets about them. JL made a tweet, Donk put him in his pick'ems as a 3-0. So there's some respect on the name right there. Danish representation though, Alex. Ecstatic. Obviously the name that you were expecting to see here in Copenhagen.
Yeah, how crazy. Copenhagen, and also one of the most dominant nations in Counter-Strike recent history is Denmark, and yet here we stand with Ecstatic as being the sole representation. It's mad. Apart from, of course, the two Danes in Heroic, you've got the likes of Shush and Tessus.
Oh,
we'll get
three
to
with
see.
Nikodos.
Nikodos as well, that's a good point. But,
Acor snuck in with Gamer Legion.
That's a cheeky one.
He went hello. Myth is coaching Apex. Right, there's a couple.
We should probably highlight the omissions as well. There is going to be quite a few of those as we go through. But in terms of the names you weren't perhaps expecting, the likes of Saw, one hell of a journey. The fact that we got to see Mutiris, Roman, who finally managed to convert that chasing of the dream.
Yeah, and the same with Koi, right? In the terms of Stadodo and Just as well. The Portuguese who had their hearts broken by Virtus Pro once upon a time were able to make their major, and they're older lads. So great to see some of the older names being able to get through. But we've got, 29 countries represented over the course of the major. We've got 24 teams, 120 players. Right, we have, 14 days of competition? Am I mathing? No, wait, hold up. It's only 12 days of competition. It's 4 days for the opening, 4 days for the elimination, and 4 days for the playoffs. There's a 3-day break between the elimination stage and the playoffs. So we're going to run from Sunday to Sunday. We're going to smash out all the group stage, all the Swiss, right? Win 3 and you're through, lose 3 and you're out. If you win 3 in the opening, you go through to the elimination stage, where you're going to meet teams like FaZe, Spirit, Vitality, Mouse, Virtus Pro, Na'Vi, G2, and Complexity.
Does that list of names coming in the second stage of the tournament sound about right for your current power rankings? It does, right?
Not only because of the names, right, but also because of what they've been delivering. Obviously, we have Vitality reigning major champions, even though that was this time last year, right? It was some time ago since our last major, a long time between drinks. So that's something that we need to keep in mind as well, that this major has had a long lead time, and that's due to CS2's release late last year.
Yeah, and I think building upon that, let's talk about notable absentees.
Yes.
Because in terms of the teams that you would have expected to be here at the first major, it's a long...
The first one, we start with Heartbreak.
Yeah, you got this one, Chaddy?
Yeah, I can cover that one off for everybody playing at home. So if you were hoping to see C's return to the major alongside of 4 major debutantes, the rookies, the Clacks, the Dilladezers, the Glowing, the 30-year-old, right, making it Idis Balance. If you were hoping to see them in attendance, they were unable to get the roster here in time as per the rules, and they have been replaced by Gamer Legion. So 9 Pandas will not be competing in the major despite their qualification. Part of that is being able to rock up to the event. So that is a bit of an issue there, but a heartbreaker. Obviously no Simple. He took a step down from Na'Vi late last year, and we did see him recently compete with Falcons. It wasn't a great showing. Online Counter-Strike, mind you. Dupree.
Oh, the record. It was one hell of a record, one hell of a run.
Give it a crack with Precy.
And didn't he have like a stunning performance at the RMR?
He's still playing well. Peter is still playing quite well.
Yeah, it's not like he's lost it.
Not at all. Team Liquid, another one of these teams assembled for greatness and unable to get through one of the easier RMRs. Europe, A and B, that's the Lion's Den, right? That is where difficult Counter-Strike is played.
What does that make the Americas?
The
Gazelle's Den?
Do they have a den? They could be sun bears.
The sun
because
bears?
Because I feel like a sun bear is quite a nice creature.
Sun bears a real thing?
I believe sun bears.
I thought you just made it up. It sounded like something from the Avatar universe.
No, I think sun bears are real.
Okay, the sun bears.
So no Liquid.
No, sorry, yes, no Liquid.
Canadian, no Canadians.
No, no Canadian. Wow, I see what you did there, Chaddy B. But I will say that, Team Liquid, from most people, when seeing that roster on paper, there was excitement brewing, seeing how Cadian would work with these pieces. But it resulted in, I'm not going to lie, some of the most discombobulated Counter-Strike we have seen in some time. Twists, leaving those beautiful pastures of FaZe to what seems to be a bumpy start. No
Regret,
Liquid.
maybe?
Yeah, no Liquid at Copenhagen Major 24. Astralis, this is obviously a huge omission in terms of how much heartbreak that is for a Danish organization, the heart of Danish Counter-Strike for a while.
4-time major winning organization.
Yeah.
Not in attendance. Essentially the home arena, right? If anything.
Truly.
And one of the qualms with this is it's already caused roster changes. Blamer is out, Device's in-game leader. They brought Bro in from Monty. Rug has been able to come across as the coach. So big changes in the Astralis camp because they were unable to attend this major, or unable to qualify, not attend. They would have loved to have attended.
Of course they would, yeah. And then you got Magisk and Sonic, who are a part of that legacy of Astralis, unable to make it in Falcons. This was a roster built for tournaments. This was built for, obviously, tournaments, Alex. Tournament wins for trophy lifts. But they were built for one thing and one thing only, taking the Ents core, plugging in legacy and legendary players such as Sonic and Magisk, and it didn't translate.
Yeah, Bob Ross got the boot, so he'll be elsewhere.
No Bob Ross.
No Bob Ross, no lovely little pitches. But as you were saying, if you take Magisk and Sonic, and then you take Device from Astralis, and then you take Dupree from Precy, That is 4 out of the 6 members of the legendary Astralis roster. But some good news we got the other day, Alex.
That's right.
Zipex is the assistant coach of Mouse.
So he made it.
Zipex
and Glaive made it.
Yeah. So the brains in 2 departments, the clutch minister and the in-game leader, they're the ones in attendance.
Does it surprise you that he still holds the clutch stack?
Well,
record?
he was god tier. So, but the fact, I think he's only like 28.
Yeah.
So now he could have had a couple more years if he really
had a few
wanted.
more in him.
Yeah.
I reckon that's not too far off from the case. But why don't we investigate a little bit about kind of what this being the first CS2 major means? Because you're going to hear it. People are going to be saying it. They'll be saying it in desks, casts. They'll be saying it on the forums. You know, first CS2 major. What do you think, when you put your mind to that statement, is the most notable in that? Is it the change in the engine? Does the game feel so different that we're expecting different teams to rise, other teams to fall? Or is it more of a case of this is still Counter-Strike, the best is going to remain the best?
I think it's still Counter-Strike, but right now the best is a bit ambiguous, right? Spirit are the ones who are leading the charge based on their Kato win. But when you look down the line, obviously you still have the likes of Vitality and FaZe who come in next. But I'm looking at this scenario. Yeah, sure, you're going to hear people saying first CS2 major. That's a true statement. There's nothing truer. But for me, this is a new chapter. We're still in the book of Counter-Strike, right? We've had the beginnings, we've had 1.6, we've had Source, there was a whole love affair there, wasn't it? Back and forth. CSGO within the early stages, what that evolved to, and now the changing of chapter to CS2, where the game, we are standing on the shoulders of giants. All the players who have come before is what the players of today have been able to learn from. You go back to Heaton and the way he used the fake flash back in the day, right? These little details, the nuance, the way that Counter-Strike is played today, it is the highest level because of the learnings of individuals once upon a time. If I would go back and watch some of my games in majors, the type of Counter-Strike is like baboons running around the server, you're running around corners with nades in your hands, you know, it's clunky.
Of course.
Right now the game is played at a very beautiful level, and I'm really excited to see who's going to take home the championship here, because this is the start of another 10 years.
Right, absolutely.
We had 10 years of CSGO, 10 years of CS2, let's go, baby.
I love the idea of standing on the shoulders of giants and how the game has evolved, or our understanding of the game has evolved. You know, our cabbie driving us over here was like Commodore 64, he's talking about Wolfenstein, and it had me thinking, like, you know, some of the elements were there. He was like, it's an evolution of what I was playing back then, and I'm like, yeah, sure, I see that. We're moving around, there's a map, there's walls, there's interactions there, but now we've got the sound, we've got your communication with your teammates, we've got the map, we've got everything that has been built upon it, never mind the new smokes, which I think is actually one of the most notable changes. You can see we've got about 4 minutes before we plan to be getting into Eternal Fire versus Mongols. So why don't we turn our attention a little bit more specifically into this matchup? Because I'm hearing a lot of whispers, as you've said.
Yeah.
A lot of people are talking and speaking very highly about Mongols. I've seen them grinding
and
FPL.
Eternal Fire.
And Eternal Fire, both of them.
This is probably, in my opinion, the match of the round because of the groundswell, right, of these two teams, right? Their peers have shown their respects, whether it be tweets, whether it be comments made, and yeah, you bang on. When the Mongols have had the opportunity to be in Europe, they have been playing an awful lot of CS, right, in FPL, whatever they can get their hands on, because right now they are grinding it. Here's the schedule for the day for everybody. Eternal Fire versus Mongols is the first for Alex and I, then Apex versus Pain Gaming, Heroic versus Linvision, Saw versus Movistar Koi, and you guys can check out all that action on the A stream as well, where they have Cloud9 Ecstatic, Ants Imperial, Gamer Legion Amcal, and Furia versus Legacy. So that was all the action on that mainstream. So if people want to be tuning into all of that good stuff. But yeah, just to again, focus in on our first match, I think both of these teams have similar stories. I wouldn't say they're dark horses to win the whole event, but I would say they're teams who can do damage against some of the bigger names, and we've seen that with the type of Counter-Strike Eternal Fire has played earlier in the year. They're pushing big names like FaZe, going into overtimes, and it's through the type of Counter-Strike they're playing with great firepower. Wakadia's introduction into Eternal Fire is the difference maker. He is a little pocket rocket. Him and Centares, they're the heavy hitters. Calix comes in clutch, the anchor, Madja, the 33-year-old in-game leader, one of the oldest players we have in attendance, and then Woxit getting an opportunity again, right, within Turkish CS on the AWP. So this team is very exciting to me, and I saw Madja at breakfast this morning, and I said, Madja, what map are you playing today? And he said, should I tell you? Then he walked off to go grab some pancakes or something like that, and then he came back and he whispered in my ear. And he let me know what map he would think it would be. I don't know. Should we spoil it or should we wait for the veto?
I saw it on his screen.
Okay, well, it's Nuke.
It's Nuke.
Yeah, he said it should be Nuke. And I said, okay, all right, all right. And I started thinking, why do you want to go up against Nuke on the Mongols? Well, look at this little baby-faced killer we have at the front of our screen right here, Mazinho. He is 16 years young. And if there is a map in a best of one that you want to stress a youngster out on, it is Nuke because of the rotation. He's the ramp player. He can be isolated. He can be bullied. He has to drop under. He needs the information. And he's a young gun who we've seen in stressful moments, disappear. And he's only 16. I want everyone at home to think about that. 16 years young, and he's the second youngest player to ever play a major.
And these are going to be some of the most high-stakes games they've ever played.
100%.
The likes of Senzu, Mazinho, for sure. And
Senzu's only 17.
17 and 16, respectively.
Yeah.
Like, come on. Yeah, you've got a 33-year-old legend leader from his region, Maja, going up against some teenagers who have been truly making their mark. I think they're on the come-up, and I am very excited to see what level of Counter-Strike they bring. Do you not think it's also going to help them in the best-of-1 environment, where you aren't going to have to, you know, drag it out over a full series? You don't have to have the depth of a best-of-3?
And I understand what you're saying there, but I would actually put these two teams as somewhat equal. I would have Eternal Fire higher because they play a higher caliber of Counter-Strike on a more regular basis, but I think Mongols, in terms of the threat that they can pose, and if they continue on the trajectory that we all think they're on, then these two teams fill a very similar role within this tournament. I expect both teams to make it through the next stage of competition, and I think both teams shoot very, very hard and have great understandings. We spoke about Maja, the in-game leader of Eternal Fire. Blitz, I don't want to get the chess terminology wrong, but he's a wizard. Is that the official name?
Exactly
he's
what
a chess wizard, Alex.
That's it, yeah.
And I would love if I could ever sit down with him, maybe with a translator, to discuss the similarities between chess and Counter-Strike and the way he sees the game, because him and Techno on your screen right now, they have been at a major before. It's the other three that haven't, and that, I don't even know if I could call them a core because it's not three of them, but the two remnants of the team, along with Mara. Mara was coaching Mongols back when I was playing against Mongols back in 2015 and 2016.
Yeah.
He's been there an awfully long time too.
And in interviews as well, we saw, I think it was Blitz gave an interview, a very insightful one about, you know, coming into this major, translated, I think it was over on Buff. And one of the things that the key takeaways was about Mara and how much he actually contributes. We don't get to hear about that. Mara, of course, you know, doesn't get to do too many interviews due to the language barrier. But from Blitz's perspective and where he's sitting, he was saying just how much Mara has brought to this roster, this organization, and getting them plugged into this new system they're trying to establish. And this system clashing with Eternal Fires, it does feel like we've been spoiled, Chad.
This is a great game.
We have got a really exciting game.
I know we got the A stream. We've got actually Anders and Moses today because Henry G is not feeling too well, unable to cast today. But that's a safe duo to take you through the day. I think we've got the better games. We shouldn't tell them, but I'm pretty sure we have the better games here over on the secondary stream. So keep your eyes glued because this one could have fireworks. Now, my only negative critiques of Eternal Fire in the past is when they play against better teams, sometimes it feels like they overcomplicate things.
Okay.
They try to get a bit tricky, a bit fakey. I don't think they need to do that today against Mongols, but the two of these teams could clash, and we could have some fireworks with the individuals. Wakadia, another major debutante with 9-10 as well, the AWPA on your screen right now for the Mongols. And another fun fact about these two names, Alex, is they the last time they played officials was in their respective qualifiers. It's been 4 weeks for Eternal Fire since an official.
Interesting. Would that as a player yourself,
Ring rust.
Yeah, would that make you feel a bit uncomfortable?
You're
coming
nervy, for sure,
Yeah.
right? As soon as you get the first kill or two out of the way, everything seems to calm down quite quickly. So, look, at least they're both coming off of wins. Eternal Fire taking down Bet Boom, and the Mongols beating Lin Vision, and that was both of their qualification matches. So at least good vibes with the last matches of Counter-Strike that these two teams have played.
I see you, but there is definitely that element of, wow, we've only really scrimmed for 4 weeks, and now you're back into an official where the ramifications are huge. Just to reiterate, if you're perhaps newer to this environment or unfamiliar with the system, you'll get the hang of it very quickly. 3 wins, you're in, and 3 losses, you're out. Get the wins before you get to the losses.
Yes, and it's best of ones for the establishing matches that are either going to put you in a position of qualification to the next stage or elimination from this one, and then best of 3s become that hurdle, which is with MR12, something we haven't touched on either. This is the first major with MR12.
Interesting,
so,
huh?
Yeah, and look, there's a lot of conversation about does the economy need to change? Well, guess what? That's not even a chat for now because this is how the land lies, and the ramifications of mistakes or losing to lighter buys or being more creative on a lighter buy or using a saved gun, that echoes through a game of Counter-Strike.
Would you then, you know, looking at that through the MR12 lens and coming into Nuke for this one, would you put a lot additional weight on winning that T-side pistol, or is it becoming almost a necessity on Nuke especially? Otherwise you're going to find yourself in like you could be in a 6-0 hole.
If we're talking in general, then yes.
Yeah.
If I were talking about this matchup specifically, one of the keys that we noted while Eternal Fire was in the RMRs was their proficiency with second rounds. They were always extremely creative. They were able to pull off a lot of those rounds, whether it was CT or T-side. They had great success in converting those. So we have to see if that continues today. And that's something, as we are underway.
Oh my God, here we go.
First round's already started, 15 seconds in. Squeaky door blown off, kit for Madra and contact towards Yard. Multiple members of the Mongols spreading to take some space and maybe looking for a cross dry. Is 9-10 on this P250? All right, let's take a breath because with him across and Zentara's investigating, needs to be careful here. Do they acknowledge the drop? There's nobody down towards the lower deck from Eternal Fire, Alex. If they can get past Calyx at ramp, they're into the lower site. 9-10 can control vent rotations. This is very good for the Mongols if they can get past Calyx.
That's an if, and they aren't in a hurry. Blitz has got the bomb, worried about the lobby push. Calyx remains vigilant towards the ramp side. You can see this reinforced top site. This is the perfect play from the Mongols. But how many does Calyx take down? They're on his, woo, they're on his head.
Has to let him go, has to let him go.
Concedes it, ramp down, that's the rotation
He
cut
wouldn't
off.
have done that if he was aware he dropped, Alex.
And that's a problem. The fact that they've managed to get down there and fight for it has managed to level things out into a 4v4. Woxic through single door. Going for the plant, covered by Mazinho. Clean onto Arcadia with Woxic. Oh, tapping away on the P2K. He is an animal and now unleashed upon his adversary. Blitz and Mazinho, what have you got for us? That P2K, 6 bullets left in the mag. Time ticking, Woxic down. Nice work from Blitz. He's leveled it out. And Madja and Calyx, they've got nothing to work with. This would be some fantastic headshots. Otherwise, this is going the way of the Mongols. Just like that, Mazinho makes it just Madja, and he is gone too. The Mongols will take that T-side pistol.
And that's going to feel very good for Mazinho to get on the board early. I used to play with some players back in the day who, if they, they got kills on the pistol round, they were unleashed. It helps deal with the nerves. You're feeling comfy. You're like, yeah, I can hit these shots. There's a great start for the 16-year-old and a smile on the face of Techno. And that, for me, really comes across with 9-10 getting across towards Secret undetected. Zentara's dropping down the vent, not aware that that rotation point, here it is again. And I'm saying Zentara's wouldn't drop like that if he had expected a player to be across. So the fact that 9-10 is undetected is essentially not the round winner, but a huge win condition for Mongols in that one.
You talked about those second rounds, Jack. You say Eternal Fire always have something.
That's a
well,
tag.
that's a scout to an AK. Already, Woxic has... lost his head! Senzu, that is ridiculous. Just using that Galil on the silo, and now a little bit of a window of opportunity.
This is a crazy push
This
with
is
Zentara's.
a crazy timing. They've completely abandoned it. And he's aware, he's ahead of the curve. This is gonna really catch Senzu off guard. Is he potentially ready? He would have to hit one hell of a flick and adjustment. Techno onto Calyx, Senzu. Doesn't adjust in time. Taurus has been found. Madja gets 2! They didn't clear their corners, and now it's into a 2v2. Eternal Fire trying to convert. Second round force, bomb down Astralis. Spam not going to connect too much. Tara's the unknown entity. Recovered the Galil. They're anticipating him from ramp. They know where they both are. Blitz. Oh, perfect. Actually catches Wakadia, punishes the overlook of the position, and they will weather the storm of a rather threatening second round.
Yeah, it almost got out of control there. Madja getting 2. I think as soon as Senzu gets flanked towards Yard, they start trying to take that lower space quickly, expecting Zentara's as that Yard rifler to already be down towards the lower deck. But no, it's Madja, and he almost picked up round-winning pair.
Oh, when you see that, you'd assume that the conversion's coming and imminent, but...
This is the shot. That is ridiculous, isn't it?
That's so sick.
And it bails them out because if the scout had an opportunity to reposition, he would have been heading back towards ramp, which is where they tried to leak through. So a great shot from Senzu. Some upgrades again from the likes of Eternal Fire. A few more MP9s, a couple of pesky pistols, and looking just to try and inflict a little bit more damage again. Winning the round, not as likely when it's not the full investment, but if they can get 2 kills, that's not too bad in leveling out the Mongols' money still.
Oh, that's one hell of a nade. Sours the mood for Madja. Taurus is MP9 audible, and Madja losing his head. Blitz, good awareness on that one. Takes down Yard. A little bit of room to stretch their legs now. Calyx responsible for this ramp. Mazinho's in no hurry. Not going to try and make a solo play, more so just containing any of that potential CT aggression.
Have to gamble now if you're Eternal Fire and try and take a fight together, and I think that's what they're opting to do. So Secret main and Hell, all to be mopped up here momentarily. Secret noted, there's another player over towards the Hell position. Oh, a dink through the corner of the wall. Nothing too much to worry about for the Senzu Bean as, oh, it's actually Wakadia.
Wakadia and Woxic piecing together the round. Zentara spotted out, they know where they were. Do they know where they are? Great work, a little proactivity from Techno as he looks to try and fight Wakadia down on the low side. Oh, controls the spray,
What
takes
a
down
rotation.
Techno. Yeah, he's already there ahead
20
of
seconds.
the rotation. Now uncomfortable for the Mongols. Run down by Zantares. And this, a round where they had nothing. Coming into it, investing into those 2 MP9s and actually leaving with the round.
That is crazy. It's actually Wakadia's rotation that is key because they knew there was a player hell, they knew there was a player secret and main. So they thought if we just go down towards that B site quick smart, we should be able to lock them off. But Wakadia going straight down the vent after picking up the AK, make sure he constricts them from getting in towards that site control. And that's massive work right there from Wakadia. 2 huge kills.
And the way they made them so uncomfortable in yard. You know, you saw it from the Senzu POV where you're looking towards hell. The smoke on main is fading. You're already hearing one secret, so you know you're on a timer. This push here onto Senzu from Wakadia, then grabbing that AK and being here well ahead of the expectation. It's a beautifully converted and constructed round for Eternal Fire.
Yeah, the ramifications that are huge considering the loss bonus. So only 1 saved AK. They have actually been able to upgrade into some pistols, some light util, 910 copping a nade, and actually a Galil for Senzu. So they have somewhat decent weaponry, all things considered, to work with. More towards yard, Techno tried to get cheeky, but controlled by Wakadia. Again, impact.
Yeah, and you talked about those early couple of rounds, getting those early kills for Wakadia and for Eternal Fire. That's going to feel really good. Just he's on the board. He's already had impact. They have done the smokes, and 2 of them getting down ahead of the flames. So Zantares, an audible descent into the vent and controls the first. Blitz down, getting run at. Zantares, how does he handle this pressure? He's getting pushed and handles it well. Poised to collect at least the double. 2 versus 4. With very little control, Calyx already rotation comfortable.
Oh, a great flank as well. They've really just locked every option off.
They're anticipating this. Oh,
Vent
they
to
were,
top.
yeah, but they think Wakadia's going to catch them with their pants around their ankles. Not ready for that was Senzu. 910 doesn't have a chance in hell.
Wakadia's very aggressive, isn't he? That's an easy one for Madja. He's essentially just going wherever he wants and taking fights actively, which is a very good sign.
Yeah, kind of Donk-esque.
Look, it can get out of control. You can overpeak. There can be problems with it. But right now, he seems like he's just backing himself individually, which is key for your stars. And he is one of them over at Eternal Fire alongside his Zantares. But likely now having to see the eco for Mongols.
You could have kind of give Zantares the same kind of props for the way he just jumped into those vents. He knew that they'd hear him. He just took the fights regardless.
And it felt like he was late to the party, didn't it?
Yeah,
so,
it did.
You know, and a lot of people rotate into that, go, oh, they're already here. But, well, yeah, of course. They're called the secret yard smokes. But Zantares just wanted to take those type of fights. So great work from him as Calyx. You see he's playing an anti-eco position, right? He's sitting back. He's not getting himself isolated. Sure, he's going to give up this territory, but there's already a rotation from his teammates lower, and that's not a bad nade either.
Skimming stones.
It's a kill.
Ooh. Could have, would have, probably should have.
For Calyx. It was a kill for Calyx.
Calyx has got a nice kill there.
That's what I was going with.
Oh, man, it's crazy how the first 2 rounds went the way of the Mongols, but it was that third. Unable to find the conversion. We always say, you know, clean to 2 into 3. But, yeah, Eternal Fire, they've seized control early of this first half.
How the turntables?
You could be a DJ, Chad? You could just
Not at all. We already have Maniac for that.
That's true.
We don't need anybody else to try their luck.
DJ Maniac. If we're lucky, we'll get a performance here in Copenhagen.
Light on util for this gun round, Mongols. So one of the notes is the smokes. They only had 3, now make it just 1 remaining. It limits their amount of openings.
What do you call that aggressive smoke towards red from the CTs? Do you have a name for it? You know, this
Glaive.
It is Glaive. Okay, just clarifying. Oh, wow. So, Senzu, he's anticipating this trophy. Hello? Wakadia? Okay, it was actually, it was the HUD. That got me confused.
Well, he had an AK, so understandably
did
confused.
it not say? Okay.
No, it did. It said Senzu.
Okay.
And then it changed to Wakadia.
Okay.
But so you're all right.
I thought I was losing my mind.
Because it's like, how did a player even slip past it there? It wouldn't have been possible. But this round's over. We're worrying about the HUD. We should be worrying about the kills. It's just Woxic. Last man standing. The lobby push. They've tried to react towards the yard smokes. Because what he was clearing, it's like...
Why would you
how would a player have gotten there?
Yeah, precisely.
Yeah, well, it's okay.
Okay. I thought I'd lost my marbles. But we do have Woxic saving his AWP. That round's over before it really gets going, even if it was a little confusing.
And they took the fight to the Mongols.
Nice. Yeah.
They pushed lobby and they got destroyed.
Well, when you said, oh, you know, low util for Mongols, what's the perfect way out? Is just 5 headshots, the strategy.
Yeah, exactly. So Eternal Fire giving Mongols a way out.
Yeah. essentially. But you said they were backing them. You were backing themselves, backing their aim. This is the other side of that coin.
True. Very true.
You're not always going to win them. These are 50-50 duels. Sure, you can tip this. Oh, God, that's scary. Woxic, he's being hunted. Can he get away with his AWP? Yes, he can. Senzu and 910. They're on their bodies to try and remove that priority. But it's going to be held on.
I can't believe his luck. 2 quick ones and a smile on the face of 910 as well. So with the AWP saved, consecutive rounds in a row, Eternal Fire will be able to justify another purchase. This is the kills from Tenno, and under pressure, you can see him getting spammed as well from that top side, so very good work.
I loved his restraint there, not actually reacting to the shots through the smoke there. It would have been giving up his position, just shot in the side of the head. Oh, that ladder bug is plaguing even the best of us.
Yeah, a couple of little dramas. Again, ready for lobby aggression, the Mongols. So setting up very lobby-centric, you can see with the X-ray just how many players reside, and this is telling of either a top pop or at least the ability to make it look that way.
Yeah, so that's a molly for behind the site, molly on top of her, and a smoke main. So that's going to get your Feckles up as a defender.
It's also a good way to bait out that CT stop util. They're going to go smoke molly defense of their own, a deep HE, and well, it's double pump. They're coming in.
They are. Flashes are in. Mad just spray, though, despite the flashes, gets 2. Blitz and Senzu equalize. Woxic's dropped into the side, commits to the fight, down now to 910. 2 versus 2. Blitz trying to work it and piece it together. Fight on main, traded by 910. Can he pick up the bomb? Can he get away? The answer is no. Calyx hiding out in the heavens to convert.
You can see 910 worried about the lobby push as well, knowing Calyx is the ramp player. So where has he gotten off to? But Badger with a double, flashed up, the in-game leader, the vet, beautiful work.
Yeah, and it doesn't go that well if it's not for Madja. The fact that you had Woxic dropped into the site, the fact that Calyx was playing Heaven as well, you needed a double from your top site anchor. Now Madja delivers under a lot of pressure. Well handled by him. And you can see 910, yeah, he was a bit of a kind of rock in a hard place there, worried about lobby. And Calyx just being ready for the collection.
Well, back and forth we go. The economy for Mongols causing a few issues. Techno with the AK. Oh, and Senzu didn't quite stick the landing. We've dropped back to spawn. I think that means maybe, just maybe, we have a bit of a technical issue, everybody.
Okay. Quicker match medic.
So this is a good opportunity to remind you all of the hashtag PGL Major.
Oh, yeah.
No, it's the boss man's birthday around here today.
Oh, he must, what is he now, like 30, 32?
Sylvia, yeah, I think so. Yeah. But like the major starts and it's your birthday and you're the boss. You'd hope things go well.
Yeah, for his sake, for his birthday present, he gets a nice first day of the major.
Everything goes smoothly.
That's a good idea. Let's do that.
So let's stop this pause if we can and get back underway.
Can't be having any of that. And the room as well. You'll see it if you tune into the mainstream for the analyst desk. You get to see that whole kind of tunnel of champions. There's going to be a lot of players coming through these doors over the course of these next few weeks. Gonna be very interested to see whether Eternal Fire and Mongols make it. Like I think I've got a lot of people have both of them in their expectations for the next stage.
Look, the thing is, for the Mongols and the type of Counter-Strike they can play, it would be great to see them go into that next stage of competition because I think they can cause some issues to some of the more household names, which we touched on a little bit before. The teams waiting in the Elimination Stage, which was previously the Legend Stage, and right now we're in what was previously the Challenger Stage, which back in my day was the major qualifier.
There's been a lot names and the majors.
This is the 20th major, so it makes sense things have changed.
Yeah, exactly.
If it all stayed the same, well, we didn't get it perfect out the gate, guys, all right? We're still working on it.
But yeah, first stage, or as others have been calling it, the former challengers.
The former challengers. All right, well,
we're back in.
We definitely are back in the action, and it is the same buy, so I'm not sure what the issue was. AK, upgraded pistols. If you're going to invest like this on Techno, you need to get a couple of kills. I'm going to set 2 as a minimum. If you can get a plant, fantastic news. If you can win the round,
it makes sense to set him up in yard, isn't it? The likelihood of it being potentially a head-to-head with the AWP. If we can get game sound back, I'm sure we will be working on that.
Could just be us.
Could just be us. Woxic actually just delivering some util to return to his yard responsibilities. But yeah, getting Techno set up with this AK-47, it's not going to be easy to get past Woxic. This is an AK versus an AWP head-to-head that's on its way. And, oh, actually, he's won that duel. He hasn't killed him, but he's showed the AK, forces the AWPer off the line, puts him down to just 17 points of health. Yeah,
difficult repick for Woxic now. Where is he going to reposition to? That's a big question. The secret play from Zentares, if he is feeling They are under threat and need some information. He can peer up. This is still a very strong setup for Eternal Fire. They haven't really bit down too hard. They're not extremely worried about Yard. The AWP's reposition back box on ramp. So Woxic is in a very good position to get one, and Calyx will mop up.
Yeah, as he has done, connects, and Calyx gets himself two. Down they go, down they fall, tumbling piece by piece. Woxic, he will end up finding 3 frags despite taking a bullet to the face. Long range, lives to tell the tale.
Well, timeout called. This is Mara's opportunity to get on the microphone. First timeout so far on map number, well, it is series number 1, I suppose. Match number 1.
And a lot of exciting matches up today. I'm very intrigued to see what kind of form the names we have in the server today on our stream, what kind of form they show up in. I'm intrigued to know.
Which one are you the most excited about after this one?
Probably Heroic. I want to see.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm a bit of a Heroic stan. I like the idea that they kind of, from an organization perspective or Heroic fan perspective, they just thought it was GG, and then through nerds,
they're exceeding expectations, for sure. Yeah.
Kicks in, kind of trying to build on his legacy.
I'm excited for Saw versus Koi, the Iberian matchup.
Yeah.
Lots of history there, and I think they're probably glad they play each other in the opening game as opposed to like a 2-2 match and one of them gets heartbroken. At least this one of them gets to start the opening stage with a victory. All right, well, tactical taken.
Yeah, the ramp player's going for an AUG as well. I'm going to be intrigued to see if that comes into the play. Calyx opting for that. Lurk smoke drops, so already uncertainty brews.
They're not in a rush again to try and take this outside space, Mongols. They're not doing a smoke wall and immediately crossing. The smoke wall is up. So this is a bit of a fake. HE goes through, no vision for Woxic, but there will be over towards main for Zentares. AWP still posted deep, so if you're just on a dry swing, you have a lot to worry about. Woxic's been hitting some great shots so far.
Yeah, you got to fear Woxic with his signature weapon. It's a hard shot. They crouch under the angle. Force out the shot. Concerned about the potential for a rival AWPer on the silo. Positions to this tight line on the red cross. Oh, just on zoom, still manages to take down Zinho. They're going in rather dry here, and it's Wicardia and Woxic just having a field day.
Oh, he's got away. Blitz didn't see him.
Let's. Oh, no. A messy one there from the Mongols.
Woxic counting his lucky stars. Just undetected, the reposition, the aggressive maneuver. Oh, things are starting to look a little bit, I don't want to say scary for the Mongols. This is T-side. If they can get themselves 4 rounds on the T-side, they should be quite happy with that. But drawing a blank in their approach in the last few, I think one of the keys that maybe has made them feel a bit emboldened with these secret smokes is the pistol round, 9-10 getting down for free. So they know that if they can get across, they can either do it without Eternal Fire responding or force a rotation. So one or the other, and that's what you hope to do on Duke. We talk about this map is one of the more strategic of the bunch. The way that you can pressure these CT rotations. You don't want to allow the nucleus of the top hold to exist. You want to put a lot of pressure across the map so that they have to deal with all of these gaps. Different smoke wall this time round. Not the old school standard wall to get across Secret, and Senzu right on the toes, chunked down. There's the top pop.
Just giving it a go, charging through and melted.
Got out ramp at least.
Something for Mazinho to work with.
I have 2 people able.
Nice. Good awareness there from Calyx. Mazinho does not get the frag. So his position is now noted and its potency's lost.
And same as Senzu's, because he's crossed to warehouse. So the fact that they were both going for hell pressure, they completely negated the bomb down lobby. The fight's coming. 9-10's dead. And the round, should we call it 7?
Yeah, I think we certainly should. You said 4, and it's still within the realms of possibility, but the Mongols unable to get too much going in these last few. And Eternal Fire's nuke as well is a map that they've taken big names to overtimes on. I'm still thinking about, I think it was FaZe. They had a very close affair and just have, it's like they've missed that final step. They haven't been able to convert these very close games against some of the best in the world, but they've got very, very damn close.
I think one of the different framings for Eternal Fire in this stage of the competition is they're a favorite against a majority of the opponents they'll be going up against.
Yeah.
So how does that change the way they approach the game? Right? Is it worse for them? Is it better for them? Well, we're kind of finding out right now live on the screen because they are favorites against the Mongols here. Even both of them have a similar narrative around them of being dangerous against some of these upper echelon teams. But this is a great showing from Eternal Fire so far. This is with the pistol loss, so they've recovered definitely. And that third round win, we can't call it a force buy victory,
no,
but it definitely a lighter investment victory, and that's what they've been known for throughout their ascension this year.
See their CT protocol, spamming smokes.
1 HP on Techno.
Oh, yeah, again, I mean, first it's nades, then it's spam. Techno, he's barely hanging on.
They're going to drop some smoke to try and get across yard, but this is with intent. Fast on the first, the tail will follow, and also noisily.
Well, wasn't far off there on his internal timings.
Did you
Woxic
get the bomb over, though?
able to contribute any further. Wicardia has rotated down. He's actually going forward for this fight. This could catch them off guard, not on Mazinho's watch. It's a big frag that will force further rotations.
Finances are fine for Eternal Fire here, so if they lose the site with the number disadvantage, they should go for this retake. They've got plenty of cash to buy in the last round of the half.
I just call a lobby clear. Calix has managed to get himself into dark.
They can molly this.
And that would be advisable. 30 seconds to try and get this bomb down. 9-10 down towards single. He's got support of Blitz. Senzu's actually still heading towards heaven, so that's interesting.
Do they go vent to top?
They're considering
They
it.
are.
Interesting, interesting. Senzu, if he can find this player. This is big! Zantares holds on. He knows what's up now. They got the bomb. They've got to hurry up. They're going down lower again. 12 seconds. Calix is on dark. 9-10. What are you doing, lads? Where are we going? Oh, no. He's punching in the code. He should be able to get it down, extend play, but it's uncomfortable now. A 4 versus 3, barely 3. Techno, that 1 HP. See how they can make this work. Blitz and 9-10. If Techno can get one from this
Such
CT
a tough
vent,
position.
I mean, especially because it's going to be cleared. Oh, audible. No, going for the wrap. Blitz flashed, getting pushed, getting cleared. Magic's going to collect, and it's only 9-10. He's down 2. Eternal Fire will make it an 8th.
Damn, it was looking so good for Mongols. It just felt if they were hitting towards that lower side, at least they had the bodies there. Senzu with the flank around heaven, I think it just complicated matters.
Yeah.
And the fact that he loses that fight as well, which you think is a bit of a gimme, Zantares more than aware of the possibility. That's a massive duel for him to win. And then it just throws indecision in towards the ranks of the Mongols, and they look sloppy as hell. This is Mazinho, a great opener, but the Zantares frag is the round changer. Completely flashed up his blitz. Techno even gets a kill on the 1 HP, but it is not enough. And Mongols, can you go into the halftime with a 4th round to your name? Well, let's find out. You've got the AKs through, the loss bonus is there, the plant definitely helping. But Eternal Fire running away with things at the moment.
Oh, that's going to be living in their head, absolutely rent-free. Bit of a capitulation there as Wicardia. He's actually going to silently drop the vents. You're on the pulse of the potential. Smokes are up. Woxic trying to clear them. Nade does chip away at their health, but they are across. Oof.
Thinks better of it that time. Doesn't take the heads-up duel. Delays this matcher again with impact. Techno felled.
Big pig.
So limited op.
What on earth is he doing? Zantares pushes Wicardia's smoke to get some info and a headshot. Oh, wow. Senzu's down to Woxic as well, ready for that one. Seems like Eternal Fire, they're just switched on. I mean, from the get-go.
And it wouldn't be fair to say Mongols haven't had opportunities to convert.
Yeah.
The 3rd round definitely should have been theirs. It could have changed the complete flow for the game, because then think about the economic turmoil that they were thrust into after losing that. Their buy next was Tech-9s with 2 rifles. And since they've just been scampering, trying to put this one together, a classy finish. A 9-3 on the nose as, well, we'll just take a moment and we get into the second half.
16-4. One hell of a KD for Woxic.
And he started strong.
Yep, that
Great kills on
P2K.
he had impact. It was Wicardia who was the hero because of the kill, pick up the AK, drop down the vent. But Woxic also had like a spin on the dime, 180-degree deagle shot when the flank through hell was happening.
Right, yeah.
So he's had his impact. And that's very good signs. Because when I talk about Eternal Fire, I talk about Wicardia and Zantares. And traditionally, you talk about the 2 strong riflers and the AWPer.
Yeah.
And it's not that I don't rate Woxic, it's just that Woxic has never been the same player he was under the tutelage of Carrigan. He has never been that player, but Woxic was always a LAN player. When Henry picked him up on Cloud9 and was online, You're not invested in that. This guy's playing LAN events. He's getting it done in the front of the crowd. We know Oscar. He likes, he likes to get fired up.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. I mean, we always talk about how you have to have like kind of a degree of ego, a healthy amount of ego in order to be a star player. And I think Woxic has that in buckets and spades. And at this point, he's just, the 16 doesn't surprise him. He's like, this is what it's supposed to be like every time. 9-3 as we head into the second pistol. Let's see if the Mongols can at least hold on to a fourth round. Taking both pistols would be a good start of a competitive nuke.
Almost feels compulsory because it feels like the momentum will continue to run away from them. Yeah. And again, you would be left in a financial discrepancy to try and claw back into the game.
Yeah, you want to talk about MR12 and the implications and changes. I think this could be a great example if you win both pistols, but you can't find its conversions. Muzinho's already lost ramp, a big nade to the face, he's in trouble.
And I discussed, right, with the map nuke, if you're going to pick this against Mongols, and you know that Muzinho has had issues in stressful games before, he's a player that you can bully.
Yeah, well, bullied on the pistol. They've lost ramp info. Blitz will activate yard. Techno establishing a crossfire top with 9-10. They're coming for you. Techno needs to be cool on this. Can't collect a thing, and
Clean.
It's just an absolutely perfect pistol. With 5 alive, Centaurus is going to be overlooking this. Makes his first of a 1 versus 5 on the pistol. Woxic doesn't allow anymore.
Burst?
It sounded like it. 17th frag is found, and yeah, this already seems like the Mongols may be slipping away from a chance at a competitive nuke here.
I don't know a better way to put it, but saying like the ramifications are amplified of mistakes or losing to these type of lower rounds. And when you think about the flow, if we just go back to the first half, third round, 2 upgraded MP9s and a couple of upgraded pistols, you lose that, your next is a saved AK, Galil, and 3 Tech 9s. You lose that, your next is an Eco. Okay, well now the score's 3-2 in their favor. Yeah. Then you have a gun round, then you have to have another light buy, right? You can see how the game's gotten away from them.
Let's see if the Mongols got anything to say about this one. Zentaras doesn't seem to think so. 9-10 down immediately. The round has barely begun and already working at a disadvantage. Blitz, what have you got for us? He's up close, ready for the secret fight. Great headshot, he builds 2 out of it. Okay, hang on. There is a conversation to be had. By clearing out secret, his teammates aware that the lobby likely mostly occupied. Techno's got a lot of responsibility right now. He's worried about Squeak, main, hut. He's got Muzinho now to at least cover his hut. So that means that ramp is the gap.
It's hard for them to... Well, it's a good and a well-timed smoke. So at least that's bought them a buffer. Something you see a lot on these rounds is rifles walk out squeaky, turn it into a bit of an aim map. So at least he's kept Eternal Fire at bay for now. A reposition from Techno to try and be more threatening. As Madger actually wants to start to investigate towards yard. But I hope the clock doesn't get away from him.
So he has the only smoke.
I think they might try and top split through main. So at least they're eliminating a few options.
Right.
The AK on Blitz down towards lower, he won't be able to have any impact if it is the top hit. Well, that was the chance.
Oh, yeah.
Look, Muzinho has rotated away as well. They're expecting a reaction off of the smoke. They didn't get the reaction. Eternal Fire sat, they waited, and still went with their initial plan, which was to explode out Squeaky Door. Gonna give it a go?
Maybe he just wants to go shopping for a potential upgrade. Take it into the next. You're running out of rounds here. 11th seeming to be guaranteed at this point. No, they are like giving it a go.
Flash him in.
Yeah. Flash through. Alex blind.
Oh.
It doesn't matter. It does not matter. Oh, Blitz. He's not getting away with the AK either. Eternal Fire, they're looking focused as they look to start, as they mean to go on.
Wow, you think about that. It's just to facilitate the ability to see if Muzinho can either do more damage or get another gun. And instead, it results in him getting killed while completely blind and then giving up the position of Blitz because they knew where the flash came from.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's... I mean, pick your poison,
the odds
isn't it,
tell
at
the
this point?
story.
Yeah, they do. Absolutely blown out in Eternal Fire's favor. The Mongols struggling upon arrival here in Copenhagen. FAMAS, MP9, Desert Eagle, and a couple of different smoke grenades and flashbangs to try and have something to say about this nuke game.
Missing a third smoke as part of this, but they're across regardless. And you're not awfully threatened in yard, are you? You don't have to worry about an AWP. At most, maybe there was a scout. We can see that's not the case whatsoever. Zinho getting a little bit frisky towards ramp, has some space to work with. Blitz in the vent. If they try and go for a time-delayed lobby crunch. Might be able to isolate Calyx, sure, but they're hearing a bit of a ruckus towards the lower deck. Blitz, they know where you are.
Oh, they're coming. Nice work from Blitz, and Taras will trade.
What do you do now? This is where you would expect the ramp play if you were Mongols, because you know they've got a player down who can control the vent rotation. That's starting to take shape.
Yeah, audible. 5 seconds. Eternal Fire. Do we need to find a way into the site now? Hoping for a reaction, an overreaction from the Mongols, but they're kind of digging
calling
their
the
heels
bluff.
in. Yeah, they are.
There's a secret flank available.
18 seconds. No one's there to respond. So this call of the bluff has not worked out for them.
Out of position, outgunned, out-utilitied.
Not played.
It looks hopeless, doesn't it?
It really does. You can see they have no idea. And now a smoke has just landed in front of their face. A nade right on the nose of Senzu. Oh, and a spray on top. They are having absolutely no fun. Zantares pulls Eternal Fire into their 12th. This is a dominant start to the Copenhagen Major for Eternal Fire.
All right, well, look, this one, I haven't said it throughout, but this one's looking done, I would say. A bit like a dog's dinner, but one of the scenarios that we need to discuss is in the best of ones, you will have to wait until the middle point of the day. So after all best of ones are completed on both A and B streams, once they've come to their logical conclusions, there will be the second round draw, and then the next, I think it's about 45 minutes, then the next matches will kick off from the finish of the final game on whichever stream. So we're not on set start times. We're on a rolling schedule today with the best of one, so the quick as they go, and this one has been as quick as you like.
Hello. A little bit of chip damage done, but Ricardia's gotten across. Is this really going to be that 13-3 scoreline, or will the Mongols be able to manufacture a bit of a cosmetic comeback? It seems they didn't quite show up today, certainly not in the same capacity as their opponent. Zantares dead to the spam. Good awareness from Blitz. Catches him with his vision obscured. Another onto Calyx as well, so that's something. Okay, wow, Blitz has just decided he's going to go shopping for frags, and he might even have another one. Okay, Blitz, 4. Now, surely the ace can be given his way. Madge is going to oblige by heading towards the silo.
Noisily as well.
There's a world where Blitz can finish this off at 9-10. How dare you? How very dare you?
Now, I don't know what's happened on the mainstream, but I would have said that it's probably the first ace of the tournament. Now, that can't be the case.
Damn it.
So, we can't have that whole little fun story there,
Good to see, though. I mean, you need Blitz online if you want to be competitive here in Copenhagen.
So he only needs to do that 8 more times?
8 more, yeah.
Just 8 more times?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, this is how the story of the comeback started. The Mongols down 12-3 on Nuke, the opening best of one here at the first CS2 major for PGL in Copenhagen, the year 2024. And Blitz inspired his team with a massive 4K when the chips were down.
That's how the story goes.
And the rest was history.
This is going to be brutal. Look at this lineup. He's going to flash his Mackies straight through the squeaky door, through the smoke. Senzu's there. Techno's blind. And nice control of the spray. Takes down Woxicon main. An indication of where they're going. They're trying to go through, but the spam is there. Locked down. No one making it down. And yeah, back to the drawing board. Back to square one for Eternal Fire and back to spawn. Not as Zantares and Madja have a go.
Okay, well, Mazinho aware that he has given up a lot of territory over towards ramp. You can see him acknowledging the opportunity. And he does tuck across tight into that right-hand corner. The left for Zantares. Should be... Oh, he's actually playing around the box and catches Zantares as easy as you like. I think he must have seen a barrel there as he's mantled up. And Blitz is looking invigorated.
Yeah, it's a good start.
Finding some aggression. So Madja about to get shot in the back. His timing working wonderfully for Blitz right now. So this one's mine.
What are you doing?
He's going to go for the knife. think he wants the knife, Alex. I think he actually wants the knife.
I am flabbergasted. Blitz. Blitz!
Jeez.
Stab him, Madja with a left click. Go, okay.
Mara doesn't smile. Blitz doesn't smile. Nobody smiles. Sure, guys. Mazinho smiles. Oh, of course he does. A little cherub.
I mean, yeah, I get it, but it's a sign of the times. Blitz, he really wants to try and get into the heads of their opponent. Some psychological warfare there, going for a knife kill to finish.
I am curious, though, now, it's not that we'll get to see a game plan necessarily manifest, but I want to see if ramp is the weakness that Eternal Fire try and exploit, because Mazinho touched on it, worried about him in this major in general, because it's a high-pressure environment and he's a kid, but also he plays a position that's susceptible to getting just exploited. You also have to worry about the rotations. He started strong. He had 2 kills on the pistol round that I thought was a good omen, but only has 6 to his name right now. But when you look across the board, it's not like he's lacking. 7 for 9-10, 7 for Senzu, 6 for Techno. It's Blitz, who's the only one to crack double digits, 16 kills right now, trying to go toe-to-toe with Woxic on the other side, the man on your screen. 18 kills for him. Has support of the likes of Zentaris with 15, Calyx with 14, but right now we just have a few Deagles and some Glocks and, well, 1 minute and 55 seconds to watch this transpire. You can already see good economy of utility coming out from Mongols. They haven't just been rifling through all their smokes, haven't felt too threatened just yet. And that's one of the things on these type of rounds that if you are Eternal Fire, you're aiming to do, right? It is 5 AKs for the Ts. Sorry, the CTs.
Yeah.
Yeah, no wonder that's somewhat...
It's worth mentioning.
Yes.
5 AKs for the Ts would be...
Just in case you're tuning in,
nice.
you can't get that unless you steal them from your opponent. But that's what Vince and Jackie should be telling you on the Is it PG_newbie?
I actually don't know the URL, but yeah, there is a big newbie stream for newer viewers. He's taken him down cleanly towards this yard position. I say that as Zentaris has hit a banger. Not going to be allowed to do too much more. Senzu closes it up, and Mongols will close the gap. Has to be perfect all the way through if they want to see overtime, if they want to see the opportunity for the slate to be wiped clean.
I think one of the keys as well, and this is... look, in the context of the match, this doesn't matter, but in the context of the day, if Mongols can get a few more rounds under their belt, knowing they're going to be playing later in the day as well, just get some more rounds in, some more reps in. You will have to get back in the server and play in another best of 1 before the day is closed. And you definitely don't want to be going to bed tonight with 0-2 on your mind. Gosh,
no. No, I mean, that is your worst case scenario. It will be a reality for some. They fake Molly. Fake hot Molly. And pushing in aggression from Senzu. He's going to be punished by Woxic. But taking down Wicardia, it's a big scalp to remove from the play.
Yeah, Madja immediately ready for more aggression. They were lining up stack nades, and not sure if that's a consideration anymore after the aggression. So now, juggling the utility so that Madja can throw multiple Molotovs towards this top site.
Interesting smoke thrown out there. You see it's like almost like a lurk smoke for Hut.
He's a lot of talking from Madja. This is probably not the round he was expecting to call, but after the death of Senzu in the trade, Wicardia in the grave, they do need to mix things up.
So it does seem like top is the final
Somewhat weak as well.
goal.
It is a weak defense.
Yeah, Mazinho's really going to be tested here. Can he win the head-to-head with Zentaris? Oh, the flashes from Madja, so strong. Rotation. Heaven has to be big from 9-10. This is horrible. High-pressure environment for 9-10. He has to fight. Has to do whatever he can. A great shot, but overlooks. Calyx, the Flames force a 1 versus 2. Pushing through. Blitz, can you save them? Just the elevated position. Safe from the Molotov. This could be the play. This could very well be the play. Hoping Woxic overextends the elevated position. Woxic will close, and Eternal Fire will take the win.
Oh, what a well put together round there from Eternal Fire. Under pressure, Madja calls them into victory. They hit the top site. A couple of easy kills come their way, and that is going to be map number 1 of their campaign here in the opening stage. This is the thing I said, you don't want to go to bed tonight with a 0-2 in your mind, but you'd love to go to bed tonight with a 2-0 record, and Eternal Fire have taken the first step in that direction. It was a matchup where I thought these two teams have a similar story coming into this event. They've got the groundswell around them. There's a bit of hype. The peers of the top-tier team seem to be respecting these individuals, but one was a lot better than the other in that game. And look, it started well for Mongols. The pistol, the conversion, And then it all went wrong.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if it's kind of everything you were talking about Eternal Fire's proficiency in lower buys to be able to be threatening, and it just spiraled so very quickly out of control. Like, it didn't feel like there was much time before it felt out of reach for the Mongols.
Yeah, the thing is, if they could have kept the rounds close, like get a couple of kills, get the bomb down, be able to keep going back and forth in those type of Galil buys, but the fact that they got stalled out completely was a big issue. And a big issue within the first half of play was Woxic. I think at one point we highlighted he had 16 kills within that first half, so he was going great guns. Good to see Woxic back in form. And he's got no ammo in the orb and gets away with this one here, so Blitz made to look a little bit foolish there, but yeah, a really good showing from Eternal Fire, and hopefully signs of things to come from the Turks, because we know they have a very vocal fan base who are hoping that they're able to push the limits and go one further than what Space Soldiers of the past were able to do.
Yeah, I mean, Madja, when you talk to him, it's very clear that they never really had the perfect five. You never had 5 players with the same depth of skill set that they could make a deep run at a big tournament such as this. And now it feels like the time might be right. They've managed to dig Wakardia out. They've found a young, promising talent to combine with the Woxic and the Calyx of the world. And yeah, you've got a real match made in heaven here. Xantares has always been there. Xantares is a name that we're all too familiar with celebrating, but it seems that Eternal Fire have a roster around him that genuinely seems to have a little bit of a leniency to greatness. They're on their way.
Well, that's the thing with both of those names that you've highlighted, Xantares and Woxic. They did their best work playing for teams that were not the Turkish home side, right? Woxic obviously with Mouse Sports once upon a time, and Xantares over there with Big. And the fact that we can get all of the names, because I believe once upon a time there was like a beef between Woxic and some of the others, and that's why they weren't playing together. But, you know, Magic did a nice interview with HLTV recently, and you know, if people want to check out a bit more about the history of Turkish Counter-Strike, I'd recommend you head over there and give that one a bit of a read. And Wakardia, he was quite impactful within the early stages, aggressive, but only ends with 11 kills to his name. But it's all about the victory. It's not about the scoreboard, it's not about the stats, it's about getting those 3 victories. And the first one for Eternal Fire has been notched onto the board for the day. We have our standout player of the match being Woxic. We just highlighted him, so we gave him his flowers, but we'll give him again. 119 ADR, 20 kills within this map, and 5 multi-kill rounds, so that's impact.
Yeah, what more could you have asked for the opening performance from Eternal Fire? They'll be very satisfied. And on the other side of the coin, the Mongols, you set your sights like you were on that second game.
There's obviously a bit more pressure now because, as mentioned, the ramifications of losing the Nexus 0-2, but we need to see who they get matched up against. That's not going to come through the pipeline until after the middle point of the day.
Lots more for us ahead of us, though. 3
more here on the secondary stream. I don't even know what's been happening on that mainstream. I have to take a little bit of a look.
Yeah, I wonder if we can get an update on the results so far, or shall I pull out my telephone?
We could go to a break and then we could check it out.
Yeah, okay, let's do that. So we'll take a break. We're going to go ahead and get fed and watered. You can do the same, but we'll be back with much more Counter-Strike coming up.
We're going in to the opening stage of the PGL Major Copenhagen. Eternal Fire has been on a huge rise and looking very good here. Madra is the man in charge, the IGL, rocking it. How are you feeling, sir?
Okay, I think we're feeling good.
Coming through the RMR, right, you go 3-2. And I would say, looking at that, right, it was a good performance again, but I would say some of it is still, times you look sometimes shaky even against the good teams, right? I compare your phase games from Katowice, right, to what we saw at the RMR. What has it told you about where you guys are at, how Eternal Fire are performing right now?
Our performance in the RMR was okay because we play like G2 and phase. Yeah. Then we play Falcons, then we just play Bad Boom for the last matches to go to the major here, and we just win it 2-0 with we show good things. We just miss, I think, when we play like teams like FaZe and G2, I saw that we miss something to win against them.
No, I like it because what I'm seeing from you there is an understanding that there's small gaps that you're having in these games that you can't get away with against this level of team. So it's something you focused on now, yeah, coming into the major.
Because the objective, obviously, it's going to the Legend stage and play against these teams.
But with what you've been working on, did you boot camp at all before the major? What did it look like from the Eternal Fire schedule?
I had like 2 days off and we just starting practicing, but not boot camping because we can't. But we just did like boot camping from home. We just watch the demo that we played, try to fix the mistakes. It's not easy on practice because we play with iPings from Turkey, 4 people. I play from France. I don't have this issue.
Now, one thing that's interesting is you haven't played any officials. You just mentioned it. Practice is not the same. You haven't played officials since the RMR.
Yeah.
Does this worry you at all?
In practice, sometimes in official, something different can happen. Here we are favorites to go through, so we need to have this mentality, like we are favorites. So we need to play good CS, focus 100% because the teams we're gonna play are really eager to win.
Now, one thing I'm noticing, right, from the team and how it's different from last year, 2023, I saw Eternal Fire every qualifier, every event, every online event you could enter, right? You guys were playing so much. This year, RMRs, then Katowice, yeah, and now you're here. Only 23 maps officially played so far this year.
Not so much, yeah.
Was this a decision you wanted to have? Is this a change you wanted to make?
Maybe we're targeting some tournament right now, but we have ASL Pro League after that, after this major extra. So the things is, to be honest, to answer to your question, we're playing from Turkey, some online tournament, and it's difficult. We are not the same level as we have on LAN on online because the ping. We're playing like 16 ping sometimes, 4 people, 3 people, and some online tournament can be dangerous. You know, you can like lose a match, lose against a really weak opponent, then after that you can lose confidence. So I think there is a strategy on that.
Okay.
We need to focus on the most important tournament right now is the major.
Yeah, and like you said, that comes with the experience for sure. And another thing you mentioned to me is you feel like you're one of the favourites here, and I think many people consider you guys to be the favourites here.
Yes.
Is it a strange situation to be in, to go from being not the favourites, people not expecting you to do so well, to now you're like, oh, okay, we should be going through?
Yeah, obviously. Like all my career, I was the outsider when I play. I always playing against high opponent because we are always T1 and T2 between.
How does it feel for you to be back here and to go through this again?
I feel great, to be honest. It's the best tournament that CS can show. A really good feeling to be here, to play here, to have his stickers, to be honest.
You had a very specific way of always getting ready for the team. We used to be going down for breakfast. You'd be there on your own. You'd have your notebook. You'd be doing some extra work, and you'd be going through everything else.
Yeah, I'm still the same. Like I think before the match, I always watch like 3-4 maps. Sometimes I'm thinking too much. In the night, I'm doing like overthinking.
You're just doing it. You've always been doing it, and then it's looking pretty good for you right now. Things are coming together.
Hopefully it will be better.
I believe in you. Let's see how it goes. Good luck in the games, man.
Thank you
Good
very
luck
much.
throughout the
Thank you, guys.
competition.
Quickly. Declare. Shoot it.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displate. Hang your displays in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com.
Yeah, what's popular, it's loud. And this is ASON's commercial. But ASON spent all the money to make the headphones good, and they got no money left for the commercial. So I'm gonna need you to head to ASON.io. ACEZONE, yo. Code PGL, 50 euros off. We got some headphones. It's now or never.
Well, hello there. We are back in business. I've got Chatty B hanging out with me, and we are getting into our second best of one. Quite a quick one to start off our day. It didn't quite meet the expectations that we both had of the first affair.
I was expecting a little bit closer of a game, but this is where you have to keep in mind it is a best of one. That doesn't mean I'm taking away from Eternal Fire.
No.
It means I just don't want people to think, oh, Mongols suck. I think it was a matchup where Eternal Fire were going into as the favorites. The Mongols have hype around them as well, but after losing that third round, it all kind of went downhill, didn't it?
But where do we frame our next affair, this second match?
Whoa.
Apex taking on Pain Gaming of the South American region.
Look, personally, Alex, if we continue to see positive signs out of Pain Gaming, it does great guns for big Uzera stocks, right?
Yeah,
Pain,
right.
when we had, I think it was about a year ago, maybe it was a little bit more than that now. We were a bit hyped about Pain and we liked what we were seeing. This is when players like Hardzour were on the team,
Yeah.
right? But big Uzera was there and he had to take over the in-game leadership from PKL. We're doing some, not even ancient history, but we're doing some Pain history for everybody right now. And then big Uzera stayed, and then there was a couple of, because that's when they had Skulls over there and Zevi, right?
Yeah, right.
And then it all kind of fell apart. And then Big Uzera is the last guy left. And then, well, he's been able to put together another roster, whether he did or someone else did the organization. This team has been able to qualify, I don't want to say with ease at the RMRs, but it felt like they weren't one of the names that were at the top of my list as far as the Americas were concerned.
Well, I'll tell you, the name that was at the tip of many's tongue was not Stico to return to Apex and save them as qualification for the major through that RMR came as a bit of a surprise to some. Probably not to Apex. After making a nice deep run over in Paris, they have found themselves here at Copenhagen for the first of CS2.
Yeah, and a lot had changed since Paris. I think of the organizations who qualified in Paris, we only had 13 of the 24 organizations from Paris.
Interesting.
So Apex being one of them. A lot of the organizations that we did lose were these, how can I say this nicely, mid-international rosters, like your Fanatics, like your OGs,
Yeah.
like your NIPs, just these really like average assortment of rosters. And they've kind of been replaced with, well, I can't use Launder's favorite term, but national teams. So whether you like that or not, well, we're about to find out. I don't think that really matters in the matchup of this. Ancient gone from Pain, Anubis gone from Pain as well. The veto system, obviously, is not 1-1-1-1-1.
But
It's,
banning
2,
Ancient and
3.
Anubis, I mean, what is this blasphemy? Those are good maps.
Yeah, well,
No
that's
nuke. So where are we going to end up then? It's going to be intriguing to see.
maybe Vertigo?
Oh, I wouldn't mind a Verti.
There's a lot of, I was going to say, there's a lot of Inferno played over in the Americas, or a lot more than on the European side of things. So we have it between a Vertigo right now and an Overpass.
Jacob playing a heavy role, and with a heavy hand, he's been securing the wins for Apex. A high frag player, high impact player.
He loves to get stuck in as well. Jacob is a player's player. Right, he's the type of guy that you want to play with if you're a Counter-Strike, because he's always gonna risk for what's better for the round and what's better for his stats. So
Right.
Jacob, a bit of a storied Norwegian, and it's a Norwegian org over there with Apex. Also have Sense, that's on the opposite end of the spectrum. He's a young gun, but he's doing the in-game leadership. On the other side of the server, maybe you're not too familiar if you're not watching America's Counter-Strike all the time of what the new Pain roster looks like. The man on your screen right now is NQZ. The Orpa, we've also got Lux, Nissim, Cowers, and Big Uzera.
And like you said, Big Azera is probably one of the more recognizable names on there. Is there a player to watch in your book?
NQZ has shown some moments on the AWP in the past, but this is the thing. Orpas and Brazil, it's not like Orpas in Russia. There's definitely some, and they can have some flary moments, but a while it was considered Safe was the best Orpa, and he's a bit of an older boy, so NQZ could become that player, but
Right.
I guess these are your tests. This is where we get to see. On the other side of things, it's obviously Nork, the Orpa, Swedish Orpa for Apex. You got a big smile on Cowers' face right there. We also have Stico, as you've mentioned, and Sasanito.
Yes, Tansanito, keep an eye on him as well. I think when you mentioned Nork, I wanted to reiterate that he had one of these career high clutch stats over in Paris.
Yes.
He had, I think it was nearing double digits across the event, if not more, surpassing it. So yeah, I don't know if that's replicable at all, but Nork definitely has these moments of just kind of inspired brilliance. Whether or not we get that, or if it's even necessitated, we'll get to find out together as we get into the situated for this best of
I think the lay of the land is Apex are the favorites here. I think we want to wait and see what a team like Pain are able to do. I think, as mentioned, it's quite surprising that they're even qualified for the event, but they're here, right? And this is where anything is possible. Dreams are made, you know, without
and
being,
destroyed.
And destroyed. We definitely saw a lot of heartbreak with teams who were unable to qualify at the RMRs. This is a big deal to be a celebration of Counter-Strike, but also, I guess it's our equivalent of the World Cup, right? I think that's probably the best way to frame it.
Yeah. Just not with the national rosters as always, or not all of them. Apex an example, but up against Pain Gaming, who are representing Brazil. Let's get this one started then.
Not a lot of util being invested into here for the T side of Pain. Got a smoke and a molly. Gonna make steps over towards bridge. Very important to force the audibles. Smoke's in the sky. Decoy up the ramp. So they're selling a lot of A presence, trying to look bigger than they are, Biggie Zero and Lux. There's 4 players here. They've done what they needed to do.
No, they've definitely sold it. Surely this gap's forged now. Lux, if he could live, takes fights, confirms the sandbags are occupied as well.
They haven't taken space.
What are they doing? Now they are.
Steeko's here.
It's him. Pushing through, bombs across. Deco misses his opportunity there, and a HE could be well placed, but not going to find lethality. Chips away. NQZ down to half. Nissim a great shot, but Deco down. Forced to watch. Satanito soon to join him. 2 HP. It's going to be Sense trying to find a way back in. Good find on the Glock. Recovers that, using them to great success. Finding their headshot. NQZ down. It's only Lux. It's a winnable 1 versus 2. Satanito's low. Can't find them first. Headshot, and it's Sense again. 3 kills from the IGL. The young gun steps up for Apex's pistol.
And he likes to make some noise. We've seen he's one of these elements of the team who gets fired up, yells an awful lot. So he is trying to be the leader, not only in terms of the calls, but in how he conducts himself. And that will be the pistol round going in their favor. And that's even after what I would consider a successful fake. The decoy, the smoke, the opening kill, all going the way of Pain. And it felt like they had breached in towards that B bomb site a little bit late. They still get in the door, they still get the bomb down, and they still facilitate the second round buy. This is one of the keys with the loss bonus where it's at. But they've gone AK heavy, haven't they?
Yeah, that's cool, actually. They've managed to pull off 3 AK-47s with Kev. I don't love the absence of the head armor. Means that MP9 could ruin the day of NQZ.
It might be telling of the pace that they're about to take. If they offer something quick, then definitely so. If they slow the pace down, allow the CTs to rifle through all of their utility, and then turn this ramp into a bit more of a protocol aim map, then I think that they might be able to negate that issue, at least for the most part. Still always cause for concern. Have a hamper smoke and a ramp lurk smoke, and then a redeploy of a deep yellow. And this is it. Even if you're not going to contest for these fights, Apex still need to seem somewhat threatening. You can't give this space over for free. Sasanito and Sense fighting in unison.
Oh,
Sense,
dear.
hero of the last, is down.
Yeah, that's a big find from Biggie Zera. Satanito actually concedes and will give up that space. And you can see Biggie Zera is very quick to hoover up any of the potential. Confirms full control with a molly on sandbags. Satanito choosing to stand and search. Doesn't have too much in the way of support. This is just a duel now. Head spotted. Satanito turns his tail, joins Nork towards Gap, getting swung on now from Lux. Lux run down. Good work from Nork, finds himself an upgrade. Need another. Jacob good for it through the smoke. It's NQZ trying to hunt down Nork, hiding out on the Gap position. Nice work from the Cowes Deeg. They will get that bomb planted. Hanging in the balance here. Yeah, low HP. Cowes cut down by Jacob. Deco spotting out NQZ in very forward positions. It puts a lot of pressure onto Nissim. Molly for the default. That will buy time, but he's going to have to take this duel. Deco! Oh, a dink, but not enough. Good attempt from Pain on the second round buy.
See, I don't know if he didn't believe the potency of his Molotov there.
Yeah.
Right, if he did, he knew that he had a buffer of about 7 seconds. They would have had to have tapped again. He's gone searching. Gets the isolated fight, but is unable to connect it. And Nork does a good job staying alive. Slows them down getting into the site, and then that means the smoke fades. Jacob gets the kill on Cowes jumping away.
That position from NQZ as well is not favorable. You can see because Steeko's further away from it, he can just see a like sliver of you.
But there was one of the fact that they were jarring, it looks awkward for Sasanito playing ahead of the smoke wall, but slowing them down buys the buffer because they don't have a surplus of utility to replenish. Right. So it's worked out nicely for Apex.
see Nork lining up the yellow smokes. Will they do anything aggressive off the back of this? You can see that now landing deep down yellow can facilitate a bit of a walk down if they're interested. Sense and Santanito. He's actually got a nice little flash lineup to get himself out and across. Then nade on the smoke in sync.
Nice little move.
I like that. Write that one down.
Yeah, so you need to have as many of those as possible. That new dynamic is something that I don't think anybody's mastered yet. I think there's still a lot of room for growth in terms of, do you want to use it offensively? Do you want to use it defensively? No. Is it more for the C? Is it more for the T? Well, obviously, I think situation is the key. But a heavy lean from Apex over towards the A side of the map right now. You can see Jacob even starting to cheat over. So with the radar, take a look, and well, this camera's even better. You can see them playing for information, searching forward. They need to win this fight over towards yellow and quick smart because the hit will be coming towards B. Big Yuzera.
That's huge. Absolutely massive. Winning the frag onto Sense, and well, I was going to say get away with it. No, Stiko hanging out on B with a brilliant double. Triple! Gets in QC on the way out. Okay, well, round over unless Lux has got a clutch in him. Punching in the code, at least get some cash to splash, but that'll be it. Apex, they can thank themselves. Stiko, the B anchor, gets a triple on the defense.
That's more than he's worth there, and that actually is attesting to how well he just did. That is fantastic from Stiko. The fact he gets the third is insane. 2 was great. 2, I would have been more than happy with on the rotation back through, because as we were just highlighting, there was so much pressure from Apex to get this space over towards A. They have to focus on getting the trade. The rotation miles away, and you can't...
What?
Yeah, so he must have been coming up through the smoke up the stairs. He wasn't even aiming at him.
That's crazy, that one. Oh, man.
That's why it didn't compute.
No, it didn't. Couldn't process that. But Stiko, what a huge round he's just had. I mean, that was about to be Pain Gaming's first gunny. Now, instead, they're operating with some Galils, trying to get themselves off of the goose egg.
It's felt like everything's been a gun round so far. We've had AKs, Galils, Galils again.
This is that T-side economy.
Getting the bomb down time and time again is going to continue to cause problems for Apex. Jacob on high alert. We'll drop into a passive play. Lux dealt with over towards A.
Trying to punish that reload. Wow, nice find from Cowes. Actually controls this Galil into Jacob. Now they are starting with this 3A.
He was going to continue to aggress because if it's awkwardly quiet. It's like, well, okay, if they're here, but they're not. So look at this push. You can even see it on the X-rays. Got Stiko behind him. I love this call. This is huge for information purposes.
And Santanito can work with this information. He now has a good idea that they're probably around this ramp, spots the boost, knows at least 2.
Exactly.
Quick maths. They're playing good counter here.
They are indeed.
So is he going to be able to basically lock them? Or does he play to contain now? Oh, he's actually spotted out the bomb on bridge. With Stiko onto Nissim as well, this aggression has been rewarded. And their options are really not great, are they? What can you do here? Pain Gaming. Oh, had an opportunity. A bit of chip damage was available. Big Uzera on 50 HP to work with this. 2 here on A. A forward position from Santanito. Gets jiggled out, so good awareness from Big Uzera and Cowes, but just going to spray him down. Don't get him into the site, and no bomb plant this time, so they've been humbled.
Yeah, there was residual cash left over. I believe there's more than enough now to get into, quote-unquote, a full gun round.
Okay.
This is the murky waters that we found ourselves in because of these plants, but let's find out in a moment's time. That was the easy opening. This was the one back, but again, I just love the... Ooh, Stiko.
He's looking sharp.
Yeah, and look, let's not mince words. Let's not... let's be honest about this. Apex needed to bring him back to have core 3 so they could get themselves a spot in the RMRs.
Yes.
So they brought him back out of necessity for the major circuit.
But he's not going to just take that as, you know, almost a backhanded compliment. You know, instead he's taking it as an opportunity.
Yeah, precisely. Always liked Stiko, good head on his shoulders.
Yeah, 100%. And he's been individually grinding, trying to find his form or surpass his previous form. And QZ on the AWP. This is what we were expecting to see. He's taking down Jacob, so already impact being felt. And Nissim, he's loud about this. So Stiko, high alert. Oh, and Stiko wins the duel. Nissim's going to feel robbed.
They were hoping the seesaw, but you need to be successful in that type of a gambit if you want to have the seesaw as an option. So now, it's not that they're going in blind. They know that damage was done. Staying active, aren't they?
Like, they are not going to be expecting this so quickly. After defending B, he's already behind them.
Does he investigate the B-bomb
bro,
site? It's so quiet.
I'm a Stiko stan right now. The fact that he's going to be behind them, they're already looking
They're doing a double flank. Nork's with him. Well, Nork's investigating A, but
Okay. Is there any trigger discipline involved? No, you just take this frag. You just take this. No, you do.
he might be able to stop the plant.
Oh, beautiful from Stiko. He will go down. Bomb disrupted.
The double flank. No way you're expecting
Yeah.
a double flank. Oh,
Yeah.
it's only the flank.
Hang on. And it's good work. Lux locks it in. Young Guns having fun. Triple kill from Lux.
You needed to convert that with how it started. Big Zero running up short and opening kill. NQZ grabs one back, and then it all gets a little bit unorthodox with the Stiko and Nork double push.
Thought they'd done enough with that.
Yeah, if they were paired up, probably, but you could see they didn't exactly know. Here's the NQZ frag onto Jacob, rotating into trouble. But Lux, and you see them getting fired up, that Brazilian passion.
Okay.
Really not shy of making some noise, but look at how they've kept Apex's economy right where they want it.
Oh, wow. The stack nades land on Sense's front door, and down he goes. An AWP bullet to the toe.
The nades didn't even matter, did they?
Still, that's quite a bit of a 1-2 punch onto Sense, so operating at a disadvantage are Apex. NQZ holding the flank for now, anticipating the potential for something more aggressive, addressing the gaps in their opening spread.
They're going to draw themselves back into the game quite quickly if they convert this one.
Especially if they can do so cleanly. Sim has taken down Stiko's investigations towards the B stairs. Big Uzera finds himself towards the gap, and no one occupying headshot.
Notice how the AWP spam from far away? I don't think Sassanito will expect them already up short because of the AWP spam. Yeah, see? So the fact that they spam the AWP deep, we've already, hey, shoot for me, right? I've got it's lulled Sassanito into a false sense of security.
Yeah, it's round defining. Nork's going to be picking up an AWP, though.
We'll see if he can save it. It's going to be difficult to do considering the circumstances. And if you're Payne, do you want to wipe the board? Right, are you going to just allow this round to settle in and you grab your second, start to build a bit of a T-side economy, or do you want to hunt? Well, Cowers will be the first to take a look, and he will have to tussle with Jacob. Nestled in quite nicely here towards the B lobby.
Okay, let's stay with Cowers. Let's see how his clears go. Because this angle is very... You're not going to be looking for it. Nice work, though. Did at least bait out Jacob, but...
It's an upgrade for Jacob.
He'll take the rifle. Oh, they'll lose the AWP. Nice find from Big Uzera. Nork shut down. Jacob finds himself that AK. Can he hold on to it? Not too long left in this round, and with 3 alive, Payne...
Go down.
They're going to force the issue a little bit as the bomb explodes. Going wide, spot him out, and delete him. Big Uzera takes another frag, and they'll be happily back into this game. Vertigo starting competitively.
You're going to be frustrated there if you're Jacob. Just like, hey, mate, just swing me wide. So you're jiggling everything. Just swing. And, well, that was the shot from NQZ. A beautiful way to kick off the round. An important one here from Nissim. And especially the fact he gets revenge against Stiko, which he did fluff against a few rounds earlier.
Raising my pedantic hand, Chad, you said the nades were irrelevant. I think that was a shot in the leg, actually.
Okay,
I'm just
all right.
5 of them heading towards ramp. I see a peak 250 on the high end of 5-7. Not too much fun to be had here for Apex. Ooh, okay. We got a little stack of Rooney. Different elevations.
Official terminology, I do believe.
I believe so. I believe so. How many does this get? I reckon that UMP is about to farm some stacks.
1.
Oh,
come on, Chief.
Nasty little spread there. And they start to swing. They want to find Lux. Come on, what have you got? Oh, none. Absolutely nothing on the UMP, but it's information, I suppose. Maybe not nothing, as the B-side's open for business.
As long as it just stays as the UMP that they've lost in this round, it almost feels like no harm, no foul.
What about an AK? Oh, he holds on to it. A lovely spray, Cowes. No, loses his AK eventually. Nork managed to chase him down, and that's certainly a nice prize. You'll take that through to the next if you can.
If he can. Already starting to spread their wings are Payne. Wouldn't Nissim expect this? He should do. Be aware it is a possibility. Big Zero dealing with Stiko in the interim, and while Nork will get another kill. So at least adding frags to the tally. That's $300. It's a money game.
Yep. It's a money game. No need to invest.
An important save as well, considering the money situation for Apex. Lost bonus about to get piped through into the bank. So everybody is going to be just under that 5K mark. I suppose the question is, are they going to try and facilitate an AWP? And if so, who goes lacking, because you can see the finances right now. I think it's probably better for Nork just to operate considering the circumstances. With the investments that have already come through, you can see nobody who could have dropped can. And the thing is, if they could have, it would have meant they would have been a rifle with no armor. So you're not taking that. Look, your AWP is good, but you're not taking that level of sacrifice. There's going to be a tactical timeout called from Apex. Now, Mytha, I believe he just signed a contract extension over there with Apex until 2027.
Oh, okay.
Maybe that sounds like a long time. I want to fact check that, actually.
You fact check yourself while we get ourselves into another round of play, round 8 in this best of 1 second of the day. And of course, 2 streams running simultaneously as well. If you've kind of accidentally stumbled into this broadcast and wondering where ENCE is or where those other games are, you can go ahead and tune in to the main broadcast and you'll be able to check ENCE versus Imperial, which is about to be going down.
No, it is true. Mytha extends contract with Apex until 2027.
Damn, okay.
Yeah, that's a good job security right
good
there.
play, good play.
Bloody hell. Oh. All right.
Yeah, I like that.
Using all the props to get the mollies in. While clearing out wood, and now they'll boost. Opening up multiple different sight lines in towards this side. Stiko, will this catch you off guard, my friend?
Yeah, he has a smoke. I think by design, he's ready to bail himself out of the potential for a Molotov, which is surely going to be coming his way.
I'm more worried about Jacob, Alex.
Stiko buys his time, gets away with it. They're not ready for him. Stiko only the one. Jacob, he managed to post himself a frag, recovered another smoke, Lux. That is a gift. That's going to lock these CTs out.
They've got 2 more. One on Lux, one on NQZ. They can keep this replenished.
They're going to try and force the issue. Tatanito, audible. Lux, hiding in.
Oh,
they've
dear.
run past him.
He's gone for a round
They've
winner.
gone past him. All the backs are turned. Apex not ready, and Lux only the one. Good reaction out of Sense. AWP connect. NQZ has pulled them into this round, confirming it essentially as Nork is scarboring to save.
Oh, that could have been from Lux to Deluxe if he took them all down right there. That would have been quite the play. And like I said, he's gone for the round winner. He's trying to be cheeky with it, trying to make sure that he can remove any possibility by being in that back line, using the smoke against them. But regardless, they'll pick this one up, and we will be leveling the playing field at 4-4. So Lux has had some impact. That rifle round over towards the B side earlier on in the piece where he had 3 big kills. Now essentially grabbing the round winner right there, sending them packing. And it's interesting the way that Stiko chose to operate here. Like I said, I was more worried about Jacob because of the fast pathing up wood. And Stiko waited enough ticks in the molly that they thought it was clear, that they looked away from his position. So the fact that they were under that much pressure and still went 2 for 2 essentially. Yeah. It was a decent job. It was paying with the finish. Money, well, loss bonus for Apex flowing. Fully invested.
The utils light.
This is a tough round to pull off. You're going to have to hope that the fights come your way, because if you get whittled down, you're in a really rough position. And
a lot of your utils on Jacob, so if he goes down in this opening mid-fight, you're really going to be hard-pressed. So 2 of them are coming towards this mid-fight. Jacob in the off angle. Oh, he's quick switching and leaving. Just as he comes back, though, it's
Good
one.
trade.
And Big Uzera with a necessary trade. Takes him down.
And space. Look at this.
Whoa, the perfect timing for Lux is this window of opportunity. They just left gap. They just left, and now Lux slinking forward. This is held by Tatsunito's angle.
He's got so much to worry about, though, doesn't he?
Yeah, could be getting crawled on from multiple different angles.
How aware are the Brazilians?
Oh, he's just had a look. I think Tatsunito's timing might favor him. Just as Lux looks away, it's a messy spray.
No.
He's made a meal of that one.
Oh, that one leaves a mark on your mental.
That's a disaster for Tatsunito.
Your head starts to question everything you know about aiming after that.
Oh man, he fully committed to the spray. A couple of taps, just a couple of taps.
Yeah, that range.
Okay, Sense. He can clean things up neat and tidy if it wasn't for NQZ on the AWP. Now, not ready for Big Uzera. You can see Stiko completely caught unawares. The fight's on all fronts. It feels like they're everywhere. People are calling A, people are B. Stiko, in the meantime, gets kind of loses Big Uzera.
Well, yeah, I was going to come up with a cheeky reference there, but this map, you want to keep all your options open. You want to have your fingers in as many pies as possible, Alex. And they had all opportunities, A, B, and mid, on speed dial.
Keep your options open.
I think they had a different phone for all of their mistresses right there.
Yeah,
but,
the burners.
Everyone's picking up right now.
Yeah, at the same time. Damn. Lovely impact. And you said Big Uzera, you know, this was a name that a lot of people had high expectations for. He really impressed in 2023.
Well, when he picked up the in-game leader mantle, it wasn't by choice, it was because PKL was taking a break. And then that's when Pain started to look their best. It was a team that I know Jason, for example, was someone who was quite excited about. But the fact that, like, look, these names that we're seeing on their team, it's not that we haven't heard, especially, I think, Lux, right? Because you try and keep your finger on the pulse.
Right.
And the thing is, when you hear people from a region hyping up players from that region, you always, I don't want to say take it with a grain of salt, but it's hard to measure, right? Because you don't know how they're going to go at the upper echelons of Counter-Strike in the most pressure environments. And right now, well, the likes of NQZ and Lux are having some good impact, and Big Uzera has been great on entries or trades, taking space. He's got 11 kills.
Yeah. Tatsunito, that, as you said, is going to kind of leave a mark on his mental, feeling like that's a guaranteed frag for any professional rifler. Back was turned, Lux converts. An interesting angle adopted here from Jacob.
Especially a player like Tatsunito, who is normally quite good in that department.
Yeah.
Like we're talking like an in-game leader who had that whiff or something along those lines.
So the pressure is being applied simultaneously. Middle. Not B, which is where 3 of the CTs are leaning towards.
What is this from Nissim?
Can't explain that one.
Well, he's worried about a
The
mid-push to flank.
Yeah,
but they have to go. Their options have been removed.
Oh dear.
All those numbers they had, they lost their phones.
Go away.
And quickly.
There's already 4 of them here.
There's no flash or anything though, Alex. There's no flash or anything.
There's a fumble brewing. Whereas getting the bomb down would be nice. That's even better. NQZ takes down Jacob, the AWP in support. Stiko, this is a fast flank. Maybe, oh, yeah, now he is. Swung on, he can maybe go for the transfer. It's only the one. Lux will hold on. And now things falling back into place for Pain. Spam through the smoke gets a little scary. NQZ is low as well. You really have to be careful against that MP9. In the absence of a kit. Stenson Nork losing their hopes of a 5th here.
6 on the half is fantastic from Pain. This is a phenomenal start, considering the circumstances. They lost the pistol. They kept being able to buy back in. Nork's going looking for damage. And he's the one to cop the bullet to the brain. This is very good work from Pain.
I was very worried about that. You know, we talk about the ramifications and echoes of a round. Sure, towards the end of the half, it doesn't play as big of a part, but I think Nissim would have been punched in the air if that translated into an Apex win.
I don't think that's something they'd practice, right? It feels like it's gone, hey, mate, mid push is open, and he's gone, well...
It's like he was holding stairs, yeah.
I guess I'm going to stay committed to this position.
Poor lad, poor lad. I mean, yeah, bailed out by his squad, and that's just the team game of Counter-Strike in action. Second pause called by Mitha. He wants to have a quick 30 seconds on the mic, trying to recover this half. A 6-6 certainly could be serviceable, but already Pain feeling pretty happy with the result.
It has gotten away from them, though, hasn't it? It's happened quite quickly. Now, money for Pain, considering where it's at, if they get a plant in this round and still lose it, they should be sitting pretty for another full gun round, and even if they lose, it should be enough for Galil. So there's no issues in them staying threatening for the final round of the half, regardless of the outcome about to unfold on our screens. Nork has brought out his AWP. Does mean he's had to forego utility. Heavy lean towards B. AWP of NQZ. Looking for a fight. You can see he's ready for the jump nade or jump molly, and that is actually what transpired, but wasn't able to catch him on the timing. Lux with some space over towards A. Oh, he's missed. Missed the molly. That one's gone off the map. A bit of a firework.
Here we go. Get to see Nork's AWP in action. I don't fancy Lux's chances on the fade. Here we go. And perfect. Nork converts onto Lux. Pressure applied to the Bianca once more. How does Stiko handle this one? Has got some support. Nade chips away. Working on 43 points of health, and he chooses to stand his ground. Backing away further now. Ready for the swing on white box. Gets away. Jacob, the fresh mag. Tatsunito cooking up a fast flank. Is Nissim ready for this? He is. Yes, indeed, an equalizer. Now the pendulum can swing. Oh. You've just lost your Bianca. Jacob now alone on the B site. Where do you go? You've got 55 seconds.
Get cleared.
He is going to be cleared by Big Uzera. And down goes another player on B.
Because there is awareness in a lot of these scenarios has looked sublime. And this started with a man advantage for the Nork AWP. Now they're, well, I don't want to say not 2 to the good, 2 to the bad.
Yeah, 2 to the bad indeed. And they're actually just back at T-spawn, repositioning. It does have potential to go get awkward, given the fact that with only 28 and counting, if Big Uzera goes down to Sense, the rest of them are going to have to be revealed. And
It will be a B split.
they are splitting into the
They
only
can
2
lose
remaining
this.
players. Yeah, there is a world where Nork can close this out, recover a 2-on-4, and the AWP in the feed. No time for anything else, lads. And already Sense is a problem. Sense in the clutch. All he has to do is stop the plant. All he has to do is stop the plant, playing around the smoke. Covered by NQZ, loud about this. The AWP fires off the shot, baits it out, looking for the double. Can he come up clutch? Sense this would be huge. 3 bullets, not in a rush. Composes himself, swings out. Nissim will find it. A triple kill from Nissim to save Pain Gaming from a very uncomfortable 2-on-4.
Yeah, it got tense, but you mentioned it. They let that clock run down. They were committed to that one option to the B split. Fortunately, able to have the trades fall in their favor. And now have won out the half. 8 is a possibility for the Brazilians. And this is something that Pain have been very aware of after the initial foray of rounds. Apex within the early stages of this were exploiting mid pushes, down ladder, and flanks. And now, every single time, Pain have been on high alert for exactly that. Sasanito getting caught in maze towards lower, trying to cause an issue or two. And they're going to call a tactical timeout of their own. So Pain, they want to take the whole hog here, see if they can grab 8 before they do head into that halftime break.
Oh my goodness, and Tatsunito, you discussed his flank and their awareness of it, but he has had a very tough first and opening half for his major affair. 1 frag to boast. And you can see the round recap as well. It's just been Pain Gaming, one-way street right now. Well, they leave with 8. Apex in damage control mode.
4 in a row, which were all hotly contested because of plants and buys. And then now 7 consecutive.
Yeah, Pain have looked like the better side right now. And the fact that Stiko and Sense are at the top of the scoreboard, that's a sign of the times for Apex. Shouldn't be the case.
It's like that one round where Steve got a 3 kill over towards B. It shouldn't have been 3. I think 2 was very hard fought. Well, the 3rd, a bit of a miracle.
That's ballsy. I mean, fair play to Sense. He feels like he has to be the difference maker, tucking himself in to this forward smoke. This is, I mean, this is a one and done. Uzera's going to overlook. He's not expecting anyone to be that ballsy, and Sense will get away with it. Surely he's going to be punished by this AWP to slow clearing him. Nice work from NQC to claw it back. Gets away. 4-on-4 established. Like smoke to play around Satsunito. If you got any chance of a second frag here. I know the AWP was hunting. He's not scared. He doesn't shy away from the engagement. He's open to receive. Backing away upon the fade.
Doesn't look comfortable though, does it? They've parked Nork over towards Sandbag, a noisy rotation from Sasanito away, and Pain are going to hit the brakes again. A key point in the round at 45 seconds is the sheer belt of utility that Pain are holding on to. Multiple smokes, mollies, and flashes, and that really could spell disaster for Nork. He does not have a smoke. With this many mollies left, I would expect Pain to molly the Sandbag position, especially the fact they're giving it away that they're here.
Yeah, swinging through. Nork. Oh, wow, he gets 2.
Great impact.
That is exactly what the doctor ordered. And QZ on the AWP. Molly towards the headshot position, but he's long gone already. Tatsunito repositions. Bombs on his way in. You need to be planting. NQZ sprayed on down. Round is done. And Apex, they will find a little bit of something to celebrate towards the end of that half 5. They can work with 5.
Have to thank Nork for that one.
Yeah.
And they did molly him. It still gets away with a double.
Impressive. It was like a perfectly placed Molotov. Nork just very proactive. It was almost before Lux could get his gun out, he was already getting shot down.
And it's one of those things as well that you're going through the paces and you're throwing that utility, but do you actually believe that there's a player there?
Makes all the difference. This is how it started as well, this forward position. This is what we're talking about. Lovely little transfer.
Jacob enjoyed watching that.
Yep.
Jacob's enjoyed all of that.
That's your boy. And 10 frags in the half from him. So, yeah, just Tatsunito, the only omission in the double digits. But they recover that half to an extent, considering how it started. It was going so well for Apex. Pain Gaming going to be boasting 7 as they change to the defense.
Yeah, Sasanito really needs to get activated. He's going to play a very important role on this T side in terms of being quite lurky. He does take that role quite seriously. You'll see him operating quite late into rounds. But smoke and a couple of flashes.
Bridge steps and then cut noise.
Dual Berettas to lock down short in the hands of Cowers.
So bridge steps and then quickly gather mid.
Well, we have seen this team before, Alex, like to exploit mid gaps, right? That's something that we've covered off with Apex games previously. We're now looking to do the same on the pistol. First to take contact will be Big Yzera.
This is going to be such a favorable duel. If 4 Glocks start swinging, that P2K has to hit the first bullet and then get out of there. Smoke on Guardian. Big Yzera, that's it. One shot opportunity. Forced away. Front delay. Good flash turn now, and the pressure onto Elevator is a lot. Oh, and good clean clicks. Big Yzera racks up a double. And it's just falling apart for Apex. Lux pushing through, finds one with the dual Berettas. Nothing here for Tatanito. 1 on 4. Got to clear out a lot here, and the angle from Lux was good for some damage. Just unloads his magazine, and Payne will take the pistol as well.
Big Yzera might be my favorite Brazilian player.
Yeah, I think he's fast growing in everyone's expectations.
I just love the decision, the way he made that call. He's gone, okay, I'm going to rotate Heaven. I'm not going to bother fighting out through the Z towards Elevator. I'm going to let them pass because now I know that they have 180 degrees worth of angles to have to clear. Like just his decision making. It's great to see. This is Payne poised for the 9th round, considering the Apex purchases unable to invest in something that they would be comfortable with as far as the 4 spies. No plant, no chance. At least that's what Sense is thinking. This is not the way that Apex will have been hoping to kick off their major campaign. We'll just hurry up and wait to round number 14. We have mentioned we do have the action going down on that main stream. Not sure how that one concluded. I'll be getting a bit of action over towards B. This is the Chatty B play-by-play. Nissim, silence them 4 in hand, steps out. He takes down the first. Sneako's in the grave. Actually, they got a kill.
Yeah, they did.
They did get a kill.
But that's all.
That's all they got.
And actually, you know what? MP9's getting the frags and recovering any rifles and utility. Probably not too shabby. I'll be happy with that. Getting some extra cash.
I don't want to give the result for the mainstream. People can go and check it out. No, we don't like giving away spoilers, you and I.
No.
We've been scorned once or twice before, so we'll let you find it out on your own accord. But their second match has kicked off, and that is Ents versus Imperial. So more Brazilian Counter-Strike on your screens on this Sunday afternoon. Got Gamer Legion versus Amcal up next on the mainstream. And
you got Imperial in your
Heroic
pick'ems?
Lin Vision. I don't believe so.
Okay.
Maybe I should have.
Fallen's major runs not selling you anything? Okay, this has gone very quickly in one direction. 2 opening frags for Apex. Leaves Nissim with a lot of pressure on his shoulders. He's got Stiko and Sense knocking on that B door.
If he pushes, I don't think he's ready for Stiko. Oh, he's clearing.
Yeah.
It's just not a favorable CT fight.
Ever.
So you have to pip the gap perfectly, whereas he's going to have all the advantages in the world.
And a sound cue just for good measure. Nice one back from Lux, but I think that's pretty much the only frag they'll have to celebrate here, as they know the B site's open. They'll be able to wander in and get that 6th round cooking.
Well, good that Apex haven't had to stomach another 7-round drought, because at that point the game would have been over. So they have been able to bounce back in the early stages of this second half. Now, NQZ and Lux, can you hold on to your rifles? Because we need to take a bit of an inventory right here, right now. Lux will be able to drop a rifle into the next round if he survives. Big Yzera will be able to buy one of his own. And NQZ could drop something a little bit lighter. So as far as the 4 spy, well, at that point, it's not really a 4 spy for Payne. They should be able to get at least 4 rifles to keep themselves threatening and not allow things to run away from them completely as far as the economy is concerned. But Jacob with an opener, and Sense with another one back, and looking a bunch of ducks in a row. Remember, at the start of the day, don't duck with me. Keep on playing 2-1-2. There you go. So they've just defaulted to start this round, then the fights have come their way. You can see those two initial exchanges within the first 20 seconds of the round and just how easy that one is for Stiko, who's able to worm past the LOS. That's line of sight for those of you playing at home for Nissim.
Damn, bro.
Yeah,
These MMO...
a good TTK there for Stiko.
Yeah, the TTK was quick on the LOS. I don't think Jacob's going to be so lucky this time. Finding an opening frag, I say that. The CTs are vying for control. Smokes won't last forever. Nade just whistles past Jacob's head, but those bullets did connect. He's got 7 HP as he does manage to get away. Gonna leave Nork responsible for containing any ramp aggression. 3 CTs leaning on that side of the map. Sends with Stiko. Gonna continue this 2-1-2 as discussed.
The round needs to start taking shape at this point, right? So coming through the pipe will be the information. What mollies are used, what smokes? You know, where have we seen them? What type of setup does it look like they're going for?
It's a nice smoke to be thrown by Stiko. They've tried to counter it with a smoke of their own.
That's the last smoke.
Yeah. Actually peeking with the smoke. Lux tries to confirm the final target. And yeah, Sense, he was ready for that. A little peek too far. Punished. This young IGL pulling his troops in pursuit of a 7th.
Should just finish A, right? Do the smokes backside, get the mollies in play, and away you go. This should be good for Apex to finish the round.
Yeah, they're trying to get ahead of the play. You can see there was a touch of aggression there. They didn't push on that flash. It's delayed them. The smokes surely have to be leaving their hands now. They're going to go for a double push on Gap. This is held by Sense. This is the frag. That is the start. Now a second required. They are pushing on towards the side. The back was turned. Stiko arrives. That should be enough. High impact frags. Bomb. Planted with a second to spare. Bloody hell.
Wow.
Hang on. Nissim, by finding that frag so quickly, has confirmed that the rest are likely in front of him. He's got to just keep running, not faffing around, not messing around. It's not planted for them. They might get panicked. They might get a little worried. Oh, a different universe, perhaps. Apex will take it.
Oh, yeah, it was an important round. Imagine if it went down with Sasanito not planting the bomb in time, though. Wanting to get the safe side plant in, that came too close to call. It was also almost the Nissim GTR over the finish line.
Yeah.
I know nothing about cars.
No, but it sounded right.
Thank you.
Yeah, I will say that Stiko's decision-making and awareness of when he wanted to show himself as that second prong on Gap, it was just just as those two players were turning their attention to sight, he managed to be there and continues to be impressing. This is not going to be too impressive for Pain, just an economical. And in a dream world, they would avoid that Mac 10 that Jacob has intentionally bought to farm up some extra $600 kill rewards. See how far he gets with this one. Just gonna be pausing, waiting for any of the CT maneuvers. Is there a cheeky flash play coming into the mix? Doesn't seem to be the case. Instead, Jacob loses out on his Mac 10.
3. Just go B. A wise Hampus once said.
Yeah, and Norky's not going to be playing any silly games here.
I was very interested. I'm watching the mini-map as that was unfolding as we were in eyes with Jacob. But this is what I was looking at. Sasanito was searching middle on his own so proactively. He was already out mid before Jacob had taken that initial fight.
Yeah, he has gone down to the recovered Mac 10 though, but recovering that AK is a different challenge altogether. You can see Nissim's trying his best, but Nork should have him here. And it leaves Lux with just a Mac 10. There is an AK. You can see he might give it a look in. Yeah, they're exiting B stairs, so he's going to get away with it. He's going to get away with it, yeah.
All right, you take
something.
that. Well, game back on, just a 1-round difference at this juncture. Apex having to do it the hard way on the T side, grinding through, but I think when you have these type of matchups, especially with a regional team like Pain, you're going to be watching the demos, you're going to be prepping, but this is where the best of one conversation really comes in, and it is hard to adjust with less rounds as well. So look, I'm not saying that that's why the scoreline's like this. I think Pain have played some fantastic Counter-Strike up until this point, but Apex get to settle in now and set the tone on their terms of the T side.
These matchups were known ahead of time by a considerable margin, right?
Yeah,
a couple of weeks. And if that's the case, you also expect that both teams to have done an advanced level of homework.
And that's where it comes into play of what are we going to see that's new, right? Because the default to the positions that teams hold, you tend not to expect that to change. That's what I call color by number Counter-Strike, right? Like in the sense that, okay, we see this guy on this part of the map, but he's the B defender, but he's over towards A. Okay, maybe that means B's free, right? Like just the basics of that. So everybody should be well drilled. And then it's going to come down to the flow of the game, right? Where have they decided is our weakness? Where have they decided is their strength of what they want to attack? And then how does that flow into future rounds that are being called? Well, for Sets, he's literally just called defaults. So they're essentially allowing the tone to be set by Payne on the CT side and then responding to the round from that point forward. This looks a whole lot more like an A play. So if you make it look like a default when you open up this round, you can finish a lot swifter. But apparently they've seen enough. More and more util liberally applied on either side of the server to stall out information, essentially.
Oh, Cowers is committed. No, getting himself away, safer. Towards the gap position, Satsanito now attending to the potential of mid.
Going on his own again.
Yeah, hoping that... Oh.
That's very unfortunate.
That's just a spam. That's a smoke spam from Jacob, and it's taken down one of the A defenders.
Wonder if he's caught a glimpse of him there through the yellow gap, because it was through the smoke and the wall. This has actually brought an opportunity for Sasadito to activate his own discretion.
Oh, that was his window of opportunity onto the mid-fight, and he will be punished for it. Nissim, good awareness, good headshot. Oh, Biguzera's going to get misinformation here, or he could catch Nork. Okay, but Nork was not ready for that, not expecting that. Yeah, yes, Biguzera, he considered it, knows there's the potential for the gap slip. Jacob out of the smoke now emerges.
20 seconds.
Biguzera, he's ready for this. Good damage, but Jacob, good precision. Finds the headshot. Is there anything left in this round for Apex?
There's no nade or molly to stall out the plant.
Smokes Ellie. Surely they get ahead of this. Lux, ooh, chipped away at. Could be awkward. NQZ's found the frag. There's no time. There's no health. And look how that one feels. Payne Gaming. An important round to win. And it started with a loss. They lost Cowes to Jacob, and they recovered the round.
They're fire in the belly right there, and a risky maneuver from Biguzera. They already had the number advantage that happened off screen at the same time, so he was already committed to that play. Very fortunate for him that he gets away with one. That's Sasanito again, and it looks like a lot of spray and pray from Sasanito. You can see he had committed to that duel, and it wasn't tap, it wasn't burst, it was hold down mouse one, a little bit that like from Lux. But they deal with the problem. They deny the plant. They get themselves up to double digits. You win one more of those, and the bank balance is done.
Pace. Charging Satsanito. A direct approach, and it's going to lead to a 4-on-4. Orp tends to the aggression. Cowes, big frag. Needed that. He's away with just a scrap of health. Down to the flames and the spread from Sense. Smokes her up. Pressure is on. The bomb disconnected from the pack. Where is Stiko? So with all of that territory, those smokes invested, they're not going to leave with a bomb plant and a post plant. Here comes Nissim. Just as Stiko starts to join his boys.
Yeah, and this is problematic. Nissim down the ladder behind. That was Stiko's responsibility to watch that flank, but he's had to be called towards the site. The timing on Nissim's flank is everything.
Yeah. Holding his smoke pushes in. QZ has a good idea that they are going for the plant now.
Look how much room he's getting on the flank.
How quickly does he tend to this? This frag is everything, and he's clean with it. Takes down Sen. Stiko next victim, Nissim. Gonna do it all on his own if he's not careful. Nork in the clutch, a 1-on-3. Faked out, Biguzera holding for this push. But they're gonna need to touch it again. They're gonna need to tap it. Both lining up for him, but good cover. Biguzera will convert, and Payne Gaming back-to-back high-impact rounds as they look to extend their lead.
That's like the thing right there is we don't know what the call is, but if you're going to go a little bit more heads up towards A, which was quite clear, Sasanito was all in. After the first, he was full commit for the second, just trying to scuttle up a bit of space there. And the bomb being so disconnected, I'm not saying take it up the ramp with you on entry, but have it at least in elevator room.
Yeah.
Because Stiko, as the flank, you could see how much room he had to give up to bring the bomb towards the site. It put Nissim in a fantastic, but he was undetected until he's already up towards mini ramp.
Yeah, that's mad.
That's a big, big problem.
And a different universe, you know, those smokes are up. Stiko still has the flank, and that bomb is able to convert off of those smokes in that space. Instead, 8-11, hold on. Pain Gaming, if they can take these Galils down, Apex might be starting their campaign in Copenhagen with a loss.
And this is such a low util round from Apex. They've used sound to at least try and buy them something.
One smoke, it's just they've used it now. What's that, like a lurk smoke ramp? And just peeking dry into the AWP. What else can you do in the absence of utility?
Well, if they've done their homework, they should expect Sasanito. At least one more.
Yeah, you're right.
Does he flick into this?
Is that not an easy shot to hit? Ooh, gave it a go. NQZ down. Sasanito with an equalizer. Irresponsible is Nissim. Uzera anticipating the railing angle. This has become a new problem. The new smokes, the old lineups, you can see their head over the railing.
He has to be very careful.
Gonna try and play the fade here. Big Uzera needs help. Jiggles out. Oh, Stiko spots him out. Nice work from Big Uzera. How has he gotten that so clean? A headshot onto Sense. Repels the invaders. They're still on B stairs, making no secret about it.
They can't flush him out. They don't have the nades to do so. He's got the support. There's smokes. There's spam. Nissim takes down Sasanito at 12.
Oh my god, they could have finished it. Yeah, they are going to take 12, and they'll take it by force. There's nothing here for Nork. Absolutely nothing.
And this time, no plan. Their next round is going to look the same.
Yeah, this is going to be bleak.
Still getting the info through.
Yeah.
NQZ wants his AWP. And this is a feel-good moment. I said Big Uzera stock's going to be through the roof if they can continue the type of performance they had at the RMR. Well, this is great guns against one of Europe's representatives here in the opening stage. And it's been a team effort. Everybody's had their moments. Lux within the early stages of the first half. Big Uzera throughout. NQZ hitting some tidy shots. Nissim has started to pick up the pace a little bit. Cowes with some important kills throughout. And the third tactical timeout called for Apex.
Dude, look at their buy.
Yeah, and I was surprised they went for the purchase in the last. They could have just limped in with some upgraded pistols, which would have definitely given over 12, sure. But then they could have had a full buy. So it's Galil with no util into Tech9 with nades. They both suck.
Yeah. Nah, back-to-back rounds where you kind of feel like you've lost before you even begin. Galil with no nades into an orb. Like for Jacob, he just feels like, oh, well, obviously. He's like, as soon as he dies, he goes, oh, there's an orb holding mid. Who'd have thought it?
Yeah, and I've gone out dry.
Yeah, here I go. Well, of course I have, because I only have Galil.
And we didn't have any nades to try and cause any chaos across the map.
Hindsight, I know it's 2020, but I'm just saying it doesn't seem like the play.
Just very limited options.
Tech9s, dude. Deagles. It's a fast day. Go on then, Sense through the flames. And, a chance. He did have a chance. 2 or 3 clicks of the Tech9 before Cowes managed to shut him down. Pain Gaming 4 frags away from starting with the win in these best of ones. Can re-smoke towards the ramp. Lux to flash and flush those attackers away.
This is dire. You need a miracle from one of the Apex individuals to pull you through this. Somebody has to get a multi-kill or a banger of a deagle shot. Sasanito's really going to lurk mid on this, and I love the aggression from Cowes. Well, this is it.
Yeah, 1 by 1.
I can't believe he's... Yep, all right. Well, pack her up, pack her in. Let the campaign begin for Pain.
Yeah, man, Pain Gaming. They've proven a point. A statement of intent from Pain Gaming. Not everyone having high expectations for this roster. A lot of unknown names and unknown entity in Pain Gaming, but Big Uzera pulling the strings, and as Chad was highlighting, a full team effort.
Oh, for sure. Everybody had their moments throughout this one, and very, very good signs. I understand it's only a best of one, but that's the first upset of the major, right there on your screens. Apex coming in, right, with some household names, some heavy hitters. Sasanito with a very, very average performance throughout, couldn't get going. The rest of them had moments here and there, but just not enough. They weren't functioning on a high level. We can start talking about what we heard they were calling defaults out the gate on that T side. It tells me they're not really dictating the tone or the pace. They're going to let the game come to them and then react. And while reacting, a bit of a frenzy was Pain. Beautiful work from them. A great way to start things. And Apex back to the drawing board. You have to play another best of one later today.
Yeah, and they potentially can be condemned to that damning 0-2 start. Of course, that's counting our chickens before they hatch. But let's see. Let's keep our eyes on Apex. That is a surprise. That is an undeniable surprise. We were not expecting to be seeing Apex down in the dumps up against Pain. At least I wasn't. I think Pain were one of the teams that I had the lowest expectations for coming into this. I don't know if that was justified.
No, I think in terms of where you look at who they've played against internationally, you know, what's your measuring stick? You know, how are you meant to be able to grade it? It's quite difficult to do when our worlds don't collide all the time.
Yeah.
So to look at some of the Pain names, especially a few untested names within that mix, and it's not the Pain that we all remember, this is a very, very good showing out the gates, and one that should fill them with a lot of confidence. Sure, we're going to have to see who their next matchup is, but this is a great showing on Vertigo, and something that they should be proud of, because I think that the scoreline doesn't show how one-sided it felt. Apex won the pistol and, well, the first 4 rounds of the first half, and they had 8 in total. And I think that Pain actually looked like they were playing better overall CS. I like the decision-making from their individuals. They came with a decent game plan and were bringing the fight, right? They were happy to take some risks, take some challenges across the board. Whereas for Apex, a little bit flat today.
There wasn't a single player on Pain that we didn't have an impact round from.
Yeah.
You know, Nissim, we've seen Cowes, that duel on short you just saw in the replays. There was everyone stepping up in order to convert this win and starting off their major campaign with a big win. I'm going to be very intrigued to see what Pain can do outside of this one. You know,
how far can they go?
This has whet my appetite just a little for what they can do. And you know, when you think about Brazilians in this major, there's 2 other teams. You know, Furia, Imperial are at the tip of my tongue, not Pain Gaming.
Yeah, well, this is the thing, right? And right now we have Imperial currently playing on that mainstream.
Yeah,
so,
you
know, see how they're faring so far, because there was a lot of success for the Brazilians over there in the Americas. It was the North American side of things that let the team down, really. Just complexity.
Yeah.
The only ones that you could really get excited about, especially with Liquid not being there. But Liquid only had Twists and NAF. Like, it wasn't even full representation. Nouns, I think, falling a little bit short. Yeah. So Pain backing up their performance from the RMRs with a win against European opponents. It's not like they went up against like Lin Vision or something, or another regional team. They've gone up against a team that had a very good run at the previous major, even though it was a long time ago now.
Yeah, no, for real. And you speak about Lin Vision. They're up next for us. We've got Heroic taking on Lin Vision. I'm going to be intrigued to see that. The fact that Lin Vision made it and the Mongols made it a touching moment at the RMR of them celebrating, you know, their region's qualification. But they'll be taking on Heroic. I think that seems like a bit of a David versus Goliath.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what type of a map we end up on that one. I think like if Lin Vision can get it to Anubis, they'll be quite happy. I don't know if Heroic will allow that to happen. And then the last game that Alex and I'll be bringing you here on the secondary stream for the day will be Saw versus the Movistar Koi.
Iberico Ham.
We love it.
Yeah.
And I'm sure they do too. That is going to be quite the matchup for the region, and hopefully one that has a fair few mind games considering the history that overlaps between those 2 teams. Spain and Portugal, the overlap of the Portuguese players at once upon. Exactly. Ooh. So that one has all the drama.
Yeah. Oh, well, we love drama here, you know. Well, we live to be entertained, and the entertainment will continue when we get back from our break. Go get yourself a glass of water. We'll be back with your next game.
The world is changing quickly. Shut up.
Is changing, but one thing remains the same: victories with 1xBet.
Pain game are coming in to the PGL Major Copenhagen. I've got Big Yuzera with me here. And I want to just look at what's been going on with Pain, because you've been there for the whole ride. You've been there on this whole journey. And you've been rebuilding Pain slowly, piece by piece. But doing so well at the Americas RMR is great, but you almost didn't make it through the South American qualifier. So what has this wild ride of emotions been like for you?
Yeah, it has been a lot. We changed everything in the team. I think we put the young talents in Brazil that we bring. And I think that this kind of things is not just in the moment, in the future as well.
Yeah.
So I think this kind of choice is good for us, because in the first try to go to the major, we did. So I think we are in the right way.
Talk to me about going through the South American closed qualifier though, where you may have not made it to the RMR, yeah? Then you get to the RMR and you seem to make a big improvement, or did you feel like there was a change in the team? What happened to make you play better at the RMR?
I don't know. I think when I play like in big events and these kind of things, I can keep my emotions, my mental, and help a lot my team. I think I'm good. I'm better in good and big events that playing at home. I think at home I'm just give some calls and not the emotions as well. And I think this kind of things helps a lot.
So being on land, not being at home, that's a positive side for you. That's where you can do some more damage. I also just want to look at the games at the RMR, right? You lost to Imperial, but you didn't have a chance. They took you guys down pretty heavily. But then you also played worse than when you played them before that, because you played them again at the closed qualifier. Why is Imperial such a tough team for you guys?
Right now, I think they are so confident to play, and almost everything that they do is like working. And even if they don't have like the right choice, but goes for them, you know.
Yeah.
So it's difficult to play against them right now, because they are at a level of confidence like so high. But I think we were like unprepared, you know, to play against them. And the next challenge against them gonna be different.
Okay, I like the confidence of that.
Yeah.
I love hearing that. For you though, you have major experience, and I'm looking at like your first major, you go 1 and 3. In Paris, you went 2 and 3. So do you feel different about this Pain, and how do you think your chances are of moving from the opening stage to the next stage and going further than you've ever been before?
Yeah. Right now, I have to be honest with you guys. Right now, I think this stage is easier than Paris or the other one.
Wow.
I think right now we have more, how can I say, the things right now is more balanced, you know. I think have a lot of things in the same level, because a lot of new players going to the major as well.
Young guys,
In Paris, the second match was against FaZe.
Not ideal.
Yeah. So it's quite different. But right now, I think the things that you know is so similar.
So you feel like there's more of a chance this time?
We have more chance.
Good luck going into the major. Thank you very much for all the insight, my man.
Thank you, guys.
What's going on, guys? We're back for the PGL Copenhagen Major, the CS2 opening major. New game, new vibes perhaps, and big results so far. We had our first upset here on our stream, myself and Sponge joining me. My name's
Don't
Machine.
do that. People think it's real.
They do?
People,
Okay.
Some people still call me Sponge.
My Twitter is Machine Egg, okay? You know?
Hey, I used to have a car number plate that was 1 egg.
1 egg?
And then people call my car Shelly.
That's quite cute, actually.
Not when I'm driving around in a big manly truck.
Yeah, but there's something about that. You know, that's like the biggest bloke in the gym being called, I don't know, shit Shelly? Shelly? Man, I couldn't come up with anything. Anyway, Counter-Strike, and I actually am a little uninformed, Chad.
Okay.
I'll be honest, I'll admit my ignorance here. Lin Vision, I know nothing.
The Visionaries, I'm calling them.
Oh, I like it. Okay, so tell me about the Visionaries, because I know that they were excited to qualify. Wait, that's all I've got. I know they lost to the Mongols at the RMR.
Yep.
And I know they kind of owned Greyhound.
Yes.
Owned? Is that the word?
Well, I
would
always use it.
Okay.
Yeah, well, look, it was returning Chinese Counter-Strike back to the majors, which I think is very important.
Yeah.
We're talking about new game. Well, let's talk about new faces. A whole bunch of them, 5 of them, right? This is
Truly?
Yeah. Right. These guys, from when we've watched them play, aren't your traditional Chinese team that's a bit more timid. One of the things that we enjoyed when we've seen them in the past is they get loud, they yell, right? It's a different vibe, a different breed of the team. And I remember back when we did Pro League, we had Gum, their coach, who came onto the couch with us and he had a chat with us and really got to learn about some of the individuals within that team. So for me, Lin Vision are an exciting prospect because they're a bit more punchy. They definitely still play the brand of Chinese Counter-Strike, which is 4 players in your face and the fight just feels like it keeps on coming.
Cool.
So, you know, it's exciting to watch G, the AWP player. Westmelon, yes, we all know it's watermelon. That's what it directly translates to. Okay, Westmelon, watermelon. It's all good. It's fun. It's a fun name. It's a fun name. Zaka, Amelia. So, look, I'm excited to see what they can bring, but I think this is why previously when we were just having a quick conversation during the last match, I said if they can get it to Anubis or something along those lines, I think it would be good for them. But if it ends up on something a bit more technical, like a nuke, for example, I would be a little bit worried because when you're a team like Heroic, you're playing top-tier Counter-Strike all the time. So you're playing against masters of maps like Nuke who understand how to manipulate the rotations, which is a conversation similar to what we had with Mongols, but I was more talking individuals, I think more as a team. So here we go. No Mirage, no Vertigo, Inferno gone, Overpass gone. Ancient, Anubis, and Nuke.
So Anubis is still up for debate. It's not anymore.
Okay.
Heroic, remove it. That Nuke, Chad, is actually looking increasingly likely. It's up to Lin Vision.
Yes.
It's up to them.
Okay.
Okay. They choose to take it to Nuke. Now, one of the downsides of that is you also have to start on the T side.
Yes, and taking a look, like their record, 4 wins, 2 losses, right? That doesn't look terrible, but you need to
Contextualize.
and it's only against regional competition.
Yeah.
And that is where the conversation stops. Whereas sure, 5 wins, 6 losses for Heroic, and go, well, who's got the better record? Well, it's not about that, it's about the caliber of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, and it's also gonna, I mean, one kind of caveat I would add to the potential for an upset is that they've had time to truly study Heroic's Nuke, what to expect from it, what their options are. And there's a lot of kind of whispers right now in the Counter-Strike professional space about the new tools available. There are a lot of tools that enable you to essentially kind of put all of the demos of your opponent on Nuke and scrub through them to detect tendencies, to detect you know, differences in their variations, and to do so quickly and more effectively than ever before.
Well, yeah, that is the case, right? Depends on what tools people have available to them out there. I know there's a bunch. I personally use Skybox Edge, and I can just go through and I can take a look at the openers, where the players play, where their tendencies are on gun rounds. You can filter it down to how they play on ecos or anti-ecos.
But with all of that said, you still got to shoot them in the head.
Yes, and that's one thing Lin Vision can definitely do. You mentioned they were very excited to be here. Their reactions after qualifying for the major by taking down Greyhound, that's exactly what this is all about. And let's see if they can pack that punch. Westmelon with a HE. Let's see if that will be destined for Squeaky Door.
Let's get this party started then on the attack, Lin Vision.
It's the lurk smoke for Door. So they're trying to sow some seeds of doubt, but ahead of this is Nerds. He's dropped straight in towards the vent and even has the knife in hand. So they know nobody down the vent. Great information. Nikodos has found the opener. Zaka's got a trade back, and they're splitting in towards A right now.
Nice shots from Kixon. Takes down Zaka. Leaves us in a 3v3. EG has opened up the option for ramp. They aren't going to surge or go loudly, but Kixon might want to address that. The potential slip now. Nerds on that ladder. Oh, spotted. Okay, well, that really screws the pooch. They can just go A, but they know Kixon was heaven. Trying to charge in. Good work. A goosh onto Kixon. This is looking great for Lin Vision. And really the opposite for Nerds. After being spotted in the vents, it's going to be expected. He comes secret. He's made no secret about his reapproach.
How do you break into this?
Yeah, I don't know. I like their setup as well. You can see that G is essentially going to be taking that first contact. Amelia to swing out. Kixon going to fake it out. That was the spot on one. G down. They're worried. They're stressing out. They've let it go. They're letting it go.
That's it.
Yeah, but he's got the low HP. If you could just take him off the bomb, you're good. Just take him off the bomb! A fumble from Lin Vision! Heroic can't believe it. You can see Tessus, he's actually like in shock that they've managed to pick that one up.
Yeah, that definitely should not have been a heroic round. That is not the way you want to start things if you're the Chinese.
Okay. And there I am, praising their post-plant setup, but the fact that one diffuse sound completely threw them into panic mode.
Yeah. Kixon, the fact that he gets another kill on low HP after the goosh, very well done to be able to hit the necessary shots, right? They have to make the mistake and then you need to convert.
Sure.
But
I'm actually cringing. Don't use that word often, but that is yeah.
He's recoiling in his seat.
Yeah, I am. That's just yeah. With a modicum of empathy for Lin Vision, I'm struggling to see how you shake that off. You already I'm still thinking about it. I'm sure they are.
Well, they want to get a bit poppy over towards ramp. Tess is playing ahead of the flash that's lined up, or at least he was.
Hello. There's something to be said about that secret cross. They used those smokes. Now they're testing Tessus. 3, charging forward, made it 2. Tessus gets a frag, gets away. He's played it perfectly. He's played it to perfection. It's almost like they know how they're approaching this second round on the CT side. Just gets the frag, gets away. Nikodos quick to float back and find another.
Little detail as well is like how he limits the amount of angles that he's going to be open to as he's slinking back through every, the close drop down, the quick tuck around. It's the little things, but if you're getting run down by pistol, it's quite important not to give opportunities. And even with the space that Starry was able to garner, it means diddly squat is the official terminology.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Just diddly, not maybe not squat.
Yeah, Nikodos has been squatted on. Not bad from Westmelon either. Gets himself a frag. Starry's deagle down. Heroic. Take the second round.
And it was a force spy from Lin Vision, which means an eco will likely follow. So the 3-0 start for the majority Danish team.
Yeah.
Is that how we're going to refer to them?
I think they still are flying the flag by virtue of the 3. And Shush and Tessus, this is a redemption song for them, losing some of the biggest names in Stown and Yabi, losing their leader in Cadian, and still qualifying for the major in the absence of those guys. Neither of them, Cadian or the Stown and Yabi, making it here to Copenhagen, but Heroic did. And Westmelon has put Nerds down. Stunning shot over the silo. Now Deagle's searching. It's certainly it's a nice start, but it is far from being converted. The discrepancy in investments should still translate.
They're fighting. Look at what they've been called into. Everybody is here to fight. They've given up space, but they all just want to take these duels with the Deagles. Main, 2 towards Hell, 1 Heaven.
Yeah. I mean, if you were to round that corner on red, you're not going to have a fun time.
It is an advised decision for Lin Vision not to consider their escapades.
Here it is from the POV. Ooh. Yes, indeed.
We love a good mid-round replay when applicable.
Shout out to
that's when the judges with the scorecards come out with a 10 out of 10.
Nice work from our replay gang.
This is getting an ace here. Watch this.
He's even actually given away his deagle.
Watch this.
Done his job. On the low HP, just going to be trying to pull the crosshair away.
Come on, Tess, keep fighting.
Yeah, that's 2. He is sticking around. Nikodos stole it. Punched as well from that.
There wasn't even all 5 there, so I was terrible by me. I was trying to will it into existence.
Not going to happen. You will get another, though.
Nice, boys. Let's go.
So he could have had the ace.
Technically. Didn't. But all the same, he's definitely kind of sent the message that ramp is closed for business after the 2 rounds we've seen so far.
Has it always been ace? Because back in the day, honestly, 16 years ago, we used to call them a team down.
I thought you were going to say that.
Team down. Then in Western Australia, we even used to call it a TTD, which I think was like...
Total team down?
Yeah, I think so. I think think so.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think Ace does roll off the tongue a little more.
Yeah.
It does. Ari. And his luck towards Yard. He's actually going to go with his second smoke. So across successfully, the flash move has paid dividends, and it's forced Tessus down. So I assume Nikodos is going to be the one that covers as he rotates its nerds, actually. Okay. Oh, Nikodos has the AWP, Alex. That's good understanding. Holding towards this potential for main roof. Great awareness. Catches Zaka. Mission accomplished. Gets out of there.
Yeah, you're going to hope that's communicated by your main player when you hear the top drop, right? Yep. You hear the individual drop off of Silent One towards main. That's great information, and Nikodos emboldened by that goes for the search. Grabs them a number advantage and now completely stalled out Lin Vision. Westmelon, well, very likely to see him throw out a Molotov, but are they going to try and go out Squeaky Door down the vent?
They're so flash, but they're still standing in the
Yeah,
open.
down the vent.
Yeah, Tessus will address this. Oh, he's been spotted. Still adjusts. Traded nicely. Needed that from Amelia. Westmelon's got somewhat of a flank here onto Nerds. Nikodos is covering. Beautiful team play. Just keeping their options open. Keeping their awareness as to the possibility. It's big from Starry. A double kill to make this round a reality. Needs more. Shush, next potential victim. Holding single door. This was a hard one. Shush, a hard clear. Gets it done. Amelia hasn't moved. They don't know where he is. But it's still an impossible round if they swing together. What's he supposed to do? Jiggled out, cleared out. Heroic. Keeping the sheet clean. It seems like their comms are looking good. Individuals firing. It's not going to be an easy game. It's not going to be a walk in the park by any stretch of the imagination for Lin Vision today.
It's one of the more, unorthodox options that were available. The one that they opted for, right? Traditionally, when you have a player down secret, you're going to try and either join him through yard or go through ramp and have him patrol the vent rotation. They didn't do either. They said, all right, well, let's go out Squeaky Door and drop down the fireman's pole, shall we? Which caught Tessus off guard, definitely. Got them the plan, and Starry hit a couple of nice shots. And look, that's what I like. You need some out-of-the-box thinking from Lin Vision, especially when you're down a player after that Nikodos opener on the AWP. And it's already going to force them into a tactical timeout. So Gum will get the opportunity to get on the microphone, take a bit of a breather, try and settle yourself into this new environment. I think Lin Vision is one of the teams that a lot of people at home, if they were doing their pick'ems, would probably have ended up in that 0 to 3 category. They're definitely not as a refined project as a Mongols.
I've seen some great individual glimmers from the likes of G, Starry. They have had impressive individual moments.
For sure, and they have some cool ideas in terms of strategies and areas of the map they like to apply pressure and the ways that they go about doing it. But as mentioned, getting into this, I think this map is just too technical.
Yeah, it's the map that certainly favors Heroic down. That's quick down the vent. I think the flash, would have obscured the sound. Now, with Westmelon taking ramp, but at the cost of 2, Tess is getting a double, as well as spotting out that bomb. So
should commit B for the plant.
Yeah.
Because they have the vent rotation with the drop. It's interesting about the pace that he's opting for.
G Red, he's not going to be able to contribute at all right now. They're going for an Astralis plant with Starry holding events. And they're hoping that G can control the potential for Secret. So it's going to be a fast flank towards... Oh, yeah. Audible. Nice work. Starry will punish the vents. Molly through. G to flank as well. Oh, good work from Shush. Starry underestimating that one. Needs to be silent. Needs to be G. The unknown entity. This is a big frag. Gets it done. Takes down Shush. Nikodos, only 6 bullets on this. Has to be precise. Anticipating dark. Smoke towards the double. Westmelon needs to be able to deny this defuse. Gets the info. Now all onto Nerds. Into the smoke. No time for this. He's just going to hold it. He's just going to hold it.
Dear.
Not like this.
Oh,
not
dear.
like that.
Oh, dear.
That's a nasty way to lose a round. They had everything they needed. G got the flank, but the defuse comes through. Nerds pulls off a 5th round for Heroic, but a heartbreaker for Lin Vision. Oh, there's the cringe again. That's another one. That's 2 on the cringe count.
That's the pistol round with a 3v2 number advantage where Kixon was gooshed. And then this was a 3v4 situation that they handled quite well, but there was just a lot of utility left. Look, one of the keys is there's a lot of utility left for Heroic because of the pace of the game, right? That round was so fast and straight back into the fray. Nikodos undetected. He's going to call yard somewhat clear, knowing that a player could have got away with this. Starry's not going to clear it, Alex. He's not going to clear it.
Please. He's not. But I mean, neither of them are going to. Nikodos is not going to consider this.
No, so...
Oh, he is going to spot him, surely. Gets it. Nice, and now ramp's open, so they're down secret. They have ramp. Chad, this surely is a red carpet.
But they had the red carpet last round. They were flying with Aladdin.
And right now, everything is actually boiled out nicely. That frag from Starry stops any concerns I had that this one was going to be another cringer.
Well, this will be a save.
Yeah.
As LinVision try to show us the world.
Shining, shimmering.
Brightly.
Splendid.
I think so.
I don't know.
We don't want to get... obviously, you and I are fantastic singers. We don't want to get copyright.
Yeah, we wouldn't. Immediately.
Strucken,
the algorithm would be very quick to ruin the broadcast.
Even though probably one of my favorite musicals.
Also, I think I'd be a shoo-in for the Aladdin role.
Yeah.
Don't you think?
Yeah.
I'd look great with the little
Who'd be your Jasmine?
cap. I think probably Anders.
I thought we were going to go with Harry.
Harry or Anders, yeah.
Well, Starry got fortunate that he did check, didn't he?
Yeah, no, an impactful double as well from Starry. He didn't quite get to translate that previous one with the fight on Shush, but...
Starry was the one that everyone was excited about years ago when he played that like Blast Showdown, and I think he had an ace. I don't even remember who was it against.
It was a 1v5 versus G2.
Was it G2?
From my recollection.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, Vertigo.
It would be a G2 thing to do, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would.
But people were excited about Starry years ago. We're talking 3 to 4 years ago, I would say, at this current juncture of things. But he has been able to inflict some damage with some tidy shots, which forced Heroic into a save in that scenario. They can still make good on this half, but the problem is it could already be a decent half so far with the pistol, with the rifle round that we saw just 2 rounds ago fall against them because of the defuse and the smoke. But at least look at the mood. Yeah. Trying to be kept up there, having some smiles on their faces. That's a good sign that they're not down in the dumps considering the type of rounds that they've lost. So not done yet.
Trying every trick in the book. You can see they're chewing gum. They've got the arm sleeves out. They look the part. Let's see if they can play it.
Well, they've already been able to do significant damage to the finances of Heroic. It's going to be a Deagle and an MP9 around the save rifles and the extra upgrade. Can they break them? This is integral for LinVision's T-side campaign. And with pace.
Yeah, I like it, G. He's just going to push straight through. Spotted out. Quick find from Kixon. No trade available. Starry only the one. Nert's humbled as well by Starry. In through. Not ready for Hut. Kixon keeping it dynamic. Zach is going to go down if he's not careful. Tessus did hit 2 Deagle bullets. Nikodos will finish him off. That's the bomb now on Starry. And a 1 versus 2 spotted out by Nikodos, locking down the potential for rotation. Smoke is good. Starry wise. Maneuver. Now he sows some seeds of doubt. They don't have info about Lobby. They don't have info about his maneuver towards the lower site. So does this buy him time to get the bomb down? He has a smoke grenade to his name. The glass not broken.
He's worried about an awful lot. Kixon could have easily slipped down the vents while he was tussling with Nikodos, but the open plant still, he'll be concerned. Is there a player decon? Is there a player double doors? Well, both coming ramp side. And if he is able to nestle back, he does hit sharp shots. This is good for him.
Yeah, there's a little window of opportunity by just burrowing here and trying to pick out 2 individual jewels. Potted up now they are. Does do damage to Nikodos, and now it's going to be finished by Kixon. A high-impact round from the Kixon. The IGL stands tall on the top site and closes out on the retake.
Well, that was an opportunity, right? The 2 rounds that they flubbed, that was rounds that they had given up by misplaying. That was their chance to put themselves in the driver's seat on this T-half to at least be looking at 3 or 4 rounds potentially. Now, unfortunately, they have to go back to the drawing board and start again, right? Sure, only 2 players survived, but Heroic, their buy looks infinitely better than it did in the previous round. Your opportunity to break them, to get on top of the money, to start stacking up rounds in your favor. Oh, not just yet.
Yeah, I can't but sympathize for G on that. Losing that duel to an MP9 on the CT vent. I think just the distraction of spotting a player and second guessing which duel he was pursuing did lead to an awkward exchange. Nikodos going for an aggressive orb line ahead of the smoke. This might catch Amelia off guard. His elbow spotted. Nikodos executes him. And look at this fast surge of defensive forces into lobby in the absence of the T's presence. They are ready for yard now. Nertz is going to be on high alert, already dropping down the vents as Nikodos to control and patrol. So yeah, already Linvision's options. They're going to be walking straight into Nikodos' scope.
Been a bit of a nuisance, hasn't he?
He's really dynamic with this AWP right now. If they're ramp, he's there. If they're secret, he's peeking into them. This could be a collapse. Oh, nothing. Good work from Westmelon. Gets one. Tessus, he'll punish. Relocation, quick on this. Tessus trying to become an unknown entity once again, tucking towards the clock position. Crossfire now established with his teammate towards the ramp. Lurky smoke, still no problem. Wow. Starry has vision. Catches Tessus through the boards. Big frag from Zaka. That bomb should be going down.
What?
I don't know. Nertz
what did he see?
Has managed to find him. Whether that was just timing or a little glimmer through the smoke. Yeah, something like that perhaps, just connecting. So 2 on 2. And you got 30 seconds here. G, oh, not ready for the forward position of Kixon. He knows where they both are though. Maybe Zaka's got a clutch in him. He knows he was close. Looking over the smoke as Zaka pulls Linvision into a second.
Damn, that got intense. Heroic, the name of the game, it seems to be do not let them be comfortable at any point in the round. There's only a moment where it seems to settle and then they're searching for info, they're taking the fight, they're constantly jarring. The fact that Nertz gets that freebie onto Starry through the smoke, or at least it looked that way, you thought that was going to be enough to draw them back into this. But Zaka, with a trick of his own, around the smokes, pops his head out, almost makes a meal of the first, but steadies himself for the second, and that one is going to be a feel-good moment. A clutch falling in the favor of Linvision, and considering how poor things have gone up to this point, they might have done enough.
That's a lifeline.
Still not enough.
No, it's a lifeline. That's all it is. I mean, it's not pretty. It's not pretty for Heroic, make no mistake, but it's certainly threatening.
This is your second opportunity to break them financially. Yeah. Your second chance. Your first went missing. Your second, you've put yourself in an even better position. Last time round, it was many more rifles than this. This is 1 M4, 2 Deagles, 2 MP9s, and an extremely light smattering of utility. We're talking 4 smokes, no Molotovs, 1 HE, and a flash.
Okay, can you make the most of your second chance here? Everyone deserves one. Linvision, what have you got for us?
Do you swing first, or do you let them dictate? That's the question for Linvision. Looks like they want to set the tone themselves. Starry, an outside adventure, catching Nertz off guard, brilliant.
Oh, the pre-aim was gorgeous.
He was so ready for that.
I don't know. That's maybe the homework coming in. He knows Nertz likes to go early CT blue, but he's gone.
And that's the only rifle for the round marooned.
Yeah, that's unreal. That's all. I would dare I say it, irretrievable. His body covered now by the Overwatch. Nikodos has nailed Starry. That's quite one hell of a shot. That might change the dialogue completely. Using his flash to get close to the body. Maybe he can retrieve it after all. He's close now. Doesn't want to spend too much time looking for it. Could have blown off in a multitude of different directions. Zaka is close. He's not anticipating this forward position. His opportunity squandered, though. With Zaka noting his position, hunting him down, worried about the potential for a Heaven player as well. Zaka, good work from him.
Very important that he didn't just surge forward for that kill and took his time. Right, a lot of players, once they know they're that close to the tussle, might just hold that W key and try and run him down. The fact that they had that bit of a dance puts Linvision back into the number advantage. They still have to close, 38 seconds.
Yeah, time becoming a bit of a factor up against these MP9s, and they are down into the low side, excuse me.
But the bomb is with them, but the other 2 players are disconnected. So do you let your extremities play first?
Well, there's the information that there's 2 of them here. Emilia will make it just 1 as he finds Shush, but they had knowledge of Kixon's position as well. Emilia, not interested. Not interested whatsoever.
Tessus might want to go and look for something a little bit more lethal if he can, and save should be name of the game for Heroic now. So Linvision will be able to post their 3rd.
But with the saved AK and the saved helmet MP9, it does still... Does it...
It has, well, it doesn't...
Are they broken?
It doesn't have to be an eco, right? It's still a threatening round, especially if Tessus can find a rifle upgrade.
Yeah.
Which he has done. So you need to take a look as well, the fact that Tessus can drop a Deagle, Kixon can also drop a Deagle. So now we're talking 2 AKs and 2 Deagles, and then there's a possibility for somebody to upgrade into a 5.7 or a P250. They're going to get the loss bonus of 2,400 going into the next. So you want to try and make the most out of this next round, but if you lose the sight, like we just saw, that was the pre-aim of Starry, beautiful work, and a cracker of a shot from Nikodos as well. So some good aim on display. in round number 9. Yeah, you're not going to force behind this, but you have enough to still be a jarring presence.
Couple of extra nades invested as well. So 2 smoke grenades for the CT side and a single HE.
Well, where do you want to try and push Linvision? Is this to block or is this to corral them?
So lucky squeak smoke dropped. Is taking his rifle in a more forward position. He's actually going to be pushing.
It's a
round.
fake on yard with the smoke wall. They might be in for a big biff in lobby.
Emilia's the responsible one for trophy, just intermittent glances. Now with friction taken, Kixon gets a double. One of the rifles has done a whole lot of work. The other empty-handed.
Oh, gee, this is insane. You have an AWP.
Yeah. And he's going straight in for the clear on trophy. He knows they killed Tessus. And now they want to try and find... Who is it? Nikados. Now on the railing. 3 players. Vision holding fast. A big frag from Starry.
Nerds is down here, but only with the USP in hand. So if they do commit, oh, thank God, Kixon's rotated quickly. The same could be said for Shush.
They're rotated. They're in the right spot. This gets uncomfortable. This remains uncomfortable for Linvision after the double of Kixon.
Shush should play last.
Yeah.
Yeah, they really...
Guys, 30 seconds, lads. You got to be...
If they all go up ladder,
yeah, loudly
right,
now, though.
They have all of the power positions available, right? The thing is, the rotation from Shush, if he doesn't beat them up... Is he going up secret? It should be fine.
It's fine.
It's too late to the party from Shush. Oh, missing flashes.
Just go, lads. Go, go, go. 15. They'll plan for heaven. It's going to be very, I would say, impossible, considering the positions of Heroic. Shush, however, has gotten to main. His toes will be exposed. He spots out Starry, deletes him. Not again. Emilia needs to take this boy down before Shush does any more damage. Does do so. G.
Aware
of this potential.
No scope.
Oh, no, he's gone and lost it. The AWP will be recovered. It's still an Emilia round. It should be a Linvision round. Why have you picked him?
He hasn't. He's gone to himself. It's planted for heaven. It's planted for heaven. I can't let him get towards the bomb, but he doesn't have a kit.
Oh, no, Linvision. The AWP, of course the AWP. He's got the AWP. He's picked it up. That is absolute. They are tilted towers right now.
The thing that's... it's worried him so... What a great shot from Shush.
Yeah.
It's worried him so much about the kit. Right, sorry, the plant, not the kit, right? And he's just thought, I can't let him get towards the bomb. I can't, but you've got 10 seconds to work with.
Oh no.
That's
a screamer. I can't believe they haven't taken a timeout. They're still just...
If they manage to walk away from this half with any more rounds than this, I'll be hugely impressed. We can think of 3 rounds that they've lost in this half alone that should have been theirs.
Yeah, stolen or given away, however you want to frame it. I mean, goodness me.
It felt like they avoided disaster with a rotation back up the ladder. It was the right call.
I can't.
Just G going for the no scope. Obviously, you don't want to be scoped in. What if he comes up the ladder? You want to stay flexible. Maybe just get the Glock out. I don't know.
Oh, that's really... it's going to sour the mood in the camp further. Linvision, this T-side, it had the potential to be so much more. So much more than it currently is. They only boast 3. Tessus here on control. How does he fare in this exchange? Gets himself a double as well. No trade from G. Thankfully, Zaka's there to stop the potential for a triple. Nikados going to be taking glances towards control at his own whim and will. 2 versus 4. Flash is great. Nice combo. Team play there. Zaka sets up Starry. Need more from him. Bomb lost. Nerds activates forward position. Starry doesn't have the health nor the bomb for this one.
Hopeless, isn't it?
I'm still thinking about it, man. It was probably something like his teammates just saying, yeah, bomb plant for heaven, and you just... You overstepped the mark.
But you knew he had the AWP.
You did know he had the AWP.
Because he took down G.
Yeah. It's going to be rattling around their head. No doubt about it. Heroic, I mean, if you frame it the other way around, they've kind of been quite fortunate in the way some of these rounds have boiled down. They've been given some unforced errors.
Yeah.
And they made the most of them.
They definitely have. I think it's so hard to define because the first time they had the opportunity to break Heroic financially, they didn't.
No.
And then the second time, they did. And then they had what should have been the easier of the two. Right, the round where it was a couple of save rifles, still difficult. They're like landmines, right? You need to get that IED detector out there. You don't know where you're going to step on it or when.
Smoke all up. Needle clear. And it's Nerds onto Westmelon to start. Testing the limits of main there. Looking like they are trying to make some individual hero plays. Significant damage has been done to them. Amelia and Westmelon gone. And Zaka and G, half health.
I just wonder how much, again, comes down to the map, because it is, you can see indecision, you can see, I don't want to say poor understanding, but it definitely hasn't looked polished. And this is it, again, Kixon just wanting to stay forward, take the fight, be a jarring presence as Nikodos thought he would finish it off with the Deagle.
Avoids the majority of the nade damage there. Starry will take up the brunt of it. But already you can see their setup is potent. 2 players down on the lower side, so it's a 2-on-2 here. The final round of this T-half. They can work with 4. 4 is... it's certainly a recovery of sorts. Or posted, deleted. See, this is the sharp individual aim we know and have grown to expect from Starry. Even in the face of adversity, Dark, a hard position to clear. Now you've used your Molotov elsewhere. Starry's going for it, though. He is going to clear it. He is going to clear it. What? Testus knows he's spotted out. Wallbang down. Nice work from Zaka. 1 versus 2. 19 seconds. He's running light on time. Nuts brings the fight, and Heroic, they'll leave with 9 on their CT side.
Yeah, and considering how that first half fared, this is their map to win now. If you're Blind Vision and you're not rattled, impressive mental. Very, very impressive mental from the Chinese, but I don't expect this to be a easy second half of play either. This is where now it's your CT side rotations that get exploited, right? Oh, they've taken Secret, you know, maybe they're harassing Squeaky, dropping Vent. How are they going to deal with all of these different options? So that's something that we need to, I don't even know if we're going to need to keep it in mind, to be honest, actually, because if it's the pistol, that's game.
Everyone's delivering as well. When you take stock at Heroic, you saw some impact from Nikodos when he was staying dynamic and rotating. Nuts up to 10. You got Tessus and Kixon with 12 each, and Shush as well. Considering his positions, he's been holding his own.
Starry's definitely been hitting some good shots, but sometimes it's been, I don't want to say in vain, but like late in the round. And considering Heroic want to continue to take the fights, you will get those chances. Flashes in towards A.
And Jewel Berettas were the perfect weapon for the job, but only the one. Feels a bit hard done by here as they're already taking the top side.
Zaka, oh, I was going to say, had a flash. Where did it go?
Oh, what an uncomfortable retake.
He's giving it to Amelia to set them up. Here we go. Waiting for the main smoke to subside.
Gee. He's drawn attention of Nerds and Kixon. They know he's alone. Shush has already found Zaka. And just like that, the hopes of a Lin Vision competitive half maybe fading away as a 10th for Heroic on the pistol. Just using kind of quite a direct approach, well-placed utility. Gets them in.
Careful now.
Starry's being hunted. For his Kevlar, gone, thanks to Gigson's quick shot.
Well, the fact that the indication was, look at the great time Heroic are having.
Yeah.
Tesla's always having a smile on his face. And closed this one down quite quickly by the looks of things. A great trade. He even, I think, managed the goosh even. Not the goose.
No.
It's duck today, not goose.
That's right, because we are not here to duck around.
Well, Amelia, you kept the Kev. And the team are not opting for the forced buy. So, should be the 11th for Heroic as they swiftly take this yard space. So very confident to take duels like this. A few players over towards blue, and there's the mop and bucket. Nikodos, the spray. Mouse one held down, takes his hand off the mouse and keyboard. My job is done. Just got one to find.
That felt like he had a lot of time to take those 3. Everyone's having the best time. Absolutely loving life. A black bar's a user and abuser, as Tess says.
Saw might smile at some point, too.
Oof. Yeah.
I don't know if he's allowed to as per the rules, so...
That's satisfying. The fact that, yeah, he did just straight up just take his hands off the mouse and keyboard. He knew his job was done. Mission accomplished, lads.
Thanks, guys.
You can finish this one.
I'm on double digits now. It's all good. Look at the spread. 13 is the top, 11 is the bottom.
Yeah, damn.
2 kill difference. That's a team effort if I've ever seen one.
Ooh, G struggling on Nuke. Only 2 frags so far.
It's about to be GG.
I don't know, man. Well, if they win this one, I'm going to be expecting a little bit of a CT side revitalization. I'm not saying they're winning, but I am saying that there is grounds for Linvision to have a cosmetic comeback if this round is converted and Nerds has got a signature weapon out as they find themselves gathered and congregated on red. Are they just going to take Angels? It looks like they are. A smoke is there, but they're ahead of the smokes. They're already down. This will be audible. Starry's found Kixin, which was the tail of the assault. Big work from Westmelon, and now everyone's here. Zaka will sweep the rest under the rug. Job done.
It's the Nerds 1v5 with the MP7.
Yeah. The more expensive SMG. Have to spend an extra couple of hundred, and it's in the same range, you know, it does more damage and has more value up against armored opponents.
Well, he just needs to do damage, so I'm surprised he didn't take his opportunity right there to get at least 1 kill. There you go. Just guaranteeing it. Should be able to get up the heavens and retrieve himself something a little bit juicier.
Yeah, and especially, you know, the fact that it's G that goes down when you run the 5v1, it exacerbates things, doesn't it? You're still conceding a death in a guaranteed round.
They need to... There we go. I was going to say, need to be careful not to give anything extra over because you need to be very cautious of your pennies right now if you are on the Linvision side. Starry happy to stand and deliver yet another stunner on the AK-47. And yeah, that was Starry taking down Kixin, who was the man throwing the smokes. So expecting Yard to be respected. And that was not the case whatsoever. Well, Heroic, that was a bit of a bonus round. They have more than enough to fully invest yet again. Kixin will be operating with the Galil, but the rest into AK-47s. Both teams fully bolstered now. Let's see when we lock horns on the rifles. What's the opener looking like? Towards Yard, silently from Heroic. Trying to see if they can grab this red control. Making sure nobody's pushed up and personal. And they can throw the smokes on the fly. You see a lot more of this in CS2 than you did towards the tail end of CSGO. I think it's especially because of the HEs. This is your quickest route from point A to point B, whereas the other walls, it's a longer transition.
Oh, wow, that was a messy one.
Good for G.
Tessa's big one. Confidence booster for G. The Amelia onto Nikodos. It's top site being tested. Westmelon, only the one. Shushes in. With Nerds as well. This could still go wrong for Linvision.
Careful up the vent now.
Yeah, Starry, he's going to try and catch his timing. He's already been preempted by Nerds. Going for the plant. Smoke on Heaven.
When that Heaven smoke fades, things get much more awkward for Nerds.
Yeah. And they're waiting. They're biding their time. G, going to be the threat from Heaven. And then main and vent can activate. Now G draws their attention, makes it clear. I'm coming from Heaven, I'm coming from main. Nerds tucks into the vent. He's ready for both of these duels. And just like that, it disintegrates. Nothing left for Linvision there. And that was their round. It was there for the taking. What Westmelon had to find himself a double on the defense, and that site just falls apart.
We didn't get a very good look at it because we were on Nerds' POV, but G threw a smoke there, and I'm not quite sure how it landed. It didn't look like it aided him at all. But Nerds didn't have to turn his attention. He didn't feel that Heaven threat.
But you saw that Starry came at the vent, and he's worried about, like, squeak side vent. If G had come through Heaven swinging...
At least they would have the info.
At least they'd have the info. Westmelon, he's gone in a forward stance here, 12-4. I mean, they are already in a corner, backed up in. He's rocking a shotgun, boosted up on ramp. When I'm having a bad game, that's where Chad puts me.
It's a good weapon for the job.
Yeah. All right, lad, I'm going to boost you up. Just get one for me.
One, sometimes all it takes. But 1 round is all Heroic needs.
Oh, yeah, it's disaster stations here. What we got? Tessus, he loves these little ratty moves through the smoke. Come on. Oh, a real hang time on that. Story had an advantage. Oh, and now even the 5-7.
No, G, no!
He's got, well, sure, he's got one. He finishes off the job, and it's good from Zaka, thankfully.
He got the memo.
Yeah. Nice shotgun, make it an AK. Okay. Lobby, I love this angle from Westmelon. He's got the bomb in front of him. Oh, he doesn't love it. Puts himself in a more elevated off angle. Let's see how Kixon clears this. Oh, he adjusts so beautifully. Takes down Westmelon, no trade available. Picks himself up the bomb and Scarpers.
Well, Squeaky is
now
how they were.
Tessus goes looking.
Wait, is he going on the roof to try and cut him off at the pass? He's going to have to run. He's going to have to run.
Will this be audible?
Yeah, they're going to hear this.
Oh, he's just missed them. Beautiful pathing from Kixon. He knows what's up. Now you're at a disadvantage. Now you're dead. Tessus takes his head. Can you clutch? Yes, you can. Zaka's looking sharp as well.
That's another 1v2 for Zaka. Had one in that first half. So as 2 of their 5 rounds have been Zaka 1-on-2 scenarios. That was quick.
From attacker to Zaka. Chinese counter-strikers had some talents. Bang.
All right. Gee, still feeling it. Well, they have done enough to put Heroic into their 3rd tactical timeout. So Saw has still used them somewhat liberally.
Yeah, that Nerds and Saw package. Huge catalyst to Heroic's recovery from the aforementioned roster mania.
And I think that when you look at the pieces that have taken place throughout Paris, right, and you're looking at Kixon, you're having to bank on the future, and you're having, like, so this is why you have to put faith in individuals like Saul with the scouting. You could just go, oh yeah, they did all right, and he was the in-game leader. That makes sense. You have to look a little bit deeper, right? Is this somebody who we think can deliver consistently, or was it the other teammates? Was it a fluke run? What, you know, there's a lot of things that you can start to
contextualizing the performance.
Yeah, so the fact that he has been able to, and I think it works with the Heroic playstyle of old as well, of being quite active.
One active, check this one out. Tesla's just pushing through, forcing the limits of the top site.
It was a force buy.
Yeah, and they
this is a freebie.
Gonna get a free rifle delivered. Thank you very much.
Now it's a 2-on-2.
Yeah, 2 lobby and a rifle for Nikodos. Nerds and Nico, what you got for us? Heading yard, bomb is on top.
Yes, and
oh no.
But here's what I will say. Oh,
Starry's gone, and it's up to G to save Lin Vision. A lot of pressure on their underperformer. He has 12 bullets in the mag, a frag already.
The bomb is actually working against him. I was going to say it's going to work against
He's going to give it up.
Yeah, because if you're just playing on top of it, it limits the amount of positions Heroic have to worry about.
Yeah. They've actually split up. So in terms of isolating one-on-ones, this actually favors G. How much of a clear will Nikodos do on this position? They're going to actually be able to pincer him in here. Oh, they're playing this very well. Nikodos, dead. No trade from Nerds coming in from main. Can you do it? G just looks away! Oh, and Nerds will close. Comfortable for Heroic. And their opening affair's a quick one.
Game of misery on the Lin Vision side of the server. They've only seen heartbreak. If you go back and you recall some of the rounds that they lost, they let slip through their fingers. It is going to be a very difficult game to rewatch on the VOD. So that is going to feel very, very deflating if you are the Chinese here today to kick off your campaign. But you need to be able to screw your head back on tight because you have another best-of-1 matchup later in the day. Right? I don't want to say you were close because that wasn't the case, but you definitely had opportunities to make it a much more competitive affair than what we saw transpire right there. But for Heroic, good to see them pull rounds out where they were down in the dumps. Everybody was performing. All 5 individuals had their moments for the team. And in situations where they were down in the dumps and they probably shouldn't win, they were still able to make it happen by hitting some good shots. Yeah,
no, I think my main takeaways was that Lin Vision are clearly kind of going to be shaken from some of the rounds they lost in that first half. It was like, you know, even I think you were observing that it was unlikely you were going to be able to recover your mental after some of the rounds that you slipped through your fingers, coming into an intense best of one where you are the underdog, you know, it's an unfamiliar opponent. But Heroic, they proved to be too much of a challenge this round. Oh no, I forgot.
Right, so this is the thing. There's a few that are going to be living in their nightmares, especially if they find themselves 0-2 at the end of the day. But for Heroic, this is how they would be hoping to start things here. They are one of the teams with, I think one of two teams with majority Danish representation, right? It's Ecstatic and them. Obviously, we have Glaive playing for Ants, right? We've got Carrigan. We've got a bunch of Danes around, Acor for Gamer Legion, plenty of names. But as far as what might be hometown heroes, there's definitely over the last few years as Heroic have ascended to, well, they were Denmark's best team. There's going to be plenty of people who want to be in that arena, the Royal Arena just across the road from where we are, cheering for Heroic with those shirts on.
Tessus and Shush, you know, I think one of the highlights in their careers so far was lifting the trophy in the Royal Arena, and an opportunity to get there again, with an opportunity to perform at a major on home soil. The first Danish major is definitely one that I'm sure has got them playing absolute A-game, full focus, and a step in the right direction for Heroic as they take their first win.
And I think if you're Heroic, this is a nice type of game to start your campaign, because one of the keys is these are a name that will be in the mix alongside of, you know, your Phases, your Spirits, your Vitalities, Maus, Virtus Pro, Na'Vi, G2, and Complexity. Those are the 8 who are over there within the elimination stage. You are going to get reps in the setup. You're going to understand where breakfast is, you know, where the gym is, you know, all of the little details. Exactly.
Your nuance.
And this is a nice opening game for them against an opponent where Heroic are a heavy favorite. Sure, there's the pressure of that. Oh no, we're going up against him. If we lose, that looks really bad. But you also get everybody warmed in. Everybody played well. You got to see them going to their game plan of being really disruptive throughout the rounds, constantly pushing, never letting Lin Vision set up or feel secure when they did take space. So it's a great game to start things off. And if you saw, you're very happy with a 13-5 scoreline. You're very happy with the type of rounds you were able to win. And there's even things that you can look at to be like, okay, guys, let's make sure that doesn't happen again, right? There's even things that you can look to improve on from that scoreline. So a good opportunity for Heroic to find themselves, well, in a 2-0. We don't know what the matchups will look like. We still have one more round of best of ones to go down. I think, I'm trying to look at your screen right now. It's Anubis over there.
It's Anubis.
Is that still Imperial?
Yeah, Imperial and Ents looks like it's going all the way.
Okay, so, well, that means that the mainstream is a game behind.
Yeah.
So...
Gang.
Yeah, secondary stream fans, we love and live. Hello, Launders.
Hey, mate. He's coming up next.
He wants to say hi.
He is coming up next.
He's on the secondary stream, isn't he?
I believe so.
With Scrawny, and Hugo and Harry are going to be doing the A stream after Jason and Anders because Henry is sick today.
Yeah, but we still have one more game to look forward to. It's Saw taking on Movistar Koi.
Oh, yes.
Now, there's a lot to be said about this one. We'll probably do it when we come back from the break.
That would make sense.
Why don't you hit us up on the social medias? Use that hashtag PGL Major.
That's the one.
Yeah, just
Say it
making
with conviction.
Sure. PGL Major, use the hashtag. Let us know who you think is taking this one. We're going to check it out during the break. When
Show
we come
us your
back,
pick'ems.
Yeah, go on. Let's have a look. Let's have a little peek at your pick'ems.
Sneaky peek.
That's what I'm saying.
Sneaky peek.
Peeky, sneaky
Let's go
peek.
to a break.
Yeah, let's do that. Peace.
Yeah, what's popular, it's loud. And this is ASON's commercial. But ASON spent all the money to make the headphones good, and they got no money left for the commercial. So I'm gonna need you to head to ASON.io. ACEZONE. Yo. Code PGL, 50 euros off. Got some headphones. It's now or never.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displates. Hang your displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com.
The grind continues for Heroic, and they're now entering the major here for the first stage. Kicksan's joining me, and I want to touch on this grind you guys have been on, because I look at Heroic, you're always entering things, you're always playing officials. How's the energy coming into the major itself?
I think we have good energy. We've been playing a lot recently. We also had some online tournaments after the RMR, but I think we like to play. We can see that we keep improving, so we have good energy right now, I would say.
When I see Heroic, I always see you guys together. I always see a strong, united team for sure. is this something you've been trying to focus on and work on? Because it's such an interesting mix of players and personalities that have come together.
Yes, I would say that we've been working on it a lot since the first day we founded this team. And I think we've been doing pretty good when you look at the mental part of the game and how we behave outside of the server. I think even in some rough moments when we were losing games or even tournaments, we were still, nobody got tilted or... I think we've been doing good when it comes to the mental part.
And inside the game, I want to see how much you are learning and how much you are trying to adjust still and how much is set in stone, because I know you guys will have the fundamentals worked out of how you want to play and how you want to lead this team, but how much is still, because you are a new team, I need to change this a little bit, we need to do this. How are you going through this whole process?
I think in the last few weeks we've been changing some little things, so I think we have like a good base or a good idea of how we want to play, and then we just adjust few little things depending on the opponent, on the way we've been playing the last few games. So yeah, I wouldn't say that we changed too much, only some little things that can sometimes decide games.
And in terms of deciding games, the major you'd need to perform, but Heroic as an organisation, before you were part of the team, had a lot of success when it came to majors, deep runs, playoffs, right? Do you have the same expectations for this version of Heroic, that that is where you guys should go? Because when I hear, I've seen Nertz's interviews, we could win this event, we can do, it's very confident, but what are your realistic expectations at this stage?
We're trying not to think too much about the end result. We're trying to take it game by game, but I think we haven't been a team for a long time, but I think we already showed that we can beat some decent teams and do some great runs at tournaments. So I would say making the playoffs is like a minimum for us.
And what's that like for you, right? Because your first major, you hit top 4. Now, I would say you're coming in with a stronger team, but I'm looking at the names and the players. How do you personally feel about that? Like, I need to do this again? Is there a mentality change on it?
Yeah, I think with the experience we have in our team, I think we shouldn't worry too much about it. And if we just keep playing the way we want, we will do it.
A lot of people are thinking, okay, 3-0s in the pick'ems, Heroic are through, there's no problems at all. Do you feel that confident?
We feel confident, but at the same time, we don't want to underestimate anyone, any team, because we saw, for example, in the online games, we lost against OG, for example, and I think, for example, in that game, we didn't go too serious, like always, so that made us play a bit worse. So I think for the major, it's important to just respect every team, and if we just play like we always do, we can beat anyone, I think.
And what would you say for you as the IGL is the one thing you haven't had enough time to do with this team, the one thing you haven't had enough time to work on to get you to where you want right now? Because we have to be, yes, we're looking at the name value of Heroic, but we have to be honest that it's only been a few months for this team.
Yeah. I would say maybe the map pool. We didn't have enough time to prepare all the maps like we would like to have them. But even the map pool, I think it has been getting better lately, especially after the RMR. So it's still not perfect, but we can do much better than this.
Do you feel like it's actually good that you guys are going through this first stage? Because the officials you'll get to play and getting used to this whole scenario again?
Yeah, I think it's been good to play a lot of officials and also some online tournaments, because I mean, I have some experience playing some online tournaments before this, but some of the other guys have only played LANs recently. So having these online grinds and playing different kind of qualifiers, I think helped us a lot, and we've been improving and learning a lot from it.
But do you expect the same? Do you think it's beneficial you're starting here in the opening stage and not the next stage, for example? Do you think it's good for this team?
Yes, I think so. If you get through this stage, you'll get a lot of confidence going into the next one. So I think it's important for us.
Well, let's hope that confidence comes through for you, man. Kixan, thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
So then, we've got ourselves another best of one ahead of us. So far, some intriguing results, as expected. It seems like every...
Couple of upsets.
Yeah, a couple of upsets. Every Counter-Strike event these days, you know, we have dark horses galloping and we have hot favorites ice cold. It's been a bizarre one so far, but we are ready to see how Saw versus Movistar Koi goes. Still have to familiarize myself with the Koi edition.
I'm just going to call them koi.
Yeah?
Like the fish.
Yeah.
And they grow to the size of their pond.
Is that right?
That is true.
So
I had koi fish.
If I put them in an extra super mega large one, I'd get extra super mega large.
Yeah, they
koi.
grow. Koi fish grow massive. So if people want to use the hashtag PGL Major to send Alex pictures of koi fish at their largest state, that'd be great.
I saw a golden koi when I was in Japan.
A golden
It
koi?
was beautiful.
All right.
Yeah. It was
Hopefully
stunning.
we get some beautiful Counter-Strike.
I don't know what to expect with this one. I really don't. Could you fill myself as well as everyone at home in with some of the interesting details in terms of how both of these teams' rosters have kind of been shaken up and mixed about?
Okay, so I think one of the keys is you go back to the heartbreak that Saw of Once Upon a Time experienced. This is the Portuguese team on Inferno, the leg shot that was heard around the world.
Oh,
Obviously, James.
James.
Exactly, right? That was heartbreak. And there he is in the middle of the screen right there, Stododo. He will remember that moment for the rest of his days. But he'll also remember qualifying for his first major with a Spanish team, because he is now finding himself over on Koi. He was with Muterus, in-game leader, over there on Saw for the longest period of time. Just Roman, right? They've been together for a very long time, and they're older boys. Now, one of the keys after that major fail all those years ago was they started to bring in some younger guns into Saw. There was a team called FTW. They brought in 3 players from that team in dribs and drabs: Aras Dosse, Story, and of course, Alex, how can I be forgetting U-Jerks, right? So they brought those 3 gentlemen in to join the side alongside of Muterus. And since then, we've seen them look a bit more reinvigorated, and they are the Portuguese hope. Now, for the Spaniards on the other side, they've been losing players left, right, and center, right? Of course, Sampaias, who is not in the major, could not qualify with Falcons, went for Ents, right? Okay, well, he had great success with Ents. Then he took the Falcons opportunity, and they have been unable to get here. Martinez, he left the Movistar Riders, and he went to go find himself at the greener pastures of South American Counter-Strike, joining 9Z. They couldn't get here. So the team has been trying to piece things together, and they've had to go to, once upon a time, their arch nemesis in the region of Portugal to fill the ranks. So they've got Stododo now as their AWPer.
And we are headed to Nuke.
Again,
I just saw
third
Saw's
time.
record as well, 9-0.
This is where it does get a little bit funkier, though, because this is one of those, I want to say, more domestic affairs.
Yeah, okay.
Right, because of the Iberian leagues of once upon a time and the history between these two teams, and they're going to be very familiar with each other. Now, Saw go into this as the favorite for me. I think Koi have a great opportunity, considering the type of match we have on our hands, to pick this one up. But Saw, for me, have been playing a more polished game of Counter-Strike overall.
A little bit of housekeeping from me. It's been brought to my attention that I had been mispronouncing Aros Dos.
So it's not Aras Dosse?
No, because you know, like Dolce and Gabbana.
Okay.
You know, like kind of the
So
church.
just Aras Dos?
It's just Dos.
Dos.
Yeah, it's not Italian. It's
okay.
Just Dos. And if you're really feeling exotic, you can roll that R. Arroz.
I can't do that.
And that's not necessary.
No, or natural for me.
No. So
No.
you can skip the roll, but DOS. I'm going to go for DOS. And if you guys have any additional feedback, feel free to let us know on Twitter.
Can I just call him Sweet Rice?
You can call him Sweet Rice. I accept that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sweet Rice.
Or you could actually call him Rice Pudding, which is.
I'm getting quite hungry, so the less food talk right now would probably be the better.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind some rice pudding. It's been a couple of years since I had some of that.
Now, we should mention a couple of other names. Davy G.
Yes.
And Mopos. El
Davy G in the
Toro.
house.
The Bull. Mopos. I like the way he conducts himself in the server. He's a man who's happy to take a risk. And Adam S. Of Romanian/Spanish descent.
Yeah, the combo meal.
As everyone knows. Here we go.
Smokes, wow, plentiful of nades. Look at this. This is going to be interesting. You've only got yourself, what, 3 players with Kev on the T side. Utility implies one thing, but positioning another. You're taking the bomb main roof on your own? What in God's name is this from Stododo?
I don't know if he knows he has the bomb.
I don't think he knows. Oh, no. No, U-Jerks has managed to hold off the charge and ramp, and they've, don't have the bomb.
Well, it's only the pistol
round.
round.
But I mean, yeah, but it is a best of one MR12. You definitely would have loved a plant, and this could have very well translated had the bomb.
Well, yeah,
been
because
with
that
the
would mean
pack.
Galil's into the second, a very threatening second round, and now it's unlikely to unfold in that fashion.
That is truly unfortunate. A misjudgment, you know, it might be one of those things where someone just kind of...
I would love it if we could go back in
Drop the
time and
bomb.
see like how the kerfuffle of the bomb situation unfolded. Who dropped it? Did he always have it? I would really like if we could get some detectives out there, because some people, Alex, might be watching on YouTube.
Oh, that's true. You can do the research for us.
You could do the research.
Look at the position it's put them in now. Like, they're having to try and clear everything in yard. 30 seconds left in this round for Mopos and Adames.
Easter soon. It's like an Easter egg hunt.
Yeah, well, I mean, they've managed to get themselves close to the bomb, but it's going to leave them with very little time to find a way back into the site. Okay, bomb now retrieved and executed. Story with a nice headshot there. Long-range Glock, not going to happen, and that's going to get the juices flowing. Very nice start. U-Jugs holding on with that multi-kill there, just completely rips the ramp push down.
This is already showing me signs of the previous matchup we had. One team who can't quite believe what they're getting away with, and it's making the mood in the camp feel like light elation, and the other just questioning their existence as Counter-Strike players completely.
I couldn't quite believe that. Yeah, it's...
Oh, they force ball.
Oh, no, yeah, this is going to be potentially Poppy. Adames takes his VAC-10 straight to Mutiris. It's gone. That was the best gun they had in the mix. Taken down very early. Arrows, DOS, and Mopos in a bit of a standoff. Heading down the vent. Nice work, actually. Manages to get away with it.
Not the bomb, though.
No, that would have been lovely.
It would have been great if the bomb was on the ball.
Instead, both of them have turned their back on ramp. So, yeah, they are coming in. Handled with class there. Nice couple from Just. That was a force buy. I think they're going to be having that conversation now. Do they have Kevlar? Yeah, they did. So, number 3 seems imminent.
And potentially free. So, maybe Movi can slow the pace down on this one and just take a deep breath or two, because the first gun round right around the corner. A couple of D-glaze.
Rosdos. With the MP9, going to be able to farm himself up some extra cash.
Well, there's plenty of Deegs out.
Yeah, I'll probably have a couple of early exchanges. LVG looking for one towards credit.
The G unit, I think he's affectionately known as.
That's enough of that, says Mutiris. Gets one to the body. Repositions away. Sidodo's Deagle spam, not really connecting either.
We've had a lot of nuke today, especially here on the secondary stream. This is our third foray into Cedar Creek.
Yeah, a good opportunity to kind of have a little boot camp on nuke ourselves. Understand exactly how things have been going wrong for some of these teams. I mean, at this point, I think Movi are just going to try and forget about the first 3. The pistol especially. But even that second round, just not particularly exhilarating or promising. Yeah. I told you I'd seen a golden koi. There's one.
Can't wait to see you get a whole bunch of koi fish pictures on your Twitter. Keeping it clean. Saw. And that is very important to do so, as we will catch the final kill. As DOS with the MP9. So he could even hold on to that if he'd like. He has 6.3. Now, this is always one of the scenarios I find myself in. Do you want to upgrade away from that and drop your AWP and AWP and you get the rifle out of his hands? Right, he could do that. But it looks like they're going to stick to their guns, quite literally. And speaking of AWPs, not one invested on the other side. Koi will be AK-47s across the board. Now, this is their chance to right the wrongs of the start of this game. Right, get in with the first gun round, start whirring into action. It's the meat and potatoes.
Ooh, Adames was lining up an interesting one. Let's see how this goes. Fast flashes. It doesn't deter Arrows Dawson from an initial elevated angle.
Side's on fire.
Yeah, 3 Molotovs burn through. Okay, well, for the start, this has worked out wonderfully for the CTs. You've still got all the control you need. Everyone's kind of hanging out in spawn.
It looked like the conversation. It is. It's the conversation of a late smoke wall. So they've tried to harass towards top. Maybe they're expecting some form of aggression with this MP9. Now they'll do a smoke wall towards Yard. That is going to try and facilitate the crawl of Adam S. Stododo doing the two-way. They do have to worry about Ujokes, who's already in this secret position, so he will have an awful lot of information. The biggest drama is if there is a slip, if they attempt to go through the smokes to main. Ujokes will peek.
Oh, that's too easy for him. Over the flames, the molly just not quite deep enough there. So some misplays in the opening exchanges here from Movistar Koi. It's put them on the back foot.
Now they have absolutely
Nothing.
yeah, like a smoke and a couple of flashes. What are you meant to do?
Smoke's well placed. See, it's got Roman. Some uncertainty.
Has a gap.
And Mutiris has timed this to perfection as they try to silently descend the vents. Now spotted out, Roman knows he's not going to be alone.
Ujokes are still down here.
Yeah, and Mopos is going to be caught out with his low HP. No, gets down the vents. Ujokes hot on their heels and hot pursuit. There's so many bodies. The CTs have full control of control, and it's just as easy as that. With 5 alive, they're having the time of their life.
I don't think I've seen so many players go down the vent in one round of Counter-Strike in my life, and in almost consecutive fashion.
Yeah. Just endless.
The clown vent. How many can we fit in?
So 4, then there's about 3 CTs. That was so bizarre. You don't see that. You don't see so many CTs down there so quickly.
Not at all. Well, Koi.
What's happening to Movi right now?
No well, I'll reserve judgment until we're a little bit deeper in the game.
All right. Currently looking a little bit out of their depth.
Whack.
Yeah.
Well, they are able to nestle together another purchase. Rifles are plenty, util in the mix. Let's see if this opener makes a little bit more sense. Looks like similar Molotovs. Top heart. See, look at the 3 mollies there trying to constrict. Again, down the vent.
This is bizarro world. They've gotten themselves down. Just.
He's lost in the sauce.
Cancelled it. Dark spotted. Ujokes naded. DalVG planting, covered by that double player in Mopos. Okay, this is going to work out wonderfully. Look at Adam S. He's got a round through Hut, getting them both down. Huge from Adam S. And Lobby is Ozaros Dos. Gets his 4th frag so far. Nearly impossible with their current positions to make a round out of this. So it seems like Movistar Koi have got themselves off the starting mark.
And that was what I believe that they were attempting to do in the previous, because it was the same Molotovs. Main molly, the scaling Molotov that lands deep so players can't strafe across towards CT vent, and the top hut molly. So they're constricting as much vision and control as possible of that squeaky door. And this time, they were able to pull it off. And it's such a brave gambit. Jumping out the door, down the vent as your quick port of call towards the lower deck. And look, Ujokes was just slinking in towards the dark position, got caught. If he was there a moment sooner, maybe, just maybe enough to fortify.
We know what that can look like. You know, how, the reason that's not such a prominent and popular strat is because all it takes is a fast spawn for the main player, unloading his M4A4 into the side of the vent, and you got a double kill through smoke. It can end so quickly, but they've managed to get away with it. First one on the board. Change of pace and flavor now anticipated. Still the mollies going to be thrown out towards main.
Well, this time it wasn't the hut and the scaling molly as well, so you can already tell it's a different look. And obviously what you were talking about of that main player coming and spamming through, right? That's where they have to start asking questions. Are we going to extinguish something to fight for control? Well, this time, heavily aware of the possibility, multiple bodies to deal with it. HE clears the smoke, but Adam, that's a beaut.
Yeah, he's just nailed that. That's a big contribution for Movistar Koi. Takes down Story as well. Can't quite believe Roman's scoreline, but that is the truth. He's 0-0. Huh? No, he can't be. He could be.
He definitely could be.
He is. Smoke to delay them just as they Molotov, so good timing on that. They're going to HE to clear. Oh, yeah. Bit of a fumble on that.
Coming back up is all right, though. Because Story's down, the AWPer is removed. So when you do come back up secret, you're not as worried as being locked down by that AWP.
Makes sense. Ujokes in a forward position. They haven't actually taken lobby. They've just pushed forward towards Hut's side. Ujokes is aware of the potential for a wrap towards Hell. Mopos, he's caught Roman.
Damn.
That was a quick reaction out of Ujokes, playing with Heaven now up towards top top side. Ooh, doesn't hit the shot, does just. Nade towards him, does chip away at Ujux. The molly looks good and well placed as well. I'll just be forced and trapped into that corner.
Time, 19 seconds, gotta pick a site.
Has to be now. Where's the bomb?
Going B.
Yeah, and it's held at the door by Mutiris.
Gotta worry about ramp.
10 seconds, he's going to be hunted down. You need to get this plant. They know he's dark. Adam S is gone, and so is the round. They've lost it. No time at all. No hope. And a 5th round for Saw. Damn, Movistar Koi, they do just seem a little bit disconnected, a little bit out of whack. And so far for Saw, it's just a lovely, smooth sailing operation.
Yeah, clock got away from them there, but that is a big round from the captain. Mutiris, that's 2 massive kills for him to be able to pull off, all things considered, under a lot of pressure. He goes down there in a number disadvantage. They likely lose. This was the opener, and just peppering through the smoke from Adam, so great work from him.
Oh.
A big one from Ujux, but I think trying to overcomplicate things was Koi. If you just had grouped up in this scenario and finished as a unit, you're likely going to trade out and secure yourself the second round. Now it's a 4-round differential, and Mutiris, yeah, that is a great one to find impact on. They've been able to get the AWP back in the hands of Story so he can try his luck again, see if he gets taken down through a smoke once more. And Mopo's just rocking P250 at the moment. It was a timeout taken from Koi.
Yeah, I mean, it's now or never. You're 5-1 in the hole. Got an AK on Davi G, yet to see him actually with a frag, so this is going to be his chance to get himself situated and comfortable.
He's the util specialist, Davi G. He can shoot too, but he's got a library of nades like no other.
Okay, well now you know the AWP's credit.
Just for AWPers at home, take a look. He's taken a shot, he hasn't hung around, he's completely repositioned.
And he's ready to receive anyone that does test the waters. Roman's found his first. An important one, onto the lobby lurker. Mutiris makes it abundantly clear that he is playing towards this B site. Already ready.
Now, what I discussed before, coming back up secret and trying to wrap to heaven is quite easy to do. Well, not easy, but it's less treacherous, right? If there's no AWP in play, but they know that Story does exist and he's fired off a shot. So if you were to go for that option, it would need to come with a distraction, and that's what Adam S is hoping for. Pressure towards lower might allow a gap to manifest. 50 seconds left on the clock. They have the smoke on Stadodo. If they go decon, they can limp the smoke forward and try and come out with some pathing, but Mutiris is ready for this.
Can Mutiris defend his B side once again? He's ready for it, controls the spray, takes down Davi G, empty-handed yet again. Mutiris, 2.5. Stadodo looking to plant. 30 seconds for him to work this one out with his teammate, who is now opening up the top site. If he can get through vents, Roman's ready, and now the round is disintegrated. There's nothing here for Adam S. Bomb lost, trying to head to spawn, held by Story. Saw, they are on one today.
Good understanding of the situation there from Mutiris, and well, you need someone to swing open that door. I don't think you have to fully commit like Davi did, but going for that clear. And with the pathing anyway, if they had opened it and tried to come out, you normally want to slip through that smoke and head under the railing up towards ramp as your bomb player comes out towards backside. So Mutiris probably still catches a kill or two in that situation anyway. He positioned himself perfectly to deal with that play. And they do get everything ripped out of their hands. A 5-round differential in favor of Saw as a partial investment for Movi. Just gotten away from them and quick. The calamity from the pistol has really just compounded.
LVG across with the bomb. Pack of 3. They're making no secret of this, just charging.
Got support.
With Tech 9s. And that's the perfect setup to bait the switch. Arrows DOS gets 2 comfortable frags. As Stadodo loudly descending the ramp position. Angle held. You're not getting past them. Ujux is already comfortable.
I think there's something to note with Saw as well that we didn't touch on when we were just kind of warming into this match, was they qualified for the spring finals for Blast. I know it was online, but one of the keys to me is it felt like they've found this new confidence, right? The RMR was good, right? To be able to qualify that was a kind of I don't want to say, well, I think it probably was relief for especially the older boys, Muterus and Roman. But also just the realization that this is a dream that they've been chasing for a long time. But it feels like it's unleashed this level of confidence in the team. And they're playing solid team CS. That's what we like about Saw, the way that they put together, the way that they put their rounds together. And now they have the firepower with the younger players to make it all make sense. But in the showdown, they were playing solid Counter-Strike, but also playing with some confidence. And I think people need to understand what that means. It emboldens you to make the moves that can be punished and look like a mistake, or be a round-winning double, right? And it's a very, very fine line between a play that looks awesome and a play that lets your team down. And the willingness to go for those moves is also a key part of confidence in Counter-Strike.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
Like this.
Adam S. onto Roman. Oh, just like that. Adam S. has gone and taken a very aggressive push towards main. He will eventually go down, but he's opened up the round. Aros Dos, the response, takes down Davi G, and now it's Story. Comfortable onto Mopoz. Combat AWPing. Advantage squandered. Dodo and Just in the clutch. Aros Dos reposition coming in from main side with Story to flash. Oh, forces him away, just commits to the spray. Aros Dos, a beautiful triple kill. He might even find 4. No, denied by Just. Gets away from the flame. This clutch, it's not impossible, but with 20 HP and a Molotov forward. Oh, he had to. Forced into the flames. Couldn't find just a moment's respite to try and deny the defuse, and so we see 8.
That was a 3v5.
Was a 3v5. It started with an Adam S double.
And that was a classic play from Saw. That's a full yard control, right? You throw that glaive smoke, you get a guy behind red, you play, one guy looking towards silo, one guy playing around the cusp of the right side of that smoke. An oldie but a goodie. Something we've been running in Counter-Strike for a long time. And Adam unravels it single-handedly. But it's not enough. Story goes undetected, comes back in through main, and the DOS, the fact he goes for that second pick from the heavens was massive work. The first was good, the second was great, and it sets them up now for an even bigger lead, 8-1.
And I think Aros sticking around for the second is also a perfect example of what you were just talking about. Saw having the confidence now in themselves to back themselves in for that potential double. You know the duel is coming. It's just a question of if you have the confidence to take that fight, be willing to stand your ground.
And it's literally the difference maker within the round, because it goes from a 5 versus 3 to a 3 versus 3 off the back of that double. If he just gives up the space and they're locked out across the side.
It's a retake. It's
exactly.
awkward.
And then at that point, you're counting seconds. The bomb goes down, 39, 38, and you have problems.
Instead, they have 8 rounds.
And cash to boot. Look at the residual on U-Jerks and Story.
They're set up for success now. They can just walk this one at home.
Yeah, even if they have a wobble, they can buy again.
There's a lovely time for this. You haven't seen it before. An aggressive AWP line taken from Story, this time towards the trophy, and it escorts the ramp player forward. Now, Just is holding for this. And he's going to find the first. Now, baits the AWP shot, so getting away is at priority number 1. Story on the re-peak. That's lovely from Just.
Really nice from Just.
Yeah, like he's handled what should have been a one and done. Woo! Made it into a triple. Takes down the rotation of Aros Dos as well. Roman it down towards the low site.
You have to win this one.
Yeah, there's no way. There's no way they can fumble this one this badly. I mean, you've got essentially a 5v1 wherever you go.
Against the old boys.
Wherever you go. And you've spotted him out. There
Davi's on his first.
Is that really
it?
Wow,
Davi's first.
Round 10 before he finds a single notch of impact. I wouldn't even maybe call it impact. It's a frag. It's a kill.
It's something.
It's something. It's better than nothing. Tiris left in a 1 versus 5. They are rather spread out. I suppose they're just hoping the frag comes to them, which it has, as Mopoz will secure it.
They're all Just, that one.
Yeah.
Sublime double. The fact he's able to chase down the second. Story wanting the re-peak. I can understand why. He thinks he's got the better weapon for the job, and everything has been working for them so far. So taking some liberties will cost them, but a hard clear from U-Jerks. And I mean it in both extents. It was him clearing for that position, and also it is a difficult place to clear.
Yeah.
And just the difference maker. This half can be salvaged. 4 rounds on the T side, and it ain't over. They win this one, so we'll have no finances or very limited with the loss bonus for the final round of the half. Let's give it a go, Koi.
Will Koi have a voice into the second half?
I got a head-to-head between the AWPers.
Yeah, Silo posted Dodo searching. a lot of bodies yard right now. Smoke has faded, 2 across. Oh, and Story nails just upon the fade. Bomb lost. Movistar's options limited here.
Slow it down, Sidodo.
So now, what is the objective of those lower players?
I hope to draw a bit of a rotation. I think the thing is, they only have one, or sorry, they do have 2 smokes. Adam and Davi could try and make the second passage possible, and I think at the moment it's being communicated. It's the 2 players down towards lower, so they could both reinvestigate. The thing is, with the bomb down, Story doesn't have to move. He can just keep eyes on. There's a smoke. Would love the second, wouldn't you? Is he really going to brave this? Sidodo, are you really going to give this a go? Yep. And 27 seconds remain. At least the bomb's across.
Yeah, but Mopos is going to be disconnected from the pack. Adam S holds on, takes down Story. If he can find Mutiris, that whole wealth of possibilities. With 18 seconds, Ujugs comes in. That lobby control paying dividends as Davi G down 9 for Saw. This is a half that has run away from Movistar Koi.
Important one to win as well, considering that means it is very likely 10 a possibility for the Portuguese side of Saw. Just too many errors from Movi. Like just getting caught, the final member with the bomb. Sidodo can't do anything. He had to wait. Davi and Adam both could have returned, could have used 2 smoke. What's he meant to do? Like, I understand his frustration. What is he meant to do?
Have your eye on the scope instead of jumping with your knife
Yeah, or dip back and not try and go down secret. But it's like, it's already bad, the fact the bomb's in that area and you've just been left.
Yeah, no, understandable. That's one hell of an AK-47 for Adam S. See if you can make it sing towards the top site. Molly's on towards the hut position. Double Molly, double trouble. Adam S needs to double up, and he has into the top site. A double kill to at least have 3 to work with. Not over yet though, Mutiris. Ooh, he's lost a teammate. Story, the only one with health in this. It seems perfect, poised for a conversion. A 2-on-5. The frags have all gone Movistar Koi's way.
Nothing that Story can really do. Try and set Mutiris up. So he's going to try and flash behind the site silo, and Mutiris will pick. Did they both flash at the same time?
I think they did.
Yeah, so the site player looked away from the Heaven flash, which also meant he looked away from the main flash.
It does, leave something to be desired.
It's all good. Adam had a couple of nice multi-kill rounds throughout this first half of play, so props to Adam, the big S.
I do a little bit of research in this little break we have. Not a break, sorry, but...
a breather.
A breather. Yeah, I wanted to clarify. So actually, do you remember Fox?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you know that he has sent that Dragon Lore to Story? He said...
Oh, to use?
Yeah, to use for the major for...
Wow.
It's well represented, was his message. So that's...
that's nice.
You know, one of the first Portuguese names in the Counter-Strike space.
Flying the flag.
Flying the
for
flag.
Many years.
Exactly. And you know, these players were probably, you know, in their diapers watching Fox play, and now using his skins to represent the region in a big one for the CS2 major.
I reckon Fox is the Vin Diesel of Portuguese Counter-Strike.
I think he's the Vin Diesel of Counter-Strike, bro.
Yeah, he's riding the
family.
Yeah, he loves it. Shout out to Fox one time. All right, Waterfall Smoke on main. Koi, if you want anything to say in this map, you will need to kick things off with the pistol.
Okay, Mopos has got the perfect weapons for the job. The dual Berettas. That's a dream. Sidodo, just a couple of bullets into the smoke, and he's taken down Mutiris. Now Story, he had no idea. No. Mopos, the fact that you stuck around, and Daviji's playing this Zeus angle, so he's got her on lock. It does mean that Mopos needs this multi-kill.
Just as baiting for him, at least.
Yeah, but that flank, are they waiting for it? Are they actually going to wait this long? Story's cooking. Now the distraction's in. No one's going to be expecting this. Story with 2 of them to find. He might take them both. Sends Mopos down to the depths. Forced away. Ramp lost and a 4-on-4. They can pivot. It's the Dodo actually now flanking the flanker.
Has to go up. Cannot fumble the movement. No sound cue given. It's the Dodo. This could be massive.
That's a lot of information. information. The loss of Davy G is problematic, but that's a quick one from Sidodo. That will get them off the bomb. Doesn't need to give them the fight just yet. Relocates for the plant safely. Good shot from Sidodo. He's having a round here. He's taken down 3, and a 1v3 for Aros Dos. Nothing. Sidodo a quad kill. He has doubled his kill total in 1 round to inject some hope into Movistar Koi.
And the perfect time for the AWPer to find some impact. That is huge. I think he saw one towards Yard, then spammed away for that first kill into Muterus through the cusp of the smoke. Yeah, this was it. So he was fading away. He wasn't even fighting Muterus, who was the close player. The gap that Story pipped, if he was able to pick up the second, they would have definitely scurried down towards that lower side.
Oh, that shot was clean.
And confidence from Sidodo. The fact that he was willing to stand and deliver and even continue to search for more when his teammates were still rotating in towards position. Good work from Sidodo. So we probably have a technical timeout. So just a quick keyboard issue that has been reported. Hopefully we can fix that one ASAP or ASAP.
That's what the kids are saying these days.
Yeah.
I don't know, it's hard to keep up with the lingo.
Eventually it just gets away from you.
Yeah, it's a bit rocky. Out here. Pushing 30. Trying to keep up with the cool kids.
Did you get any pictures of koi fish?
I didn't check, actually. We have a little investigation.
Now, in case you want to quickly keep in the action, you can head over to the main stream. It's being brought to you right now by Jason Motorso Tool and Anders Bloom.
Now I'm getting conflicting information. Mika Cheesecake says a better way to say Aros Dos would be Aros Dos C.
Well, that sounds like Aros Dosse, which is what I was saying before.
Which is what we were doing
well,
before.
You can say whatever you want, Alex. I think that you should just say whatever comes to your heart.
I was really enjoying saying Aros Dos.
Look,
But that's not C. He said
why don't we ask
the man himself?
Ask him.
Yeah, let's
why
do
don't
that.
we say, yo, Big Arrow?
I saw him walking towards the mall, but I didn't have the opportunity. He's on the other side of the street. I didn't want to shout at him. Aros Dos!
So let's be clear with people, because you and I like to go up and double check.
Yeah,
when we get the opportunity, we're not just going to bother players when they're in the prac rooms to go, hey,
you.
Hey, how do you say your name? We went and we saw Zach and Vinny yesterday from Imperial as we were waltzing around. You and I went and had a little bit of a look at the studio, and I went up to him and I said, hey, guys, Decenti. Decenty. I said, how do we say his name? And they were like, in English or in Portuguese? I was like, well, we're casting in English. So,
Probably
what would they be okay with in English?
Yeah.
And they said, just say decent.
Yeah, exactly.
So you could just call him decent. And we're like, okay. And we said, if we get called out, can we tag you and say, Zach and Vinny said? And they said, yep, definitely.
Precisely.
So we have on their teammates' authority.
Well, and this is why I'm hesitant to follow tweets initially, because a lot of people will give you the pronunciation of the locals. You know, how the Portuguese, for example, would pronounce Aros Dos, and that, you know, it's like people that were demanding we call Zaiwu Ziwu because that's how they say it in French. It's not realistic to always be pronouncing it as the locals would.
I'm telling you, we just ask the player.
Yeah, and we'll go with that. Like, because some players do mind,
and some don't care.
And some don't care. I remember Flames having like an existential crisis about being Flames or Flamesy, and now he's both. So you know, everyone has their preferences.
It's Flamesy when he's playing good, and Flames when he's playing bad.
Precisely. Shout out to Flamesy one time.
Or Daniel Jackson.
Daniel.
So the thing is, he's a bit young to actually know Daniel Jackson from SG1.
Yeah, I don't know who you're talking about either.
Harry does.
SG1, Stargate.
That's the one.
Okay.
Well, I guess we can take a look at the complexion of the buys while we still have a technical timeout on our screens. But Sidodo, through getting 4 kills on the Pistola round, is the official terminology. He has an AWP. I don't know how I feel about it.
I was going to say something similar. I was like, as long as it just goes yard and just acts as like binoculars, then there's nothing to worry about.
But what happened on the pistol with the package?
Oh, well, yeah. Well,
so you know there's going to be a force buy.
Yeah.
So if they were able to get territory either towards
ramp
or top,
it's
going to be a difficult retake.
It is.
Has he sold it back?
He
sold it back. The new feature.
The refund.
That is an advert.
Oh, okay. He's brought it back. We're to-ing and fro-ing. We're doing the okey-cokey.
I don't know how I feel.
He's got one leg in. He's got one leg out.
I don't know how I feel about it. Well, let's find out. Maybe it all goes swimmingly.
They are going yard, and they have used the first smoke, which obscures the potential cross to red. That will be the angle he chooses to adopt, I would assume. Yeah,
which is normal for an AWPer to deal with this.
Precisely. This should be not too much to worry about. for Stododo. God. He's out of there. He's been escorted off the premises. A quick shot from the Galil, and that high investment has now fallen into enemy hands. Is Muteris feeling himself? Nah, he's going to take the Mac 10. He's not going to be playing around with any of those silly games.
I don't know how he'd want to mantle up heaven with an AWP in hand. The agile Muteris.
No, Stododo.
I would have preferred utility in an M4. That's just me.
No, that's not gone well. It's gone quite the opposite. Because Mopos, he'll find Story. Takes one of the players out, just wants to try and take lobby control.
Ooh,
Muteris
Senior.
spotted him. They know what's up. They know that at least...
Does Roman go for the heads up?
Yeah, I would assume he can just walk into the site. They know he's hut, so the path of least resistance is just out squeak.
May as well just stay lobby at this point.
Oh, he's going to be pushing up Secret. This is already falling apart at the seams. This is... He won the pistol. Stododo with a beautiful 4K. Davy-G's given him a way in. An important frag.
Davi's second.
Can he build a round out of this? They do have heaven position, so this gets uncomfortable. Admittedly, just a Mac 10.
It's ugly, all Mac 10s.
Yeah, okay, so this could still be the retake required.
Fuse kits.
Uh-oh. Present. We've got to hurry this up, lads. We've got to hurry this up. Davy-G takes one to the dome. He's low. These Mac 10s. They're going to be in close quarters. They're running their clock down. We need to be on that defuse now. Aros Dos gets one. Good from Roman, and it is Saw taking the second round force. Taking it by force. Aros Dos gets another. And yeah, double digits. Saw all of those hard-fought frags from Stododo on the pistol mean nothing. Nullified by a Galil.
Hey, ring, ring. Round number 2 of the half called. Story's got your AWP.
This is a shot.
Story's got his AWP.
No. Yeah, that is a nasty way for things to go down for Movistar Koi. I can't help but feel that that's kind of curtains. At least we got our hand on the curtain, ready to draw it closed.
I think it's mainly buttons these days, Alex. I think they're done with the pulley system.
Yeah, you're right. The pulley's probably not involved. The rope, though, in the hands of Stododo. Can he draw anything out of this one? We've got rifles aplenty, even a Mac 10 on Aros Dos.
If you say it different every round,
that's the plan.
Then you can annoy everybody
everyone
and
simultaneously.
satiate everybody at the same time.
Yeah, that's my new mission. Muteris is very forward.
Isn't he? Adam knows. He doesn't want to overextend, so he should get a freebie into the back of the Tiras.
God, that's a nice start. There's the Stododo AWP filling the feed. Thanks down had a mess. Davy-G really is concerned about multiple options.
Well, already rotating down towards the lower deck. Mopos is here. Sorry, it's Stododo. My eyes aren't as good as they used to be.
Crouching across the sideline, Stododo spots him out. Nice pudding with the bomb on his back.
Did his feet obscure?
Did he not see?
Oh.
Oh my gosh. They're next to each other. They've walked past each other. They think the lobby's clear, and now his back is turned. They don't expect lobby. It still doesn't matter because Just is down. Ujerks has got it. The round has fallen at the wayside for Movistar Koi.
I've worked it out. They were teammates for so long, Alex.
Right.
That they saw each other and they thought, oh, hey, how you doing, bud?
Good to see you, pal.
Yeah, let's get this round, shall we?
That was weird. I saw him on his screen, but I don't know how much of that was X-ray. I don't know.
No, we definitely
saw him.
Definitely saw him.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Maybe he has his view model could be positioned differently.
That's true too.
That is one thing that we would not know. It's 11 now for Saw.
Davy-G, slow start to the major for him.
As they cut Koi in half.
A delicacy in some places.
Reciprocal.
I wonder if it's a protected species. You don't see koi on the menu, do you?
I don't think you can eat koi fish.
No, I imagine not.
Well, this one hasn't had fireworks either.
No,
We haven't had a single game with fireworks.
Certainly not today.
That's all right. We're just getting warmed in. Later today, you'll have 8 more best of ones across both streams. We say both streams. Well, there's plenty of places that you're able to consume the Counter-Strike from. You're able to pick it up on YouTube, TikTok, Facebook, Kick, as well as Twitch, and even Steam.tv.
That's cool. Didn't know we were on the TikToks. Go on, Mutiris with his big red sword. His Dragon Dagger, P++.
It is pretty goofy looking, isn't it, that knife?
Hey. Dragon Long. Not got him far, he's actually pretty low HP. Gonna have to prayer flick for the rest of this round.
Well, now you know where the AK is. That should help you proceed. Well, this is somewhat problematic. They've given over another AK. Mutiris can't go back down there on his lonesome to protect it because of his low HP. And these pistols can bowl them over.
Yeah, they could. Ooh, that's a nasty timing for Just.
That's Counter-Strike timing in a nutshell,
Yeah,
isn't it?
just as he's trying to reposition, trying to get himself towards the Tetris box.
So it was problematic.
It's not anymore. It seems 12 imminent. Some recovered rifles, probably going to be brought through for the last, or potentially the last round.
Yeah, Adam should have a look, see what he can find, and maybe an electric finish for him. He does have a Zeus. So it can just be cheeky in lobby. They might want to exit outside towards Mutiris, however, who has stayed parked in towards Warehouse. So as he just calls the coast clear, this is another key part of the game, making sure you can exit safely. Loudly relinquishing control of the site. Adam, I don't think your Zeus is going to get any action. The AKs will be saved. Adam to stay at... Oh, no, they won't be saved. Only one of the two. So Davi, in back-to-back rounds, will retain that AK-47, but now they're on death's door, 12-4.
Last time out as well for Movistar Koi, a chance for the coach to try and piece something together. That was the death of Stododo. And that was the poor timing of just trying to get away from main.
Oh, you just have to think how this map started.
Yeah.
If Koi could go back and start again, I'm sure they would. The bomb going on top main on its own and getting dropped towards outside on the pistol, which would have definitely been a guaranteed plan if it was with the pack towards ramp.
And then a force buy without the plant, leading to a bit of a irretrievable lead for your opponent.
Yeah, and then going into... I did, you know, the Stododo 4 kills on the pistol with the AWP purchase.
That was cool. I mean, the 4K.
The 4K was good, but the AWP
yeah.
purchase, I understand why. You don't find yourself in too many options where you can have an AWP, but we're talking top-level Counter-Strike where utility will be used to obscure the AWPer. If he had used it towards ramp or something, then maybe I could have backed the call a little bit more, but to use it outside, you know you're going to get obscured by smokes. And he didn't even get a chance, he just got obliterated. Here we go.
Aggressive Molotov. Trying to get themselves out squeak. Spam audible, going down the vent, giving them a taste of their own medicine here, loud about it. Now they've got ramp control with the loss of Stododo, so they've already got everything they need. Everything they need for a plant lower.
Man.
It's just Davi G. 3 frags to his name. Can he deliver?
Adam's there as well, actually.
Leading off the door as they plant, that is audacious. Covered by Mutiris for the moment, it goes down to Adam. 4 on 4 here, the AWP from Story trying to hold on to Hell. Moppers is across that sight line already. Nice one from Aros Dos.
This is for the game, boys.
Yeah, they're running out of time here, and they're running out of players. One by one, they fall. Moppos still just trapped by Story. He hasn't been able to contribute. He hasn't even been able to get to the site. Saul will be taking this one, 13-4. The Portuguese, a Story that will continue to have levels and chapters written. The first win into Copenhagen after battling tooth and nail to get here. They don't let up. They continue in their winning ways and take a step towards the next stage.
And they make light work of it. That was quite the performance. They're definitely the team to watch from the region. There's no doubt about that. They've come into the major with a little bit of, well, eyes on them, right? They saw one of these teams who people are excited to see play, and you can understand why. Koi, it's a word you like to use, discombobulated. I think that's probably a fair surmise of how it looked for them out the gate. Just seeing them with the basics. Like, you never want to start a game with the bomb ending up on the solo player on a pistol. Like, it just sends these seeds of...
I mean, you could, everyone at home can put yourself in the shoes of Stododo in that one, or the whole team in that one, of just that realization of bombs yard, a really good ramp, and then everyone's kind of not being passive-aggressive, but definitely trying to...
It's the first round of your major campaign.
It's a tone setter.
Exactly, that's a great way of putting it, yeah, for sure. This was a really important double kill from Aras Dos. But enjoyable Counter-Strike to watch from Saw. They definitely had their ducks in a row.
They did.
They
They
did.
did. And I love the passion you're seeing out of Roman, like you're seeing out of Utiris. Like they were already so emotive, like 6 rounds in, as their individuals stepped up. Very few things to celebrate. I mean, that, as you can see, we've seen a couple of nice shots from Just. Mopos was a bit of a non-issue.
Well, I think if we attribute 2 rounds, maybe there's more for Koi, but 2 of the 4 rounds that they were able to accrue were through individual moments.
Yeah.
The Just that we had just seen, and Stododo with the 4 kills on the CT pistol. So you can attribute those to individuals alone, as opposed to good team-based Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
It definitely wasn't polished. It was definitely lacking. Adam, on the first half, had a couple of rounds with the multi-kills on the AK. So, look, yeah, I think it was individuals who were trying to keep them in this. But a 13-4, another dominant scoreline and story. Well, the story is him top of the scoreboard, but it is the 3 FTW members top of the pops. So, great work.
Yeah, combination of old and new, and this blend has led
Something blue.
It's definitely exciting from Saw. I mean, story definitely good for the multi-kills. 6 of those in this best of 1, and they find themselves 1-0 up.
What do you need for a wedding? Something old, something new, something blue?
Something old, something new, something blue.
I've never been married before, so I'm not sure.
No, nor I. Something old, something new, something blue. I think, is that not it?
There's got to be
Is there
some
more to the rhyme?
things in there. Is it, yeah.
Something.
I could be well off.
Yeah, I don't know how it goes.
But look, we need to do some housekeeping.
Go on.
Which is not to do with a wedding or a divorce. But you will be divorced from the B stream for some time, because all of the results across both streams need to come in a 13-6, a 13-8, a 13-5, and a 13-4. That's the action that you've caught here today on the secondary stream for the start of the day. But we will not know the matchups for the second half of the day until the A stream has concluded their matches. And I think, I haven't checked, but I think we were a map ahead.
Yeah, I think...
I would still imagine we're still a map ahead. So Amcal versus Game Legion is still live, and then they still have Furia versus Legacy. So I would say that you have, I don't know,
an hour or 2.
and yeah, somewhere in that buffer. And then I believe, I'll get production to confirm, it's about 45 minutes.
Yeah.
So 45 minutes from end of the last game on A stream and then start of the next round of matches.
Precisely.
So you won't have anybody on the secondary stream for some time.
Yes, but we are done with our performance today.
Oh,
yeah.
will you like to take a bow?
Yeah, I
or
think
a
we
curtsy?
should. I'll do both, actually. Yeah.
Okay.
So thank you very much for tuning in.
Oh, okay. Oh, the curtsy first.
Yeah, thank you for coming out and hanging out with us. We'll be back tomorrow, same time, different place. But we have got the likes of Scrawny and Launders.
Yes.
They'll be bringing you the action when we do
this
return on this stream. And you've got Harry and Hugo, who's going to be taking the mantle after those best of ones conclude, and we all swap around.
And you can check out that Jackie and Vince with the PGL_newbie stream.
That's
Maybe
N-E-W?
yes,
B-I-E.
as opposed to N-O-O-B-I-E.
Or even
a Y.
Why?
There's
Throw a
plenty of
Y in
ways
there.
to
There's
spell
lots of ways
Yeah.
to do it.
And lots of platforms that you can be watching the Counter-Strike here, because we are here for the next 2 weeks.
Yes.
The grand final taking place on the 31st of the month, and that is where we will crown our first champion of the PGL Copenhagen CS2 major.
Who is going to be the first team to win the major in CS2? I mean, that's a question we'll be finding an answer to at the very end of this fortnight of Counter-Strike, but it has only just begun, our first day, and already some rather convincing victories from some big omissions from other teams. I'm very surprised by that Ents Imperial game. I was not expecting them to put up so much of a fight.
I thought Eternal Fire versus Mongols would have also been a closer game.
Me too.
Mongols have had their moments.
Yeah, Lin Vision, they looked a bit lost in the source in the nuke game. Strange how many nukes we saw, considering
3.
it's a best of 1.
Yeah.
It wasn't typically, it wasn't the trendy map for a best of 1. You know, your Mirages, your Infernos of the world, falling out of favor, perhaps.
Yeah, look, I think that the teams who were able to get nuked today showed why they wanted to be on nuke.
Yeah.
They were the favorite teams who were able to pick up victories on those. We did have an upset, but that was on Vertigo between Pain and Apex.
That was hype, actually.
Yeah,
Probably
so
my highlight of the day.
Who did you enjoy the most from that team?
I think for me, there is something to be said from, I can't name a single member. Big Uzera, actually. Big Uzera's moments where we got to see his impact, considering he's pulling strings with a brand new roster, coming back from the loss of
They all
Zevi
look
and
good, didn't they?
Skulls. Yeah, everyone.
Yeah.
It was the kill spread was like
Nissa,
Kawes,
yeah,
NQZ.
Lux.
Yep, there we go. We did
Yeah,
it.
we
did
liked
it.
them all.
We did it.
All right.
Yeah, so that's it from us. But do stay tuned. Head over to the mainstream. You'll be able to keep track of the action as it unfolds. And then they'll send you back here when the games are getting back started. We get to see Legacy taking on their Brazilian rivals. That should be interesting.
Fallen versus Cold Zero
Fallen
to finish
versus
off
Cold.
the first half of the day.
Yeah, we're going to peace out. Much love to you guys. See you tomorrow from us. And see you later today as you join us on the mainstream.
It's the PGL Major Copenhagen with the opening stage, and a team that's been on a massive hot streak right now is SOAR. And I want to just look at this for you guys, especially you and Mutiris, when you've come through. I remember the emotions. I remember how much it meant for you when you qualified. But you guys haven't slowed down. You haven't stopped. What's the feeling now, though, that you're sat here?
A lot less pressure, I'd say. I mean, the RMR, it's the tournament where the teams feel the most pressure, so it's just a relief to go through it. And of course, we've been on a streak. It gave us a really confidence boost, so it's our best time right now.
And what's interesting, I'm looking at 2024 this year. You've lost best of ones, but you haven't lost a best of three this year. What changed? What clicked for you guys as a team to see this level of performance?
I mean, I always felt that we are stronger on best of threes because we have a really strong map pool. We can play 6 maps to a real high level. And best of ones, it's a bit sketchy, and the
Definitely.
MR12, it's a dangerous game to play. It's a best of one. If you lose both pistols or if you lose a nickel, it's dangerous. So we just feel we are better on best of threes, and we're showing it.
And with yourself and Roman with Mutiris and Roman, you being kind of experienced players in this, right? Is there any advice you've given to the other players? Because your young players at the moment are all performing so well. This whole team's performing well, but I'd say it's maybe higher than what anyone ever thought.
I mean, they are young players, but I feel like they're just as experienced as us. They are a lot mature, I would say.
Okay.
So the thing is that you just gotta be calm, play without fear, without the fear to make errors. We just need to do our game and do our best, and we're gonna win.
And what does this whole year so far feel like to you guys? From making it to the major, first time, now also going to be in London for the spring finals. You've got a string of good events back to back, and high hopes for the team, I'm sure.
It just seems like all stars aligned. So we are playing our best. Everyone on the team is playing great. Our maps are looking really good. So it's been perfect. It's going perfect. So I hope it continues till the end of the year.
Can you figure out, or can you say what happened to make it so good? Because you didn't fail against good teams. You didn't fail against the teams of your level.
I think it's the approach that we had on the game, how to fix errors, how to play the map, what's good, what's bad, and now how we practice. That's all the things that we changed since last year, and it's going great. Do
you ever think, though, that, right, okay, we're looking at SOAR as a whole picture, we're looking at what you can do for the future. How far do you feel this team can go? Do you think this is further than you've ever been able to go before already? Not just the major, but I mean in the future, if I'm talking the rest of this year.
I mean, by the results, it's the best team that I ever had, me and Mutiris, of course. So I don't know about goals, but we are playing at a really high level. So I mean, I feel like there's really few teams that can cause those really troubles. So we don't have really goals on the table, but we feel like we can win against everyone. And what would you say in recent times has been the team you beat or the match you had where you felt like, okay, we did this, I can't believe this is so good? I might say the game against NIP, the 0-2 game on the RMR. Yeah. We had a lot of pressure. It was the third RMR that we went 0-2 at the start, so we had a lot of pressure on ourselves to win a game or to play without any fear. So that game changed everything for us, and that we made a comeback and we win 3-2. So that's the most important game for sure. I wish you the best of luck. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you, thanks. Cheers, man. It's time to dequiz another bomb. I've got SOAR's Aros Dos with me here now. I want to ask you first of all your nickname. I Google translated it when we were online. Yeah. Rice pudding, sweet pudding, or do you just like it, or how does this work?
I do like rice pudding.
Okay.
The real translation is rice pudding, but people call me sweet rice. It's
sweet rice as well. Okay.
People can call me sweet rice. It's okay. I don't mind.
Can we do English commentary now and just sweet rice? And
it's okay.
Perfect. All right. From now on, I'm calling you sweet rice.
Go ahead.
Sweet rice. Get ready to dequiz this bomb. Get your hand on the mouse.
Let's go. So.
You click the big yellow button in the middle, and then it will start.
Dequiz the bomb.
Dequiz the bomb.
Okay, I'm ready.
Go.
Let's go. Okay, first question. What is the capped damage of a Molotov after the first 3 seconds? Oh, hard question. I'll say 12 damage seconds. Wrong answer. It was 8. Who has the top ranked player in 2017? I'll go with Cold Zero. Okay,
Nice.
we win. Who is the player with the highest rating on pistols during the 2023 season? I'll go with Zaivu.
I like it. Nice.
Okay, I win. What is the max damage you can take from a nade with fully armored? I'll go with 57? 57?
Ooh,
Right
hell
answer,
yeah.
let's go. How many seconds does it take to defuse the bomb without a defuse kit? It's easy, 10 seconds, let's go. What is the bonus for planting the bomb? I'll say 300. Right again. In which month of 2024 is the first CS2 major gonna be held? What month is it? May? It's May? No, it's March. I don't even know where we're at. Which player from Denmark appeared in the top 20 rankings in Device, I think. Right answer. What is the max damage you can take from a nade while unarmored? I'll say 98. Right, let's go. What is the reload time of the op? Oh, this is hard, I don't play with it. I'll say 3.5. Oh, 3.7, almost. Which country produced the top ranked player in 2016? Is it Brazil? I don't know. Cold Zero? Right answer, let's go. Which player is the youngest major winner? This is it's KJB, I think. Right answer, let's go. Which team has the most major titles in CS history? Astralis? Right answer, almost there. What caliber is the op in CSGO? .338, 420? I don't know. Let's go with 330. How many seconds does it take to defuse the bomb with 5 seconds? Which CS player active has the most major one under his belt? Device. Oh, Dupree won with Vitality. Who is the only player from Israel to have appeared in the top 20 rankings? Stick of Flames, James Spinks. Who has the top ranked player in 2015? I don't know. Olaf Meister? I'll go with it. Right answer. Let's go. What caliber is the AK in CSGO? 760? I don't know. What? 756. Oh no, I was right. Who is the only player from Estonia to have appeared? Robs, let's go fast. Need to win. What is the reload time of the AK? I don't know. Let's go 1.8. 2.4. How much money do you get for a kill with Glock or USP? 300. That's easy. Who has the top ranked CSGO player in 2022? I say Zaivu, but it was simple. Who has the top ranked player in 2013? Forrest, get right? Forrest. Oh, get right. I don't know. How many seconds does a Molotov last? 8 seconds? Wrong answer as well. Oh no. What is the minimum amount of AK shots to the terrorist on a pistol? I'll say 3. Kevlar is 4. It said Kevlar?
With Kevlar.
Oh. How much money do you get for a kill with a knife? 300. No. Oh no. I almost answered again. Unfortunate. Almost defused it.
Almost. You were so close
2
twice.
Yeah.
So close. But it wasn't meant to be. Copenhagen has exploded. There'll be no more sweet rice here.
I'll be back.
You'll be back. You'll be back on the server. That's the main thing. Thank you very much, man.
Thank you.
The world is changing quickly. Shut up.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
We are proud to announce new additions to the XL series. Both are using fast TN panels and newly upgraded Diac2 technology. Fast TN panel with its faster native response time can reveal enemy outlines quicker during flashbang attacks. For IPS panel, more overdrive is required to enhance response speed, leading to dynamic image blurring due to the panel's inability to handle the load. These new monitors integrate new dynamic accuracy technology, Diac2. The upgraded dual backlight design not only provides FPS players with clearer visuals at dynamic aiming and spray control, but are also more friendly to your eyes. Moreover, built in the monitor panel, Diac2 functions independently and doesn't require any sync with PCs, ensuring no impact on game performance. XL setting to share now has auto game mode feature. Besides download, save, share your settings, it will auto apply different color settings based on your usage scenarios. Outlook of the latest monitors are refreshed. It has incorporated industrial-grade bearings into the height adjustment mechanism, allowing easier and smoother adjustment to the exact desired height. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. This is a brief introduction of the new XL monitor. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions.
I think coming into the RMR, I expected a lot of the lesser known teams to do well. I think with the Counter-Strike 2 coming out, it was to be expected that some of these teams would grind hard. They would see this as a new opportunity, as a massive opportunity to make a dent into the scene and to maybe surprise some of the bigger teams. However, what we've seen so far and what we did see during Group A was that a lot of the favorites played well and a lot of the favorites made it.
A team that really reassured me was G2. Everyone is very amped up on G2 and ready to scrutinize their every move, and we know Nico has had a little bit of a difficult transition to CS2, and here at the RMR he popped off. For Virtus Pro, we were all hoping for a reaction. It was a very different flavor of VP that we found during the RMR. Much more aggressive than we were used to, much more ready to fight, and definitely disciplined in how they were closing rounds and closing games. They made mincemeat of Na'Vi in a game that I thought would be much more competitive, but when you have a Fame that is performing the way he did at the RMR, and you know the value of Flip and Jame right behind him, that was a deadly recipe that nobody could handle, and I really hope that this is the VP that shows up in Copenhagen. Another positive is definitely FaZe, and the fact that they were able to sustain an incredible rhythm at the beginning of this year. You have to imagine, ever since they brought up Frozen, they've had very little time to practice. They went from event to event to event, and finally they have a few weeks where they can work on their gameplay. And in fact, even if they were not completely ready, everybody knows that FaZe is not a team you want to take lightly, and they're going to be ready for Copenhagen.
A lot of the teams that, you didn't really know what to think of as well coming into it. You look at the likes of Movistar Koi, who made it a great story as well. A team from a region that's had a tough time finding success at the majors. They qualified 3-1. Very impressive, very cool for them. You look at a team like Saw, who in their game to qualify for the major absolutely destroyed Fnatic. I thought going into that game, Saw versus Fnatic, close game, 50-50, could have gone both ways, but nah. The Portuguese players from Saw, they absolutely killed Fnatic and left no doubt whether or not they deserved to be at the major in Copenhagen. So that was a cool story in itself. There was also a couple of teams that I was left disappointed by. We cannot not mention it. NIP, a team who's won a major before, a team who has a rich history in Counter-Strike, did absolutely nothing during this tournament. They went 0-3 for a team of the caliber of NIP, for a team with a big budget like NIP is working with, and for a team with such a rich history in Counter-Strike, it's just mega disappointing. There's no way around it.
And they just couldn't keep up with the context here. They couldn't keep up with the expectations, in spite of having a couple of close games where they showed here and there glimpses of quality. it was too fragile. This failure here at the RMR is going to mark the end of this roster, and we're gonna have to see how they rebuild.
We saw Falcons play at Katowice, made it to the semifinal, made it to the playoff at Katowice, new lineup, obviously a big budget, high expectations for them. Coming into this group as well, the seeding wasn't that great, but I still expected them to do way, way better than we saw. They also did not make the major. We're not gonna see Sonic take on home turf major in Copenhagen. We're not gonna see Magix, who, as a matter of fact, right now is the reigning champion of the major. He won with Vitality in Paris. He's the latest Danish player to win a major together with Dupree, and he didn't even qualify.
It was very desolating to watch. The camera shots were tragic, seeing the sadness on their faces as they were eliminated against Amcal, and I don't think there are any excuses. I think they were aware that in spite of how young of a project that is, they needed to do better. It's gonna be very painful for some of these players to miss the Copenhagen major.
Apart from that, as said, I think it's great to see some of the big dogs, the favorites, making it to the major. You have Carrigan coming in with FaZe, obviously home turf in Copenhagen. He's played many, many times in Royal Arena as well. Same could be said for Huxi in G2. So we have some of these well-known Danish in-game leaders. For now, they've made it. Apart from Snappy, it's looking good for the Danes out there who are looking to see some of their favorite players inside the arena. I'm at least excited, and I cannot wait to get started.
We're just completing the PGL Copenhagen Major, the European RMR Group B. And there's some good things and some bad things to take away from this past week of Counter-Strike. So let's start with the good. For Mal's, a wonderful showing from Brolin and for the whole team. This is a team that had to replace Frozen, one of the most exciting and impactful players we have in Counter-Strike, and his departure to FaZe. But Brolin stepped into this squad, and they look great. Shuhei looks like the real deal of an up-and-coming in-game leader, of the next generation of in-game leader, and Mal's was able to sail through 3-0. The other team that goes 3-0 is Cloud9. Obviously, Boomich stepping in, and the whole conversation around Cloud9 is, they don't have an AWPer. How are they going to perform without an AWPer? But they've proved that they don't really need one quite yet. In today's game of MR12, of switching into CS2, they've been able to get by. Boomich has come back resurgent as an in-game leader, and for a team that's perennially considered underachievers, Cloud9 actually sailed through this process with good performances from Electronic, good performances from Boomich, good performances from Perfecto, and they look solid. Next up is going to be Vitality, and obviously, what more can you say about them? Best team in the world, probably going to be hands down the favorite to win the major overall. And individually for ZywOo, who in the midst of Donk Mania just showed that he's the best player in the world still to this day.
Let's go! Let's go! One more! Nice button.
Nice, boys! Sick on A!
Nice communication!
ENCE as well deserves a lot of credit for their run, showing that the Katowice playoffs weren't just a fluke. Glaive has reinvented himself as an in-game leader, has shown that he's still got value to teams, and has shown that teams that, you know, didn't think that he actually had it anymore, they were all dead wrong, because he's taken a Polish core powered by Hades on the AWP and had a beautiful upset over Astralis to qualify for the major. And if there's good teams, there's also bad teams at the RMR, or teams that performed badly. And I think two teams you have to name out of the gate are going to be someone like OG, obviously not getting a whole lot of wins. They had a lot of favorable matchups, and still this whole roster situation of OG where they can't find a lineup that can consistently produce for them continues. Bad News Eagles we're going to put down here because they've been such an exciting team over the various major cycles over the past 2 years. They caused no real significant upsets in this RMR stage, and failing to qualify is extremely painful for a community that really roots for them to be able to take that next step forward and become a little bit better of a team. But most importantly, you obviously can't get out of the bad section without mentioning Astralis. A name brand organization, the most successful organization in Counter-Strike history. They had the best lineup of all time, and coming into this event, qualifying for the Copenhagen Major was everything to them. But it probably put a little bit too much pressure on the team, and for a lineup that had 4 of 2023's top 20 players, this was a massive underperformance, and I can't get away without having a little bit of criticism for Device, one of the GOATs of CSGO. We saw him missing standard op shots time and time again, shots that were his bread and butter throughout his Counter-Strike career. This event, we're well off the mark, and it was just underwhelming from Astralis, and they'll miss the Copenhagen Major. And obviously at this point in Counter-Strike, we can't forget about talking about Spirit, because they got Donk, they got Shiro, they got Chopper, they have a strong lineup as well and looking good. If we got a little bit worried and overhyped them after Katowice, now we have to look at this and say, this is a team that's not a shoo-in to make a deep run into the playoffs. There are things that can be exposed by their opposition, and they're going to have a tough time because everyone's going to be looking at Donk, everyone's going to be looking at them, and they're at the next stage of the journey, which is, can you succeed when the target's on your back? Last team we'll talk about is going to be Heroic. Now, Heroic's a team that obviously went through some crazy roster upheaval, and I'll be honest, looking at this team coming, you know, after the roster changes were announced and the swaps were all announced, I look at them and I said, there's no way that these guys are going to be dangerous. I thought this team didn't look constructed all that well. It looked like kind of a desperate bid to pull things together. I thought Nertz would struggle as a star player coming into a brand new lineup, and all of that was proved wrong. Kixon has shown that he can be an in-game leader to mold this squad together. A big piece from Apex that he came over and actually has made this team pretty solid right out of the gate. Tesses and Shush continue to be fantastic role players. So Heroic, a well-earned qualification, and we'll see what they've got in Copenhagen.
The PGL Copenhagen Major, the first CS2 major. Where did it all begin and how did the teams get here? Well, for Asia, it all began at the Asian RMR, and there was a lot that went down this year. There was a lot of chaos, a lot of upsets, a lot of heartbreak, and some teams that arguably shouldn't have been there but didn't know they were going to be there. There was a whole storyline of who should be there, who shouldn't be there, and who should be qualifying. And the favorites, not all of them made it through. The team that stood out above the rest, that was the most solid team at the RMR for sure, had to be the Titans from Mongolia, the Mongols. Led by the captain Blitz, he managed to form this really young squad of misfits into a super strict, super solid, the most structured team I've seen in the last couple of weeks. They came out of a European boot camp looking better than ever, looking like they needed that spot, they deserve that spot, and that's exactly what they're going to be doing.
And of course, it's the Mongols, the first to make it through out of the Asia RMR.
The other team that qualified through was the Chinese youngsters, Lin Vision. They were fueled by passion. They did so much work leading into the RMR, and they drew a lot of attention. They were kind of an underdog figure, but we didn't even tout them as the best Chinese team at the tournament. The question for me, though, is how are Lin Vision going to perform once they face adversity against the European teams? Not even just the American teams, any international team. That leads me to my next point. Tyloo. Where were they? What happened? So many questions going unanswered. But at this point, they are not the strongest team in the region. Lin Vision have easily solidified that title. And now for the heartbreak, Greyhound. To me, of course, you'll understand they're very close to my heart, but unfortunately, things didn't work out. They had a change of leadership leading into the competition, only with about 2 months, maybe 3 months to get ready for it. And in terms of practice, because of the schedule, the amount of qualifiers they had to play in, there was no time for them to go overseas and have a boot camp leading into the RMR, and ultimately, that was their downfall. As for our Asian representatives at Copenhagen, the Mongols and Lin Vision, I really hope that they're going to be able to put Asia back on the map again. Lin Vision are going to have a tougher time, so hopefully their prep leading into Copenhagen is solid, but the Mongols, they are going to be a team to watch out for.
The Americas RMR again proved to be a fun experience, or should I call the Americas RMR or the Brazilian RMR? It was dominated by some of the Brazilian powerhouses. You're looking towards Euphoria, you look towards Pain Gaming. Imperial as well did fantastically well. They were the first 3 teams to qualify through the NA or the American qualifier RMR. Again, we know it, the Brazilian powerhouses, they always come in with great experience, they come in with great energy, great fire, and they once again proved to be the stronger region out of the 2. Now, it was a fun one though. It was a very exciting one in terms of all the different upsets, all the storylines with obviously Team Liquid and Complexity, them going at it, you know, in a game where only the winner would progress into the major. Well, you all know how that went, but imagine being Team Liquid and Complexity, finding yourself playing the final game of any of the RMRs and only one of them can go to the major. That was the highlight for me during the Americas RMR, without a doubt. Apart from that, as I said, the Brazilian teams, they surprised, they played well. It was filled with emotion, raw emotions as well. It's always great to see when these players and these teams are constantly fighting for it. We know that qualifying for the major can be life-changing for some of these players, and you could see it in the body language, you could see it in the energy, you could feel it in the vibe. This meant the world to all the players. Again, as I said, credit to the Brazilian teams. They once again showed up. The NA boys did as best as they could, and there was some NA success to find. Of course, for my money, highlight Complexity versus Liquid. That game on the final day, yikes. I'm sorry we couldn't have both of them here, but at least we got them.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the second half of the very first day here at the PGL Copenhagen CS2 Major, the very first CS2 Major. And of course, my pleasure, Launders and Scrawny, to take you guys through the B stream today. So we're going to be kicking it back. We're doing the desks, we're doing the casts, we're kind of taking I feel like we're not putting the teams who are 0-1 under the microscope of the mainstream right away, right? Because in our first head-to-head of this second half of the evening, we got Mongols versus Ecstatic. This is a game that's got the majority of the server as major debutantes. Worst thing you could be is at your very first major and down 0-2.
0-2. It's a tough way to start. There are very few stories that survive 0-2. Cloud9 famously have. There are some great teams and great stories that come of it, but Mongols are a team that at some point you expect to get to the legend stage. And a lot of us in Asia, me and Bleth, believe that this is the time that they're going to do it. Now, I would say after we look at the stand-ins, we can talk about that and zoom in on this match a little bit more.
Sure.
Of course, you have teams like Ecstatic who made like a 10-round run versus Cloud9 and still ended up losing in the 0-1. Then you have teams like Furia who lost to their counterparts in Legacy, a team they were very heavily favored against, like 3-1 in terms of odds. Like there are some upsets that have taken place, and losing to Imperial.
What the hell?
Triple overtime or whatever the hell it was.
You know, Brazil's
Shout
winning
out to
today.
Vinny, baby. Shout out to Vinny. Shout out to Coldzera.
Yep, gotta say it. You know, 4 Brazilian rosters come to the major. 3 of them pick up wins. 1 of them couldn't because of the Brazilian head-to-head. So with this matchup, though, I think it's safe to say they both lost to the favorites of their matchup. Awesome, like you're saying, Ecstatic to go on the run versus versus Cloud9. They were down 6-0, and they still went on that huge streak, right? A little bit of a better start, maybe a force buy goes their way, and we could be talking about another potential upset that happened earlier today. Before we dive into Ecstatic Mongols, which is, again, our first match in the second half of the evening, let's take a look at what else is to come after that, Mohan. We got Apex Amcol, we got Ensign Movistar, and then that Furia versus Lin Vision game. So now, if I'm Movistar and if I'm Lin Vision, I'm feeling a little frustrated. Damn it. We got heavy favorites coming our way because of previous upsets. Now, suddenly, your second rounds of games have gotten that much harder because these teams couldn't close when they were the bookkeepers' favorites.
Absolutely. That's a big deal. That's a problem. But of course, in a format like this in Swiss, it's always going to happen. There will be some. You just got to hope that you're not the cannon fodder and the team that isn't remembered because you had a tough draw. But at the end of the day, if you can't beat any of the teams that are in front of you, then it's not surprising that you're not good enough to go through, right?
Then you're going 0-2.
Yeah, and we're talking about a challenger stage that's actually honestly, the most balanced challenger stage that we've seen in a long time in terms of how few of the teams you would expect to be in Legends down here.
Yeah, it is a great opening stage. You're right.
It's the opening stage.
Yes,
the opening stage.
before the elimination stage.
There are some teams here that could challenge for a spot in the elimination stage.
Yes, sir.
In the opening stage here of the major, right?
With what we have to start the evening, though, let's get into it, right? We've got Mongols, we've got Ecstatic. 2 teams, like I wanted to say, both expected to have lost their opening matchups, right? Eternal Fire have been looking fantastic lately. Cloud9 meant to be of a different caliber versus Ecstatic, who are, again, an entire team of debutantes, right? And that many didn't have considered to be even attending the main event. If it wasn't for them, Denmark wouldn't be on the map at the Copenhagen Major. So Ecstatic, I mean, they're representing for a nation that has had some legendary CS players.
It's true. And the thing that was special about their match was they showed that, like, they still are good enough to be here, and they got to 10 rounds in that ancient game versus Cloud9 before Cloud9 did. That was something to behold. But what Cloud9 showed was something that I talked about recently, that they're actually better as a team than they are as individuals, and they pulled off a miraculous retake. I think when it was 10-8, and the game would have been over in favor of Ecstatic, and then they came back and won after that point. So they showed resolve, which is full credit to them, but I think it also showed that Ecstatic are very much alive. And if they feel like they're happy about the fact that they've just qualified to the major, well, now they know they could go even farther. I think they should try to harness that, because that probably means they're not playing with as much pressure as some of the other teams that expect to make playoffs or expect to make it to the elimination stage.
However, the second game they're going up against, right, it is not a team that has much in common with them in terms of coming to the first major. This is Mongols' real chance, I think, at the start of CS2 with the amount of majors they have now played as a core
a couple new pieces for sure, right? And still an argument as to, is this the best Mongols that we've ever seen? Because it does seem like a rotating door of talent in Mongolia, and with this one real representative of the country.
And I don't think so personally. So we got the veto flying in. I think that the previous iteration of the Mongols that we had, I mean, going all the way back to score, I think we had better players overall.
Okay.
I think that they should have stuck around with them. But Blitz, of course, as their captain, is the one piece I want to make sure stays on the team for as long as possible. And I believe in him. So, yes, they are I think, the youngest team attending at the moment on an average age. But some of their players also get nervous.
Yes, sure. I think the nervousness is sort of what we saw back with Ecstatic when they had a lead versus Cloud9. The panel analysts talked about it post-match. You know, they did kind of start to shake when they had an opportunity to close out. And that is such a characteristic of upcoming potential rosters when they're presented all of a sudden. You know, if you think you're coming just to play at the major and then it's like, hold on, we could beat Cloud9, go up 1-0, you get a couple steps ahead of yourself.
This is a really fine veto for Ecstatic, who I actually would say Mongols, I guess we're saying Mongols are the favorite in this matchup, maybe?
Yes.
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 It's fair to say Mongols are the favorite of the matchup, even though, I mean, it's between them and God who's actually going to go through. Like, nobody really knows who's going to win this game, right? This could go either way, and we wouldn't call it, like, the greatest upset that we've ever seen, no matter who wins. But maybe Mongols feel like they're the favorites, but this is a map that... You just saw it on your screen. Ecstatic are up 6-1 in terms of recent games on Nuke. They're happy to play this map, and this will not be easy. So we've seen some interesting vetoes where there can be a trap where if you're slightly comfortable on the map, you leave it all the way to the end, you end up playing it. And you get like Amcal playing on Overpass, which is like one of the funnier ones. Not really learning their lesson in that regard. But the Mongols, they are very good at prep. They come through with a plan. But this is their second game today, so there'll be a lot less than their first.
You know what they say with Amcal and Overpass, right? The 20th time's the charm. They're going to get there.
Yeah.
Nuke, Ecstatic, Mongols, and the loser of this matchup going down to the always dreaded 0-2 stage in the opening day of the very first CS2 major. We are literally etching names into the very first pages of this game's history book tonight. Patty, gushed, dead. Nice clean opening on the ramp. And then we also get Blitz coming out from the squeaky door, so two fronts have fallen, both to the favor of Mongols. They go up into the Heaven wrap, but a bit of a stutter coming out from Heaven gives a great chance to Queenix. Good multi-kill potential, only gets the one. He's got Salazar over towards Hut. His support and Kraken comes out from Vent. They've got them funneled into the backside. One player, Supportive, still up in Heaven, and obviously numbers advantage for Mongols. Pistol win on the T side of Nuke and a map that Ecstatic are expected to be strong on. This has got the makings of an excellent start, and now it falls to Salazar, who we saw struggle to open the day. A great opportunity to clutch out, but it's that T who gets over to Hut that really seals the deal here. Getting a player off the backside, at that point, three-pronged hold, easy hold for the Mongols indeed.
You know, when you watch Kato at the beginning of the year, that's where I was just having doubts about this new lineup, where I was like, we saw some interesting stuff. I mean, we saw potential from Malzinho, from Senzu, but like, we also saw nerves from those two players specifically, where I was like, okay, well, it's good that they have great individual talent, but now they're getting thrown into Katowice and then the major. You know what I mean? They're playing against the toughest competition with the most pressure. And they do a good job of like making sure they boot camp a lot and clear up an FPL on a Euro server, so they're getting good practice. But I would say, even though the Mongols have been present now as a story for over 2 years, that because their lineup is so new, with some players they're leaning on that are so young, maybe they aren't ready yet. We'll find out.
Queenix gonna get aggressive. Nice coverage from Zinho, and down goes the ramp player. Nice pistol pop, but you play the same game one too many times. A walkout through the smoke gives away what was even. Now, look at that bomb. Sitting, glaring at Patty, who would love some support. Salazar's still a little disconnected. And even though things got sketchy there because of the pressure from the pistols, it looks like Ecstatic are going to continue to try and press their luck. And as they do so, they even this out. Lesser weapons, Another 1v1, and Salazar comes in. Huge double kill. AK trying to bounce back. That Hut Peaks predicted. 9-10 honed in on him, and one more bullet will get the job done. 9 in the mag, and he gets it sealed. Mongols recover a close one.
That was very close. Yeah, Salazar crossing over in the hut made that a very dangerous situation. Actually, easy angle to play in the 1v1, so well done, well handled. The day is saved. Static will have to try again in the third. And it was the game earlier today for the Mongols. They played against Eternal Fire on Nuke. Of course, that's not going to be easy. They lost. They got trounced, actually. And you know that they came into this major expecting for Nuke to come up with their veto, so they won't have the excuse of, oh, we didn't get our map.
You know, we talk about the young players on Mongols and this kind of what feels like very constant rotating door of players from Mongolia. I was reading an interview with the team, and the questions were kind of like, how do you find all these people? Like, what's the process like in Mongolia to find new talent, right?
What was the interview with Blitz where he talked about the coach?
Yep, coach, and also the fact that there's a lot of just like this small LAN scene that's going on at internet cafes still within Mongolia, and that, you know, when you think about other regions, I feel like that's not the common story anymore. You know, that's the older tale of a pop-up like Zaiwu with his grandma at a LAN.
Only so many countries have a Launders LAN.
Okay, sure. Yeah, Mongolia lucky enough to have something similar. So it's just nice that, you know, again, we're talking about young players. What about the experience? What about the pressure? And these are all valid criticisms, but at least it's early LAN games.
Yes.
And it's LAN games with players who are going to international events versus the world's best.
I thought it was like the Mandela effect where I could remember like a crowd in a Mongolian esports event and like watching Counter-Strike, and I was like, oh no, I'm crazy. Like, they don't have a scene out there, but there was a scene out there. They did fill up a small stadium. They do have a team that are, you know, carrying the banner for the country in a way that they can be proud of, and I think that very much makes sense.
And a team that carries that banner while constantly feeling like they're on the brink of breaking into a new level.
Yeah.
Right? It feels like they're so close. And then maybe this little roster shuffle that keeps happening now and again is like, ooh, is that a step back? Now you've got to give them X amount of time to gain X amount of experience. But when it clicks, it is going to click in a way that we all hope, I think, just as a community of Counter-Strike, where we want the best of the Asian region. And it's great that they can step forward and be the best representative that we've had in years.
No doubt, no doubt. And it just goes to show as well that, like, a region can be activated at any time. You know, you never know.
Never see it coming.
Mongolia's got to be the last country that you would think of in the Asian region that would be like the strongest or would be able to put together one of the best teams. So that goes to show what, you know, a local scene can do, what one good IGL can do, what a good organization can do, and why you should keep on trying, keep on believing.
Just one good chess grandmaster.
That's all you need. Well, he's a master specifically.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Not an international master, but above 2K rating over the board in all 3 categories, okay? So
big. First gun round, we get the pressure backside A. Smoke to put out the util pressure. Salazar with the op shot. Nice opening pick here, keeping everybody healthy. Rotations down to B with support, so it's not like you're running alone. There's no panic, but there's a nice chase coming in from Secret. We've got 3 CTs downstairs and a clean headshot from Sensu. Second youngest player on the team, and he gets his 1, but it's traded back to the 4v4.
Very interesting position right now because we see that the trades go down, and you gotta think for the CTs, they're wondering, is it going to be a split up into heaven, or are they gonna continue from ramp to lower? Kragen's got an off angle. This should work, right? Good shadow advantage, yeah.
Plays it excellently, lets the second player in to try and get him. Blitz the last man up in this 1v4, and he'll find a kill. But it's a daunting task to get to either bomb site from this point. 30 seconds to try and piece together something excellent.
Yeah, he pretty much created an exit for himself with that frag. I don't know. Blitz was the top fragger versus Eternal Fire. I mean, something that we expect. You know, he can pull off a 1v4. He can top frag regularly. But I think that his hiring practices have indicated that he's been trying to create a team that's going to be better than him on an individual level.
Okay.
He's looking for younger players. He's using players who are uncut gems. They have insane raw talent. They have really good aim. And I mean, literally, like, it feels like as soon as they're like 20 years old, he's like gonna find someone younger who's got better aim, who's got, you know, maybe better, sort of more malleable for his system.
Sure.
And I guess, yeah, my only criticism would be if he can't prove with this lineup that it's going to work, that maybe give him a couple extra years.
Right.
You know, 22 is not too old, especially for a CS player to keep learning to be fresh. And I have questions about why they made their roster moves in the past. Like, why did they get rid of Score? You know, like,
fair.
We still don't really have answers to those questions.
And that's, you know, that's one of my favorite things actually about the team is this mystery that they're kind of shrouded in, right?
Yeah.
Even when they come to our events, right? One of the dramas back at Cologne was in like Katie and Heroic at the time when they had that little beef. It's like, wow, they don't, you know, they don't actually.
They're not emotive.
They're not emotive. They don't hang out with the rest of us. It's
like, hey, there's a different culture for you,
bro,
Katie.
on the other side of the world. Yeah, exactly. So it's nice to see. I would say here in Copenhagen right now, the team of Mongols, like the extended staff for the organization, feels like the blood's thick right now.
Mm-hmm.
Big gang rolling through in Copenhagen, and maybe that's because they're here to do some damage. But what I loved in this last round is a very early B-site rotation from Ecstatic, not afraid to get down before things go south. We saw those 3 defenders holding off by vents, works out perfectly. One survives with his gun. A little bit weird in the vents. I don't suggest standing on your enemies. And now the wall of smokes goes up at the minute 15 mark. So again, there's this question mark about what's going on in secret, but we saw Ecstatic deal with this wonderfully just 1 round to go.
He didn't crouch the cross in the middle of those 2 smokes, so that was understood, even though he couldn't hear it, that they have scared them into believing in a rotation coming lower. Oh. What a snap from Nodius. That was just beautiful. He's looking for another, inching forward into his next fight. Are they gonna face him? That was the question.
They hold. They wait.
And he's coming instead.
Love it. Oh, didn't go all the way, but gets a smoke. Perfect. Now it forces them through. Mzinho comes in. Nice entry frag. The support is here just by the ramp door. Patty holding off towards double. Little spray and gets away with it, right? Hangs onto that 4 versus 2. Bomb's gonna go down on the Astralis side. 30 seconds to the clock at this. Backside coverage goes down. Salazar pushing it all onto the planter. So 9-10, what are you made of? A flank that is fantastic and the pieces of Ecstatic in the perfect position to hold back.
Yeah, lovely. That's overall super strong by them. The rotations downstairs have been pretty immaculate. I mean, I'm sure there's a piece of Mongols right now, they're like, man, why do we have to get such a strong nuke team? Like, maybe Ecstatic are not strong in the challenger stage, comparatively speaking, but on this map, they do get a buff, so, you know, they really have a lot to prove here, Mongols, when it comes to showing that they can hang on this map, especially if you end the day going down 0-2, you knew you were going to come in playing versus Eternal Fire on nuke, then you wanted to play it again, despite that being fresh game tape for your opponent, and you still lose.
You get what you wanted.
Then there will be real criticisms for the team to think about. But 3 rounds T side is not a bad start, definitely. It's actually important for Ecstatic here to just try to put a gap in rounds. They want someone to be proud of here in the first half.
Force coming out of the Mongols and some very early B pressure into the ramp. They'll go. It's held back by Patty. We get Senzu and Mzinho with a chance to go downstairs if they need it. Kragan on the rotate.
Again, snappy rotations downstairs. They don't panic. They've actually got Josh for lobby control in the perfect timing. If they came in later in this situation, they could be scared that the Mongols go backwards, but it's the perfect example of when it's actually safe to push and you get map control, which future-proofs your round.
Little pressure on the Opper. Salazar not in a position to panic. Just stay alive. If they come through it, you can hold it back. A minute on the clock, 2 defenders downstairs. One of them right here by Dark, but the Molotov, oh, the timing there on the nade. And Kragan didn't get the angle. Now all of a sudden they're in this bomb site with cover on the smoke. A 2v4 where Mongols have been able to pressure in. Frag grenade pops the smoke, doesn't stop the plant. Opper comes wide, misses his shot. Now he's gonna get pushed by Senzu. Blindsides him. Equaled out to the 2v2, and Mongols have somehow finagled themselves into a fantastic chance. The rifle work is clean, and they just slipped through that perfect moment to put this bomb down on B. Kragan has to plant. He was here early, didn't stop them, and they don't get a single kill. Phenomenal 2v4.
A big mistake, not watching your back door there on the ramp. Senzu takes advantage of that push, and they had to make something happen. They had no space in a 2v3, trying to get the bomb down lower versus a team that has been rotating correctly all of this spray down wasted from Patty because the jump comes out from Nodius. He can't even delay for time in that moment. He could have stuck it out for at least 4 more seconds, and they could have gotten into control side and made it so that there was no way to plant.
And a testament to the young guns.
Yeah.
2 youngest players side by side in the 2v4, and they show you what they've got.
Yeah, I think that is the biggest test for the young players is mid-rounding. That situation is not Blitz, who's probably not holding your hand.
But you know he's nodding in approval. Valuable round to pick up there. That was a force buy as well to the Mongols. They had lesser to work with. We saw the pace that comes out because of it. They wanted to get something early, and all they get's a 2v4. Still enough to work. Nice trade off the top of main.
Every single round, Secret comes for free.
But it does elicit an early rotate, right? Salazar down again. This time gets his one. We saw him fall back into hell last round, just kind of waited. Now he's given a second chance, and he's going to nail both those shots. Good op work from Salazar. Patty finds Senzu, and this one for the Mongols seems to have fallen apart at the seams. If not for that 2v4, different story, but a nice response out of the Danes.
It's very close, obviously, with the rounds going back and forth. I mean, it's great CS being played in the rounds by the teams who win each time, but no consistent pattern, no momentum being built here for either squad. But at least the one thing they clue into, as you pointed out, is that when it's Secret every single round, the rotations have been good at the same time for the CT side. Mongols will go on to their first attack pause of the game. Say, how do we get 2 in a row in a situation where we can win 1 and make it look dominant? I mean, there was a point for Na'Vi in like 2021 where Electronic just every single round was going to get Secret control. And then whether or not the round opened up because of him, they would take Secret no matter what because they're so good at getting it. It's one of those things where it's like, if you're going to get a piece of map control and you can get the Secret, why wouldn't you? You know, if you could spawn on the map and have Secret control, of course you would take it. So if Ecstatic are not going to put people to start there, drop Ben at the beginning of the round, or do an early rotation or double up down ramp or play outside control, then yeah, you should use it against them. But they still have to know how to close out because you can't plant the bomb in Secret.
Let's see if they go numbers strong on A. Haven't seen that just all-out flood, right? We saw some pressure towards ramp last time they were on this awkward of a buy, and the numbers are poised for that hut hit. Kragan versus Blitz could be essential to the outer fight. Nice pickup from Salazar as 910 just creeps around into the trophy room, and then they also get that deep anchor, right? Not just an opper on a passive angle. Patty could have continued to press or even just hold there, but he'll go more passive, play it back in ramp, make sure he doesn't get in that range of lethality for the pistols. Mongols taking their sweet time, but they start to disassemble on A. The drop off of the silos. Easy pickup from the opper outer. Kragan top hut. Missed shots at first, but a good recovery. Still, that AK comes out. Muzinho's got a second chance, then put down by Salazar. A flood out from heaven. Senzu could run this bomb down ramp.
I don't know about that. They still got the open ramp rotation, or sorry, vent rotation downstairs. So
take it back upper.
At least he gets them to fan out.
You take this back upper, you've got a shot versus an opper, and an opper who may push into hut, giving you away that A site.
Okay, well, he got the rotations he's looking for. As you pointed out, the op's not going to come fight this plant if he decides to dive down. Oh, right. Maybe there is the chance, obviously.
But I will say it again, Ecstatic, super proactive.
Very proactive.
Immediately down to B, immediately recognizing maybe not. Everybody's in place. You give support to the opper as the vent player comes back up, and all goes well. You keep 3 alive, and keep this game as close as possible.
Again, they could be a roster placated by the result of qualifying to this major, but as we saw earlier today, they could stage big comebacks. They're not scared of playing against good teams. They could survive daunting score lines, so they have fight.
Got the Senzu Zeus. Flying over main with the Zeus out. Let's see it. A little too far. You catch somebody close door, maybe. Nice dig from Techno up top. That's pressure back on main again. Nodios having to pick up the slack. Leave it to Mongols to try and milk this round for everything that it's worth. You know, they're no strangers to also fighting for big games.
Yeah.
no strangers to coming into rounds. I feel like Mongols aren't a team that waste their ecos either, right? Ideas from start to finish in maps.
Yes.
But obviously working with a glass half full, down go the majority. Doesn't look like any extra kills will come out. 910 hits the dink.
I definitely think the chest angle is real. I was talking to FM Pona in one of my recent videos because he made Thera, obviously, a CS2 map. You guys can check it out on the
Santorini CS2.
On the workshop, yeah. And he was saying that part of the way he's designing maps now is based on him and getting better at chess. He's been thinking about map control based on how he plays chess. And, you know, putting a rook on the file or whatever the, you know, sort of move is to gain positional dominance. And that's why I always talk about Blitz as a chess player who's playing CS. I mean, you could look at CS as real-time chess. Of course, you play it just like chess, then you're going to be too stiff and you're going to lose rounds you should win. But if you ignore all the analogies, then you're missing out because this game is about positioning. And when it comes to having a plan on the eco, yes, Blitz can squeeze out every little ounce.
Good duel. Blitz doesn't look down. Kragan misses his chance, and then the coverage is great from Senzu. Over the top of Silo, the double kill. I mean, that could have gone either way.
Oh, yeah.
But that flashbang was great the first time. So great that Blitz doesn't even clear close because he's blind for that long.
And you see there was just more than one layer there. Even if he died, they had one on top Silo. They had trade potential. Option coverage was good.
You know, we've seen Mongols steal back at 2 versus 4.
There needs to be more pressure on this outside cross. The Molly's always late. They aren't spamming on the cross on any timings. And so, again, if Mongols are going to be given secret, why would you ever turn down this gift?
This time we don't get that lower rotation, right? With lesser numbers, it's Queenix to come out late from bottom ramp. He is now outside of windows. Usually we're talking about an ecstatic that's lost secret, but has vents, has control stairs. This is going to be one of the more desperate B-holds unless Nodios' flank can come through at the right timing. And if he hits this to a T, if he finds backs turned, or if in sight we get a double, then it is right back into the realm of possibility.
Time is good here for Nodios.
3v5 queued up. Senzu picks up bomb, plants on the right side. The M4 is getting closer, and the support goes down. 15 to the clock. Senzu comes off of the bomb plant, into the fence, predicted, but Techno gets that kill, the needed one. 12 frags for Salazar, 2 more. And Senzu, no coverage from this plant, but he goes beneath it and making a ton of sound. Salazar just puts himself on a silver platter.
Yeah, he didn't know that it was the Astralis plant, and he obviously could have stopped that bomb, but got very nervous thinking it was going to be covered from control. Never came through, and the 1v2 doesn't come out. That was a great play from Queenix. I especially love the disengage. You know, he came in and he got that kill, and he could have just decided, I need to hunt the bomb as well. But he said, hey, we've actually now gained an advantage. Planner's scared. Let's see if we can get Mongols to react. And of course, it comes down to that vent player getting that kill.
I'm not surprised Salazar still thinks he's control side because it's Techno getting the kill from control side vent and then going to decon to cover Astralis plant.
Right, which is not, doesn't even
that
cover
timing left a huge chance for Salazar to push, and that's why he's thinking it's got to be control. But falls victim to it, back into the gun rounds, immediately out onto the A play. Senzu's gotten past the hut. Another player back sight, holds off. Queenix, he turned! That second to Menzino had to have been clean. And again, it's a faster pace from Mongols as we get into the final rounds of this half, burning out the player towards sight. Senzu wants blood. He's got Queenix stranded and low. He's got Patsy committed to the support. How do you get this A site pulled apart? 910 comes out from Squeaky, clips one. But then there's that vent player, and Kragan's got him against the wall, exactly where he wants him. Can't fight his way out of it, and so Senzu put into another outnumbered clutch.
Yeah, I mean, 910 got something, couldn't pull back. And that's a situation where like Queenix in that last round did do good, just disengage. 910 just got closed off, eventually died. Was no way for Senzu to support. No way to continue scaling upstairs. And the double opposite vent, okay.
You think this could go poorly? Double vent, one spray down?
No, I'm just saying that because it's sweaty, okay?
All right.
I know it's a major. I know they're Danish. I know we're in Copenhagen, but it's sweaty.
Insta-kill, nicely done from Queenix there. We have got to see that backside flick.
Yeah.
Because he's getting wrapped by a second player Silo.
He's got good aim, man.
How he holds on to that A site, I do not know.
That's good search from Kragan as well.
We saw the shadow. You see the shadow of the second player, maybe making footsteps, but still fast reaction.
Damn, that's nice, yeah. Fast reaction right to the dome.
Puts that crosshair right between the eyes. Guarantees Ecstatic a 6-round CT half.
Yeah, it's been a great half so far. Like, lots of fight out of Mongols.
Good, yes.
Ecstatic in the lead means this game is like relatively even. Getting their CT rounds.
Of the teams in the 0-1 pool,
yeah,
these are two of my favorite.
Yeah.
And they're playing a quality of Counter-Strike.
I'm gonna tell Glaive you said that. Okay.
Oh, wait, I mean,
I'm gonna tell Art you said that.
Oh, okay. Flash out from Hut. They're gonna pressure A again. They've found spacing here in the last few rounds, but in the face of the rifles, they're just gonna get churned. Mongols looking like 5 is max. Little walkout from Garage, and this one just collapses all around them. This is a CT side that Ecstatic can be proud of. It's another map where you start a little slower, but you claw back what you can. 2-round lead after the defense of Nuke.
I really liked what we saw from Ecstatic. I don't know. I think I don't, not that I expected less, but I expected a few more mistakes maybe. Didn't really have any. Looks super clean. And again, watching their Ancient game earlier today, very impressed almost all the way through. Of course, I tuned in right when the comeback started, so rose-tinted glasses maybe a little bit. But the same can be said for Mongols. This is a T side they can be proud of. 5 rounds is very solid. This game is far from over. And I don't think everything rests on the pistol, even though the pistol is always important.
Just a good half of Counter-Strike and a second one to be queued up, right?
Yeah.
You never know when a second half is going to collapse, though. Let's be real, right? Amcal earlier today had a great T-side on Overpass, which is what we had to see them fix, specifically on that map. And you think, hoorah, it's the marked improvement they needed to justify, and the CT side sucks. Like, you never know when it's going to collapse. So let's hold on. Let's see how Pistol goes, whether it extends that lead for Ecstatic. They go right back into the action here. Super fast upper hit. Senzu and Techno tapping into the heads. It is a flawless, near flawless USP massacre on that A site.
Yeah, that was Bellissimo here, okay, right? There's basically all headshots, almost no answers back whatsoever. The craziest part of the Mongols just never react.
Bro, you wanted a fight, you got it.
Yeah.
You want to rush, you get a hold. And it's that second Hut, it's the Heaven player, right? Hut's blind, backsights preoccupying everyone's attention. Heaven gets to just clip off a few. And Mongols get exactly what they want to try and shove themselves into the driver's seat of this best of one.
I wonder if Glaive feels he has any kind of like ancestral connection to Ecstatic, or if he's cheering for them, or.
I feel like every Dane who's not at the major is. So the Dane who is at the major should be too. Danes are proud. They're a proud people.
Until they have to play against each other.
You know, they're a proud people. There's no doubt in my mind that Glaive's cheering.
He does have his own problems to worry about. We're going to be casting his game a little bit later.
Yeah, that's true, yeah. Actually, he's not thinking about them at all.
No, because he's like, if I make it through, I can be happy for them.
Yeah.
So let's focus on me,
So, screw Ecstatic. I don't want to go 0-2.
This changed up fast.
First gun round out of the T side. They didn't come in with anything in the round prior. That's why it gets closed in on. See if this defense is rock solid out of Mongols, right? Said they have to show us something promising, seeing as they go into 2 best of ones on Nuke. You've been waiting for this major to start. You cleaned a house at the Asian RMR. Time to step it up.
Yeah, they pretty much got flattened in the second half versus Eternal Fire and Malzino. Oh, awkward timing. He drops his molly. Out of panic. Can he come back in for this Fama shot? No, he's gifted a lifeline. Gets away.
Almost felt like he was of 2 minds, right? Could have left sooner, could have played it safer, still got out when he was given that second chance to depart.
What a tricky setup. The 2 at the bottom of Heaven. What's spamming in the back? Oh my god, it works! It works a bit. A good reaction here from Nodius.
Oh man.
That was
confident.
Crazy gimmick right there. Doubling up in heaven.
Senzu's in a smoke, checking his teammates' screens. Zenio gets Nodios elsewhere. Look at this, you're in the pack of players. The smoke fades and you just get consumed by what's left of Ecstatic, but knife out through the vent, and Techno dances on top of their bodies.
Wow.
A slaughter in the vents.
Yeah, he was in the club right there jamming. That was nice. What a spray down from Techno. And they ran out knife out because they thought, no way there's going to be, it's not going to be anyone lower. They just pushed us inside of the ramp. Like, no moves are going to be made lower. They know we're not going to drop down that quickly, but should they have been worried about it? Maybe a little bit more than this. And that will be a little egg on their face because that's a situation where they had the time, and if they had their guns out, they would have had a more fair fight.
So Mongols take the lead. Static take Tech-9s into this one with grenades into an immediate wall of smoke outside. And what's looking like a two-player rooftop execution to get the three beneath out onto site. Patty back turn, but his Molotov gets revenge. No multi-frag for Techno on the reload. Nice push out of Kragan, perfectly timed. That Senzu Heaven support again, but now you're talking about an M4 over towards main. And a distraction served up from Nodios that's costly. Down he goes, all gets cleaned up, majority alive for the Mongols.
They had to reassess that situation instead of just shoulder peeking from Squeaky. You're not gonna kill the guys coming out of Heaven that way with your Tech-9, but that would have made it a longer round. But it was worth your time to think about it. They had outside player. They could have gone back towards ramp in the 2v2. Maybe they thought, let's get it over with. They can buy up right now after their tech pause. They try to defend against double digits here. Maybe they're boring to the Mongols. Maybe they're just wondering why this game is so easy now. That would be the horrifying thing. You play against a team like the Mongols, and they obviously keep their emotions to themselves, right? And it reminded me of that James interview where he said, I don't feel like it's right after a game to celebrate too much and then go over to the other team and pretend I'm sad for them when I shake their hand. He said he thinks that's fake. And that's such a good justification when you think about it. Obviously, if that was me, I mean, I would obviously be two-faced instantly and just like scream after the match and then, pretend I was sad.
Yeah, we know.
Yeah, but Mongols have that exact same
that mantra.
Yeah, they are. I feel philosophically so similar to James and what they've got going over there in Virtus Pro.
All the guns they can gather. CT side that is yet to show weakness. The knee will not bend. Unless Ecstatic can kick it out. You know what, I'd say already we saw Mongols right out of the gate of their T side conditioning with that secret play, Static a little bit less repetition in the T side we've seen. Their upper hit gets wrecked. Their vent drop gets stuffed. Mongols were clawing back 2 versus 4s and Ecstatic can't even open the door yet. We're gonna go for the ramp boost. This allows another set of eyes to go down. We get 9-10 coming with the op towards secret. And just a little bit more pressure, right?
Oh my god!
Look at the power of the pressure! Senzu with the Tech-9 through it. We didn't get spam out of Ecstatic, we got rotations. In this instance, even before the Opper has to do anything, you're down to 3 players alive and 2 of them on half health. And then the rotator, who's been down here confidently holding, comes up with the kill. And the secret pressure. Huge pressure out of Mongols here in round 17.
And that's not the sloppiness that we saw out of the Mongols. The impatience that we're seeing out of Ecstatic, unfortunately. This one was maybe a little bit lazy, but it was also full credit. Look at the bodies on display here, stacked on top of each other outside. Mongols had the perfect angle. Senzu, that was a beautiful play. Donk-esque. On the smoke spam on the cross, but yes, that was the most glaring part, I think, about the first half was you have standard cross smokes every round out of the Mongols, and then they get a standard cross, and they take no damage. Molly's too late. No nades across the smoke. No spams like this. Ammo is free, guys. Make sure you use it, and this is a good lesson, I think, to learn, but maybe not one you want to learn at the major.
Of course.
So let's see if Mongols can continue to take advantage of the situation. And again, they're looking for redemption on their nuke. They're finding it right now.
Not a lesson you want to learn at the major on the road down to 0-2.
Yeah, yeah.
One rough first day, and you will face elimination with your dreams on the line and the pressure of your country on your shoulders.
Yeah, it's a big chance for Ecstatic to make a ton of new fans at a major where, like, you know, we have one player from 2018 Astralis who have made it. So there's a chance just to soak up a lot of attention and from your region. And yeah, getting through the RMR is great, but I mean, this is where the big number of viewers is going to be in the opening stage of the major, looking for who's going to become a legend. Who are the new stories in Denmark? Ecstatic are trying to prove that it's them.
I mean, let's be honest, right? The RMR is important. We've been celebrating it for a month now. The reality is the event starts now.
Yeah.
And for Ecstatic, it could end tomorrow. Techno top hut. Flash pressure's good for the player backside. Tech9 starting to get out here. Crossfire from main. That heaven support, and Blitz just gets one out from main through smoke. A snapshot over that doesn't connect. Mzino's gonna try to put himself into the ring, and he goes down, but here comes Blitz.
Okay.
Pressure through smoke in 3 instances, and Ecstatic will chew that up.
They wanted a brawl right there. Like, clearly, Mongols were happy to fight every single way that they could, coming through the smoke, up into heaven, pushing in at the same time. But good for Ecstatic, they stayed aware.
They're first.
They're first on T side, yeah. So, and yeah, we could see, you know, not exactly opulent here with the Tech9s in play, but the shots are good, and again, the awareness was good. There was a few situations where Mongols, one player pushes through 2K, instantly Ecstatic don't have the site anymore, so good for them. There's a chance. 8 rounds now, T side, their first T rounds. Time to look alive. CT side was great, but we're not playing that side anymore.
Gap on the smoke,
this is
gap
free,
on
right?
the smoke.
Hello.
Over main! Great catch. Queenix goes flying into Blitz just as he's about to be presented targets. I mean, he's staring at that gap on the smoke like it's a freebie. 2 players close, and Kragan just stuffs him, but there's another one! He shoots him in the back! Oh, and the pistol swap! 9-10 with the recovery Mongols need.
He jumped over the bullet like it was a rope.
Oh, and then he goes down lower, picks up a third. He has done everything to keep Mongols in this round. You are getting swarmed in hell while your teammates get stuffed, and you have put your teammates back in position with man advantage, kits, smoke, flashes for the retake. This is 9-10 to keep Mongols in this advantage. And at the moment, Ecstatic are split. Nodios comes out, looking towards Secret, finds his duel, and wins it with ease.
Excellent timing and a great position here for Patty, but he's going to get nervous now.
No way, they cross!
Wow, but it still works out for him. Wait.
Second CT on top of the bomb, just dropped, lost his angle. Techno, how do you get out of this? Techno, what do? He's stuck on top of the bomb. They're going to pressure. He gets the kill through door. A gift from God for Ecstatic.
Yeah.
That cross out of ramp is insane.
Yeah, that was a very small window of timing that could have happened. As the smoke was fading, it was being phased into being out of view. And it started with this situation right here. So we see that Mongols, they do play, again, like to bring up the chess analogy, positionally they play very smart, but they also are willing to take risks. And they leave gaps. We see that there is a timing over top of Silo at the beginning of the round where Blitz is trying to spam the cross down. They counter him in that position, so that's a feather in the cap of Ecstatic. And another tack pause out of Mongols, as I think some respect has been earned here. It was a close situation where Mongols showed some X factor to bring back the round. Not really, great positional play. That was the op of 9-10 going off to make that possible. But until that point, Ecstatic had a great call, great execution, and nearly destroyed that round. No questions asked. But man advantage all the way up until the very end. And now, a first and second round and back-to-back T rounds for Ecstatic. And what's the reward? A pretty busted buy here from the Mongols. This has been a great game so far, and it seems like the second half is delivering just as much as the first. Tie-up potential is real.
A late response from Ecstatic as well, right? Because it was feeling like that CT side could have swept them out of the game and washed them away to the 0-2 pool. Blitz, though, MP9 kickoff.
What in the hell?
Ends up finding a first frag. One of the lesser weapons. That could be a rifle picked up for the 5.7 or the USP. They pop open the wall of smokes, but that doesn't stop the 2 and now 3 players from getting lower. But that MP9...
That's so smart, Blitz. That early smoke, it's preemptive. I think they don't even hear this cross, but they're sure about it.
Oh, the spam. he actually gets out better off. They're going to try to press that. He does a bit more damage, and they're assuming that they can't put another set of feet inside of that site. The Opera caught on rotation, but the M4 down low. Patty almost dead. Queenix recovers, but the flank is on him again. Senzu's coming in.
He's coming to check it.
Big duel if there's anything left, but an instant headshot from Queenix, and Ecstatic keep this tight.
He's a sharp shooter, man. That's crosshair placement. 101 out of Queenix. Seems like right when he's never having to adjust even. Right on the dome.
I like that they chased him through that smoke.
Yeah.
What, you're gonna fall away from a reloading
no.
MP9 when you're 3 versus 1 on site?
Not after that MP9 kill came down.
Chase him down.
Yes, you know he's not too far either, so I agree, 100%. Good use of the new CS2 mechanics on display. I can't stop talking about how much it's made the meta so much more fun in CS2.
And now your reward. Pistols for Mongols. A lead on the line for Ecstatic. As a late response on the T side of Nuke. Invigorates their hopes. That last round is big. They lose squeaky control as they forego everything in lobby. It's just Nodios tasked with holding out any crazy push, but still a lack of information for the Mongols because of that hell smoke, right? Is it secret to B? Could it be this outer wrap? No matter where it goes, what the hell's 910 gonna do? USP in hand.
Is this anti-eco going to be cleaner than the last one? I mean, Mongols been fighting every step of the way. Well, let's go ahead and find out. Timing on the peak, they'll at least lock down one frag. They've got him quarantined right now, 910. Prepped in decon to get swung, and all his job is to delay as long as possible.
He uses the sink to block the most of that damage. You know he's in there. He comes through with the dink, but I mean, options limited.
All right, now they see the lobby has been pushed. Blitz takes a chunk. Actually
gets the kill.
Gets a chunk back.
Nice follow through from Salazar.
That's his pound of flesh.
Puts the Glock in the mix and gets away with it.
Interesting situation. The plan is secured. Still 3 CTs alive, but not in position to just like jump in.
Just a great chance to do a bit more damage. Keep him on top of the bomb. Try to blow him up.
Ooh.
It is a foregone conclusion. This is Ecstatic with a lead.
And 4 rounds now, T-side, in a row. Their first round win was the upper explosion that took place. Mongols, are you getting nervous? They lost that one to a combination of Tech-9s and rifles, and that could have been fine. Lots of chances to play since then, but again, Ecstatic have not been intimidated by round scores.
He's healthy.
This would be a tough one to swallow. Mongols don't close out now. They got CT side. Thinking about a fast mover just feigning an exec to draw out utility versus a nervous team. It seems like the latter. CT's staying patient though. Malzinho on the shoulder spot.
They try to swarm him.
Wait,
oh man,
whoa.
what? A little crazy from Patty. They put the fire out, and that's an easy second kill for Malzinho.
Yikes.
Tech-9.
No. 910 gives him that.
Pushed up against it, it's all good. No pistol needed. Gets counterpicked. It's a bit of a gift from both directions.
It is, yes. It's getting messy, and you know why. It's 11-10. Anything can happen at this point. 3v4 maybe matters, but can Mongols abuse it? Double CT push, but they're waiting for the late CT aggression, and Kragan gets one. He could sense, maybe smell that there's going to be a second guy. This gets dangerous for Techno. He comes forward instead.
Yeah, he's making his move.
They're going up in heaven, though, and he can just hold on to lobby. He is now not the aggressor. Kragan waiting. Oh, and he punishes. That's beautiful.
2 huge kills, but what about the third one? What about Malzinho? He gets mollied off.
Yeah.
Kragan has done such a good job of locking down this site, all while that hell to heaven wrap comes out.
Yep.
It's going to be retake needed or concede a 12th. Malzinho's still close enough to the bomb site that you know he's thinking about it. He's got the support here of Blitz. They've got one locked in behind close hut box. The backside player's an excellent anchor, and then
they just have the perfect setup for
it's all good.
Yeah, these two players cannot aggress. Playing Tetris with heaven and backside is optimal.
Kragan is the man.
What a play out of Kragan. you know, the awareness, obviously, the aim was obviously a big part right there. Staying calm in a 3-on-4 situation when his 2 teammates have left him to go on a kind of a scout mission to figure out what site they want to go to. He's going to be the lurker, right? If it's going to be a lower hit, he's going to be part of the attack if it's an upper hit. He has to stay versatile and clear out Squeaky. So a lot harder to juggle that responsibility than you would think, and he did a fantastic job with it. And he didn't even know about Techno, by the way. Totally silent.
Yep. Very nicely done from Kragan. And then that Molotov, that's just insult to injury. You've got a third player coming for him, and you get mollied off. No chance.
We're talking about Mongols maybe going into
0-2
on the first day. Imagine. And they got, you know, it's not like they got one of the hardest draws in 0-1, you know. This could have been an Ents game. This could have been a Furia game. Who knows? But that's also not to discount Ecstatic, because what are we watching? Great CS out of them.
Yes.
They have made a couple of mistakes, and I honestly thought in the second half, Mongols are going to come back all the way through.
And composure.
Yeah.
Down 0-6 versus Cloud9.
Right.
Down, what, 4 or 5 rounds at the start of this T-side with no response. Then you get your foot in the door one time. You make the most of it. You break their money, and now you've got 2 map points against them. 2 match points against them in this BO1.
Yep. Yep.
Mongols who swept away their regional competition, who were coming into this major considered hotter than ever, have gotten 2 maps of Nuke today.
It's where they wanted to be.
They made their bed. And they may be going to sleep on day 1 of the Copenhagen Major with heads in their hands. It's an attack into the A site. Wonderful split. Kragan again is the man. Him and Queenix, they just tear out this bomb site. No wasted time, no wasted chance. Push from the M4. It's damage. Kragan got tagged. The AWP missed the shot. He's between them both. And as they have him pinched behind the vent, he's fighting, but he falls. And Ecstatic will win this best of 1. A 1-1 record to kick it off in Copenhagen. Our Danish representatives pull through.
They do, man. That's actually an overall pretty impressive day. They got damn close to being able to take out Cloud9 into winning a game versus the Mongols. And I think a lot of people didn't have Ecstatic making it through. I think a lot of people had Mongols making it through. I don't know where the 0-3s landed for these teams, but I don't think anybody expected Mongols to go out in this fashion potentially. And you can see that this is pretty devastating. An 0-2 on the first day of the major.
It is a brutal cutthroat format, MR12, best of 1s, 1 rough day, and you are suddenly sitting versus elimination each and every step from here on out. And you're dead on. People had Mongols going through.
Yeah.
That was, again, I think the form coming out of the RMR was just like, they're so much better than everybody else in Asia that they're going to show up and they're going to take down all these Brazilian teams, the bottom of the EU batch.
The Americas teams and things like that.
And what's going to happen? Ecstatic go huge.
They go huge. And I don't know, you know, Danish tap water, close to their families, their friends, they know where the food's at, you know what I'm saying? There is a buff to think about here, and the CS on its face was just impressive. Very good stuff.
And as unfortunate as this is for Mongols, gotta say it, this was just a quality game of Counter-Strike.
It was. That was such a great game.
I mean, there were a few rough ones earlier today, and both these teams, despite Mongols now being 0-2, both these teams played clean Counter-Strike. We got a nice level of X factor from multiple pieces. You know, names we don't say too often.
Yes.
Putting out beautiful rounds of CS, man. Kragan as well, those last 2, that main entry frag, massive double kill, but more importantly, that solo lobby show. How many times do you see one individual with no support at his level of experience choke that moment?
I know.
And instead he posts a critical round to keep that sweep of Ecstatic going, right? Once they got their foot in the door on the T side, they did not let off.
That's exactly what was missing in that Cloud9 game, right? They got so close to the finish line. They lost versus 1 retake from Cloud9. Then they couldn't figure out how to beat this team that they were worried about beating. But they answered that. And man, for Mongols, one game hurts more than the next. You know, losing to Eternal Fire, I mean, they're a team that lots of people might even pick to get top 8 potentially at this major, you know, so no shame in that. Eternal Fire are in perfect form right now, rare form. But to lose the second Nuke game in a game that was this close, I think this is the one that you're going to be thinking about later tonight.
Damn. Ecstatic 1-1. And now kind of on the radar, right? The middle of the pack. Let's be honest, man. With the nature of the first round of games, we've mixed up the expected pools of who is 0-1, who is 1-0. And we all know that with the right matchups, you can squeak through.
You definitely can,
right?
yeah.
And playing this level of Counter-Strike, difficult to point at Ecstatic today and find mistakes, specifically in this second game.
Yes, besides not punishing the cross and, you know, outside on nuke or small things like that, you could say based on watching them play today, they have what it takes. If they can survive pressure, they have what it takes to be one of the top teams in Challenger stage right now. Again, an opening stage that is the most balanced of any first stage of a major that we've seen in a long time.
Yes, sir.
It's usually a Challenger stage that's been unbearably stacked. You know, it could have been Astralis and Liquid in here that we'd have to think about. There are teams, you know, FaZe Clan, for example, it wouldn't be the first time they'd end up in the first stage of a major, and none of those names are here. And so, this is your time, man.
And I'll also say, even though they could have gone that much better and pressured those smokes, right, going for the spam, keeping them out from secret, I'm going to give them props for the fluidity of their rotations, because at least that was their decision and they committed to it and it was right. You know, they could have been a little better, maybe versus tighter teams. They'd be punished for that, but at least they were super content to go down, up the vent. Really good rotates and a game that Ecstatic should be proud of. The Danes hold through in the 0-1 game that could have made or broke their major. But it's me and Mo on the B stream for the rest of the night. We got more games coming. Don't go too far.
Ecstatic are coming into their first major for all players, the most important event in your histories, and it's also in your home country, and I guess maybe some of your home cities as well, being Copenhagen. Just tell me, how does that feel? Because when we first spoke, when you qualified, you know, it was emotional. There's a lot of emotions going through you. Now you've had time to go through it all.
Yeah, it was an insane experience qualifying for my first major, the first major for the entire team. And the first major, and also being in Copenhagen, is just bonus. It's just so nice being on home. So it's definitely like extra motivation for qualifying for the arena and playing in front of the home crowd. So just really nice.
Now, what can you say about the lack of experience for you guys as a team? Like, it's a wonderful storyline. You're here at the opening stage of the major, but what does that mean your mindset is like coming into this?
I mean, yeah, we're like a very inexperienced team. We're like, I mean, kind of young team.
Yeah.
But for the expectations here, don't really have any expectations. Like we're again the underdogs, and I think qualifying for the major itself is like, I guess you can say it's like enough for us. But of course we want more. We want to go to the arena for the home crowd. But we are, I mean, I don't want to say satisfied, but we are okay with just being at the major. So everything from here on is just like a bonus, and we'll do our very best.
Do you have that same drive and motivation? Because I do hear this from a lot of teams. It's like they know maybe I'm not going to be the favourites to win. I'm not going to be like, oh yeah, I'm going to that arena. But they are so happy with qualifying. Do you still feel the same hunger and passion now coming to the major?
Yeah, for sure. It is still there, and we are all super pumped. We're ready to play. Like I just want to play now. I want to play. I'm so excited. So it's still hungry and still hyped. But again, if we don't go through, that's okay. I mean, we already made it to the major, and I think it's more than what everyone expected of us. And even ourselves, like we didn't expect to go to the major. We of course hoped for it and we knew it was possible, but I don't think it was like something we expected, to be honest.
And talking about that expectation you have, I want to talk about you personally. You come on July the 16th last year from Astralis Talent over to Ecstatic. You are an in-game leader into this new team, and then you do qualify for your first major. If I told you that when you first joined Ecstatic, would you have believed me?
No, not really. I would not. Things went so fast, but that's how it is sometimes in this in Counter-Strike. Sometimes if you have a good period and you play at your peak at the right tournament, then all of a sudden you're in the major.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm just super happy to be here.
And do you feel right now that you guys are still improving quite a lot? Have you been able to improve a lot from the RMR to this major? And how's that time look like? How have you spent this time? What extra work have you done?
And we have done, as we always do, we practice and we again practiced some extra hours, like 2-3 hours every day, as we did up to the RMR. So we've just been playing a lot. We had some few days off because I was sick, but except for that, we just played a lot. And yeah, I felt improvement. And as I told you before, we have very high confidence after qualifying. And that's where I feel the biggest difference. Like we are winning some more duels, people are taking more initiative. Yeah. We're being more aggressive, like people are not so scared, because we have like somehow a lot more belief in ourselves after qualifying. So that's why I feel the biggest improvement. And we have obviously we've been cooking some new things here. So we're prepared.
Would you say though you guys don't have anything to lose here in this point, right? There's not that pressure on you that other teams might have.
Yeah, I think that's that comes with being an underdog. You have like nothing to lose. But I will say, from the 16 teams that are here, I think for myself at least, I kind of expect to go through to the next stage.
Okay,
I think that's
nice.
very possible. I think if I'm not wrong, we're like seed 9, and obviously the eight teams go through, and there are some teams that I think are very, very beatable. So I think I definitely hope to go through to the next stage.
Good luck going through this. I hope you can achieve the next goal of going through to the next stage. Thank you for your time, Paddy.
Thank you.
The world is changing quickly. Shut up.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displays. Hang your displays in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at display.com.
Yeah, what's popular, it's loud. And this is ASON's commercial. But ASON spent all the money to make the headphones good, and they got no money left for the commercial. So I'm gonna need you to head to ASON.io. ACEZONE, yo. Code PGL, 50 euros off. Got some headphones. It's now or never.
Counter-Strike majors are a place of glory and heartbreak, Mohan. Not everybody looks back at the majors fondly as their careers unfold. And unfortunately, we have the task of presenting you guys the 0-2 teams tonight. So first it's the Mongols, down after 2 best-of-1 losses on Nuke against Eternal Fire. And as we just wrapped up Ecstatic, now we go into Apex versus Amcal. What will you do if this is another overpass?
It's going to be overpass, man. Okay, there's a small chance it's not going to be overpass, in which case we shall celebrate.
Apex should ban it.
Apex should ban it. There's no business. The thing is that, yeah, that might be a buff to Amcal who'd be like, damn, I wanted to play it. You don't want to play it, Amcal. You don't want to play overpass. It's not as good as you think, okay?
You think you do.
You think you want overpass. Maybe you like the map. I get it, but I don't think it likes you very much. We had the one game versus NIP, okay? Some called the worst CS2 game ever played. That was on overpass. There were problems on T side today. There were problems on CT side at that in that matchup. So yeah, they're getting a lot of practice on it. But now's not the time for practice.
No, sir.
Now's the time for perfect execution. So, oh my God. Do you see what I see?
No. What? Are they playing overpass? There's no way. Apex have 2 recorded maps of overpass.
I wish I believed in myself as much as Amcal believed in their overpass. This is unreal.
So for those who aren't aware of the Amcal overpass struggles, we go back to the RMR on their road to qualification to Copenhagen, and what we got was a lot of overpass and not a lot of overpass that you wanted to watch.
Yeah.
It was struggles. Now, however, earlier today, right, what we needed to see was an improvement on T side. We got it.
Yes.
Today their T side looked great. And we thought to ourselves, as they opened up the major, oh my God, they're playing overpass again. Wait, they improved what they had to do. They had time off from RMR to the major. It looked like a marked improvement. It looked like a solved puzzle.
Yes.
And then they switched to CT
There was
side.
one more piece.
Which was a piece they had already figured out, but you put so much attention on your T side that suddenly your defense sucks.
Well, you know what they say, every time you learn something new, you got to forget something else.
And lo and behold, ladies and gentlemen, Amcal at the PGL CS2 Copenhagen major. I'm not
Apex's fans.
I'm not talking just at the RMR, but the major itself will be a make or break on overpass. This will define their first major run.
And people might be wondering, well, you know, Apex are 0-2, so like, you know, it's not like their shit don't stink, right? We have to think about that as well. But the fact of the matter is, why did Apex let this through? I mean, probably because they see some of the same issues.
They saw what we saw.
Are MCAL like half surprised that this is being allowed for them to play? No, okay.
I mean,
listen,
you can't doubt it now.
And MCAL have obviously played better teams on the map. So this should be one of the games they do win. It's not like they never win overpass. It's just that some of these important matches have not always looked that great. So fair enough. If they're going to win, if they're going to stop themselves from going 0-2, if they're going to have a good time on overpass versus a specific team, Apex should be the one. Amcal looking for redemption on overpass.
Should be.
Should be.
Should be.
Then there's Stiko.
Yes. Who has proven his value, shows up to the RMR in order to keep the spot, and delivers, right? And afterwards says, I did my job. My job was to get this team and organization back to the major. Lo and behold, Stiko comes back from a leave of absence in better individual form than we have seen from him in years.
Yeah.
And he has continued that form. And so Amcal's T side, the place that they improved earlier today, will have to be a proven entity again. Apex do not play this map. Amcal want to prove this community that they can. And if they can't, once more, it is 0-2.
Okay.
No more excuses. And the first one falls. Jacob taps away Forrester, Nock will catch Krad. Those are the two shining pieces of Apex, and one of them hits the ground. Nock's gonna hang on to the A site, the connector flank's coming out. It's all on Travis, and he's the last to tumble. CTs kick it off with the pistol.
Yeah, now, well, good news is Apex need to win a CT pistol and make sure they get a lot of CT rounds because this map is pretty CT biased. Bad news is one of the easiest T rounds you can win is the pistol, so you really hope and pray that you get that T round to start the game off, and Apex don't get it, or Amcal don't get it. A little bit more bad news, no plant, so no buy in the second round to stop things early, and that's also a little bit more bad news. Apex know that too, so they know they don't have to overbuy, even if the other team is going to save. Oh. And now we'll just watch and sort of find out and see what these teams know about each other on the map right now. But yes, I mean, when Nock played on Nip, he was great on Overpass. That was a little while ago. But I know he likes the map. He's got some of his career best maps on Overpass that I definitely remember.
All right, that's a little freebie. Jacob walking the straight and narrow path out through bathrooms and then senses MP9 connects a double. So pistols aren't going to do too much.
Yeah, and it was sort of an arranged marriage of having Stiko come back onto the team. So it worked out,
yeah,
but like we talked about with Ecstatic, you know, happy to be here might be Apex's story, but they're also still good enough to take wins. In fact, I'd say this is the team that most people had as a loose 6th slot in the 3-1-3-2 category for who's going to go through. I think for good reason.
It felt like when you looked at the teams that you weren't certain with, you kind of threw Apex a bone because this core, you know, these are players that made the Paris run. These are players that, even though their games aren't always convincing, very consistent in scraping through, right? Just getting by. But if you're the team that gets by the majority of the time, you're doing something right.
For sure.
You know, kind of in the same boat as Gamer Legion at moments.
And they took a big sale. I mean, no Kixen was a big part of the lineup, so that's something that you wouldn't expect a team could just simply recover from. But there have been a lot of stories like that clubbing into this major. Teams that have got their act together fast.
Ooh. Jacob gets found out trying to use that MP9. To go for the boost towards B site 2. Could find the defense in transition.
No HEs here. I don't know if he was spotted on the jump. I think he was actually.
Yeah, they're ready.
Oh, the
CTs will
counter
chuck a
nade.
nade. Misses though.
But Stiko getting him back. He'll be happy about that. And the reposition comes out early. Sausanito here inside of bathrooms. Oh,
they stepped.
That was one. Yeah.
And then util thrown out, but missed shot on the player that had only minimal HP, and then he gets shot in the back. So Satsanito is going to be beating himself up for that. Could have been a great chance to at least bring it back to an even ground.
Nock pulls back, so the Molly's going to come out to the back at default, you'd think. I mean, Utility's coming in now, but a little delayed. They're not pushing up onto the site just yet. A lot rests on this one trade. They grab it. The bomb's going back to the B site. The reorganization works out, it looks like.
Evan Smoke.
Oh,
Stiko kill. That makes this one tempting, right? You've got the kid on sense. You're out of utility though.
Oof.
And they know that they had full connector control, no flank, etc. So yeah, Apex get forced into the save this round. Oof, right? Jacob dying for free towards Fountain, that's one thing, but Tatsunito not getting a chance. I mean, he played it. He let the players pass on audio. He peeks into the guy throwing the grenade.
Everything was fine there.
Hit the shot.
But hit the shot, yeah. That's the part of the game that's, it never gets less important. You can learn all the other things, but you got to hit the shot. If you set yourself up for a good shot and miss it, doesn't matter how good of a player you are, that's all that mattered. So, yeah, that's basically 2 major mistakes. And then actually, it was a pretty sloppy entrance from MCal onto the A site with the one player coming out late after the flash onto long, and he has time to get that trade and can't do it, right? Or CT dying there as well makes this possible, so. Trades back from Stiko were nice.
Stiko, a player who bringing a new individual level, right, in terms of the firepower, is something that I would have never expected from Stiko, to be entirely honest.
And uploading high-quality YouTube videos at the same time.
What the hell? Imagine that. Players making content?
And making good content, not just like showing up. Yeah,
unique content.
Yeah. He's on sort of like he's on the YouTube sort of like self-reflection challenger pipeline where you're sort of like doing, 30-day challenges. He's the kind of guy, I think he's probably experimented with cold therapy a little bit.
Sure.
Like, I think he's been really, that video with transparency, talking about his finances and lifestyle and everything like that. Like, he's, and we don't have that element really when it comes to like a CS YouTuber. So even just as a YouTuber, outside of being a pro player, is adding a lot of dimension to the profession. But yeah, it's pretty crazy to be able to like do that on top of practice and win, go to majors, go to, be able to contend for the elimination stage in the first CS2 major in a new game where you were famous in the old one. He's got a lot on his plate, but he's a hungry boy.
Damn right. Bringing a real professional shine to the Counter-Strike space. A welcome scene. So guns in for Apex. All right, the beauty of having those MP9s and Sense making all that money, easy rebuy. Does the Amcal T-side struggles rear its ugly head again? Once upon a time, the bane of their existence. Icy holding off. And if you don't know Amcal, you should know Icy. Hot prospect. Slow start.
Icy hot, great for backs. Just killed the mood right there.
Jacob slides out. It's got support from Knock. This Jacob Knock combo, this is exactly who you want playing frontside bathrooms for Apex. He's not going to let Nickelback get by. Nice double kill from Jacob. Wow. Goes in with half damage on the next one. Missed op shot. Luckily, Sense is going to recover the kill towards site itself. You got 20 seconds on the clock and 2 softened targets for Amcal to deal with. They weren't able to get past those bathroom defenders as easily as they have in previous rounds. And so there is the T-side struggle.
What's like the professional name for a bathroom defender? Like, obviously, custodian.
Custodian, yeah.
Sanitation engineer.
Counter-terrorist. Fuck no, boys!
God.
Let's go.
Wow.
Let's go. Keep fucking going.
That was clean from Jacob. Bit let down from Knock, who I guess they get his op back at the very least.
Yep.
But this is a setup you want to compliment for your rifler being a star rifler into your op hitting the easy shot on the perfect setup. But that doesn't come down, of course.
And of course, if Icy gets that kill and the long player best Sense, then that A-site's prime for the taking. Bomb plant, second guy in bathrooms, holds off Con, and they're in a great spot.
Yeah, you never know when, an easy shot is going to cost you, like, for sure. So... And I feel like there isn't this feeling that, we even deliver on broadcast that when people die, it's like $5,000 every death. You know what I mean? Because there's so many deaths, you can't get excited about that every single time. But the reality is for the players who are in the rounds, $5,000 every single death. That can be like 2 rounds of saving. That can be a drop. That can really like do a lot of damage to your economy. So even the easy frags, winning rounds dominantly can be just as important as winning rounds, period.
MR12, 1 buy round makes a world of difference.
Exactly. It just amplifies and highlights that difference as we enter a game where you have less buy rounds, which an actual upside to that is people paying more close attention to them and there being critical moments that matter more than others. That's actually a cool thing.
Yes, sir.
But it does also mean being more careful and being more sharp.
Well, straight to the point. Tip of the spear. We go, ooh, missed jump. Get up. They made sound, right? So of course the nade comes out, but you've got the connector support, and they go for the boost. I mean, you should have been ready for that. You should have been making a ton of sound to prepare that boost. Actually, CT is standing in the open.
Well, I don't think they could have been louder, actually.
And yet, here's Apex presenting them a gift, and suddenly, reality check, your A-site's about to crumble unless Jacob goes massive, which he can, and he does so with 2 health left over. All he's got to hang on for dear life. Then they get the kill down towards B, and Jacob's gun goes dry. Crad barely standing. Zatsanito, USP spam. I mean, come on.
He heard about his HP running out there like it was Black Friday, looking for the deal.
Icy gets off site, though. This is a clutchable round.
Very. And op in place, I mean, this is what you're, every day you practice for moments like this. 1v2, op inside of bathrooms.
Standard.
Make it happen.
You've been here 1,000 times, and all you got to do is run it back now when it most certainly matters. Smoke's going to go onto the bomb, spam out close bathrooms, and Sense bags him. Apex 3v5.
That was good. With the way they used the smoke, jump spotting to be sure, knowing that it's icy. So that, yeah, it was 3v5. And you said, unless Jacob, and it's like, this guy is so good.
Yep.
Can I just say, for his age, how he's like one of those players who's now he's getting up there and yet still is a star player.
Satsanito with the USP gift. Come on.
I just got to make sure that Jacob is as old as I think he is.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because I've been watching him. He's 30 now. Yeah, he's 30. I mean, he's definitely in the
He's
higher end of star players, right?
Yeah, he's up there.
We're getting into Roy territory.
One of us. Ooh. Reality check for Amcal. They have in the past struggled on this T side. 5 rounds into this one, and you lose a 5v3. After being given a real opportunity that should have never materialized, making
on the one
all
round
that
they
sound
won.
on the boost.
Oh, that too, yeah.
How do you pull off that kill after getting into it like that? Banging on their pots and pans, and they still get the 5v3, only then to lose it. Easy pickup here for Jacob towards long.
Small thing, but massive thing right there. Great round, great move out of Jacob with how he approached that crouch slide, basically on the second jump spot, knowing the utility was about to come out.
Bad smoke.
Called him out completely.
Satsanito tried to put that down Monster. Instead, Stiko has to play behind it.
They keep going for this boost.
And then they kill him.
And it has paid off a couple of times, so looking for the in-between opportunity.
This time the defenders keeping their heads tucked. But Sense walks right into it, blindsided. Hit like a truck.
Oh, good dodge, actually.
Deco here to pick up the slack, gets traded out by Forrester, and suddenly Amcal in a round that only had one AK have managed to get into the bomb site. We've got Jacob out from heaven with the double, and the Opper has to close it. Knock slams the door shut. Whew. Amcal should not have gotten that close.
But Jacob again.
Yes, sir.
Another 2K, this time as the rotator. Thoroughbred star, straight up. What the hell? Nice flash dodge from Stiko on the hold. At some point, you think Apex are going to stop being surprised by the fact that Amcal have been boosting on top of short. Yes, they're finding new opportunities to do it, but... And then also, Knock, very tense situation for him. Even though, like, that 2K comes down, he's going up against a pistol. He wishes he had a rifle in that spot, and he could just tuck, so... Very easily could have died, didn't happen. 5-1 for Apex.
And that is a missed smoke by Tatsunito, right? The one that pops in front of Stiko on their side of Monster. That was a CT smoke that bounced off the wood wall.
I didn't even see that.
Yeah,
Yeah, right.
I'm like, is this some 3D chess we're playing? Putting Stiko, like, take away all his angles and then die on barrels? But,
yeah.
Okay.
If it isn't, we're going to get a YouTube video about it later. I know that, so.
I mean, that's not one of the more difficult smokes. So, careful now, gentlemen. That B site looking a little sketchy. Luckily, Jacob got them broad shoulders. Doing some heavy lifting 6 rounds into this game. Up 9-5. Sense 8-1. Very hot start for a player who statistically does struggle within this mix. Coming from...
Good time to have a good day.
Yeah, hell of a time. Ooh, Icy wins the op duel. That's a big prize to drop Knock like that. And the rifles in response are going to try to press out forward. You know, we talk about the success of Apex. This is Sense's first major.
How much do they push right here?
All the way. All the way into Travis, perhaps. Got one outside bathrooms. Jacob, ton of damage.
They both die.
Yep, full loss of the bathrooms control. Tatsunito at bat. The Molotov for the default plant.
Oh.
Nickelback.
Is the molly good?
Burning. Burning down to 44. He comes off, so no bomb plant yet. He'll go back at it once it burns out. And all is good here for Amcal. So they do puncture through with the double player bathroom setup. Apex get nothing for it.
Yeah, they used the leverage of Icy winning his duel versus the other op, and that was where it all went down. Like, they immediately ran up onto the site. The CTs made an adjustment, but it was definitely a compromised setup, and very good from amcal to find both trades on the inside and outside of bathroom simultaneously. There were kills there that clearly, as we see from the HP, could have gone the way of Apex. So a much needed round here for amcal. Assassinito's the only other Macedonian that well, I mean, in the tier 1, I guess you could say, definitely is the only other one besides Kixan.
The others would be Kixan's old team, right? I believe like the Blue Jays guys.
I'm not sure. Yeah, was it the Blue Jays team? Yeah, it was one of his rosters, obviously, that he played with before was fully Macedonian. But I don't. Did they ever play together?
Tatsunito and and Kixan.
Yeah.
Yeah, both on Apex.
Oh, right, they were on Apex at the same time, right?
He brought him in before he left.
True. So,
you know, feed your friends.
Feed your friends.
Feed your
One hand
friends,
washes the other.
There you go. Yeah, we should really pick this guy up. Signs that contract and
he's from Macedonia? Oh, wow, what a coincidence.
Whoa, I didn't know. I didn't know. Yeah.
We're actually all good.
Wait, Bleed's new players from the same country as Kassad? No way!
Yeah, Nico's coming.
We got one M4 here. Speaking of Tatsunito, let's see what he's got in store for us. Pack of players coming his way. Guns empty, USP's out. They give him a little jiggle. Nice coverage out of Icy.
Okay. Top of the rock.
Yeah, not every day you see somebody standing behind the tree on the top of the rock.
Yeah, it's New York, baby.
Icy on the rocks. Now Apex just crossing their fingers. Come and plant on A. Try it.
Oh my god, they're gonna forget about him, aren't they?
Jacob's got that deagle, dude.
This setup.
Oh, hold on.
Oh, don't miss that shot. Oh my god, they missed again.
Off shot, Deagle's gone down. Then the USP comes out. He's trying to stretch forward as his teammates get dropped.
You guys got nervous. We weren't even worried about it.
Sketchy. But they get through. I feel like I just laugh like Krusty the Clown, and I've never like. No. Fun stuff. You know, as much as I love quality Counter-Strike, it is also fun to watch them panic.
Who doesn't like a circus?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But they get through with the round win. And that always difficult T side starting to pump out a few round wins. amcal up to 3, but Apex back in with a buy and back in with an opening kill. Jacob is the man. And as he chases you down connector, Travis gets away with the trade frag. Forster loses half the health to sight, and they're going to go for the boost back, right? We've seen the T's.
This is good timing where it would be a sort of a dangerous time to try this, but no one actually runs in just now. But no reason not to hold up here. Yeah, there's a chance. Nice. Travis looked up. I mean, he was definitely ready for something, but wasn't pinpoint accurate.
Even if it is a little risky, I'd rather see them take the initiative than just sit in sight and get caught blindsided by another T-side boost.
It's about time they answered back against those short plays.
But no monster control, as we've seen from them before. Still, Sense up in heaven with the FAMAS. Nice burst out, catching the headshot to Forrester. And we get Icy, but snap out of Tatsunito. And this one gets stuffed. 4 alive from Apex to keep amcal stalled on 3.
That's pretty huge. Yeah, they're looking for that potential of 9, especially when they started 5-1. They opened the door a little bit here to amcal. And amcal are reaching a quota, however. I mean, 3 rounds is solid. It's not like the most beautiful T side we've ever seen. But they're just looking for sheer quantity so they can get onto CT. But as we've seen before, they have problems. CT's not free.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? It feels like nothing is guaranteed for amcal. Today is the day.
No, there's something guaranteed. Overpass. We're getting
fair. That. Yeah, that's fair. For better or for worse. I wonder what other maps they like.
I don't know.
Yeah. Nothing as much as Overpass.
No. Look, that's pure love right there. I wonder if they just like go home and they're like, yeah, we're overpass gods. Everyone fears us on overpass.
Such a love-hate relationship, right? I swear she loves me back.
Yeah.
Overpass is a cruel mistress.
Yeah, it's tough.
And on the day they improve their T side, suddenly a CT-sided struggle. So nothing is guaranteed from AmCal beyond the map choice.
Oh, the early round boost, I think I like that as well. Again, there's been so much presence here from AmCal coming towards short. But of course, this is a mixed buy.
And a mixed setup.
Slightly mixed, I mean.
From Apex, right? We've seen Jacob usually towards connector in the bathrooms. Now he's behind the tree with op support.
Oh, they missed the run boost. I don't think this would be heard.
Again. Oh, he waits for the peek, and then Jacob leaves a little to be desired. Tries to go back as he felt stuck in versus Krad, who's firing off a deagle.
Okay.
But hey, you come out better for it, right?
Sorry, this is not an eco of any sort. Like, they have the deagle, but it's the investment completely. The op 4 guns outside of that, so the AmCal actually putting a lot into this.
They hear the squeaky swing. Krad trying his hand at the big green. And the round greens go deep, where, again, this is another round where Apex have kind of leaned back from that forward monster barrel setup.
What, are you kidding me? They never molly this guy.
Again. But
How
the
do you-
metal roof edge saves Stiko.
How do you let this happen over and over again, seriously? Sense, he's going to use his sense of hearing right now, because they're just barrel footing it across bathrooms. This should be an easy play for him as they run right by. My God, what the hell?
Backs turned, caution to the wind. He's worried about somebody else, but everybody is here in Banana. And Sense draws him back into him, picking up 2 of the 3 as his teammates swarm sight and close it. Apex, a comfortable 7th.
Wonder what gave them the tip off to believe they could just run up to the inside of bathrooms like that. There wasn't much pressure over there. Not unlikely to see a rifler in position. But hey, why not? And this is Knock. I mean, you better believe he saw the guy who was going over top of the scope. He just understands what the peak is going to look like beyond that. He's got a perfect teammate in position to defend.
I mean, you see that run boost knowing Jacob's on tree.
That's trust.
That's the one time you can be fully confident that you shouldn't even bother going for the flick, right?
You don't have
Jacob's
to
100% going to take that fight for you.
Oh, yeah.
So that's the first round we see that setup, and it's perfectly timed for the AmCal run boost, and it nets them man advantage, which they hold on to. Stiko, though, lucky he doesn't get run over.
Yeah.
That boost should have had him dead to rights. Fortunately for AmCal, back onto the pistols. Nice wallbang damage there. Gonna give him props again. Huge half from Sense. Picking up slack within A when one of the 2 original defenders in Jacob or Knock goes down. Hell of a time for an overperformance. But still enough time to give AmCal more to work with. Knock, they are close. Down goes Jacob.
Oh my
Beautiful
God.
double deagle.
Yeah, right, the entire A-side
Oh,
setup.
yes.
This is a round with that kill. There's a Nop on the back of Dice they can go and pick up. Icy with the perfect upgrade.
Slams them. Satsunito on the dumpster, burning all the while. Still manages to get Forrester off the play. And then they hold off to the bank control. Krad's gonna slam the deagle shot out from bathrooms, and this one's all about the deeg.
Jesus.
Cue it up. Give us that icy POV, because those had to have been nasty.
And he was holding the exact same angle for 2 kills, right?
Yep.
Left side Dice. I mean, if one of those was a flick, I don't even know what to say.
But of all the rounds, man, we haven't seen Apex feel so reserved in their A defense. There's nobody long, there's nobody bathrooms, they are inside sight. And what happens when you play inside sight and you let pistols get too close? Couple deegs is all you need to win a round off the back of it.
Thing is, he wasn't even that close. That was pretty insane. True. Yeah, he was I think he was still divider, right?
Yeah.
That was crazy. So
Oh, yeah.
You can't plan for losing 2 players back to back versus a deagle like this. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Sit down.
Yeah. That indeed. So AmCal get a very important 4th on an eco round. I know Apex's heart sunk when that happened. Those 2 deagle kills knows you're almost too late because they're immediately going to run up into the site, no questions asked.
They waste no time.
And now look at Apex's money as they try to get 8. Yep. They were in a position to make this a 9-3. Now they're unlikely to even get 8.
A moment of glory for Icy. One that could have real ramifications. But again, questions around what happens in the second half. We can't take anything for granted any longer with Amcal on this map. This time Jacob will extend a little further off the bomb site, but now as he starts to back up, that's right when that 1T is about to walk in his direction. Rumblings of the presence towards long with the flashbangs, that should draw the attention of someone, whether it's the op of Knock, that's the question. Stico gonna stay pressed close along the sign, allows Knock to take the angle outer bathrooms. Jacob goes down with the 1. Now Knock is sitting on very low HP, and you've got Stico kind of pinned into the bomb site with a 5-7 trying to support him from the dice. This is a nicely stacked site, but it's lesser weapons for Apex. Knock is trying to pick up slack. 2 go down. Do they forget about Stico? The offer's right there. Free kill for him. But it's all him, only him, and 2 left. So as he goes peeking back, he's got 1 pinned against the flower pot, and they're going to take that as a chance to evacuate.
Yeah, they're going to hear him running at the same time. He's actually quite quick in this position, so
he's here before them.
Op in hand, hits the shot, and now 15 seconds. Stico, he can make a clip on a gun that he uses in his spare time. 3 health, no plant, red on the clock. As the plant goes down, Stico, an op in the 1v2.
He's got him. Scope in, pin him against the wall. Stico, oh, he does it on his own. His job's to get them to the major, and he performs once he hits the road.
Yeah, and now he's looking to get them all the way to the elimination stage. This is insane, a rare sight here. Stico on the op clutch.
Set up wonderfully by these players on the bomb site, right? Let him sit in his corner.
Yeah.
Let him do his work.
That shot is nuts, actually. Woo!
And the timing, right? Just pedal at the perfect point of throttle.
Yeah.
Didn't go wide swinging, didn't make any sound, puts it where it has to be at the right moment.
Rushing that situation as Amcal was just not, like, obviously a terrible idea because Stico's alone on the A site. He's going to make the fast rotation downstairs. That much could be expected. They could try to game him and then get him to run away while they listened and then come back to the A site, but that's always dangerous because you could be getting gamed yourself, right? But what they needed to make sure was that they had a way to instantly trade the player who is in heaven, and Stico in that spot can't jump into the site and commit fully to defending, so they can take their time a bit to try to set up. And instead, they tested his gangster, and he passed.
Dude, just pulls up in the John Deere. He was 3-5 before that moment. 3-5 is your CT side. That's what you bring to the table, and then bada boom. All right, Amcal. CT side is where they thrived until today. Recent woes that must be solved, and must also be a reason that Apex let this map come through. They saw what we all saw. Questions around whether Sense can continue the form that he's been able to put out. Jacob undoubtedly ready to rock and roll. We get nothing here from Amcal. No thread to pull on. Apex can slow clear all the way to that bomb site before they make any kind of contact. CTs do not want to give a kill away.
45 seconds. Brad slides, he hears a lot of footsteps.
And now he's ready, pinned in. They're gonna clear him.
Uh-oh.
It's a little labored, but they get there. Good recovery from Forster. He gets blinded. Here's Icy, ready to rock. Stico hits the ground. Missed shots beyond that one. No fast connector flank, but it is eventually going to come in. They're cautious of it, planting on the truck instead. Tatsunito making sound on this push. Very well aware of what he's up to.
Full bank.
Hits the gush. Now those dual Berettas on the flank, Nickelback is gonna have to go above and beyond. Tatsunito, blood in the water, goes chasing into what he wanted. Taking that fight was to give Amcal man advantage on a retake, but with confidence, they take away the control. No retake even afforded to Amcal,
Oh, wow.
and Apex take T-side pistol.
Yeah, they're about to complete this tapestry now after showing that they can game on this map. They have, again, no wins to speak of here on Overpass, but yeah, you can see the nervousness now here. This can be sort of embarrassing for Amcal to, you know, play and potentially lose Overpass 2 times. But that's a great pistol. I mean, I love the truck plant into pushing to bank control. Of course, Assassinio, if it gets too aggressive there, the round's actually not over. They can pull the retake off, but he does what he needs. He gets his kills.
Yep.
So Apex 9 rounds.
Hey, plays it with confidence, gets rewarded for it.
Yeah,
Right.
It's part of the game.
Tatsunito not one to be easily deterred. Apex with their foot on their throats. Amcal fast rotation though, right? This started as a B-site stack, and now we're talking 3 players up on long bathrooms. Jacob takes one to the head, but Tatsunito's here to help him out. They want to back up, right? Where there's one, there's probably more. There's a Zeus in play on Forrester, but at this distance, USP. Sense confirming what they thought. An abundance of Amcal players out here towards long.
Yeah, they run
Easy
from
to
this.
avoid it. Down to B they'll go and walk away with double digits.
There's no power or numbers downstairs. Like, they've already confirmed 3 upper, so there it is. Rest of the players potentially getting melted. 007 in the bathrooms, shooting silently. And around that, it comes to the conclusion with Apex on 10. Amcal can still, listen, Amcal, they can be nervous, they could be upset about how that half went. But there's one thing that Overpass gives you. It is CT rifle round opportunities. If you can win 2 rounds in a row on CT Overpass, get the op and all the nades you need, you can snowball from there and never lose a round ever again. If you're that good, you can do it. They got to believe in that because this map is all about momentum on CT side. So, unfortunately, no op in place, but they didn't earn the right to be able to have one. They have to win this first round. They get a second, they'll get a chance to op. This is their opportunity. Amcal, get it together.
That's just the sad reality of Stiko getting that clutch. If he doesn't and Amcal close the round, then it's 2 gun rounds guaranteed. No need to immediately force right back if they lose this one. Instead, they'll get this without op, without kit, and low grenades. But a chance here for Krabs.
Uh-oh, spotted.
Players pass.
Oh, man.
Make a glimpse at one another, then a jump around. He's got support, good trades. Icy right there ready for the gunfight.
They know the A site's open. They know it, yeah. They've got the 2 bathrooms players going on. It's just scary here for the CT side. Sense, what can he do?
Gets onto the truck, a little bit more cover to play. They've got that player locked into bathrooms, right? The 3rd member of Apex is going to squeeze it, but Icy turns over towards the long peak and just clips Tatsunito's wings. Stiko's concerned about connector. This round is about to get real stringy because those CTs were so ready to come up to that A site, they've left B open for a moment.
Yeah, Icy still hurt. Oh my God,
huge.
Stiko.
But at the same instant, we get that forced to response back on A play.
I think this is the move. Well, okay, we got Travis already back on the B site. Stiko walking it downstairs, 35 seconds, and hoping that there was a push, it looks like, but he won't find one. Time is not necessarily on his side in this spot.
Right now he's got an isolated duel down on B. If he wants to walk this out, Monster.
I mean, is he going to walk clear barrels with this time, though?
He's going to do it. He's going to take a chance at this, and if he kills the barrels player, he is on for the bomb plant. These other CTs can't save you. This is Travis or it is Stiko, and Travis just missed the timing on the
he's
peak.
not even going to go for it.
All
oh, my
right.
God.
Wanted a fight, took a chance. Hey,
he didn't have enough time to potentially deal with 2 players here. In heaven on the B site. He needed to go faster up short if he wanted to.
But I like that, kind of 1 foot in the water. If you know that one peek out from the barrels player when he goes to the monster clear, if Stiko happens to be on it, that's a duel. You win that duel, you've got the plant.
Why would you hold monster?
But I mean, he took the peek. Barrels peeked it.
Yeah, but
I'd say Stiko's ready.
I guess.
You know?
I don't know.
Come on now. Didn't force the issue. But he was close enough to make something happen.
He was very nice about it. He was very nice about it, that's for sure.
Magic at his fingertips.
They don't know how close he was.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, man. They don't even know how scared they should have been.
He's keeping his teammates excited, getting their hopes up. He'll wait for his next chance to strike. Quality, not quantity. And Icy, oof, right now, man, operating on his own, but good timing.
Oh, yeah.
Still, though, on his own. Flash comes over. Nickelback sends him some support, and it pays off for man advantage. You said it. Get the gun round in the bag and snowball from there.
And you buy the op, right? You buy the op. You buy yourself the op by winning the round. Such a great use of Icy so far. He's clearly done the most for this roster these last couple inside of bathrooms. So it'll be an incredibly difficult round to search back here for Apex. That smoke's on purpose. Ask Nafly, he says all the smokes are on purpose. That pro's throw.
That's 2. We're on Fraud Watch. 2 Tatsunito missed smokes.
Oh, yeah. Oh. Don't throw it all away. It's just a missed smoke. Imagine giving up completely. All right. A lot of walking. Yeah. Nickelback, same position. This time Shadow works out for him.
Little delivery and a clean second kill. Now we're talking 4 players alive. This has got the rumblings of a CT side comeback.
It does. Pure momentum. That's all you need.
And Stiko's in a bomb site he's not supposed to be again.
He's got creative ways to save. We'll give him that.
Stiko out here playing like snacks.
I remember a snacks round on Overpass. I see he's that guy right now.
Yes, sir. I mean, in a play where...
Look at this, man.
You know, no trade potential. At least the support from Nickelback. Great flashbang.
Yeah.
But no trade potential. He had to bring 1 with him. The fact he gets the 2, excellence.
It's a longer road for Apex, but it's a scarier one. Or sorry, longer road for Amcal, but scarier for Apex here. 3 T-side rounds is what they're looking for. Icy up front again.
Kratz here to help. Pistol, perfectly timed from Icy to shave the support off. Jacob goes down. There's the rifle. Everything Icy needs to make this one smooth. Ooh. Oh, just skating through round 17. What? On for the ace. Line him up, knock him down. All too easy anti-eco.
2 mags on the primary and the secondary. Not even a thought of reloading right there. That's... I don't even know how he had the gall to stay around.
Smooth as ice.
I guess when you know you're not going to miss, it's easy to make that decision. Well, that is just amazing.
Come get it. Serves it hot. And keeps Amcal within touching distance.
Oh my god, another miss smoke.
They've played this map twice. Remember that, Apex.
Yeah, but they also didn't ban it. Remember that.
Sure. You're gonna be starting to miss nades. Will get punished for it. Boost out of Forrester, looking for the contact. Just missed the timing.
Yeah. I think that is where the money's at, though. Those timings on those boosts when players are not exactly standing in the right position to clear angles.
Either way.
And Amcal, there's one thing you've got going for you. You've tried it more, right? You've got more experience. All right, so it looks like they're going to trim the fat, make this a more simplistic execute. Yes, Stiko.
Nickelback just hears Squeaky, puts a few shots through. Now you've got Stiko wounded. You've got Forrester in with the opening, knock hot on the trade. Oh, double kill. Monster player's going to stuff it and knock in with a triple.
Oh my god.
Tatsunito's got Icy. And there it is, a pack of players and a flurry into the B bomb site. The numbers were in position here for Amcal, but it is Knock who shoots sharp. And as Krat gets ever closer, he's managed to get behind them. Hold on, Tatsunito back turn.
Wait, could he just... No.
He's going to take the kill. He's going to try to find the others. There was just wallbang shots coming out of Stiko. He's going to chase this one down. Bomb is ticking fast, and Krad is going to go back at this with a smoke and with a kit and a knock. He has to stop him, but Krad comes in big and steals it from them. Their cold, dead, clammy hands grasping on for nothing.
And without that 1v3, maybe there's no chance in hell. Apex will have to stew in that. Oh my God. How did he figure that out?
He slips beyond the defense. He gets through Satsanito. Stiko with the wallbang thinking, I've got all this room to work with, but then he gets chased down.
That was just a perfect sequence of events. What can you say? There was no value in letting that kill take any longer. Just take it right there. He's got the lead off onto Short. Short's going to be not ready for someone moved up that close. And knock the 3K entry. That's all that they get out of it. You know, this is a round where I think the call from Apex is a great idea. Instead of fanning the map and playing a full default on, you know, something on a map that just feels enormous for a team that clearly is missing a couple of grenades here and there, maybe not ready for playing the T side, to keep it simple and get short and long control on Monster and go for an exec before a minute, you know? That does make sense. And then to get the entries to reinforce that you had the right idea, and then to suffer the 1v3 after you've already shown your game plan. Well, where do Apex go from here?
Forrester wants a piece of the action. Whoa, they're so lined up, but they're also ready for the peak. Oh man, and as he tries to climb up the fences, then that's when they come out. 5v4 here for Apex. You just got that B-site multi-kill. Do you press the luck?
They messed that up, man. They needed to flash in front of that molly so he could swing. And
miss smoke again.
Oh my God, not the heaven smoke.
Again.
Not the heaven smoke, boys.
It's the same one he whiffed before. If it's Tatsanitos, who doesn't have a smoke at the moment. There are glaringly obvious weak points from this Apex T side on the most difficult T side in the pool versus a team who, despite their struggles, loves a little overpass.
They might be walking away because this was calmed. Honestly, if you can't throw the nades, give them to somebody who can. That's always the best solution, honestly.
Come back at it, though.
They do. Double Monster set up here, ready for this play.
Yep, they made sure no fountain push.
Oh, spotted. Jump across.
Lineup's good. Spray's great. Nickelback's got support. Travis with the trade. And the only one in with anything ends up being Knock. Jacob, your bomb is on the ground. Your teammates are dead, and you joined them. One round the difference.
Oh, my God. The comeback is happening. And again, the 1v3, man. The 1v3. And now that they've stuck the landing, they got the follow-up round. The money is actually in ruins here. How are they going to sustain past this? You don't see 1v3s like that anymore. You just don't. And for it to come at a time like this.
Again, deep vision, Forrester not going to shy away from these fights. Amcal starting to boil here. And Apex starting to choke. They've got the utility for an exec, whether they can hit it or not. And Krad is just breathing down their necks with that utility usage out of Connector. How stranded do you feel? Okay, cool, we've got outside B. You got no con control. Again, no vision deep on Fountain. Apex probably feeling like they have the thinnest sliver of map control. The brutal reality of an overpass T-side starting to sink into Apex. Knock has given you one moment, one glorious triple entry. The best case you had, you lose that 1v3.
Late Monster smoke comes out. No one inside of the bathrooms. And the CTs are shuffling around. They might not be aware of how close Deco could be. Is there a mistake inbound? We know that we've got one on the signpost. Deco holding this as he sees the fallback. But again, no CTs close up.
Yeah, gonna cause a little panic, but the bomb is inbound. This is looking like the A commitment with 20 seconds to go.
It is. Rotations coming up now for the CTs.
Krad happy to play behind Van. He's got the support of Nickelback. Everybody's inside of the bomb site. Amcal have rotated appropriately. The first kill goes out the way of Apex. Now it's out into the pistol.
What?
Nickelback, a beauty of a three-piece. And Forrester slays the last one. Amcal in the right place at the right time and holding the line to tie this game at 10.
Yeah, the execute almost comes out at the moment that they needed it to, with enough time to spare, but instead, we've got a great 3K, and X Factor, at least for MCAL, is something that's been going their way over and over again. 1v3s, Icy's 2Ks as an 8-player, matching what Jacob output in the first half. And just as mentioned, CT side, you believe in it, you get the comeback going, and your advantages are basically all there in front of you. When you have a lot of money and you have everything down to the Molotov and the op on CT side, that's when this map gets very CT-sided. It's not when you're broke. It's not when you're winning one round and losing the next. So Amcal keeping the streak alive on what felt like their last chance.
Great move from Nickelback, just sliding in. The pistol whip. I mean, Nox pre-firing the corner with the Galil. You see him sliding through, right?
Yeah.
And you just tap him between the eyes.
But you actually can hold angles these days. And shadows are a massive advantage. So the positioning wins them that one. The early rotation wins them that one.
Oh man, Icy on an aisle. Ooh.
Unheard?
Excellent. Clips
Oh
Jacob. Misses the track on Sense. That's a big opening back.
He was very blind. Listen, they're always in jeopardy. It's 10-10. You can make 10 right moves in a row. You make that 11th mistake and the entire thing becomes unraveled. Amcal have to stay focused. They go 1 for 1 on best players.
Brad takes a little peek, but also doesn't want to be the player that lets this all fall apart, and yet here he comes back for second servings. Oh man, is he going through? No. Him and Sense in a battle of blind timings. Neither one with support. Krad comes out. Oh, loses that.
Krad, you've got to get that. That was set up beautifully for him.
Travis is alone down on B, and because of that death, we already see the second CT from B starting to move up. Nickelback's looking to reclaim territory. Monster push is coming out. A second player confirmed, and a third right behind him. Stiko's got the entry, but Forrester still holds on. 3 players coming at him from all fronts, and he goes down with nothing. Nickelback has to recover. Finally, Apex looking for a second response. And as the wallbang comes out, the molly will burn. There is time for this. A peek out from Nock will seal the deal. And Apex, finally a taste of T-side victory since that streak off the pistol.
And it's actually not too late. It is actually not too late. That is the scariest part of the situation for Amcal. They worked so hard. They put together not only some good individual efforts on the CT side, but some good team play to make a comeback possible, to get all the way to a tied scoreline, which seemed impossible at some point, all deep into the second half.
Yeah.
And now they still don't have a lead.
Krad knows. Outside bathrooms.
Yeah, he knew, I think he heard something, because he knew Sense was there. He asked for a flash. It was called very quickly. He jumped into the fight. He had 3 seconds to win it. It was Sense who was worried about it. But it's a nervous situation. I completely understand. This is This is where mistakes happen.
And Apex no stranger to that.
Yeah. So, let's see if the grind. See if the grind mattered all the way back to 10. Amcal. They're definitely not looking too rich. 1 round could be 2 for Amcal.
Brad floating outside of the bathrooms. Saw that. What's he gonna do about it?
Oh my God. He doesn't want to make a mistake right now, but there can be some irony to that sometimes.
Right?
You just got to make the right play and hope it works.
Trip over your own 2 feet if you're too concerned about the details.
I see he's not one who's been nervous here in the second half.
No stranger to the pressure.
How much weight can he bear, though? How much weight can he bear? Top bathroom's a great place to bleed with his teammate inside. That's why Crad moved back. He's got to hit this.
Nice. Another one comes. Jiggles on the corner. Icy posts the double. He is getting surrounded. We already saw the ace when they didn't have the guns. Burnt. Knock doesn't go at it. Corner and the shadow advantage. Stico's somehow alive, but won't be given the chance to fall back. Nickelback's got support now. Out from the dumpster comes Forrester. The Molotov on long will cool off what is left here of Apex. And that has allowed the reroute from Forrester back over towards the bank. He's looking at the ground. They're about to round the corner. He has been in this spot, and he will get plucked off the play. Great trade from Forrester, and you have pushed Knock into the clutch. Second CT is not close enough to stop this.
10 seconds. He's getting off it.
He's going to peek, and a missed shot. Now time limited. Down he goes. Tied this game again.
Yeah, let's go. All the way to the very end. It couldn't have ended any other way. With the amount of effort put into this comeback, the clutch is denied. Apex have a bit more stress on their shoulders. If they had won this round, this game could have been over in the next.
Big one from Icy.
Yes, again, they needed him. And that's why Crad rerouted to stick around inside the bottom of bathrooms, because if he didn't hold there, Icy had to watch 2 angles. He would have been screwed over.
And honestly, Knock thrives in those moments.
Yeah, he does. He is definitely someone who will expect to see clutches from.
The way he plays it, you can see it.
Yeah.
He's got the potential, he's got that sense, he's got that swagger in his step, but a missed shot in that moment, it's exactly what costs him.
Yeah, definitely.
And it's what could cost Apex what looked like a comfortable win.
Okay, so, well, this is, I mean, the bloodiest battle possible, because if Apex had won the last round, Amcal would just be broken, then this would be almost hopeless. But now that Amcal have won that round back, well, they still are not rich, and neither are Apex. So we've got a very scrappy head-to-head here in round 23.
Man, Crad goes deep.
Oh, what a risk. What a great risk to take in a situation like this. You got a weak gun, you've got some early map control now, it takes some pressure off the utility, but the exec is coming to the other side of the map, and that flank has to come in.
And at the start of these T-sides, we didn't see these flanks. The T's would go back to clear it, but now they've gotten through, and the first player, Sense, eventually gets dropped. Nickelback dives back onto the short side, chased out by Tatsunito, looking for his revenge. Forrester trying to hold it, only one to his name, but that flank is fast, and the Opper is sharp, and Icy's impact will be felt as his frag grenade cuts Knock down by half. Crad wastes no time, and Tatsunito looking to do it all. As he chases down the Opper, he will fall, and Amcal lock in 12.
Basically an impossible position there after he had made some footsteps, and Icy holds his nerve. Very nicely done. Perfect risk to take as a team. Again, with that MP9 early towards A. The call is that Apex, when they needed rounds, they decided to cut these rounds in half, go for short control, get monster control, and exec into B. They got the exact call right. A perfect read from Amcal. Perfect staging on the round. Perfect use of the close range gun to be a factor in closing this out. And if not for that flank, they would have lost.
3-4 rounds at the start of this T-side. When Apex gets stuffed on the B approach, they go back, make sure there's nobody playground, make sure there's nobody con, and there never ever was. And this time, quick reality check, a perfectly timed flank to secure that 12th, to maybe lift the curse of Amcal's overpass. This was Apex with a T-side pistol, the conversion, and then a brick wall from Amcal's defense. A one-off anomaly when they hit that B site. And now a whole pack of players coming at Icy, who has been phenomenal, who will continue to leave his mark. No third, as Tatsunito starts to come into his form late within this map. Nickelback's into the site. He has had so much impact from this corner, but does that mean it's going to be predictable?
This is a bad smoke for him. He can get spammed.
Forrester trying to support it.
He's hoping they don't cross. No one's coming up from bank.
They are so all in on dumpster. A creep from Sense.
Oh my God.
The sharpest piece of this Apex overpass. Stico hits his headshot, and it's going to fall onto Travis. A long, slow road down from that B site up into A.
And they're playing it slow. They're scared. This bomb could be coming up onto the site, but now there's a chance that one player dies when they go and get info. There's a push in a bank. There's that frag.
Nice trade.
Oh.
Apex push it the distance.
Let's go over past to overtime, baby.
Icy, time and time again, posting multi-frags on that A defense.
Consistently, very consistently. I think he's gotten a fair bit of credit recently, and for good reason.
Beautiful second kill from Tatsunito. 3v5 again from Apex.
You know, if he's the one that loves overpass, then I get it, because he has definitely been very consistent with his output. But this is a nightmare situation, I think, for Amcal, who had a perfect spot to just end it. A map that was incredibly arduous. That was not quite as simple as probably thinking, oh, well, Apex, they don't even really play it. We definitely should beat them. To now, like, we barely can win. Now, full reset of the economy, a second chance on the T side, and oh my God, Forrester definitely had the right to swing into that.
He's getting sharper.
Yeah.
But Icy's omnipresent. Oh, on the reload!
Wow.
Tatsunito just punishing Travis for emptying the entire mag with no support there. Jesus. I mean, that is ballsy from Tatsunito.
He did hear the reload, and he already got the first kill. You know, there's not a 3-player setup on the side of Monster, so a mistake on the reload.
But also some real nerve.
And another free frag because of it.
Crad just walks into it.
Yeah, dude, full credit for making a play like that. If he had given back a trade, right?
Yep.
After getting the advantage and more damage in from Sassanito. Yeah, I mean, it's not just smokes that he misses. The boy can shoot, okay? At least he's handsome, you know what I mean? Not the smartest tool in the shed, but he's got some good looks. Wow. They win it off of his frags. That was Shush-esque, we'll call it. T-side running through that smoke. No one behind even to do the lead-in flash, because he had an urge. And I think that in Counter-Strike, you do have to trust your instincts sometimes, because there isn't going to be someone around to support you. And it is a game of exceptions, I guess is something that I'll say. There is a textbook way to play the game, but there are exceptions all over the place. And the best players identify when the exceptions are the right decision. And I think that's what's impressive, when people can figure them out in real time. That's what's really sort of makes great plays happen. So
very important.
Credit,
Hang on.
Credit to Sassanito. Just got into overtime. Probably want to be obedient to your IGL. Don't want to break the structure. Did just get a kill, but instead, hey, I can do a little more.
Winning that fight as well to Forrester. That wasn't crosshair placement. That was a nice flick. Hunting down Travis. Hell of a time. In a 0-1 best of 1 in OT to go chasing through a monster smoke.
Wild.
Gotta give credit where it's due. That takes the right kind of crazy.
Yeah. He'll never be reloading in front of that smoke again. That's for sure. Oh man, again. I mean, we're going to be saying this for the rest of the day, but every game we cast, there's going to be an O2 team coming out of it.
Yep.
That's just the most brutal way to start the major.
Every team starting the event this morning had the dreams of being 2-0.
Yeah.
Some of these underdogs just shooting for a 1-1, they accept their place. Nobody ever thinks they're the O2 team.
Oh!
Nice shot.
Wow, if he had missed that, Icy kills him 100%.
Yep.
The wall bang.
You keep giving Nox some runway, he will start to take off.
I'm not going to mince my words. That's the best, most important player from Amcal out of the round.
Undeniably. 27 kills deep in this overtime endeavor. Constantly problematic for Apex on their A-site approach. 2 kills guaranteed, it seemed, every round. And this time, he's in the dirt.
Apex have really slowed this down. Bomb still dropped back. No decisions being made, hunting out an extra bit of information. A great nade, actually. Does some damage in exchange for their own.
Skims across the pond.
Oh my God. That
saw them caught by this timing previously, right? That's how they got to OT. Nico,
oh, that's
beautiful.
It's all in the name, baby.
Not gonna let him get away. Crad punished. Nickelback, same spot. Does it become predictable? Sense honing in on him. There's also the threat of support from Dumpster or maybe even Bank. Bomb kind of cautious
They
to
have
come
the
and
B
join
site.
it.
This is a ruse. It's a honeypot. Come over towards the A site. It doesn't really matter, Sense. Make as much noise as you possibly can. CTs, they have your attention.
Take anybody with you. Oh, this is just icing on the cake. Sense getting that smoke spam frag into the additional kill to Nickelback. And now forcing Amcal in a 2v4 situation with an abandoned B bomb site to have to swallow their pride and concede it.
This might be a disaster class. 2 T rounds lost in overtime. Back to back.
And these saves make a world of difference, so Amcal praying they can hang on to these weapons. The bane of their existence, and yet somehow at the same time, their favorite map. Cue up a potential heartbreak again. Forrester hanging on, he's gonna get squeezed, and down he goes.
Yeah.
Clean sweep of the CTs. It will be a struggle buy for them in this last one. And a potential 3-0 T-side out of Apex, who just went an entire regulation by barely getting through.
So you're just watching the major for the first time. They're looking for a CSGO finish of 16 rounds to close it out.
Nice reaction, right? Making sure there's no chance of the CTs coming back into the round. Clearing everybody out of this one, and we're about to see what state their buys in as we jump back into the server.
Goddamn.
Gumption from Amcal. They've got to make a move. They've got to do something different. They have to make a play. They need a CT round win.
It was that Crad MP9 push on the weak buy that showed us they were thinking, my God, what a surge. Getting better by the round. And the aim, again, is not getting worse. Sausalito aging like wine in this match.
His impact simply surging as this game goes on. Don't judge him on his util. Just watch those first headshots. Killer instinct. And as he's playing with the nades, the boost comes over top. Desperate times call for desperate measures, and Amcal faced a stark reality. Oh! And you jump.
That's the one.
Into the scope of Knock, he rocks you. That is 2 rounds in overtime, back-to-back, with nothing out of Icy. When they need him most, he falls empty-handed. And finally, Nickelback with a slightly different look on that A site. Down at B, they'll lose one. Stiko dead, Sense responds. Nickelback pressing in, trying to hang on for dear life to this 2v2. They've lost the long control, and Sense is wrapping in. Loses the fight. Nickelback, a great multi-kill in a much-needed moment. Nox Tech 9 is swinging for the fences, and we've seen him win a clutch, but this one's not for him. It is Amcal with a lifeline.
Okay, they needed that, man. They needed 1 round at least here on CT as we round out the first half of overtime. And at least now there's a chance. They've got to work some magic here now that it's their T side. But this round could have been won 3 times over by Apex. Sense's trade was the easiest one. Great shot from Nickelback. Had to be right on the head, right on that second. Yeah, absolutely.
And obviously, Icy, who's been just thriving this entire map, is getting stuffed in overtime, starting to get mad about it.
Oh, yeah, because he just has no power when he's dead. Can't stop or control the outcomes anymore.
Contributing round after round until it matters most. Sidelined, and yet still Amcal come through.
So, what have Apex learned from CT side? Well, watch out for short boosts. I think that was the big thing that they had. I mean, seriously, if it wasn't for those, like, would Amcal have gotten any rounds in that first half? Overall, it was mixed buys. It wasn't too many executes that Apex were worried about. Their setups on CT side were pretty potent. So, well, we've got to change up now. Nothing to do with B here for the T players. Nock, does he have the support to get his information and his shots off quickly? He's moved into fighting Icy in the past. They are staged up on long with an op.
And he's lost that duel more often than not, right? Peeking into Icy.
Yes, it's been awkward. And they just don't seem, for some reason, that concerned about it. Now, this is a setup where now they've got someone watching the long cross. It is just too quiet here, though.
Whoa. Smoke fading. Puts one up before it goes. Amcal. 1 meter through. Jacob hits the dink, but there's another one. Oh, he slides through wonderfully. Knock killing Travis at the same time as Jacob becomes one of them.
Taking the smoke that he lined up right there.
Here's the response. Forrester, a singular kill. Icy waiting for his peak. This entire round will finally be given the chance. He's finally alive in a round of OT, but he's being thwarted by utility. 14 seconds, 3 CTs, and one of them breathing down his back. He's got to move it out. And that missed shot could cost him. Great trade from Tatsunito. Great answer from Apex early.
Yo, that play from Jacob, you saw the lineup, right, on the smoke. He created a gap for him to stand in so that he could punish anybody running through. And yes, they did come through his smoke.
Perfect.
Right into his gap, right by him because they weren't aware of that lineup. It's beautiful from Jacob. It's another 2K on the site hold. And it's not the first half, but it looks like it. It's exactly what he was doing before. That one, there was no fighting back against. You just got out-positioned, straight up. Apex earned that, no luck involved. And now Amcal, last chance.
All the maps of Overpass, Amcal, how many times have you faced that smoke gap? Oh, and then Tatsunito using what was used against him to his own advantage, but Icy is hot on the approach. And they go back at it. Oh, he's got himself a second. 2 boosts, 2 kills, and 3 frags from pushing Amcal to the 0-2 group.
That is a taste of your own medicine if I've ever seen it. All the short boosts coming back in their direction.
No hesitation, from boost to boost, back to back, in with the impact, and Tatsunito's turnaround within this map is something to respect. Chasing Sense to the top of that scoreboard. We've got 2 dedicated over towards the monster. Forrester on the solo approach. Amcal spread thin, too thin, as Apex seemed to be piercing the veil. Amcal simply cannot find success on this map. Given a chance again. Oh, Knock shuts it down, and there they go. Apex denying the loss into the 1-1 group. Take a bow, Tatsunito, as the rebound was real.
Yeah, there goes the Overpass team of all time, getting what they wanted and losing to yet another team here who have qualified to the major. Apex, who sort of made a decision to bring Stiko in just so that they could have a spot at the RMR, into now looking like a threat here in the opening stage of the major, and Amcal in 0-2. Devastating way to start.
Man, that comeback, everything they could have asked for. Stuffing Apex, keeping that T-side at bay, and that was a T-side out of Apex where we can look at some pretty obvious issues towards the B approach.
Yeah.
Tatsunito's missed utility, 2, 3, 4 rounds maybe.
Yeah.
I'm not saying Apex looked comfortable, but I'm also not saying I expected it. They don't play Overpass.
Right.
And yet they had what it took to take down a team that plays it twice a day.
Yeah, I mean, it was funny before talking about how the, Overpass is I'm on the analyst desk now, so I can talk a little shit, okay? He's playing Overpass. Like, come on, if you're going to pick it, you got to win it. And I hold that same standard of Mongols, playing Nuke 2 times in a row. Like, if, there's one thing that you're going to feel bad about losing 2 games straight up. The next thing is that the power of your Overpass is just gone. You know what I mean? If you had any hope left, you got to believe that tomorrow, if you play it again, I don't know what you're thinking if you pick Overpass, because this is just, they're playing again versus a team that they should have beaten easily. And if not for that 1v3, we might not have gotten overtime. Probably wouldn't have.
No, dead on, right? Krad slipping behind Tatsunito like that. Man, we had some nice X factor in this one. Stiko's clutch from heaven with that op. Beautiful 1v3 to piece together the last round of the half. And the end of Apex's CT side was starting to get a little shaky.
Yeah.
Right? We were looking at Amcal thinking they're about to break through that wall. Sure enough, Stiko, cherry on top. Sense, phenomenal performance. Great time to have an over performance, right? Constantly at the top of the board throughout this game. Tatsunito playing back and forth with him, but Sense, I mean, deserves the respect as he played an integral part to this victory.
Maybe there is more depth here to the map pool of Apex, so we don't know where else they could go. But a team that's, well, now we expect to see them at majors and definitely going for deeper runs, surviving the loss of their IGL and a part of their identity for that in that same stroke. And well, Amcal are not the toughest team that they could go up against in the opening stage, but you've got to beat everyone, and there's just simply nothing worse than starting 0-2. Doesn't matter who you're playing against. That's the bottom line. Icy, I'm so sorry.
Yeah,
Great map from you, man. Great map.
His impact was felt in those bathrooms essentially every single round, dude. The amount of 2Ks he was nailing was just so impressive. And then unfortunately OT, where we've got limited rounds, is where we get a limitation on Icy. So timing, I mean, heartbreaking for AmCal, but they'll have to look themselves in the mirror and ask, do they play this map again?
Yeah.
It has been what they've offered us from RMR to Major, and now you find yourselves 0-2.
Yeah, no kidding. And I mean, say what you want about MR12, they went the full distance right there. I mean, if they were the better team, they were the more prepared team and got the map they wanted to. They didn't prove that they were the better team. So, all right, Apex. I guess they're like the loose sixth in terms of teams that people expect will probably make it through. AmCal are probably not in the top 6 overall. So maybe you could say Apex. Well, no surprise, they probably should have won, but. Well, they didn't.
They didn't, no. And I think that, you know, it's just another instance where we see that these are the gatekeepers of the next stage of the major, right? Gamer Legions, Apex, the experience they've earned, the players, the cores, coming back to defend what was their previous Paris run, right? We do not have all the organizations that we had at the last major here for the first CS2 major. There's been a lot of turnaround, and the few pieces that are left have clearly decided to hang on to that throne, right? So keeping the challengers at bay, AmCal down to the 0-2 group to join the Mongols, but still 2 more best of ones tonight here on the B stream. Launders and Scrawny, we'll be right back.
Apex are coming into the Copenhagen major with some results that are a bit questionable at times from the online side of things. We're going to get into that a bit later, but we got the young man over here, Sense, leading the charge for this team as the IGL. And Sense, the thing I want to first touch on is just looking at your run at the RMR. Yes, you went 3-1, but you beat OG, Monty, and Ecstatic. Not the toughest competition you could possibly go through to get there, but obviously it's not your fault who you face. It's not your fault how it goes out there. But was it an easier run than you expected?
Yeah, for sure. I think when we looked at our group, we had some really difficult opponents we could meet, but then we were kind of lucky with the drawings, and yeah, I mean, we take it all day.
You definitely do. Now, you said probably the funniest thing that I've had said to me in an interview in a long time when you qualified, that for you it didn't really matter because you, assuming you're going to be at many more majors, you're still very young in your career, but it meant more for your teammates and for the old guys. Now, I respect the confidence in that as well, but how does it feel now you're actually sat here and it's probably had more time to sink in? You are at your first major.
Yeah, I mean, when I said that, I think I was like kind of, I don't think I was feeling my emotions, to be honest, but right now I feel really good. I'm really happy to be here at the first CS2 major, and it's an achievement that I've been working for since I was like 12 years old, so I mean, now I really enjoy it.
We look at the Dallas qualifiers where you lost to Medisport, you lost to Virtus Pro in there as well before coming here. What has this done to you and your confidence as a team?
I mean, last time we lost against Medisport before the RMR, we managed to qualify for major and play some really good CS in the RMR. So, I mean, I think sometimes you will lose against these opponents. If you're not ready, sharp and focused, they will beat you because they want to win more than we did. So, I mean, we learn from the game, and we try and take that experience into the major.
And talking about that experience, this bit of experience you got as a boot camp before you got here, right? You had just 5 days, you told me. So what did that look like? What was the focus for you guys? Because obviously you were playing the qualifiers, so you had some official practice in there. How much were you able to learn?
We played this officially, so it wasn't all practice. We had to take some days off for the games, but the days we actually practiced, I think that we've been working really hard and trying to fix our mistakes and resolve our problems. But yeah, I mean, we will just have to see if we manage to do it on this short time in the bootcamp.
And how you feel with just the pressure and like now being here at the major, does it change anything for you?
No, not really, because like in RMR, I wouldn't say I felt any pressure. And before we played against Ecstatic, then the pressure really got to me and the nerve.
Because it was the qualifying game.
Yeah, it was the qualifying game, and it was, I think that the fact that it was Ecstatic that we should beat to qualify for the major made it even more pressure on me, because I felt that's a team we should beat very easily. But right now I'm trying to just look at one game at a time, and right now I don't feel any pressure.
Just what you said there, right? Teams you should beat. Looking at this opening stage, I would say there's a lot of teams you should beat. Medisport is a team you should have beaten as well. So do you feel like, given where you're at, you guys should be making it to the next stage? Are you very confident in that?
yeah, I think we should make it to the next stage. But right now, like, yes, there's teams we should beat, but my focus is only on one game at a time. And if we beat all the teams we should beat, we should get through this stage easily.
I like it. I like what I'm hearing. I wish you the best of luck, mate. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, what's popular, it's loud. And this is ASON's commercial. But ASON spent all the money to make the headphones good, and they got no money left for the commercial. So I'm gonna need you to head to ASON.io. ACEZONE. Yo. Code PGL, 50 euros off. Got some headphones. It's now or never.
Welcome back to the PGL CS2 Copenhagen Major.
Thank you.
We're on the first page of Counter-Strike 2's history book today. This is it. This is the very first major, the very first day.
Yeah.
We're in the opening stage. I'm Scrawny. This is Longers.
You'll all be, you know, if you win a major in the middle, I hate to say it, but people might forget about you. You know what I mean? But if you win the first one, Devil Walk, you know what I mean? You win the first CSGO one, you win the last one, you get like nice, you know what I mean? That's always going to come with you. There's only one first. All right? This is it. PGL Copenhagen 2024.
Goddamn right.
Everyone's gonna remember this one.
Yes, sir. Everybody's been waiting for this one. Everybody's ready for it. Did feel like it kind of snuck up on us a little bit, you know, but now we're in the thick of it. This is day one, and we've got teams who have been in the thick of it for the last 10 hours, okay? We got 1-1s, we got 0-2s, we got 2-0s, and over here on the B stream, of course, we're talking you guys through the losers. Next up, we have Ensign Movistar Koi. So,
yes,
obviously, Koi today, startup, domestic Iberian Peninsula matchup, right?
Yeah.
Saw versus Koi happens a million times, and they lose that game. They lose it pretty one-sided.
Yes.
Ents versus Imperial was a pretty surprising upset. We're talking about an Ents, the all-Polish Ents.
Lukaj.
Okay. All-Polish Ents. Looked good in Katowice. Got into a playoffs. Everything was looking great.
Yes.
Had a solid RMR. Glaive's the only guy from the real Astralis that ends up coming to the first
Incredible
Copenhagen major.
storylines, beating Astralis.
And then today, they lose to Imperial.
Imperial, the team who, when you look at their matches, all they do is play against teams in the Americas. So they have way less practice that's good, no results to look at that say they could be comparable. And yet they get into the 22-20 is the score line where they end up beating Ents.
And here's the beauty of Imperial. An organization that enters
Vinny's
Counter-Strike.
Colgate smile.
Oh, well, that's obvious. Built on the back of Fallen and the legendary Brazilian team players, right? Imperial lose Fallen and Cello to Furia, meant to become the #1 Brazilian team, and Imperial in that moment have a decision to make. Who do we pick up? What do we do? An organization that was built and framed on the legacy of Brazil is one of the few teams that decides to pick up young, unproven entities in No Way and Descenti. They took a chance on the next generation of Brazilian Counter-Strike, like so many other orgs in Brazil are criticized for not doing.
Yes.
They took that plunge. They did the dive. And now they're in form to be the best Brazilian team at the first CS2 major.
Very much true. I mean,
Vinny is an IGL.
Vinny as an IGL, and Vinny as an IGL was great versus Ents. I mean, that's the best credit you can get for Glaive, whose form recently as an IGL and as a player has been so high on his return after, you know, making a roster within 12 hours and getting it together, qualifying to this point. We're seeing Glaive of old, which is amazing. But saying that Vinny can stand toe-to-toe with Glaive of old, well, that's the highest praise that you could possibly get. So it was a very great game called by him. There was some, and they had to go up against a lot of it. They had to go up against Kyler, okay? Kyler's ace.
Yep.
You know, there was a lot of moments where that could have gone wrong.
And, you know, all this to say about Imperial, just because we don't know where to place them. So this upset, did Ents lose? Are they out of form? That's the question we need to be answered here today versus Koi, right? Do Ents tap back into that Kato performance? Does Kylar perform as he did this morning? Because I'm going to be real. When we had 9 doing what they were doing with Minio as they came onto the scene and everybody was hyping them up at the last CSGO major to be maybe a playoffs contender, etc., it was Hades and it was Goofy as his right-hand man.
Yeah.
Kylar is playing the best Counter-Strike of his career. Now on an organization that I believe can offer things 9 couldn't. I see him I see him in the gym. I see him being, you know, instructed. He's got the physical trainer. Kylar's looking good. They've got the psychologist. They got Natu behind him. You know, this is an organization that supports their players in a whole other level, right? That I think they're accustomed to. And there's no coincidence to me that now you're getting the best of Kylar. I think that Koi will have their hands full with this Ents.
And you also have Cuban, you know?
Hell yeah.
I mean, he's the connection between Glaive and the rest of the roster. As somebody who is a Polish coach with enough experience that he can tell them things about situations they've never been in, plus somebody who already has a pre-existing relationship with Glaive that he made this team with, who scouted them on top of it. And when they're in the gym, it's actually because they're with Cuban, who's always in the gym.
He's in there. So, Ents. When things go well, Glaive is also contributing better than he was when he came back with Astralis. Hades can dominate maps like nobody else for this roster. What do we get? We get Koi swinging out of the gate. Hello?
All right.
Ents try to charge straight into the A site. 4 of them hit the ground with no response. And
the bomb is not downstairs, so not much more can be done here.
Maybe Ents aren't shit.
That was a great round. That was a great round. Some insane shots here being hit by Koi, who like the, you know, in the Iberian Peninsula matchup, are a team who play Nuke, right? But of course, as we know from SAW, literally undefeated on Nuke in 2024, and there are some big victories now with the teams that they played against. So they really are overshadowed by SAW in their region, as I think, you know, SAW are sort of, SAW have the aura of eternal fire at this major.
Sure.
Whereas Koi, they actually didn't have a very hard RMR run. They are looking to prove their value here. If they get through this stage, that says way more than what we saw from them to qualify to this point. I don't want to discount the fact that they got here, but I cannot put them on the same level as SAW.
That's fair. I love that Nuke is becoming one of the maps where we see Zeus's come out more often. You can play it next to the box towards ramp. Rops loves that spot. We get a Zeus and Hut this pistol. Zeus meta's real, folks. And it also sends a message. Davy G down towards ramp, holding back as these Glocks look to get something going, but we're not talking about Glocks with a flashbang. We're not talking about an Ents with any outer control. So into the ramp they'll go, desperate times. As they try to charge down the MP9, the M4 offers great support, and it is money, money, money. Easy hold versus the Glocks, and a great start for the CT side.
It's a completely meaningless stat, but they have beat 9 on this map in this major cycle.
Okay.
Completely different lineup, not Polish, nothing to do with Glaive, but they trounced him. So.
And the sky is blue. And Glaive was born in June.
Was he?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
What? What's happened here? Diha outer hit. Somebody trying to cross over to red just gets sidelined. David G from the anti-eco farm to a quick death. Still 2 MP9s up in Movistar Koi's hands. Let's see it. Oh my god.
Nice replay.
Mopause. There's the return. A little pressure from the nades off the wall. Unannounced on the squeaky walk-ups.
Wow.
Pretty ballsy.
They're getting the work now.
But then the vent player comes swinging out. He's got 11 bullets still in that MP9. He's got no teammates and 3 enemies ahead of him. A swap out as bomb goes down. Nice attempt on the wall bang, but it feels like the box player and Kylar is the insurance policy here.
He's going to reload soon if he doesn't keep pushing out, and he's going to die.
Oh, hold on.
Okay.
For half a second.
Thought he had a teammate.
There's an answer fast. Good opening from Diha outside, but just rocking it out squeaky and Hut with no announcement.
We got like the Home Alone POV from inside the vent. Right? He was just like watching all the madness go down upstairs, like, oh man, this is getting harder and harder to come out of the vent to help you guys. Guys, please stay alive. Into, okay, jumping out, MP9 frag, but no one alive to make anything of that, really. So, good effort. But that's all it is. E for effort.
Does allow the rebuy with ease, right? We had SMGs all over the place last round. Now let's see if Ents can come through with a second. Pressure onto Vent. Another upper pop. Hut player gets just the one. And Diha finding another kill through smoke. Not at the start of the round, but still very important. Shutting down any main pressure and just dispatching of Koi from heaven.
Have you ever thought about the fact that Glaive invented Poland?
I'm going to let that sink in. And then I'm going to ask you to repeat yourself.
Reinvented Poland.
Oh.
And also destroyed Poland. Do you remember the time in 2017 when Astralis won their very first major? That was the end of Virtus Pro. Do we remember that was the end of Virtus Pro as we know it?
Not everybody knows that.
Yeah, and that was the first major for Astralis, first of 4, of course. So at first it was like, oh my god, a big moment for Poland to win a second major in CSGO. After having one of the greatest majors ever, by the way, in Katowice 2014 with the Golden 5 lineup. Like, of course, beautiful start. But after that second major loss, they didn't survive it. Glaive destroyed Poland, only to graciously cast out a line to the country once again when he himself needed a team that needed him. And managed to create a bridge between Denmark and all the way to Poland. And now is leading the team and bringing the country back. Okay?
And claims to love playing with this roster as well.
And that's the other thing. They seem like great friends.
Yep.
And you know what? He's not making them Danish. They're making them Polish.
Damn right they are.
That's the best part of all.
Listen, I'm no psychologist, but I'll tell you about the chemistry I've seen around this hotel today.
Yep.
All right? He's out here hanging out with the boys as if he himself grew up in Poland alongside them. Because what they needed was an IGL. No disrespect to Minio. All right? Minio brought 9 and this core up.
I think that Minio, unfortunately, I think actually, like, it was just his individual level is actually a big problem too.
Yes.
You know, like his actual calling wasn't like unserviceable or anything like that.
No.
Yeah.
It was the frag
And they got something cool with getting D-Hot out of the deal as well on top of Cuban that made sense. So.
Yes, sir. You know, think about the Ents that Glaive thought he was signing up for at the end of 2023.
Yeah, I've got a story about that too.
All of a sudden,
oh, whoa, okay.
You get the 9 core, and he's made a hell of a run with it. Now, here there are 2 weapons we needed to be worried about. Neither of them have gotten a chance to fight yet. They just get contact versus the 3 pistols instead. So, nicely played by Ents, just working their way back and forth into the upper site. Diha and Stododo are lucky they'll get a chance to save, but there it is. First shot's fired. Did I say Diha and Stododo, as if Diha's on the other team?
I think I blacked out for a second.
Oh.
Yeah.
Maybe we should get that checked out. Where are you right now?
Poland? Denmark.
Yeah.
Damn it, it was one of the 2 because Ents.
Dodging the threat of the 2 weapons and letting them keep it. That is Ents with an early 3rd T round. In the second half of our shift tonight, Mohan, we get into the games where, you know, Apex losing, maybe not totally unexpected, Ents falling, and then we'll have Furia later. Now we're getting into the territory where we could just get some pretty lopsided results in these next best of ones.
The other conspiratorial storyline that we haven't talked about is this Hades' crazy master plan to get back on Ents?
Yes, of course. Hold on.
Another upper hit.
Mopaw's looking for that smoke play.
Oh my god, the pause!
Kylar doesn't miss those, but Stododo burns Goofy out. So they've kept it 3v3. They got that util pressure back and forth.
Wow.
Heaven guys can't come out just yet, but it's Diha on his own.
No plant coming in. They're delaying right now, and the smokes are coming out.
Look at that smoke.
Oh my god, he's gonna break the glass open. Okay,
Look at that
it was
smoke.
so cool for a second. Such a cool idea.
Now they're just going to try to flash through, but again, before bomb plant, Diha now punching in digits. They're going to hold that smoke with the flash, and it couldn't have gone worse. No kill in the attempt. Missed the smoke.
That was, man, why did that go? Why did you just hit the smoke?
I don't know, man. That looked pretty
You
sick.
did the scary part of like walking in with your USB to break a window open.
And the cool thing too is he threw the smoke and then shot the glass.
I know.
Shooting glass to throw a smoke, we've
No.
seen that for years.
This was like an and one, but the ball didn't go in the net.
Damn. I was so ready to be impressed. And instead, I'm just disappointed. And they get swept too, huh? Ents right back to the A play, so already getting some consistency in these upper hits. Ents clearly know what they want.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And they're taking it.
You know, that's like, I bet that Diha has something to do with that. You know what I mean? Because that's like Snappy's Ents right there. With that many upper hits on the T side of Nuke. And Diha's not been, I don't think Diha's been like,
no, sir.
You know, real focus of this team, surprisingly, because I really thought he would be as sort of one of the best players not on a main Polish lineup, like in the scene when Ents was going, making big plays.
Yeah, he was kind of the Polish guy.
Yeah.
The one that was left, right? And that's, again, to me, just testament to the impact Kylar's been able to put forward. Because when this team came together, you'd think, all right, it's got to be Hades, and Goofy's probably going to lose his second spot to Diha.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now it's not him or Diha, it's Kylar. And I mean, I welcome it, right? Like,
but there does need to be that on the lineup. Like in 9, there needed to be that.
Sure.
You know, I mean, it was goofy. It was goofy to be fair. But he's still on the team, so
we've seen what he can offer.
Yeah, they might have a nice arrangement between their Opper and 2-star riflers if possible.
Speaking of Oppers, Hades and Stododo on opposite sides of the map hitting shots. Diha doing his own thing outer versus a pistol that just slipped back into main to try and support Just. If Ents decide to come through that squeaky smoke again, we got smaller weapons pressed up against them. But it's a pack of Ents players here in the lobby. That trophy play is brewing. G. Hades concerned about ramp, but this AK is going to press right into him.
Oh my god.
He didn't go.
He didn't go and didn't see
Sees
anything,
the shadow.
Kyler. Whoa!
He sees it. He blindsides one.
Oh.
Hades doesn't give him the freebie. Trade shot.
He should have
Nice.
waited, huh? I mean, it's hard to, obviously, but
here's the flank.
Wow.
Caught by Glaive, who's not going to fall to those antics.
Seen too many flanks in his day.
Glaive's seen it all.
He has, yes.
This one had potential, I'll give them that. Getting into the trophy room early on. You know, Movistar still trying to make some plays in the face of a very successful T-side start. Trying to make the most of that 5-7 MP9 here in round 7. Doesn't work out. Ents will clear the board again. 5 early on in this offense.
You know what they call the trophy room?
Astralis?
Glaive's bedroom.
Oh.
Yeah.
You think he got to keep the... If I'm Glaive, you know what?
Who got to keep the
I'm
trophies?
taking them as I go.
You should. They had enough to like give. You know, they could split them up, right? Everyone gets 2 or something.
I'm just saying, if Astralis ever reports a break and enter at the office and the trophies have been stolen,
it's you or Glaive.
I'm going to Glaive's house first. That's the warrant I'm getting.
Yeah. Your owner, trust me.
They go to his house, he's not there, he moved to Poland. You want him, come get him. Devi G looking for some kind of a fight here. Bullets whizzing by. Ooh. He has a real nuisance outside, huh?
Yeah. Definitely a solid, aggressive rifler who doesn't afraid of anything.
And he's having a good map, right? Top of the charts at the moment.
Adams.
Can't multiply to watch both sides of red box, so he commits to left. And Hades is real close.
My god. He's not watching this fully. He doesn't know, obviously, that Hades is sitting right here. No one jumping in front of the scope either. He is really on his own, just readying, I think, a full flank, not expecting anybody to be outside, and, well, eventually, what the?
He has rep in main.
Oh no, he doesn't get the kill, and now he's
Hades
gonna
is
get
ready.
spotted. Jeez.
Hades missed his shot. Adam, he doesn't get the second one, but at least he kills Diha, prevents the main problem. And at the same time, we're gonna get a 3-man push into the ramp room that Stododo doesn't really want to handle on his own, but will catch the one who tried to continue there. Glaive takes the front of the fight and sends 2 players back towards A, maybe to split in through Hades, but we're talking 25 seconds left here. Ents, who have had this affinity for the A site, now 2 defenders in position to hold this one back. They walk out squeaky as they've been afforded so many rounds before. And while main is still smoked, it is in a silent approach, just as cautious.
Oh, man.
Then they run him down. Now they're watching heaven.
Man.
There's the double. There's the lineup that only gets Mopaz 1. Hades creeping out from squeaky. Missed shot on the main play. And this 2v2 still got legs for Koi. Up the vent, missed chance. And Kylar, that's both players known to him. Let's see what he's made of. 9 shots in the magazine, 2 CTs on the approach, and the first one is clean as can be. But that trade's all they need for Movistar's third.
He believed in it because the first one was a first 1-bullet headshot. And instead, we got the defuse coming in here for Movistar. Well needed. I mean, that should have probably been an easier round, but they'll take it no matter what. They're suffering right now in CT side. Losing to a lot of upper hits feels terrible, obviously, because that's like the first thing that you want to lock down to earn a team's respect, to be like, okay, you can't do this to us. You can't do this to us 3 times in a row. Well, they survive a close one. They get back on their feet slightly.
Yeah, but look at the state they're stuck in.
Yeah, they're still in a rough state. I was definitely trying to put a bow on it, but I think and still feel like they're very much in the power position. And they're, again, one of the teams that I don't think they expected to end up in 0-1, you know? They knew they were going to be playing against Imperial. They're the ones who live in Europe. They're the ones who have had the harder RMR. They're the ones who have the better practice. They're the ones who traveled less. They got the glaive buff inside of Denmark. He knows where to get them food, Danish tap water, low latency. You know what I mean? So
you can bring your dog to work.
Bring your dog to work. Coldzera brought his dog from Brazil, I think. I asked because I wasn't sure if dogs could explode on planes.
I'm not even going to touch that.
Because of the pressurization in the cabin.
Yeah.
When your ears pop.
It ain't a
and
submarine.
I think about how small a dog, as small as my ears, you know?
Sure.
And they pop.
You're supposed to be the brains of this operation.
Yeah, just not too many wrinkles.
Smoke and Squeaky ahead of any kind of a walkout. That has really been their issue, right? These kind of unannounced plays at events. Pressure outer with the flash. Good kill from Stododo. Drops his counterpart in Hades. But they do forego control of Secret. We haven't really seen B-site tested. And so we haven't had to see Koi play rotates.
CTs are guessing. They're a little nervous. There are a lot of bets placed in different parts of the map here from T side. I'm going to bet Kyler clears this hard now that because he hasn't seen anybody in heaven for the moment. I think he's just waiting for the call from Glaive with the smokes and nades coming out.
Two of them up there.
Oh, yeah.
Spotted as well, right? Kylar not going to let Just get away with it. There's the trade. Another player back site looking for his impact. Stododo off on cycle, getting chased down, but he's got a second chance, and he's going to nail the shot. Here's the clear from Kylar, flanked quickly by Davey G, and Koi are answering now.
Yeah, they are. They needed to run around the same side and find that trade quickly, but even if they did, we got Movie Star still in the game, so nice round out of Koi. Why did I say Movie Star? Nice round out of Koi.
Because it's at the top of the screen.
Yeah. Oh, yeah?
They are still a title sponsor, for the record.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
So everyone happy?
I don't know. We'll find out after. Please don't fire me.
Oh, man. Okay. So, yeah, that's a good answer.
You know how the Koi logo is a little grenade?
I never thought about it.
The top of it's the M for Movistar, where the pin would be.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's in the name.
I thought that was surprised eyebrows.
Nope, not quite. Not quite. Early success from ENCE has guaranteed them that, hey man, the buys have been consistent. They are par for the course on this half. And there's still a little shakiness in Koi's steps. Looking for their A hit again. These smokes constantly, this looming threat of the all-in A. After getting away with it for so many times, Mopaz and Kylar.
Oh, perfect.
I love that push,
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, yeah.
He knows what you're trying to do, and he's not going to let you get away with it.
Stop messing with me.
Easy for Stododo to hold this one. They're going to pop open the
Oh,
smoke.
this is going to suck. Oh, no, the nade doesn't go far enough.
A little shy, huh?
That's now a clean cross, actually. Still a 5v4. Stododo's just been searching for something outside. He finally gets something. Metal detector goes off. Hades has some change in his pocket. Oh, man. But Stododo, he's being hunted.
Yeah, he can feel it, though, and he's onto it. Diha looking for his fight as Glaive just got the frag versus Stododo, who, again, was on high alert. 50 seconds, Glaive's got himself another. And Glaive's individual level on ENCE was so much better than what he was able to put forth when he came back for Astralis.
He said, get me to a major.
And he did it partly on his own. Now, we do have this silo flank, I believe. Yes, sir. Mopaz, MP9 slowly getting into place, but with low health on Diha, he should blindside him, and we'll see if Goofy can trade it. Goofy's got a nade out. This has got high multi-frag potential, and Mopaz going to keep himself in cover 20 seconds. Bomb's got to be picked back up, and Diha, yeah, unfortunately, can't stick around. He's got to just take this gamble sprint into the A site, which is secure. If he goes for the plant back site, Glaive's got the coverage that he needs.
He does.
Oh, wait, no, Heaven comes flying up, and all's good.
Okay.
I like the Davy G waste no time.
Yeah, and it's just like the sound bait as well, so he can push out a hut. They had a good time to make that a crazy situation. Goes in their favor when you have player advantage, so another nice one from Koi. Keeping up. Fanning the steam here from Hence's very fast and repetitive upper hits that were working out so well. Slowing him down. Getting him onto an eco.
Right at the tail end of this first half. Koi break through the money for the most part. Adam S out here with no support. Ooh. It ain't pretty.
Asanito?
Adam, why can't I push through, he asks himself.
Smokes of CS2 are so big. Oh my god.
Glaive kind of on high alert, but unfortunately for Glaive, hits the headshot with the lesser gun. That AK on Diha has to be everything for this round. Kylar's trying to slip out onto the A play. That gets caught. He gets clipped. Hades, he takes possession of the rifle while the plant comes out.
He's looking for a graffiti with this one.
Yeah, he's got 3 players running at him from the ramp, tapping away. Nice shot, but then Mopaz over towards the single door, gets a back turned, and ladies and gentlemen, Koi will take a lead.
They will. And, you know, this is another situation where, like, Koi, like, they love Nuke. Like, they're happy to play it, right? And we compare them to Saw. Like, Saw are just better at Nuke, but they both love the map. Saw has some better wins overall in general, but this would be one of the best teams for sure that they could beat on the map. I mean, Ents actually played it most recently online. They beat Heroic in the qualifier for Dallas. And I think if we look back at the RMR, they took a win over Gamer Legion as well.
Pressure, huh?
Uh-oh.
Right to it. No waste of time, great trade frags, and this is a taste of their own medicine. Remember, Ents kick off this T side with sheer aggression onto that A site. Well, the A site bites back. Diha Molotov'd out of his own lobby, and with no teammates around, he will be given the tough task of a 1v3 clutch in round 12. Now, Ents came out swinging. Early success with that A aggression, kind of catching Koi off guard with the unannounced walkouts from Hut and Squeaky. But it's been a beautiful response. Good impact from Stododo and a close out of Mopaz. This is a half by the nature of the comeback that Koi should definitely be proud of.
They should be, yeah, for sure. And they are laughing and having a good time with it. And that reminds me of that like moment where Jason Lake was talking to Complexity. I think before they played in the RMRs, where he was just like, listen, get out there, like trade frag, go aggressive, don't be scared, but most importantly, have fun. And that's got to be the hardest thing that, it's not the most important thing and the first thing you do, but it's the most important thing when you are struggling to do it, you know? And in a situation like this, thinking about going 0-2, thinking about playing a team like Ents to defend against it, that's when it can be hard to have fun and just focus on the times where you were playing your best with your homies here on a map that you love. So good for Movistar to start for Koi to keep it together, to make the comeback happen, to set up a decent situation for them as they switch over to T side. I think Ents will be okay with the fact that they got the 5 rounds on T side, but they know they could have been a lot more. Like, technically, all they got was upper rushes. They didn't win any of their defaults.
Yeah. It's just the start of their half, right? Their opening strategy worked a few times. The adaptations from Koi all the better. Davey G, clean entry. And Goofy's getting bodied. 4 and 12 at the moment.
Oh, the bomb gets dropped lower. That's very
Curious
awkward.
situation, huh? Yeah. What's he gonna do with it?
He has to worry about 2 approaches. They can definitely safely get this back.
But now the vent player's got a good peek on him, so he doesn't force the issue, right?
He's aware of it. Nice one from Opaz. And are they going back up or?
Yep. With the heaven play. Oh!
Damn, just slapped him out of the sky. Deha, see you later.
Oh my God. That was not a Glock. That was a SAM sight. Surface to air missile. Dude, Deha just got slapped. That's got flashes of Alu, baby.
Like, yeah, that was crazy.
But the other way around.
And someone comes off the bottom of a water slide.
What is this? Last bullet in the magazine too, right? Watch the counter, down to 1.
Oh, come on. Give me that. Oh, man.
What the hell?
That's like when you take one of those tubes to space that we're going to have in the future.
Maybe. Little moon elevator.
Shot out of a t-shirt cannon.
Yeah. Oh, man. That's the closest we'll ever get to a backhand in Counter-Strike. Koi sitting pretty with a 3-round lead, early momentum T-side, and a huge USP flank from Kylar. Look at the spot. Dia not going to be able to do much with what he had to work with. They've lost control of everything already. Ooh. So the A site has fallen. While we're always having fun when it comes to games of Counter-Strike, we are slowly walking into a situation where ENCE may be facing 0-2.
Yeah, for sure. And they had the extremely... Now, the thing is that their overtime game versus Imperial, it was sort of validated by the fact that Imperial went on to play Heroic and made that
close.
Very close. Like, they're definitely playing extremely well. But it ends losing potentially to Koi. This is one of the lower, obviously, seeded teams here. Well, maybe not lower seeded, I don't know, because it's based on the RMRs they did well at. But if it was pure seeded, obviously, they would be one of the lower seeded teams in the stage. And there are expectations, absolutely. Number 12 or not, you know, you still are seeing the right teams that are extremely favored typically winning, right? I mean,
typically. No hold on main. Nobody with eyes to stop Adam. Backside player dies out as Just moves in.
Uh-oh.
And now the reality of this one's starting to sink in, okay? We're thinking CT side with rifles meant to make a difference. You've got all the tools for the job, and you allow your A site to crumble to a main wrap. And with this bomb plant, it is already too tantalizing of a save. That score line will continue to tick upwards. It is double digits Koi, and from here on out, everyone full attention. This is upset city.
It is. This is a very important save here for ENCE. I mean, they keep majority up, so it's not the worst situation in the world. Even though it gets to 10, it would be far worse if they had lost all 5 and the round at the same time. But one step closer here to closing this entire game out. Pistol round adding a lot of pressure. And Goofy not having a great game is starting to become an issue.
Adam just walking in, Kylar. Like a deer in headlights. Just gets slammed, and with the save, it's going to put the money of ENCE in a weird state, right? You've got enough guns to justify the rebuy, but we're talking auto-shotty Kylar for top hut.
Yeah.
I tried to big him up as being in great form. He is also now struggling, 7 and 13. He has not gotten this game going in the second half.
He had that ace earlier versus Imperial, plus the whole map was an incredible performance from him, so... if there's a new star on this team, it better be a real one.
I mean, look how uncomfortable he is. Kylar's still even concerned about main wrap, but Buddy's got an auto shotty. He's got to have full faith that main is not going to get hit, but Diha calling for assistance with Goofy. Diha starts to back up. Goofy's smoked off inside of main. Kylar dies for nothing.
Oh,
They're
boy.
concerned for outside.
What?
Luckily, Goofy just presses out against the smoke for the double. Hades trying to save it.
What is
Goofy
happening?
throwing grenades inside main while Davey G trades places. They've lost control of the bomb site, and Stododo knows there's one still back there.
He used a lot of ammo.
They don't know about Glaive.
Oh, Glaive has vent. That's their escape route. They want this.
Oh, he is hoping that they deliver themselves to him. But, I mean, let's be real. Things get weird inside the vent.
He's in the perfect position if they can't take it. Hades knows he can sit here. Pressure goes back on Hades to deliver upstairs. And Stododo can watch this flank, but it's on Koi to move forward and scale.
They're so concerned about the smoke wrap. Hades not quite sure where anybody's gotten off to. They're aware of him, but still he posts the kills. Hades comes in with a mandatory double.
That mandatory double, absolutely. You can't leave that one to your vent rotator. You don't know what happens from there on out. Glaive's only job and most important job was staying alive in the vent. As long as he does that, it's too far away to go back to ramp. It's way too far away to go to secret. There's a lot of time that gets killed off the clock by him knowing that they can't get downstairs quietly. So Hades, he had to shoot and he had to hit, and he did. So,
but man, drawing Goofy into main as Diha goes back to hell with no presence outside whatsoever from Koi, thinking that there was a threat there that really wasn't, and then he gets smoked off main, and you've got Kylar blind on hut with a shotgun, the only A defender.
they're putting a lot of effort into countering top hut, so it might not be in their best interest to play. It's obviously a very strong place to be at, but the nades are beautiful. Yeah.
That's the double from Goofy we didn't get to see just on the edge of the smoke between the main entrance and vent.
Yeah, to be honest, it was a really scrimmy round from the CT side, pushing everything to just get some kills, and it worked out. That's nice, but I think Movistar, I don't think they're too worried about seeing a round one like that. It's very scary here for Ents.
Doesn't feel sustainable. Doesn't feel reliable.
Yeah, it doesn't feel sustainable.
But it's enough to keep them within 4. And it might be enough to deter Koi into something else. Right now, that's going to be Glaive with his hands full on ramp. Goes into the fight versus Adam and loses. Hades burned off of his angle, and that B site is gone. Kylar's going to try to swarm downwards. Control window's already being busted. He's mollied off his spot, and that's a guaranteed bomb plant with potential secret flanks on top of it.
Yeah, opening the door to control, not taking control side, and now letting the site get taken. Bomb plant goes down instantaneously. Opaz on a late secret flank. God, he could do so much. Oh,
hits it exactly when they need it. And that right there is going to force Ents into a save as their economy is yet again on the brink of being in shambles.
That was a very ugly situation. Not a great risk taken from Glaive in that spot. Of course, his smoke is fresh. They had to come through it. But it was also so deep that he couldn't watch the entire thing. They got right in front of it and capitalized on the awkwardness of that spray. So not the way you want to go. I mean, they must have felt like there was no chance it was going to be a ramp play. He was trying to kill someone in a default and trophy. And he was in a spot where he couldn't even jump off and get down,
He got stuck along the wall.
He committed to his spray because he didn't think there was any chance they were going to come through, but here they were, sort of right in front of the volley.
That is that interaction between smokes and Molotovs right now where you can put yourself in between them and not take damage, right?
Yeah.
He's outside of a smoke with vision, Molly on his feet. Maybe that plays into catching Glaive off. I don't know.
I mean, he's a smoke, right? He's look, even that alone, you're allowed to look at your own smokes, right? But you have to be careful when you can't see the edge of them.
Fast into it again. We get this fight outside. Adam's keeping the pressure up, and it's the eyes from above in Hades that holds off. Glaive playing a dangerous game with Hades support here. Flashbangs come out, Molly's hit the ground, and again, ramp has been lost. But what beyond that belongs to Koi?
I think the rotations are already calcified here for the CT side as they wait for any more presence. This is actually a little scary for Hades, the way that he's spotting right now. They're insecure about outside. They're watching for a heaven wrap, and they're hoping it's lower, and they're going to get what they want.
Glaive gets his. Locking into Dark, Kylar right here with him. Both these players looking to duel, but they're holding it off well enough. Kylar missing chances, Glaives on a fresh magazine. He's in with his 3rd kill on this hold. He's looking to do everything on this hold. 19-6 is Davey G, sharp as hell. And already in with 2 kills this round, 3 to go. All of them coming in from ramp. He's got time. The fake plant elicits no reaction.
Oh my god, imagine if he... Oh my god, can he go with the vent? No, he's not coming back.
He could go.
Oh, he is.
He could go.
I would say go fast if you're going to do it, but yeah, I don't think he believes that.
He could catch this one too, but no, Hades wins the fight. Hades is the counterpart that Ents need.
Yeah. I mean, okay, Glaive makes up for his mistake in that last round with this hold. Obviously, 3 frags on the lower defense is great. The rotations are solid here from the CT side. All of that. But obviously, he's already given up that 1 round to Koi, who are on to 11. It's a 4-round game. They're still perpetually in jeopardy until this game is over. Koi can see the finish line. They're 20 yards out. They just need that right idea.
Hades, not ideal. Gonna play behind the fire, could catch him off. No, Stododo.
Oh. Versus a scope.
Dude, what a killer shot that is. And you're taking down the most consistent piece of what Ents have been able to bank on. Goofy, Kylar, Diha, all leaving. Frags on the table. We get this instance from Glaive last round. He's the only other player to put up multi-frags for the moment. Koi, banking on Mopaz to slip out on Hut, and he is gone, right? You're gonna take that 5v3, try to group up entirely, swarm a bomb site, and trade efficiently. This one is your 12.
Yeah, they have lower. They have lower. Diha here is responsible for upstairs. They know they split that defense. Oh my god, wait a second. Oh my god, this actually works out in favor of Mopaz, who comes back in the lobby so that they can crunch upper. I think. I mean, they could do anything right now.
Yeah.
Oh man, this is not a good look for Ents.
12-7.
Wow.
And Koi, folks.
No response outside. 1 kill after another.
Just looking to sweep away the little that's left over here.
And
players looking to save downstairs.
And that could have been Hades making the decision to sit in that molly because he's got the big part of the flame. But it's versus a scope, right? And it's the Dodo who's crossing. We see that may have been a too big of a risk to take. This will make Movistar Koi 12-4, I think, in recent new games. Oh man,
that kill.
You can see it's not an easy shot either.
Nope.
But there is a scope.
And this one's just, oh, that's the kind of
Yeah,
timing
because he
that
came
haunts
back
you.
in to watch that. That's nothing you can do about it. But
oh, it will haunt you.
Oof.
But this is a big moment for Koi.
Oh yeah.
It's gonna be a big day for Iberian Counter-Strike. Kylar is gonna get a handful already, but it does get stuffed. Good utility, kind of stutters out Koi. They tried to go all in on this one, and they get stopped, stuffed, and sent back to spawn. They try to keep it simple, they try to keep it quick, and Ents aren't gonna let you knock them down with something like that.
Yeah, that's good that they can do that. It's an interesting call, I'd say, from Koi. Now, you have a lot of money. They might be thinking, what's your plan? Maybe it is a good time to throw in an upper rush, but when you lose in that fashion, you definitely risk losing a lot of steam. It's like upper rushes are momentum calls.
And we didn't see it in the replay because there wasn't X-ray on, but it looked like Adam S when he tried to come out hut door.
He jumped in, hit his head.
Yeah, yeah. He kind of got slowed down a little bit, stunned as he walked out.
Still dies though, right? The MP9's watching hut. They have everything ready to stop that rush from coming.
Mm-hmm. You know, the start of the year with this Ents story kind of got everybody talking about the return of Polish Counter-Strike, but I think it's about time that we start to recognize Portuguese Counter-Strike, because Portuguese Counter-Strike was crushed at the last major cycle by one man alone. Jame in the back of Inferno on the B site crushed their hopes with the most Jame-esque clutch of all time. And now they have fielded 7 players at this event, one major later, and forced to go head-to-head versus the all-Portuguese SAW at the start of the day.
Yeah, I mean, Koi were a fully Spanish team at one point. And they don't have Sun Pius anymore. So it's been some time since then. But I'm sure that was sort of like, I mean, I'm sure everyone in Spain was, you know, happy to see Sun Pius get a chance to play for a team like Ents and get that, but also they lose the offer from their team, right?
It's
like
that classic story, right?
Yeah.
Do you want a superstar from an unrepresented country on a big name team, or do you want him to stay with your region to try and push the whole country's scene forward?
Yeah. And they will be at the major, and he won't, actually.
Yep.
Diha will be at the major, Snappy, and the other boys won't. And people want to create a beef out of it, but Diha's always joked about it. But of course, he has full respect for his former teammates. Again, a ton of poetry coming into the qualifications. A lot of vindication coming into the qualifications to the major. And it has been the story of not the Stars, but the teams that the Stars either left or reformed from qualifying in their stead.
National Counter-Strike on a comeback in 2024. But of course, not over the line just yet.
Yeah, this has to be a no-mistake run from Ents, but it's totally possible they do so.
Well, Diha looks for something outer. He better be careful, because that op is on the hunt. Diha gets back into main, Glaive towards ramp.
They do have 2 big weaknesses. That's Mini and ramp, but now they double up.
Yeah, and Hades has been pretty consistently backed by Hell. This time he's tucked into the corner, but they've got to creep out. Hades will blindside Mopaz. Teammates trying to come and clear this to look to get the trade. Nice grenade out from Glaive and the trade frag. He'll die out to Adam S, the last piece of Koi left over, who almost jumped into the other Hades. Smoker now down to Astralis. Doesn't pop in time. He's down for the count, and Ents within 3.
Yep, within 3. And that's where, like, the momentum calls, the upper rush, they come into question. Like, should you have just ground them down a little bit more where they didn't have enough money to stop it before going into a fast play like that? Well, it's hard to criticize. Upper rush can be a point flip totally, right? It is the nature of the beast when it comes to rushing. Here is a good adjustment from Ents. This is the first time I feel like we've seen a position reinforced. You know, where a lot of these trades are going unanswered, whether it was Hades inside of Secret or one player outside or a Glaive inside the ramp. This is finally a read and a rotation from the CT side. That's a risk on another part of the map, but clearly the right idea and needed.
Now the fruits of their labor, just pistols here in round 22. Listen, you held off the full-fledged A-rush. You better not lose to the Glock hit. They've got the numbers to hold all of this back. Another volley of utility coming out of the defense. That's the trigger for Koi. And Kylar is going to hold back 3 of them on the approach. This shot from Hades means he's actually dead, and that's a cost-effective round coming out from Koi, but a deterred attack nonetheless.
Adam looking for his favorite way to die now, with no gun to save. Smoking for the
So
squeaky.
sweaty. So sweaty.
Blocking the P250. Okay. Oh man, I hope he's okay.
That's the pain of a comeback.
It's like a break. That's blood, sweat, and tears right there. It's like the fall off a bike type scream.
Happy to be winning rounds, but pissed that it's only overtime on the line.
It is, yeah.
For Ents. 2 more opportunities to close out this best of 1.
Hey, now the game is close. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
Now the game is very close.
Man, Goofy transitioning by the open squeaky door. And we've seen the solo top silo play. This time we've got support. But also some real limitations for Koi. Ents have given themselves such a great chance to actually push this beyond regulation.
I'm so happy to see them playing back big garage finally.
Okay.
Yeah, because the lurks were getting so out of hand and they were playing. I mean, Dia's been okay, but like they haven't been confident about their information outside. So this catches so many more lurks. It's more of like a brain off position where you just look forward and just make sure no one comes through into big, but it does catch way more.
And it's still put Goofy in main though, and now he's gonna get smoked off again. This has been a common problem when A site gets swarmed, right? Kylar just gets hit, but it's a redirection. They're gonna go towards ramp, and that's where Hades has posted up the AWP with the first frag. Adam, who crossed behind that smoke outside, right? Yes, Diha's in garage, but he still loses control of outer, and this could very well come back to haunt Ents. Koi, 4 kills out from pushing Ents into the 0-2, and this position's gonna get checked. Diha, great presence of mind. Mandatory clear that could have cost them. But nonetheless, bomb still planted. We've got kits across the board, a smoke grenade on Diha, flashes to get this one moving forward, and a popped open single door for Mopaz to try and get cheesy. And as he holds that angle, he does some damage, but Goofy rails the headshot. Kylar comes in with his, and it falls on Adam. 1v4 with Diha on top of that bomb. A retake needed and a retake gained.
Yeah, no defuse will be stopped here from Ents. That is a great round on the retake, and obviously classy from Diha to not lazy check that box. And even to think about it in the first place could have literally saved this map for them. We'll see. One more chance. And now it gets a little bit more pressured for Koi, who had an opportunity. Came down to a few kills. But who's the king of close games? It's Glaive. The man on your screen has gone through this more times than anybody else in the server combined. So if it comes down to skill with the roster that he has, maybe he can't go toe-to-toe with the best teams at this major. When it comes down to pressure and calling under pressure, no one's better than him.
Bro, what's day 1 of the opening stage to a 4-time major champion?
Yeah. So I think his team, obviously, they just have to trust. And I do think they've really built that in the short amount of time and things they've gone through from the Kato run till now in creating a situation where they believe in the calls. And I think that's been the most impressive part of seeing like what these guys have done for Glaive, I think, in giving him the respect of believing in what he calls, because they've capitalized on some great games because of it. But they still are going to be, you know, sort of scrappy bunch that have to punch upwards overall. When we talk about Glaive beating 4 top 20 players, that's with Ents, who had 0 in Astralis.
We saw that shot from Mopaz's POV, but Goofy hitting a headshot like that,
that was,
now?
No wallbang, yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah. See ya, Jack Nicholson right there, just the hole in the door, yeah.
Here's Goofy.
All right, so a 1-round game now. OT on the line.
We can buy second top IVP, by the way. If you want.
And they're talking about what else they can do. And that's obviously a sign of opulence, just having the options. But they've just got a big area. Like, I wish I could circle it on the map in the yard where the blind spots are too real. And the thing is, you can allow timings to happen, but you have to call timings. Glaive cannot go down the bend not knowing that someone could have crossed. And if you don't have full information on the cross,
you're dead on.
He would know it, and he would not cross like that or drop down. So the communication has to be better.
The uncertainty has felt real. The call's off. And the vent dive in the 24th round. Oh, Glaive again given a chance, and this time delivers a double. He stuffs 1/2 of the attack. Hades could get caught. The Galil up front, giving the cover that the bomb plant needs to maybe get off this bomb site. Oh, Glaive a 3rd, doing everything they need. Mopaz inside of the smoke, and Ents have managed. It is Glaive with a phenomenal round.
That's crazy. I mean, it looked like it was just going to be a tragic situation with 5 players dropping an event, no one dying, 2 get spammed. Frustration here for Koi as they couldn't close out. And Glaive gets 3 frags, 2 upper on the cross into the lower rotation frag. And that's right, man. Under pressure.
Oh my God.
He said, what are you guys doing? Making so much noise upstairs. You got to get the kills. Let me show you how to do that. That's a massive scoop. Oh boy, another overtime game. And it's another game where it just feels like it needs to be overtime.
It gives us...
This was 7, what? This was 7, 12? It was 8-12, for
pull it
sure.
up, yeah. 5 rounds straight from Ents.
Wow, 5 rounds straight.
5 rounds straight.
1 foot in front of the other.
7-12 to an OT game.
It was 7-12 versus Virtus Pro back at E-League Atlanta, by the way. So.
Hades. Oh my God. 2 players cross. And again, this comes into question. It's one thing to lose control, but do you communicate it accordingly?
Yeah, that has to be the calm.
Feed Glaive the info he needs to put you in the right places.
There you go. Oh, whoa, there's a event timing? So, okay. Let's see what Diha can do with this. But you cannot consistently give up space. Just play it safe and hope the other team will lose. Koi are too good for that. They'll know what to do with it. So control side, that's lost. Glaive on an up.
Why not?
And he doesn't know exactly. In dark, and he doesn't know exactly how close they are.
With window open.
Are we talking about mollies in this round?
T's have 2.
Yeah, but it's actually the bomb going back up
25
to
seconds.
Upper.
Goofy back sight with a Molotov and Hut. This could be huge. There's a chance they get to vent.
That's...
I mean, this is a weird round, man. We've got 15 on the clock, and it's going to be the upper
plan?
hit. They're going down the vent.
They're going down the vent.
They're going to drop it, and Glaive is sitting in dark with an AWP.
Your favorite opper.
Now, there's no control of single door.
Wait, excuse me?
Diha, already dead. He's been cleared off of the bomb site. Glaive didn't stop the crossover, and bomb goes down. But Glaive's position, how could you ever expect it? Hades finds a back turn.
Oh.
Double AWP retake demanded in what was a 4v4, but we get the answer. Mopaz finds his, and with the 1 AWP trained towards double doors, they close in front of him. Mopaz stuck inside of the corner. Glaive's got to go combat mode. Glaive's got to keep this pressure up. Goofy takes up the mantle. Mopaz is going to have to sprint down towards single door and get Glaive off this defuse. Glaive doesn't have the kit, but he sure as hell gets cover.
2 layers of defense, both watching that door perfectly. He definitely could have died if they weren't covering that perfectly. Goofy, the man who has recovered within this game. He had a bad first half into a rough second half, into right back into it, and Ents win another round. 6 in a row. Good cover from Hades. The double op works, and Glaive, sitting down in dark from basically the beginning of the round, ends up figuring out that Koi are going to fake upstairs and end up back in his arms. He's prescient. Boys, he's on the spice.
Now, Koi, no matter where you've had control, it feels like Ents are a step or 2 ahead, right? And we had a masterclass calling between Vinny and Glaive earlier today.
That's new.
That's something different, right? Forcing the fight at the front of Silo, giving Diha some kind of forward presence, but still uppers under question. Glaive delivers his. We've got Kylar stuck behind vent. He's playing around smoke, and it is now Ents entering this flow state of a flawless hold on A.
Wow, they're learning live. Bad goes to worse here for Koi, as now the upper hits aren't working for them.
Ents embodying the adapt or die, and Hades locking in the ramp, right? He has been the line when it comes to trying to cross it as this game's gone on, and it is Koi shooting for a 1-round T-side in overtime.
They had so much trouble shutting off that choke point outside, denying it, playing up close, different setups instead, playing one person to spot, having a gap every time. Their lower rotation's getting very nervous, whether it was Glaive, whether it was Diha, into now dealing with the problem by getting in the doorway. And now ends up 2 rounds in overtime, 7 rounds straight.
The uncertainty of Outer is why I thought ENCE were going to lose this CT side.
Same.
But something different late in this streak of CT round wins. And Koi's one overtime timeout used now, shooting for this singular T round.
Trying to get everything. They can no longer end this game right away. They have to participate in this overtime and grind back. CSGO fashion. And it's been overtimes all night long, all day, honestly.
Dude.
But it just feels like it's justified. Like like it's so unclear. The games have been so close. Obviously, tying up is...
It's a long first day, but it's also one that tells us the level of competition in the opening stage of the major may be better than we expected.
It's very even-handed, very high-level games that we've seen. Lots of learning. And of course, lots of nerves.
Who's not going to be grateful for the thought that anything is possible?
Yeah, absolutely.
Any team can win.
Definitely, definitely.
That's the beauty of the major. Open circuit till the day we die. Counter-Strike has no expiration date. But this T-side does. 1 minute and 15 left on it. Koi going with heavier numbers outside this round than what we've gotten out of prior. Maybe looking to adapt to that, but with vision up towards top ladder. Goofy. Everybody is starting to regain form. Everybody is starting to contribute here for ENCE. As the majority of this team,
oh my God, what?
We're stuck at the bottom of the scoreboard. It's two weird deaths on the Koi side of things, thinking you'd get away with the same approach.
What even was that? Trying to get back in a lobby from like the moat? Like you do that if you've got a teammate in there. That's such a risky thing to do. And Goofy's really got nothing else to watch. 5 of them are alive here on NCT side, spreading the map evenly. They have really great coverage. I wouldn't be surprised if he's still looking up there just to see.
Yeah, maybe there's a third, right? Meanwhile, Kylar off angle towards Decon, an early warning sign to the B site, 20 seconds. These last couple of rounds from Koi have left a lot to be desired. The timing comes down, and so does the hammer of ENCE. Done. Glaive taps away just, and it's a clean sweep of a CT side and OT.
Say it with me, 8 rounds in a row here for ENCE.
Their 4th overtime today in 2 best-of-1s.
Crazy. And, you know, hearing the match point music every single time could scare some.
But this isn't a replay we want to watch.
Yeah, this is just such an ugly way to end up. Like, I don't even understand, honestly, why... Like, the round's not over when one guy dies like that, you know? Not the way you want to go out. It's brutal. I mean, what they're thinking about is being up 12-7. That's what they're thinking about. It's obviously not what they should be thinking about, but yes. There was a point in which they thought that this game was a given. Done. Easy. And now they are 1 round away hearing match point music.
And they're out of timeouts. And they're out of runway, and they need 3 back.
Luckily for them, they made a massive comeback in that first half. You know, the T side of ENCE was basically upper rushes and nothing else.
Yep.
ENCE are looking for 1 default victory here.
Dia sizing up the main ramp, shots fired, and that's Mopaz giving it away.
What?
Oh, he turns! Player in the rafters, single frag from Just, and a flurry of impact out of ENCE. The Heaven player falters, and ENCE shall not.
No way. They actually did it. ENCE actually won that game after being down 12-7, winning 9 rounds in a row, and ending it on that upper rush. That's actually a massively glaive call, by the way. That is actually a massively glaive call. I don't even know. That's wild.
Nothing like a little Polish ENCE.
I mean, literally, the coincidence is that it was 12-7. Obviously, it was CS:GO, so the game doesn't end. But it was 12-7 that Virtus.pro were up versus them. Then they came back off of their outer rushes on train. That glaive called, which was something that Astralis were never brave enough to do in a game where they were about to lose. And he used that call to beat Virtus.pro to win their first major. He repeated it over and over again. He dressed it up a little differently each time, and that's what solidified his calling style.
Sure. And now...
he's still the same guy.
Now he is using it to rebuild what he destroyed.
That's right.
Glaive is leading the charge for Polish Counter-Strike, which we welcome back as Counter-Strike fans with open arms. This is a nation with Counter-Strike history in abundance.
Oh, yeah.
And it is coming back in a real true form.
Absolutely. Oh,
That
man,
shot
that was
from
so
Davey
good.
G,
Yeah.
who, I have to say, Davey G, lights out individual player.
Yeah.
Single-handedly the best player from Koi throughout this map, both sides. And, I mean, when they started this streak of CT rounds to get back, this was the first one to kick it off, right? That was some of the most desperate stuff. Goofy trying to just somehow cheat through a smoke grenade. Desperate times call for desperate measures, and I think that Ents were the embodiment of that.
Yes.
Desperate times, desperate measures. Glaive played secondary off behind Dark Box.
It didn't look like they were going to make the comeback. We'll put it that way. It wasn't like close losses and yeah, they're definitely going to come back. Yeah, it was close all the way through. But they got better. They got better every round.
Better and better.
And so did D-Hop, man.
Every one of them. Every one of them. There was an entire half of this map where we saw near zero impact from
Crazy.
Kylar, Goofy, and Diha. It was Hades and Glaive trying their absolute damnedest, looking to move around a map where they had what felt like no information or just a real lack of confidence in whatever info they had. They felt like they were just playing with a massive fog of war. And by the end of that, you could just see it. The tempo, the pacing, the trading. The whole team got sharper.
Yeah, definitely very tough one for Koi because they did find that gap. They did abuse it enough. They got some rounds off of it. But look at the end of that game, right? Trading back and forth on 2 rounds into 5 rounds straight into just, yeah, that's about as hard as it gets to, I think.
And
Swallow. That's
all
it.
those overtime rounds supposed to be on the same side, right? That's a clean sweep in
Yeah,
OT,
clean
4
sweep.
rounds straight. Add it to the end where Ents go 5 straight, 9 in a row from
Yeah.
regulation to overtime.
Crazy.
To honestly crush the souls of Koi. But I'm a glass half full kind of guy.
Okay.
The fact that we got this level out of Imperial to push Ents, the level that Koi are able to offer us in this best of 1, you know, this is a team that I thought was mistakenly being considered as like a 0-3 team by more of the community than what I thought. You know, I thought Koi deserved a little respect. And I think with this result, now let's be real, I'm still talking about an 0-2 team.
But yeah, that means overtime versus Ents. Yeah.
Overtime versus Ents.
And it could have been a win. It could have
And
definitely been
I
a win.
think that Saw is as hot as they are at the moment, an understandable win to start the day, right? But, you know, the journey for any 0-2 team is always one of tragedy because you started today thinking that your dreams could be a reality, and now tonight you have to go to bed and not relive the nightmare that was these 2 best of 1s. So we've got another one. One last team needs to be dropped down into the dreaded 0-2 pool. We'll be back with that in a moment.
Fill up your gaming space with metal posters from Displates. Hang your displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com.
The world is changing quickly. Shoot up.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
The majors are where dreams come true and souls get crushed. And unfortunately, although in a way of entertainment, it is our privilege to bring all of you the 0-2 group tonight. We've got one game left, and I'm going to throw a name out there that I didn't expect to have to say. Knowing that this was our schedule, Launders, we're casting Furia next.
I know. And I want to say, like, whoa, we're casting Furia next, but at the same time, dude, in that last game, I got no excuses for them. You know,
you're saying versus Legacy.
Versus Legacy.
Okay.
They made some pretty bad mistakes. They definitely were not playing their best. I think it was, unfortunately, the Furia we're used to seeing, but not the Furia we got at the RMR most recently. So recent form couldn't have precipitated this match, but they needed to be better than that, man. They need to be their RMR form.
Yeah, because, you know, that's the talk, right? It's yeah, but just when you think you're going to cut off your belief in Furia, they go to the Americas RMR and absolutely sweep the floor with everyone. We're talking about a Furia who, due to however seeding works, beat Complexity and Liquid, and yet have to start the event at the opening stage. Complexity, who lost to Furia, get to go straight to the Elimination Stage. And so when I looked at that, I kind of thought to myself, like, oh man, they got cheesed. But now you lose to Legacy, you better not lose to LinVision.
Yeah, technically, it's like the better team is in the harder stage.
If
like,
the number...
because Furia are not the team that you remember if you have, you know, gone away from CS and came back after a year or two. They made some moves. And again, this RMR is definitely not an indictment on them. It shows actually what they can do. But at the same time, it's not indicative of what you can expect every day. They just they're disappointing a lot. They're disappointing a lot, unfortunately. And I think they're actually quite lucky to get to play LinVision in this 0-1 matchup. But at that same time, I would just like to say I like LinVision a lot. And I don't think that their time, they're going to have a big match at some point. You know, we casted the Sorry 1v5 versus G2 at the Showdown a couple of years ago. We've got a team that has put an effort in trying to boot camp inside of Europe. We do have the other team, Asian team, who we want to see on the world stage, I think, getting out. Now, you'd say that should be Tyloo, but Tyloo are just almost never. Like, they're just not even close in terms of, you know, it doesn't feel like they're even working towards that goal, I will say. Okay, but with LinVision, I mess with the vision, okay?
There's something
I see it. I do see it.
There's something there.
And I do like the kid, Starry, sticking around and playing.
I wish that I had the authority to put a little extra on this game. I wish I had the authority to say that if the best Americas team from our RMR loses to the second team of the Asian RMR, that they get another one of our spots for the next CS2 major.
Okay.
Because
you know,
what do you think about that?
I don't know.
Would you put it on the line?
No, I wouldn't. That's because I don't really believe in Furia that much.
Doesn't that really say something?
It does. It does. So, no, I'm hanging on desperately to the spots that we have left. I don't really care how we get them at this point. I don't care if we deserve them. Nothing, okay? Just let us keep the spots, please.
What's a spot cost nowadays?
Oh, man.
So, it's on the line, folks. Furia losing to Legacy. And this A site features Fallen dying fast and a 5v4 post plant for LinVision. We are indeed playing Nuke one more time. Both teams with a decent track record. Zacher can't see a damn thing. He gets stomped out by Art, who just falls into the back of the site. It's a backstab with the Glock that who gets there in the end? Starry. He'll kill Yuri. And then G tries to throw himself out from Hut. The retake's still moving forward. Time is of the essence, and the Hut control could be huge because now you've got these CTs desperate for the retake. That's just not going to come their way. Westmelon guarantees it. LinVision, strike first.
Yeah, shout out to Westmelon. Westmelon. That's a lot of good energy, obviously, from LinVision. And their team, just like most people, just like have not rated at all. And it's totally fair to say that teams that have come out of the Asian RMR or the Americas RMRs are going to be worse off than the teams who came from the European one. Like, it's obviously a harder RMR. That's not a secret. It's just a fact. Like, if you cleared the teams at the Asian and Americas RMR, you're still not going to be considered top tier at the European one. you prove that now. You prove that when you get here to play against those teams. So it's fine to doubt them. I get it. It's very understandable. Envision have stuff to prove. But I don't think that their breakout game is that far off.
Who are your 0-3 teams?
My 0-3 teams are Pain and Legacy.
Okay.
So don't hurt me, Brazil.
I was.
What?
I was trying to undo all your hype because I think it would have been hilarious if after that you just said Linvision.
Oh yeah, that would have been hilarious. Come on, I don't
Thought
really. I
maybe
don't
I
want to slip
caught
up
you,
like
know?
that. That's
Yeah,
actually.
yeah.
Let me just say that's a Connor slip up. Okay, that's something that Connor would.
I tried.
Yeah,
I tried.
It's fair enough. I didn't consider them. I really didn't.
I mean, even just taking Greyhound out of the running, right? I mean, that's
Yeah.
the whole thing. How long have we been talking about Mongols and Greyhound and Mongols and Greyhound?
I am a Greyhound 03 picker, and it's paid off. I'm gonna be honest.
Now they're not even here. With an upgrade in the form of Dexter. G, down to the B site. And guess what? It's free for the taking. These USPs will do nothing. MP9 on Art. Didn't really get a chance.
Honestly, I watched way less sort of like Asian CS than, you know.
It's the time zone.
The time zone makes it way harder. Just, I mean, you don't see them versus international teams as often and everything like that. It's cool, like, looking at the Mongols' basic games and stuff and, like, seeing how much practice they get in Europe. And Linvision as well. But I think, like, we're sort of at the point where, like, you know, Tyloo has all the brand value. But, like, if Linvision had the Tyloo brand right now, they would have more respect, I think, from people in general. Because historically, Tyloo have some of the only success out of the Asian region. But if people have never seen Linvision, they can play CS, for sure. They can.
Type of team that can most certainly catch you slipping on an off day.
Yeah, yeah. That's Furia's biggest concern, absolutely, because they've already had half an off day. And if you have a full one here, you 0-2.
You 0-2. Now, let's see it. Furia, what do you have to offer in the gun rounds? Linvision, what's your approach? Close main, huh?
Oh, nice one.
Yep, breaking the smoke right up in Art's vision. Easy 5v4 off that one. You just kind of catch the slow crawl from Westmelon on main, but they also allow Starry to get downstairs. And never, ever, ever forget that as a teenager, Starry 1v5 G2.
16. He was 16 years old. He was 16.
1v5 G2.
And then there was sort of like an anti-gaming law that passed in China, which sort of said like you can't play a certain amount of hours.
Yes, sir.
So he was too young to be able to practice, but now he's 18, so he's basically allowed to play as much as he wants, and they spent some time in Europe. So like this is the year that you would expect to see Sorry sort of blossom.
We'll see if it comes to fruition. Right now, it's kind of a late B hit that's given time over for the CT rotate. Starry and G ripping the headshots.
Oh man,
and then
MP9.
what? Right? Exactly. SMG. It's going to stop it? I don't think so. Cello, who has had a marked improvement as of late, playing some good CS2, has found good timing as nobody's watching Decon. Nobody's watching this. You're standing backside and you're not even considering this flank because the vent player is trying to come down to trade it. Now Starry's hitting hard, but Cello even harder. And now his back gets exposed. K Serrato flanking Zacher. There are layers here on single door. It swings. Who swings first? K Serrato gets a chance.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Clean shot out of Zacher.
He played that so well. You know, he could have played the hard angle to the wall. K Serrato would have made him nervous. He was trying to wait until he went up against the wall, but Zacher played it with confidence out in the open, knowing K Serrato's still going to attack from there. Beautiful 1v2, honestly. And that's actually 3-0 now here as a start for Linvision. So as much as I've talked up Linvision, Furia are still the favorites. You still expect them to have a good game no matter what happens. And, you know, you can't let a T side get too wild here. Looks like another correct call. A gamble towards a fast ramp, and they will waste no time. No hedging. It's a lower hit, looking to take over control, punishing the
CT2 though,
rotations.
Fast enough.
Yeah, not the best guns to stop this. Oh my god, yeah, that's good utility, man.
Nicely done. Art thinking he's got a chance to get into the shenanigans. It's a smoke, not a wall, my dude.
Yeah. And a perfectly played lurk here from Starry, who was holding onto the lobby.
Wow. That's a good thing I didn't bet our major spot, huh?
Yeah, well, I don't know. I mean, I assumed you made that bet, or you were willing to, because you were just so disappointed, not because you thought Furia will win.
I think I thought they should win.
Should win, yes, yes.
But I've
should win, yes. But you weren't that scared.
I've been saying that for a while.
Yeah.
Furia should win.
We should be more scared about. That's the thing about brand value, you know? Like the logo, I think actually matters. It carries some legacy with it. But the reason that, you know, we fell in love with Furia and where they've seen their most success, I mean, I guess technically it's this lineup. Like winning Espoo is like the one LAN win that they have. But is this the best version of the team that we've ever seen? Like, I think when Art was sort of playing better and calling better, that was a scarier team, you know? When Quesarado was one of the best, if not, you know, well, one of the best riflers in the world for the year, that's when this is a scarier team.
Well, I mean, you know, this Furia hasn't made top 8 at a major.
Yeah.
The other Furia did in Rio.
Right, exactly, exactly. Yeah,
this Furia didn't beat Simple on LAN.
Didn't beat Na'Vi on LAN, yeah. In playoffs.
So, excuse me. But, ooh, hey there. Nice shot from Fallen. There's a question right now around Fallen's multi-frags, because first shots have connected and then second shots have been sketchy.
Yes.
And obviously, the best of the oppers.
Oh my god, what a...
Whoa, Art finds that one, okay.
Bro was literally looking to a wall for a second there. Like listening for footsteps. Yeah, there was that ancient game, the fall in, fall back at a donut.
Yeah, that one got you a little red in the face.
Yeah, because that was a situation like he obviously can play very well, but it just wasn't clicking right there. In a game that again goes overtime. Oh wait, did that game go overtime? We just seen so many today.
I feel like every game's gone overtime.
Yeah, yeah.
I feel like we're playing CS:GO again. I've never seen so many 16s.
I don't know if anything's going to give here for Lin Vision. You know, a triple out squeaky late 3v5, maybe you get 2 kills at the same time and you can actually plan up or go downstairs. 2 players here. A lot comes down to your first guy. Oh, they're going to give it a shot. Let's see if they can get those frags.
They're not going to get their shot.
Late utility.
Or will they?
Oh my god, they actually can.
He's through.
What?
But he's not taking fights. That's a missed chance. G traded right back. Molly burns out. There would have been just enough time if you just kill the Hut player.
Jesus.
But he's pulling a Molly to do what? What are you going to do with a Molly?
I actually have no idea what he was trying to do with that Molly.
You going to Molly top Hut? Shoot him.
Yeah. If it was top Hut, he should have been shooting him. That's
you going to Molly Squeaky?
Also, he just got spotted, so it's like you're exposing yourself to like very important angles. So yeah, okay. Hey, listen, we're not perfect, okay? When I say we, I mean Asians.
I'm not touching that.
That's what you're calling us, imperfect.
Okay. You do you.
They are the ones who are up 4-1, and that was a round that probably should have had no give at all, so.
True, just the fact you got up the heaven ladder, right?
That was impressive, yeah.
It's one of those things where it's like, he didn't think beyond getting up the ladder because he probably shouldn't have gotten up the ladder.
Yeah.
So once you're up there, you're in uncharted waters.
Yeah.
So Furia's first by way of Fallen single pick towards ramp, and then that kind of awkward fight between Art and Amelia down inside of the vents, right? That one, that one felt like it could have slipped away from Art if he wasn't careful. Not taking it away from him, he got his kill, locked in the 5 versus 3.
Yeah, you can see like he.
Ooh, and
nice
a
one.
nice approach from Yuri.
He like checked behind him to decon. I didn't know exactly where they would have been.
Good pressure outer, but it's not going to stop the cross. And Fallen, he actually finds another freebie towards ramp. And if you're only going to give him the one fight, I think he's going to thrive. They're already on high alert about the possibility of the secret cross. Soon to find out. Furia, it's all secret.
Yeah. They have given up a lot of strength and options here. That there isn't a huge search coming out of Furia. You know, Furia of old would be already flanking their spawn, but these days they play a little bit more thorough CS in a more standard way. Okay, this boost, well, could definitely get him a kill. Well, at least shove one back.
Art will climb up into his sight. Gets Lin Vision that much closer to the bomb site, which means to the bomb plant, which could throw a spanner in the works.
So they need to open decon before they start approaching control. But it's obviously very scary on all angles. And as you can see, Furia don't have full information. Fallen even watching his flank, very concerned.
Good positioning too, right? They went to decon, but now they're doubling back. And in doing so, that's given time for Yuri. I felt like once they were in one decon, two control, that was their chance to go. Now they're getting swarmed. They've been flanked. Waiting a little too long for my liking, and this one just ends up having no legs at all.
Yeah. They need to like prod from decon and then hope that they could get information, maybe tether off of their control guys to get a kill, and then they could use both sides to pressure the site. But
because they walked one decon only for him to walk back to control.
Yeah.
I'm sorry,
that's
you've now burned your extra 10 seconds.
Yeah, exactly. So as you can see, that Fallen was just like, he would have just basically sat holding the control angle the entire time, if not worried about a peek from decon, or that art couldn't help him. So gotta use all the choke points available to you. But that's a hard situation to figure out. 3v5. Furia with another one.
Lin Vision with limitations here in round number 7. There's a lot of space for... Ooh, Fallen.
Nice.
He's gonna hunt down Zach.
That wasn't a headshot? Okay.
Got him in the neck.
Sure. Neck. Imagine there was like an icon with just the neck sticking out.
That'd be cool, like a diagram at the end of the round to tell you where each bullet hit. Art's gonna keep his head down. He's got support.
And we beat Tarkov.
Crossfire here and the molly. But it's starting to go south. Cello wants to get the hell out of there.
It's the danger zone now, actually. Did he close the door?
I think so. I hope so. Goes for the double door duel and wins it. And sure enough, yes, closed it as he sprinted back into the safety of his bomb site.
See, that was another situation where they need to have the decon pressure.
Yeah. Yuri freed up to fight outside, sees the shadow, wins his duel. Cello's got support from Fallen.
Oh my god, they actually got both kills.
Very nice bounce back into this one. Starry's half health, G's down to 18, but we've got Yuri and Vents.
Right? He has to jump up clock. That's the only way. They have no control on the site. So yeah, he goes up there. And now in the 2v2, it's about figuring out where Fury are coming from.
Whoa,
Dark and Clock are good places to play from. They let him get here.
Right? They let G get off bomb site. They let him slip into the dark. Sees the shadow, but no. Starry just swings out and drops Yuri.
Oh, the perfect reposition.
And now that he's pinned in here, it's but he's in the open. G in the open. Luckily trade back by Starry, and Lin Vision take a 5th.
He does that with low HP. That was a mistake from Dark, obviously. That could have been, I mean, it was a contact play, but from that position, you could pull back. You know, you got to be careful.
You got to be careful.
But you got Starry.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. They have X factor.
Yes. Absolutely. And at least being in the open, you know that's going to be the shots. You know he's going to take that fight, and that's Starry's chance to trade.
That was actually a nuts round that they won just now. Like, even before that 2v2. That was 2v4. That was 2v4, folks. There might be some irony in this stage if we got the most representation for Brazil than almost ever. It's like 18 players, the record's 20, but it's the most of any country at this major.
Yes, sir.
And then Furia are the team that go the least far. Imagine.
What a testament it would be to, again, some of the lackluster decision-making of Furia as an organization, in my opinion.
Yeah, man. I mean, I think they should have. They should have scooped up the pain players. They should have got.
You didn't touch Skulls. You didn't touch Zevi. You didn't touch Biguzera.
Yeah. They don't want to pay that money, but they were willing to pay a lot for Fallen. For it's just.
Meanwhile, give Imperial a chance to push the envelope here in Copenhagen.
And you talked about that, like the other players, like Imperial's players, the new guys from Brazil that are given a chance. How is that not crystal clear? That you want new players to come in.
Now Fallen holds the secret line. It's a deep angle. That's one I approve of. Goes back. Oh. There it is. Multi-kill factor.
Okay,
Fallen.
Okay. Plus 700K.
Yeah, worth it, honestly.
Yeah, yep.
Right there.
That's
nice kills.
Fair enough. That's the professor. My fault.
Oof, but while they're trading grenades, they just let somebody slip into garage. And now they're feeling a little uncomfortable. And then Yuri drops the ball, and Cello's not comfortable. He's got players coming at him from main. He decides that's enough.
Oh, okay.
Lays down lead for the double kill. Him and Fallen, the ex-Imperial players, with a double kill apiece.
Yeah. And actually, Cello's somebody that I feel like we're witnessing just get better all the time. Like, I think he...
Dude, when he first came into Furia, I was scared for him. Because he was being used up as an anchor, and it was not looking good.
It wasn't. It's true.
Now he's got a little more pep in his step.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's just sometimes when they lose, like when they lost to Kato, and then Fallen did the exit interview, and I think there was like a tech issue, and then like that was like how the game
PC
ended.
crash.
Yeah, it was pretty brutal. But like Fallen's attitude, it's obviously a nice attitude to have, but at the same time, he's basically like, when you played as long as I have, you see stuff like this happen. So you win some, you lose some. And I'm like, that's nice when you got your 2 majors.
Sure.
But there's other players on this team that probably hurts a lot more for,
Yeah.
So you kind of want, that's why the new players type of angle is like, you get hunger with that. You get guys who are willing to...
And I can't imagine a world where guys like Caserado and Yuri and Art aren't still hungry for everything.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You were talking about, in terms of results, unrealized potential.
Yeah.
To a degree that's painful.
Yes.
I don't take any enjoyment in saying that.
And the solution is in the pain. Do you know what I mean?
Okay. Now all of a sudden, everybody on this bomb site sweating bullets. Yuri down towards vent, but there's a player top vent and he tries to come out. Amelia.
It's a vent sandwich, and Yuri is the meatloaf.
What the? Who let him get down vent? Where were the other A players?
I don't know.
He went from main
but now look
down
at
the
them.
vent.
Now look at them. Bros in heaven. They have vent.
You know what's great with meatloaf? A little West Melon. Sitting up in heaven. And Lin Vision get weird. They've walked all the way back up secret into the pinch for the A play.
It's the right call. They got to turn Caserado's attention, and they do. Oh, it's beautiful. That's spacing to a T. That's what we were missing in the cohesion when they were taking decon and control at the same time lower. That's what they needed. 2 choke points at once.
Dude, Lin Vision do some crazy stuff.
They do. They do.
They get a little wacky. But oh boy, does it sometimes work. 6-3 T-side versus Furia. That Tech 9 tap.
Wow.
Into the vent drop?
I know.
Who let him get down vent?
That was crazy. Imagine being on the ladder and there's a guy above you and below you.
Terrorists win.
6 rounds T-side and on the eco. All right.
Like, of all the positions to be in, pistol, conversion, you can let those ones slide. A gun round here and there, you can let that slide, but you cannot also sprinkle in this.
Oh, man.
And then the timing for Caserado.
That was sick. I mean, they made noise inside of...
Yep.
Yeah.
Drew him
and
away.
Caserado could have picked one off inside of Mini if his teammate didn't peek from heaven perfectly. That's cohesion.
Oh, we are gaming. Back in, of course, with the buy. At least they can afford that. 3 rounds left on this half, and Furia just trying to keep it tied. Best case scenario. And again, they just lose bodies inside of the A hit. This death ball from Lin Vision.
No plant.
And a recovery already. Quesarado comes out. Cello gets his. Zakar starts to bring it back.
Wait, they can get vent.
Oh my god, dude. They just run. They are so elusive.
Oh my god. He's going to protect vent.
And he's got the plant.
Yeah, CTs actually have no idea this has even happened. So there's going to be one ramp rotation for sure. Probably both. And then they can come late vent as well. It's planted for decon. So as soon as Zakar gets the information that they're not coming this way, he can just slink down. He knows exactly what they're trying to do. Starry up to the plate once again.
Utility for the retake, smoking off control. Starry's gonna have to go back to the double doors.
What the hell?
Molly through, just breaking out the glass. Lines it up for the bomb, burns some time, but still enough time if they had a kit. But they don't. They're trying to press their luck running forward. Quesarado, what you doing here, bud? Round's done, and your gun is gone. This is Lin Vision to a 7-3 lead.
Wow, and that's another nice round.
That decision-making to go. There is a certain lack of hesitation.
Yes.
That you usually only get from a certain caliber of team.
Yes.
That we don't anticipate to come from Asian RMRs.
Yep.
But once you land in
That's
Copenhagen,
what I'm saying. They're not Tyloo. That's what I'm saying.
Yep.
That's what I'm saying. They're not Tyloo. Them and Mongols are not Tyloo.
Once you land in Copenhagen, doesn't matter where you flew in from, you can put your hands on every other team at this major, and that is what we're getting here to start. 7-3 the advantage over Furia. Yuri, nice press out, bottom silo. Still a little wiggle room for Furia to recover, but they need every round they can get because there's no reason to believe in that T side. These pistols get swarmed. And it's one thing to lose to Lin Vision, as we've had so many close games tonight, but if you get owned by Lin Vision...
The T side of Nuke?
Art dies out. MP9's pistols will find nothing. Cello desperate to hang on. But Lin Vision getting sweaty. They're going to make him wait. There is no quick and easy, sweet release of death. You've got to go hunting.
Kind of at a loss for words. I mean, I feel like I've said everything. You know, got all the venom out when it comes to the disappointing stuff about Furia, the upsides about Lin Vision and seeing it take place, not knowing how the rest of the game is going to go. But like, look at this T side already. It's already like, of all the games we've casted so far, the biggest scoreline.
This is the least competitive game we've casted before.
That's exactly it. That's the thing. It's the least competitive game that we cast so far, which it should mean that Furia are dominating. So.
Well, there's domination, all right.
There is. There is.
One final attempt to regain whatever it is they can before taking on to the T-side endeavor. Quesarado trying to get around this smoke. It's risky business, but, I mean, he gets away alive.
Yeah.
Westmelon, in the meantime, is taking control outside. There's going to be a pistol soon to peek out secret in Fallen's hands. And meanwhile, the outer players, they've lost control of this. Into garage goes Westmelon. There's a player in credit card.
Do they know he's here? Yeah, they do. Okay.
Yuri's aware.
Ramp is open because the rotations are already in place. So
Yep.
Yuri is the important part of this because he's the one free CT outside.
Main fight,
And there
great
it is.
distraction.
Yeah.
Now what's crazy is you leave ramp open, you put it on Art, and you've got 3 players from Lin Vision coming at it, and that 4th's already down secret. Bomb drops into the hands of Art, and Yuri can't get into the mix. Fallen down on the bomb site, but just the 5-7. And that secret player slowly coming down. Very well could have caught KSCERATO, who instead gets away towards Decon. There is a chance Furia will post a fourth, but that chance getting slimmer by the second. Yuri moves in, takes man advantage back into the Brazilians' hands, and Fallen has slipped beyond them. Nice tap.
Down to 18.
15 to the clock. Starry swinging the double doors. Oh my God,
what?
he's going A.
Can you get upstairs?
He is going A, and he has time to plant. Go, 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 go.
He's got that bomb
my
down.
God. No.
Okay.
They chase him down and end it.
God.
But even then, in that
If he had a
position,
molly, dude.
how dare you make Fallen and Furia sweat?
Yeah, if you had a molly, that actually... scary. Holy smokes.
A reality of what this half has been. It has put us into a place where it feels like Furia could just lose rounds like that.
Yeah, they already got 2v4'd. They got 1v2'd. This is like the sickest round they've had. All right. And that's the end of the half.
No pause, no break, no chance to catch your breath.
Right.
And now Furia, let's see your T side.
Yeah, let's see your T side.
Because it better be 8 rounds back.
And, and like the one advantage they have is like the same one that, you know, Glaves Ents had, and that's the experience in situations like this, having someone like Fallen on your team, you know? To make a comeback like this possible, it transcends maps and side advantages. It can be who's got the best calling under pressure, and Lin Vision will have to definitely prove that they can win this game, even though they have the advantage of CT side.
The difference I tragically point to is that Glaive has shown us already in 2024 and in CS2 that he can still do it. Great run to start the year at a big LAN, a playoffs that we didn't expect Ents to be a part of. And Furia's struggles continue here versus Asia's number 2. KSCERATO, 5v4 to start.
Starry sees the bomb.
Starry's dual Berettas get forced out of the vent. We hear the door swing, we get the lobby push. We've got duels all around this map, and the first one to go back the way of Lin Vision. There's their edge.
What?
G catches KSCERATO. The vent is continuously in flux. They are lost. They are separated. They are stranded, and they are at a huge disadvantage. Fallen's got to pick somebody with him, and he gets nothing.
Oh my God, they got Furia'd right here. They literally
Done.
got Furia'd.
Smashed.
Like a ping pong, back and forth between the vents and upper, into lower site, into one more kill here and there, because the CTs aren't scared. They literally got bullied. They got Furia'd.
Oh, these headshots, man. G just...
Look at the bombs going downstairs. They had no idea what they wanted to get out of this round.
Felt like they didn't know what they wanted. Felt like they didn't know what they could do once things start to hit the fan.
Wow.
Now we were talking about Glocks with Lin Vision to go up 10-4.
Least competitive game of the day. Could be 10 rounds here for Lin Vision easily. Like, should be. Is there any reason to believe there isn't going to be 10 rounds right now? I don't know.
To think on a day when Mongols go down 0-2, right? Mongols, the beacon of hope for the Asian region, the one that has come to multiple majors. Greyhound's replacement, a predictable 0-3, some thought. They falter in their opening game to meet Furia 0-1, and now they've got them pinned against the ground. G, just gonna make sure these pistols get nothing going. A continuation of this lack of belief in Furia's ability to come back. They are simply outclassed in all categories at the moment.
Yeah, yep. That's 5 alive as well. Solid amount of money made on this round to set him up. Furia got to dig deep. That's crazy. After all the upsets that we saw today, you'd think you couldn't really top.
We slip one more for the road. It felt like Brazil was here to clean up, right? 4 Brazilian teams, all of them won except for the Brazilian head-to-head that had to happen.
The headliner. it's probably fallen that all those other teams are even successful in the first place.
One of the few gun rounds we're even going to get to see out of this T side, and it's a 5v4 instantly. A perfect nade to reveal Cello. You are getting destroyed.
God damn.
You are getting dismantled. You are getting embarrassed by Lin Vision.
POV, it's a Brazilian barbecue, but you're the meat.
And that meat don't stop coming. There is no stopping this Lin Vision. A team desperate for European Counter-Strike. Their first major, and when we go back to that Asian RMR, when they beat Greyhound, what a celebration. One of my favorite throughout the RMR cycles. And I mean, the pop-off moments and the heartbreaks at the RMR is something that pulls on everybody's heartstrings, and it felt like that was their win. And there are teams who come to the major who say the RMR is where it is the most pressure, and so when that relief happens, you know, you kind of feel like, oh, we made it.
Yes.
We got to the major, and teams like Lin Vision could get eliminated from this event without ever putting up a fight, and people would still celebrate their attendance.
Yes, but not them.
Exactly.
But not them. And they're, again, I'm going to say this, they are not Tai Lu. They're aiming to do better. They're aiming to do international damage. They have big dreams, and you can see it for sure.
Because regardless of what region you come from and the overall level of your Counter-Strike, everybody here is a fierce competitor. Every single person here has the same damn dream, and that is showing up to a CS major and putting it on the line. And you get fed Furia.
Yeah, that's a tough draw.
And you feast.
Yeah.
Top 20 player in the world on screen right now.
Yeah. You know,
Brazil's greatest in-game leader next to him.
Yeah, yeah. K-Srod is the best player to happen to Brazil since SK Luminosity in 2016. 2015, 2016. There hasn't been a talent like him, period. And Yuri right beside him, but I don't know.
While going 1-1 doesn't mean you've actually gotten that ticket to the next stage of the major. I guarantee you right now, stay tuned, because if Lin Vision close this out, that's a celebration and a moment where everything in their head clicks. Because if you come here and go 0-3, then all it does is actualize what everybody tells you. You are not good enough to compete at this event. You're lucky you get to qualify. You take down Furia, now you have a chance.
Now you have a chance.
Because you've proven people wrong, even in a best of one. And this isn't some best of one where they get by a weird off round.
It's MR12, Connor. No wonder they lost. This isn't even close.
This is a clinical shutdown of a team that smashed the Americas region.
Yeah.
A team that in CS2 finished 2023 with some of their players' first trophy lift. And it felt like 2024 was the return and the reality of Furia coming back. It all felt alive. At the start of 24, it felt like Furia were coming back. The last thing I can imagine right now is a Furia comeback.
I swear, being the best at RMRs is like being the best at exercising. It's only impressive if you like Danish sports.
Aerobics, bro. Feeling of defeat that has become a little too frequent for Furia's own liking. There is no star pop-off moment from Furia. There is no big reason to believe. 18-year-old Starry. 2 years in the making, gets his chance at a major, now is 2 rounds away from dropping him. But Furia, leave it to Furia to find the slightest of rebounds. They get their opening pick. That confidence brews into the A hit. Cello delivers with some headshots. And as G stays posted in heaven,
now they sit back.
There is some kind of an answer,
There
Launders.
might be some nades on the floor to pick up. They're waiting to get mollied. And, you know, immediately they call to not go for it. I think they should just keep a little bit of pressure. That's 1 2v4 in this game is enough. So off the pause and a very simple call here. Fury, take upstairs. Just to shake the doubt off a little bit. Still plenty of work to do. If it was a CT comeback that they could have, might be a bit more obvious. Sorry, a bit more predictable or possible, but those 2 guns saved. It's another full buy coming in for Linvision.
Leave it to Caserado to try and get it going. This double kill from Cello. Nice headshots.
Oh, that's nice.
Right?
That was nice.
Cello has been finding his footing in CS2 and within this Furia team as of late. They catch their footing now. Maybe this one gets a little closer, but 13-4 or 13-5 doesn't make a difference to me. Westmelon.
Oh my god, he can't get in the vent. Okay.
Loses the duel. Caserado, nice shot. Westmelon tries to press his face down into Squeaky. It gets wrecked. And now Art can cause real problems downstairs.
Yeah, but he heard him knifing the vent. So that didn't go broken.
Because we talk about calling in the pressured situations, right? Now you've got a player down in your lower tunnels, and you got to find a solution to get it. But I think Zachar just saw him.
Yeah.
Art. Oh, no.
No.
Oh, God.
Oh, God. Oh, come on.
Trade
No.
frags there.
There's no way you do something like that, man.
That's
Are you crazy?
G will get the next one. And then Cello trades right back. Man advantage held on to. Don't get too big for your own shoes.
That's actually insane. Why would you ever do that? There are situations where you can definitely get away with a knife. That was definitely not one of them.
And now Cello gonna make sure that they feel the pain of this round. 3 players up, Furia squeezing down to the B site. They'll try to run it back to A. All of this is heard.
That was a horrible mistake. I mean, you see him get back into the vent because he was just walking by control. Obviously, he's watching control steps. Yeah, it would have been funny, but of course he could have turned around. Like, what are you thinking, man? Why would you do that? I would never tell my teammates. I would never tell my teammate.
Hey, man, his teammate was right behind him. You can't hide it.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. That's one of those situations where even if he got the kill, I'd be like, what?
What are you doing?
You didn't win this game yet.
Yeah. Well, now I hope Furia make him work for it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say it, man.
Yeah,
like
that's not cool.
I went on a tirade, and now all of a sudden I regret it. Who do you think you are? Who was it?
Zachar. And he had that 1v2. Like, he had good rounds.
Okay.
Why are you sullying it, man? Don't do that now.
Okay.
Are you crazy?
Everybody remembers Zachar for the moment.
He's got to make up for it, you know. And Glaive lost ramp that last round in the last match, and then got the 3K in the following.
He was 13-8 when he went for that knife.
Yeah.
At an 11-5 lead.
Okay.
13-8 at 11-5.
Yeah.
Somebody jot it down, and let's pay close attention, because now the money's gone.
Yeah.
And Furia's T-side, off of a couple kills from Caserado, who has been honestly finding his groove inside of this squeaky door. Oh, I laid it on thick. And now Furia were just given a chance back into this game. And as they sit back and relax and let Linvision continue to try and make these moves.
Oh, one fast step.
Nice kill from Zachar.
Yeah, he's got it down to 3. and they get into the site because they know it's not ramp. It's still a minute options here, but oh, Starry's got info outside. They actually know that this is going to probably end squeaky. Like they know it's not trophy, so
M4's in the right place.
They could stop this.
But gets caught in the fallback. Then Westmelon's dead, and that outer deagle is also getting popped. Quesarado and Yuri putting their names on this one. 4 rounds the difference.
Did we just get a brand new HUD update? For free?
That's the Furia comeback HUD. This was just patience, right? This was letting LinVision show their hand.
The Zacher needed to do everything because he was the one rifle.
Yep.
So they caught him off inside of heaven. Full buy comes in again.
Runs out. Same fight towards Squeaky. Art successfully down the vent. Starry, oof, caught. And with the headshot, he's gonna keep it moving in. Quesarado just has had Westmelon's number. He will once again find it. And Amelia can't do much to hold on to this. He's cautious about Hut. He's worried about Squeaky. He's low on HP. They're down by 2 players. Now, let's not get it twisted. Quesarado and Art incredibly low, but it's gonna take somebody to go above and beyond.
It's 3v5, so you think Zacher is actually going to continue pushing. Holding off a trophy is still pretty good, but you got one guy upper, no rotations lower. Art coming back up, which, you know, if Furia don't think about this carefully, they could run into all 3 players.
Yep. They got close to it in the round prior, right? Sitting in the lobby, holding off on the A play.
They just saw the trophy push last round. They know it's a 3v5. And they're playing it down to 45 seconds going outer. What? Dude, this call is so ambitious. They got out of lobby entirely. Now, Lin could still think that it's going to be an upper hit, but now they're not going to see anything, so...
There it is, Quesarado's lurk. Still 20 seconds. But you've got one guy stuck inside of lobby. You can crank the tempo downstairs with the vent molly, and it's ambitious, but it works.
Yeah, they needed an open site, right? If there was any kind of gamble, and the reason is that's dangerous, obviously. If it's 3v5, a team blind gamble stacks is way more common than if it's 5v5 with the time ticking down. An outside cross, it's like 1,000 ways to die. So there's basically, it's a risky option. That's all in a dangerous spot. But still, obviously, is the open site. So they walk in, no CTs there.
Weapons and T's are coming for him. Zacher flash could be the key to hanging on to this. He knows he's there.
I don't even know.
He knows
what,
he's there.
Yeah, what?
Yuri killed the player on box.
Yeah.
He must have thought the bomb killed the player bottom round.
Right, yeah. There's just so much stuff going on right there. That was just the craziest action movie I've ever seen.
I just want to get mad about something.
This is nice from Quesarado. Good tracking on that kill. And Art's frag as well. They got vent. They got the kill. But now Furia creep the score line back. There's one great round from LinVision in the CT side. And it could have been 2, obviously.
I mean,
yeah, that's the thing. So
that would have guaranteed overtime. And then if Furia mount a comeback, it's a different story. But you let that OT slip through your hands. Ego must be earned. And 11 rounds ain't enough. Pistols will stop. Now you're feeling it, man. Op shot inside of Hut from Fallen.
Oh, wait a second. How do you get another kill?
Trying from ramp to push out, but then Hut support comes out. They know that AK's over there. You don't have to go fight Zacher. You really could just leave at any moment.
He actually hit.
You could just walk away. You could have walked away. You could have left. And instead, Fallen has given over his op.
An op on the best line.
Nails it.
That's 12 on the pistoling round. That's right. What the fuck? Oh
Zachar hide from that flash?
Yes.
Peek out and get the instant headshot.
Did you see the hut player fly up the ladder, jump off the roof, and come in through T-spawn?
And then get the op? No way. He still deserves to be reprimanded, okay? We won't forget about the knife. But this is a pretty good way to make up for it. Zachar, what an insane round on the push. That's crazy. Oh my God.
You could have left. Would have put Quesarado in a sketchy spot.
Everything had to land in the perfect spot. The flash plus where Zachar tucked into the swing out with the AK.
Insane.
Holy
that is
smokes.
that is a one-of-a-kind round of Counter-Strike right there, folks.
That's not going to happen too many times.
And they're going to go into the A-Rush, or at least the peak. Now LinVision, a small sigh of relief, okay? Took you a few rounds. You have shook off the shame that you should feel for going for that knife in vents. And Furia have been mounting a slow crawl comeback, right? These rounds have been meticulously timed. You go chasing down into the lower player, and of course Amelia's here to help out. You've got 2 members of LinVision downstairs on B, a man advantage.
They're so slow about it.
And 4 kills away from sending Furia into the 0-2 group.
Reinforcements are here. Zachar trying to tell his redemption story one more time.
Goes down empty-handed. Starry forced into a position to pick up the slack. The single door player could pressure, but Westmelon's already low health, and he's just lost Starry towards the double doors.
They immediately want to call it off.
They're out.
Their calls are so fast with just, okay, wait for our time. Like, wait for our moment where we get the 2 kills in a row. But the last round they won was that full sort of eco with a very aggressive play. But now they only need a single round. That was bonkers, man.
I can't believe I'm casting these rounds at a major.
Oh, yeah.
But hey.
It was like pretty sick overall, though.
Yeah.
This is a nice one from Quesarado. He's seeing that Starry has done this previously, just suppressing fire through a smoke and then leaving.
I am emotionally invested, but for the wrong reasons.
Yeah.
It's the wrong emotions, man. What a weird game to try to get the read on. It felt like a done deal at one point for LinVision.
Yeah.
Now they're trying to get up the ladder and get this one going. It's, again...
You never know when it could be the last round.
Right? You go running into G with a 5-7 up next.
No.
Sure enough, just like that, Furia thinking that they could just overwhelm, and they still could. G is locking this in, trying to chase further, but the return frags are good. Instrumental impact coming out of Cello in this one. Of all the slow, meticulous, slow burn rounds.
Okay.
And we go charging into ramp.
Yeah, and this is the round where, you know, it doesn't matter what the guns are. Like, they're so worried about all the lurks. Starry gets in the perfect spot.
This is huge.
He can end it right now.
First one goes down. You're stuck on the ladder. Art's trying to get the recovery. He's got the util. He's looking for the second CT. He's got a minute to cook.
Wow, he's been spotted. He doesn't know where the other CT is. This could be a mistake. We don't know if Art heard that. But he's still...
They both push lobby.
Search long and hard, yeah. Playing this one together and going for the lower play, they are going to meet Art in lower. They're going to be there in time.
With guns.
Because they went to ramp, it covers 2 options. It's a 50-50, plus they get this. Art, okay.
Smoke grenade and a flash. He opens the doors and swing and falls. Ladies and gentlemen, this is no hallucination. This is the real LinVision. This is Asia's #2 dropping the America's #1.
Wow. That is, that's unreal.
Now, an emotional roller coaster for multiple reasons. Domination out the gate from LinVision, and Furia were in free fall. they were given a lifeline. And it felt like LinVision had to shake that off. But the sad reality at the end of day 1 here in Copenhagen is Furia go 0-2.
0-2, yeah. I mean, they technically had to win that game in extra time over because they decided to try to go for a knife in a really important round.
That's crazy.
And they still did it. Hey, listen, every region needs a config, you know what I mean? And if you remember that round, round from the major.
A-site. Yes, sir, I know exactly what you're, nope.
Maybe they know that that's Zacher, you know what I mean? Maybe that's just who he is or something.
If he didn't get that double 5-7 lobby push into the flash dodge, if he
you mean
doesn't
if he
pull
wasn't
that,
Tom Cruise incarnate?
Come on, bro.
He was born this way, son.
That is some crazy main character energy.
Yeah.
And maybe ego has a place in Counter-Strike.
Never. Don't do that. Okay, don't do that.
That's crazy.
Even just because it worked. What would Steel say? He would say, just because it worked. Don't be outcome-oriented, all right? That was a bad idea. But LinVision still pulled it off, and they're going to be excited as hell.
No, and they deserve to be excited. This is a huge upset for LinVision, one they should 100% be proud of. But, I mean, of the 4 games that we played out in the 0-1 pool, this was the lowest quality Counter-Strike, right? This was
because of Furia.
These were mistakes being made.
Yeah, I mean, I would say because of Furia. Like it's not like Lin were doing that from a position of power. Like they won a 2v4. Zacher already had a 1v2 before that. They won a full eco round near the end of the game. They had way better plays overall than Furia did.
Okay, but it was still crazy.
Yeah, it was insane. Yeah, that was insane.
We can't condone that. We can't condone that knife attempt.
The whole game? Oh, okay.
The knife attempt, I mean, that needs to be...
We can talk about it more, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I can't. And then some of the rounds they end up winning, right? We see the Tech9 entry through main that one round, right? On top of what was already such a dominant first half. Then Fury are starting to lose rounds like that one. To close it out with the Heaven Deagle play into the lobby push to grab the guns to split both options.
Yeah.
No, you're right. LinVision played the better Counter-Strike, deserved this win with the 13-9, and as Furia sent down to 0-2. We need to get some results and scoreboards on screen before we seal the deal here for the first day of Copenhagen, because
I need to check what the matchups are going to be tomorrow, dude. Like, what's happening right now?
Just the results. These are the 4 games we took you guys through in the second half, right? We get the double overtimes between Apex and ENCE, those wins dispatching of Amcal and Koi. Every team who lost on screen here are your 0-2 teams. Mongols, Amcal, Koi, and Furia.
We had the Apex Amcal victory on Overpass. That was the funny thing about that match. The Ecstatic win over Mongols was actually a show of resilience out of Ecstatic on Nuke, which was a map that Mongols decided to try to play twice as well today. That came back to bite them, so we saw LinVision end up as the more successful Asian team. That was unlikely. Furia end up as the least successful Brazilian team. That's also unlikely. Today had everything, and for some teams in all the wrong ways.
Let's process this. Those are our 0-3 games for the B stream tomorrow at the bottom of your screen. So Mongols versus, 2. Mongols versus Amcal, Koi versus Furia.
Yeah.
2 of those teams will fall last place at the very first CS2 major.
Yeah.
Now, I think expectations are Amcal and Koi, but with some of the Counter-Strike we had from Furia today, Mongols also have to get their legs underneath them.
Like, wouldn't Koi have beaten Furia on their Nuke today?
I would say so.
They literally got so close to taking out, and so it's definitely going to be competitive tomorrow, and Furia don't have the confidence, obviously, after what they had just experienced, so...
And a LinVision Ecstatic.
These are all like very fair games, you know what I mean? Like this does make sense based on what we've seen.
LinVision or Ecstatic will go 2-1.
Yeah, and that's true.
Which means guaranteed 2 opportunities in best of 3s to try and make the elimination stage.
Right.
One of those 2 teams will have 2 chances.
That's a massive game then for both of them. A huge opportunity. And that could have been Furia in the place of LinVision.
100%. This is the Westmelon Tech9 that opened up a round they should have never won. Add it to the tally of rounds that LinVision should not have won. The 2v4s. Zacher, I don't forgive you. I'm gonna hold on to that one for a little. We got to keep a close eye on him. Bit of an animal.
I'm okay now. I mean, they won the game and he played. I asked for one great round to bring it back. He did. So it's not like you can ever make up for doing that. Don't do that. But they won the game. So
What if they lost?
I'm just not trying to ruin everybody else's days by hearing about that round for the rest of their lives.
They did it.
Yeah.
They defeat Furia in a best of one. Congratulations to LinVision. Day one, folks. The very first CS2 major. This was the first page of the book of CS2 history. And it all comes back tomorrow. We'll see you guys there.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displates. Hang your displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com.
What's popular, it's loud. And this is ASON's commercial. But ASON spent all the money to make the headphones good, and they got no money left for the commercial. So I'm gonna need you to head to ASON.io. ACEZONE. Yo. Code PGL, 50 euros off. Got some headphones. It's now or never.